After exhausting all his luck and honor to play an all-in match, he only hoped to obtain the rare SSR Heavenly Demon character. Suddenly a truck from nowhere rushed forward and rammed straight into them. When Kim Junsu opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. That was right, he had just been hit by a truck. Just as he recalled it, a nurse walked in. "Soldier Kim, you are awake. Wait a moment while I call the doctor." After saying that, she hurriedly left the room. What the hell was going on? Why was she calling him Soldier Kim? Confused, Kim Junsu made his way to the information board at the end of the room. It clearly stated, "Soldier Kim, male, 22 years old, dislocation and concussion due to an accident." The board indeed listed Soldier Kim. What kind of system error was this? Returning to the bed, he sighed heavily. He had once turned countless Soldier Kims into experience points for the Heavenly Demon, but becoming one himself was simply absurd. As he walked, his foot struck the chair leg. The sharp pain made him cry out as if someone had struck a vital spot. Hearing the piercing scream, the nurse immediately ran in. "Soldier Kim, you are not allowed to move yet." The doctor also arrived and smiled gently. "You were hit by a truck. Fortunately, the injuries are minor, but further examinations are still required. Need an MRI scan and a magical vision test." Magic. Kim Junsu reacted and sat up. Before he could understand the situation, he encountered an even more troubling issue: the hospital fee. Emergency treatment, facility usage, CT scan, X-ray, and many other charges totaled 22,370,569 won. Hearing the amount, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. "I only stayed for 4 days and it cost more than 22 million. Since you do not have insurance, you must pay the full amount yourself," the receptionist explained. "What? Every Korean citizen has national health insurance." The receptionist awkwardly asked again, "What is national health insurance? You do not have Legion insurance or that of the Magic Tower, right?" "Legion and Magic Tower, what are you talking about?" Just as he was about to argue, he froze. Wait, he had heard these concepts before. Legion, Grand Assembly, Magic Tower, Holy Council, where had he heard them? Was this not the setting of Axion Z Una? A world where the gods had turned their backs on humanity, arcane science flourished while Earth was overrun by monsters. Humans were forced to modify their bodies to survive. In short, this was an extremely harsh survival environment, and he had transmigrated into this very place. In despair, Kim Junsu stood in the middle of the street and shouted loudly. Afterwards, he dragged his steps back to his rented room. Last night, he was happy to have obtained the Heavenly Demon, but by morning he had become a trial character. Perhaps this was retribution for using Soldier Kim to grind levels. Looking at the tiny room before him, he felt even more dejected. It was even more dilapidated than his previous residence. What kind of poverty was this for someone called Soldier Kim? It was truly irritating. Weak health, no money. How was he supposed to manage? And if this really was Accent's soul, then surviving events such as nuclear war, spatial rifts, or the return of the ancient gods would turn this place into a living hell. He did not understand why he had come here, but if he remained idle, he would likely be wiped out. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. He grabbed a ballpoint pen, placing his other hand flat on the table. Had to confirm it before it was too late. He told himself this even as his arm trembled slightly. Kim Junsu gritted his teeth and pressed the sharp tip of the pen firmly into his palm. He endured the pain and waited for the result. Before long, the puncture wound caused by the pen slowly closed and disappeared. At the same time, a notification panel appeared. Status acquired, wound recovery. As expected, it really worked. He rejoiced inwardly. In the past, he had raised countless Soldier Kims. This was the only free trial character without a basic status. However, Kim Junsu could unlock and alter their statuses, making the development of Soldier Kim far more flexible than other characters. With his strategy-oriented playstyle, Soldier Kim was easier to use than even rare characters. Mining. Wound recovery activated, regenerating all injuries you have ever suffered. Excited, he removed the bandages and tossed them aside as his body had fully recovered. As Soldier Kim, he could possess any status as long as he obtained it. In this Axel soul, poverty and weakness were almost synonymous with a death sentence or something worse if unlucky. Kim Junsu refused to accept such a fate. Carried with him the experience accumulated from 10-0 hours of grinding the game Accent Soul when he was a free-to-play player with the identity of Soldier Kim. He had climbed in one go from rank 115,689 to rank 9. The next morning, Kim Junsu went to the player recruitment office. Choi Seok, the director there, reviewed his profile and evaluated him. Soldier Kim, is this your first time registering? Yes, I would like to participate in the mana purification project. He replied while calculating inwardly. In a world like this he had to earn money first. With his current body the only thing he could do was earn as much money as possible. Mana purification may sound simple, but do you know how dangerous dungeon conquest truly is? Choi Siak said while resting his legs on the table. Yes, I know you know, and yet your profile is completely blank. Kim Junsu pretended to hesitate, while thinking that he fully understood how harsh this job was. Polluted mana was the very source that caused monsters to flood into Axion Zun. Dungeon conquest involved dealing with places that emitted enormous amounts of corrupted mana. Prolonged exposure to mana could cost one's life or cause mutations, making this profession extremely risky. All right, when there are enough people I will assign you to a team. Before he left, Choi Siak added, are you sure? I have seen many people come here for money and in the end only empty eyes remain. Do not worry, perhaps I will perform better than you think. Kim Junsu replied confidently and turned away with a smile. After all, grinding freely with 10-0 hours of play was the specialty of Soldier Kim. Not long after, he was assigned a mission. Yahello, the team leader, displayed authority the moment they met. Are you the new recruit joining the team? Yes, I suppose so. I was simply assigned here. Yu roughly grabbed his collar. Is this a place for playing around? Where is your determination? Do not expect me to save you when you mutate. If I see any abnormal signs, I will deal with you personally. Understood, I will remember that. Kim Junsu replied to end the matter, thinking that this rookie intimidation was no different in the game or in real life. But why was an R-rank character like Hugh here? It seemed that before awakening he looked this ordinary. Hey Hugh, do not go too far with the newcomer. We are short of people, so we must make use of every bit of support. And him, who had 5 years of experience clearing dungeons, stepped forward to help Kim Junsu out. Provided he can actually help, judging by that appearance we would be lucky if he does not cause trouble. Hugh clicked his tongue and released his grip, then turned to the team. We have exactly 4 days to handle 5 contamination points, hurry up. This guy was even more unpleasant in real life than in the game. As Kim Junsu was still staring blankly, Him patted his shoulder to comfort him. Do not mind it, he is just sharp-tongued but actually very kind. Kim Junsu replied softly, the irritation in his heart easing as he quietly followed everyone to receive the mission. Yu led the group to the front of an old train station that had long been abandoned. Foul stench wafted from inside, enough to make anyone nearby frown. I will open the door, everyone prepare yourselves. Yu gave the signal and swiped the card to activate the dungeon gate. The moment they saw the contaminated slimes, low-level monsters swarming ahead, the entire team immediately raised their shovel and assumed combat stances. Only Kim Junsu stepped back to observe, because the basic rule when dealing with contaminated mana or slime-type monsters is that although they are weak, they will not disappear until the mana core hidden inside their bodies is found. After struggling for a while against the slimes without achieving results, the more they attacked, the more the creatures scattered, throwing the cleanup team into disarray, quickly find their mana cores. But how? If this continues, we will also be contaminated by mana. A young man was about to be engulfed by a slime when he suddenly heard a shout from behind. Move aside, I will not take responsibility. As soon as the warning ended, Kim Junsu rushed forward. A shovel in his hand slammed down into the empty space right in front of the young man. The slime no longer split apart but dissipated, revealing a prominent golden mana core. In the following minutes, Kim Junsu almost single-handedly cleared all the slime, leaving his teammates staring in astonishment. What is that? With just one strike he wiped them out. This is unbelievable. Kim Junsu continued to swing his shovel confidently, thinking to himself, of course it is possible. Before entering monster hunting, he had mastered several important principles for collecting necessary attributes. First, accumulating attributes is just like playing a game. As long as the conditions are met, they can be obtained. Therefore, 2 days before entering the dungeon, Kim Junsu wandered everywhere searching for every small coin to activate the treasure hunting attribute. He even tried inhaling the smell of trash bins to collect poison resistance. Second, the total number of attributes Kim Junsu could possess at the same time was 6. He could flexibly switch between them depending on the situation. Thanks to activating treasure hunting, Kim Junsu easily identified the enemy's weak points and discovered their mana cores. As a result, he cleared the slimes swiftly in a short time. Afterward, he switched to poison resistance to counter the contaminated mana clinging to him during work. Even with supportive attributes, working all day still exhausted Kim Junsu. The bus ride home, NHIACUTE Chinese letter stepped over to sit beside Kim Junsu and chat. We finished early today thanks to you. Your work is truly admirable. Are you waiting for awakening like Hugh? Kim Junsu smiled and replied, not at all. I only rely on some experience I trained before. If so, then you are truly impressive, Enhim exclaimed. At that moment, two small horns suddenly sprouted from his head. The signs of mutation around him became increasingly evident, perhaps due to excessive exposure to contaminated mana. Thinking this, Kim Junsu gently advised, you look very tired. Why not take a day off tomorrow? Enhim shook his head with a bitter smile. I would rather face mutation than have creditors come after me. That makes sense, few would voluntarily do this job, Kim Junsu thought and said nothing more. But the inevitable happened. 4 days later, most team members, except Kim Junsu, were affected to some extent by contaminated mana. Enhim was more serious, his body gradually swelled, his breathing grew heavy, his eyes became dull. I already advised him not to push himself so hard. While Kim Junsu was still observing, Hugh approached, his tone much gentler this time. You look full of enthusiasm. Is it because you are still young? I once doubted you could handle this, but you have done very well. It is thanks to everyone's help. Kim Junsu smiled lightly, thinking that the newly obtained attributes had made the job much easier. He glanced at Hugh, who also showed clear signs of fatigue, perhaps due to his rank. At that moment, Enhim suddenly shouted loudly and clutched his head while growling. The spikes on his body grew denser. The entire team immediately stopped working and gathered around in concern. Troubling possibility flashed through Kim Junsu's mind. You seem to think the same. He hurried to Enhim's side. With a tense expression, he tried to calm him. Enhim, calm down, we must leave here first. Enhim turned to look at Hugh, his eyes cold and lifeless, resembling a beast losing control. In the blink of an eye, the gentle Enhim transformed into a gigantic mutated form. He has mutated, it seems he has lost consciousness. If we cannot restrain him, we will not be able to leave. Kim Junsu quickly opened the attribute panel, realizing that the new attributes were mostly suited for cleanup and offered little support in combat. No matter how he considered it, the situation was unfavorable. Kim Junsu looked at the mutated Enhim, directing a dangerous gaze toward him. In his heart he could only lament, this time it is truly dangerous. Mutated Enhim launched a blow that sent Kim Junsu flying backward. The impact made him cough violently, a metallic taste filling his throat. He realized in panic that the difference in strength was far too great. At this rate, he would not be able to endure. The system announced that endurance had been collected and a new trait unlocked. Seeing the notification, Kim Junsu felt awakened, telling himself this was the chance to turn the tide. That is right, I still have traits, it is not time to give up. Quickly opened the trait panel, reminding himself to think carefully to find a way to respond, first removing several unnecessary states, then prioritizing strengthening power at this urgent moment. Mana Heart helped control energy, while endurance reduced incoming damage. Mana absorption allowed him to draw in surrounding energy. Deep breathing supported faster mana recovery. And finally the crucial piece, pollution resistance. After adjusting everything, Kim Junsu leaped up, stared at the mutated Enhim and loudly issued a challenge. The mutated Enhim immediately responded by charging straight toward him at incredible speed. Kim Junsu focused intensely, drawing the shovel behind him, its blade glowing with a faint blue light. The system announced the activation of the strength trait, attack power increased tenfold. Waiting for the opponent to enter striking range, Kim Junsu tightened both hands around the shovel handle. He poured all his strength into a downward strike that sent the gigantic body flying backward. Kim Junsu cheered inwardly, it worked, I still have a chance. But before the joy could last, he saw the mutated Enhim curl his body midair and spin like a colossal spiked wheel, charging toward him. What is this? Kim Junsu cried out in alarm. Immediately after, the spinning mass of spikes used a rocky outcrop as a launching point and aimed directly at where he stood. Oh no, Kim Junsu could only shout once before the spiked mass crashed down. The ground at the point of impact instantly cracked and shattered into pieces. After that attack, the spiked wheel immediately curled back up, reverting to the form of the mutated hedgehog and directing its gaze at the result it had just caused. The system notification activated the endurance state, helping him increase his strength tenfold. Thanks to the endurance state, Kim Junsu tried to withstand the dangerous blow from the mutated hedgehog, then leapt into the air above it. Though he endured it, the pain still spread throughout his body. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Junsu adopted a strategy of trading injury for injury, throwing both fists at the mutated hedgehog. He understood clearly that if he stopped now, the outcome would be disastrous, so he had no choice but to continue attacking. At that very moment, one of the spikes on the mutated hedgehog suddenly shifted direction toward Kim Junsu and shot out like lightning. The strike was so sudden that Kim Junsu could only tilt his body to dodge, yet his shoulder was still grazed by the sharp spike, tearing his shirt and leaving a bleeding wound. It did not stop there. Countless other spikes from the mutated hedgehog continued to shoot toward Kim Junsu, giving him no chance to react. A barrage of spikes pierced his body, sending Kim Junsu flying backward in pain before he crashed hard onto the ground. He could not fall just a little more. Constantly encouraging himself, Kim Junsu forced himself up, rushed at the mutated hedgehog and unleashed a fierce punch. However, after that punch, his right hand nearly lost all ability to function and still caused no harm to the mutated hedgehog. On the contrary, that action only made it more ferocious. Enraged, the mutated hedgehog fired sharp spikes at Kim Junsu, severely injuring his left arm all the way to the shoulder blade. Intense pain struck, making Kim Junsu unable to hold on. He fell to the ground and let out a cry of agony. As expected, he could not win with only Kim's soldiers. Lamenting inwardly, Kim Junsu lay helpless on the ground, watching the mutated hedgehog clench both hands into enormous fists and bring them down. In that instant, memories of playing Axel's soul flooded back. He had once laughed and said he would defeat everything with only Kim's soldiers. Now his mind cleared and he realized a truth. When playing the game, everything had been too easy. A single command was enough to slay monsters. He had never considered the characters' feelings and only pushed them to the limit in the name of efficient training. Now he understood that to attain intermediate power, pain was the price. No victory came without sacrifice, and it was all unfolding before his eyes. When Kim Junsu came back to his senses, he saw the mutated hedgehog's enormous fist about to crash down on him. Facing that danger, Kim Junsu suddenly raised one arm to block it. It was a massive arm, no smaller than the arm of the mutated hedgehog. Seeing his attack blocked so easily, the mutated hedgehog was stunned and was immediately sent flying by Kim Junsu's sudden punch. It was as if Kim Junsu had gained a surge of power. Both arms fully recovered yet became abnormally large, making his body somewhat unbalanced. System notification activated the mutated muscle state. Clenching both fists tightly, Kim Junsu murmured that this was the reason he had risked attacking. Only by surpassing his limits through activating his mana, heart, and strength could he achieve mutated muscle. Everything had been to prepare for this moment. After being knocked down, the mutated hedgehog immediately flew into a rage. It quickly stood up and rushed at Kim Junsu, throwing a powerful punch. Kim Junsu raised his hand to block it easily, curling his lips into a smirk and saying that attack no longer worked. Then he unleashed a flurry of relentless punches at the mutated hedgehog, forcing it to raise its arms in passive defense. Watching his opponent overwhelmed, Kim Junsu loudly taunted it to keep attacking if it dared. Provoked, the mutated hedgehog abandoned defense and switched to a counterattack. Numerous sharp spikes sprouted from its fist and slammed hard into Kim Junsu's chest. This time Kim Junsu could not withstand it. He was knocked to the ground with multiple wounds on his chest, coughing up blood as he realized in shock that his opponent had not used its full strength. Even though he was knocked down, Kim Junsu still gained a reward as the system notified him that he had obtained a mutated body and a new trait. Without hesitation, Kim Junsu replaced his current state with the mutated body state on his status panel. In just a short moment, Kim Junsu's body developed proportionately, perfectly matching his two gigantic arms. Kim Junsu stood up, smiled at the mutated hedgehog, and thanked it for helping him become stronger. After that, the two charged into a fierce clash, neither gaining the upper hand. Kim Junsu laughed and remarked that they were now evenly matched. The continuous sounds of impact were so loud that even the deer, who had been unconscious on the ground, woke up and asked in confusion what was happening. The deer turned toward the noise and was astonished to see Kim Junsu and the mutated hedgehog constantly exchanging blows without either yielding. Sight left the deer stunned, wondering what this Kim soldier truly was. Could he be some kind of superhuman? How could he possibly fight on equal footing with such a mutated creature? At that moment, both Kim Junsu and the mutated hedgehog were knocked down to the ground. Kim Junsu sat there gasping for breath, his eyes still fixed on the mutated hedgehog slowly rising. Noticing that his opponent still had the strength to roar, he thought to himself that this battle was far from easy. Even with equal size, he was still at a disadvantage. Gritting his teeth as he calculated, Kim Junsu realized that though it was dangerous, he had no other choice. Having made his decision, he immediately stood up and softly called out to activate the corruption resistance state. The system notification stated that the corrupted mana resistance development state had been activated. Telling himself to believe in his own strength, Kim Junsu continued by calling out purification. Immediately, under the deer's astonished gaze, Kim Junsu's entire body began to transform. The process occurred at an extreme speed and was completed almost instantly. The system notification announced the Kim soldier mutation state, and in that form, Kim Junsu raised his head and roared. Energy gathered in his mouth and was fired straight toward the mutated hedgehog. Overwhelmed by the crushing power, the mutated hedgehog was completely defeated without a chance to resist. After the battle, Kim Junsu turned his gaze toward the deer and stepped closer. Deer cried out in terror, unable to believe that Kim Junsu had transformed into a mutated creature while fighting another one. Trembling, he felt as if a wild beast had targeted him. When he looked up and saw Kim Junsu staring intently, his fear surged. Seeing Kim Junsu's mutated form, the deer was utterly panicked with only one thought left: to flee from this place. As he turned to crawl away, he realized a large shadow had already enveloped him. The deer stiffly turned his head and saw Kim Junsu standing right behind him, extending a gigantic hand toward him. Thinking that the end had come, the deer shut his eyes tightly in despair. However, after a few seconds of feeling nothing, the deer opened his eyes and was shocked to see that Kim Junsu had returned to his normal human form. As for Kim Junsu, after reverting to his original form, he collapsed forward in exhaustion. He whispered softly that he had done it. The corruption-resistant state was the final line of defense. When you possess the mutated form along with mutated muscle and remove corruption, you will reach a special mutation state. He believed that once someone turned into a mutant, they could never return to their original form. But Kim Junsu was the exception. He changed his state and understood that as long as he retained his reason, the process could still be reversed. Because of that, he exchanged the mutation state for corruption resistance and returned to his human body. After a while, Kim Junsu forced himself up, leaned wearily against the wall, and complained that his body felt torn apart. He did not want to experience that feeling again. As he tried to stand, a purple orb the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in Kim Junsu's hand. The system notification stated that he had obtained a rank 1 mana core. Kim Junsu burst into joyful laughter, believing all the effort had been worth it because he had finally received a rank 1 mana core. Clearly, this cleanup task had brought considerable benefits. At that moment, the deer and 2 others approached, staring at Kim Junsu intently and asking if he was all right and what had happened with the transformation into a mutant. Kim Junsu gradually calmed down after his excitement and turned to look at the 3 people before him. It would be troublesome if any strange rumors about him spread. Thinking that, Kim Junsu said, "Well, I bet that I would return. Luckily I did." You could not believe it, Lucky, but this method was too reckless. Before he could finish speaking, Kim Junsu took out a pile of small golden spheres like marbles, handed them to Hugh and said, "Here, take them." Then he turned around, waved his hand and said, "I will head back now. I need some fresh air." Behind him, the 2 people with Hugh exclaimed, "0 rank mana cores, that many." Kim Junsu smiled inwardly, thinking that since he had saved them and even given them some mana, they would surely keep his secret. Hugh watched his back in silence, deep in thought. The next morning in the tomb chamber office, Choi Seok smiled warmly, rubbing his hands as he said to Kim Junsu, "Summer is here. I heard you went through something tough. It must have been terrifying." Kim Junsu smiled. Well, in the end it was a bit exhausting. Inside, he wondered why the man had suddenly become so friendly. Choi Seok said, "Anyway, you should have told us you were a superhuman. We would have assigned you proper tasks instead of cleaning." Hearing that, Kim Junsu understood. The man thought he was a superhuman. In Axel Soul, a superhuman was someone who awakened and possessed extremely powerful mana. In this world, strength meant authority. Superhumans were basically noble. There was reason for him to think so. Only superhumans could defeat mutants, even though he had won many times with his own ability. At that moment, he turned back, took out a paper bag prepared earlier from behind and smiled. "Then I will pay you for the cleaning work." Kim Junsu replied, "That is fine," laughing inwardly, letting the man think he was a superhuman for now. Choi Seok pulled out several stacks of cash and placed them on the table, explaining, "You cleaned 5 areas. We took 20% from the total 50 million won and split it evenly. Your share is 5 million. This time is different. We only take 5% of your portion and add a bonus. We hope to continue working together." Kim Junsu did not hear clearly, staring at the pile of money as he cried inwardly, 12 million. Being a superhuman is wonderful. A while later, Kim Junsu happily left the room carrying the large sum of money. As he was thinking about how to spend it, a man approached. "You look happy. You must have received quite a bit of money." Kim Junsu recognized that the man was the colleague from last time. He smiled. Well, we completed the mission after all. The man said, well, actually I came to ask you for a favor. Kim Junsu asked suspiciously, what kind of favor? The man replied, my wife is sick, I want to borrow some money. I am sorry to trouble you, even though we only worked together once, but please help me. The man bowed his head. In this situation, Kim Junsu frowned slightly. Helping someone unfamiliar carried risk. It was already hard enough to look after himself, yet it felt too cruel to ignore him. He hesitated. In a fleeting moment, reason gave way. He grabbed the man's hand and smiled. Oh, come on, do not do that. You are older than me. It is not much, but use this. Kim Junsu stuffed a pile of 0-rank mana cores into the man's hand. Night fell in a secluded corner. The man looked at the pile of mana cores and burst out laughing. How foolish, pretending to be a poor old man, he gave them all to me. Unexpectedly, he was not alone. Hugh and 2 others were also there. Hugh asked, new to the trade. The man said, if my child keeps drinking more, he will give even more. But the trouble is he receives more, gives a small portion and pretends to be a superhuman to take a share. Hugh said, he is not a superhuman. The man looked at Hugh. It is best to teach him a lesson. Do you have any ideas? Hugh took the pile of mana cores. He crushed them and smiled wickedly. Knowing his secret, let us show him how frightening this world truly is. Kim Junsu was unaware of the scheme aimed at him. He lay on the bed, proud of helping others, happy for doing a good deed, feeling like a hero. A few days later in the morning, at a large hotel, Kim Junsu lay on a single bed by the window, enjoying the warm sunlight while being massaged by a staff member. Having money truly feels great. I never thought I would get a massage in a place like this. The game is better than real life. When the masseur pressed his left arm, Kim Junsu nearly cried out in pain. Even after resting 3 days at the hotel, it still hurt. From now on he must be careful before using any mutation. Changing the body was not as imagined. Depending on the condition, the stronger the side effects, the greater the bodily change. The problem was whether he would still be alive after limiting the use of condition. Lost in thought, Kim Junsu turned over so the staff could massage his back. By chance he saw a man with 2 black striped tattoos on his chest, lying on a lounge chair by the first-floor pool. 2 rows of men in black standing guard. Gradually he realized, were they not the Iron Fist gang, still maintaining their arrogant air? Axel Seoul was controlled more by gangs than by law, which made sense since people depended on superhuman. He had managed to survive, but relying on conditions in such a dangerous place was truly foolish. Suddenly remembering something, he bared his teeth in a grin. Was there not still an item left? In the afternoon, Kim Junsu went to a shop. The girl at the counter asked, did you come to sell something? Kim Junsu replied, well, a few byproducts from monsters. The girl at the counter said, I do not buy 0-rank mana cores, I know what you want to sell. Kim Junsu took out a blue sphere larger than a fist and handed it to her. The girl exclaimed in disbelief, this is a rank 2 mana core. Kim Junsu smiled, that is right, take a look. Seeing her surprise was quite amusing. The fusion at the hotel had paid off. Now he had a rank 2 mana core. Looking at the stack of bills in the girl's hand, Kim Junsu felt delighted. The higher the rank, the higher the price. The girl handed over the money and said, this is the price for a rank 4 core, 77 million won. Kim Junsu took the money, smiling in thanks. Asking if they sold weapons or armor, the girl led the way. Kim Junsu was guided into the inner section. As soon as he stepped in, seeing all kinds of weapons floating on wooden racks, he smiled. All the basic items from the game are here. The girl said he could take his time. Inside, his spirit surged, thinking that now it was time to equip himself. Night fell. Kim Junsu left the shop with a backpack full of weapons, satisfied. Now that he had weapons, it truly felt like playing ActionToon. Beautiful long-haired girl ran toward him in panic. Excuse me, are you a mercenary? I need help. Kim Junsu waved his hand. Oh, I am not, look for someone else. The girl held out a stack of money and said, the Iron Fist gang frightens me, can you escort me home? Kim Junsu looked at the stack of money. 500,000 for a bodyguard, like a daily quest popped into his mind, maybe he should try. Thinking that, he placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and smiled. I cannot ignore a lady in danger, let us go. The girl happily followed behind him, thank you. Kim Junsu followed the girl into a deserted alley. He thought to himself, why is she in such a remote place? Not even an ant can be seen. The girl sped up and ran into a turn. Kim Junsu chased after her and saw the alley was pitch black. He could only see the girl's silhouette under the streetlight. An urging voice rang out, they are about to arrive, hurry up. Kim Junsu walked forward, muttering, I am in trouble, I cannot see anything at all. As soon as he stepped into the pitch-black alley, a system notification immediately appeared before his eyes, informing him that the dark vision state had been activated. You have received a new state. Kim Junsu secretly rejoiced. Oh, so he could see clearly now. He had not expected to gain such a state. His night observation ability increased significantly, and the gloomy scenery in the alley gradually became clear in every detail before his eye. What startled him the most was the figure of a long-haired girl aiming a gun at him, smiling as she said, "You are more cautious than I expected." Kim Junsu froze as the word gun echoed in his mind. Who exactly was this woman? Wait, could it be her? He slowly stepped backward, but suddenly bumped into an obstacle. Turning his head, he realized it was Hugh. That man looked at him teasingly and asked, "Where are you planning to run off to, Junior?" At the same time, the lights in the alley turned on, and 3 more men stepped out from the shadows. Kim Junsu stared intently at Hugh before speaking. "Brother." Hugh sneered and replied, "I am very glad to see you again. Are you not as well?" Kim Junsu frowned and asked, "What have I done for you to set up something like this?" Hugh burst into laughter. "Not for any reason at all. I just find you far too naive. There is no other reason, you gullible fool." Before that man could finish speaking, Kim Junsu seized the opportunity when his opponent let down his guard, slipped past him and dashed away. Hugh shouted angrily, "That brat," running away after only a few words, "Shoot him." Upon hearing the order, the long-haired girl did not hesitate, turning the gun toward the fleeing Kim Junsu and pulling the trigger. Immediately, the bullet lodged into his back, causing Kim Junsu to cry out in pain and collapse forward. Hugh and his accomplices hurried over to check, and seeing Kim Junsu lying motionless in a pool of blood, that man shouted angrily, "Why did you shoot his body? It would have been enough to hit his leg." The long-haired girl defended herself better than letting him escape. Hugh snapped, "Damn it, judging from this, he is probably finished." Another man remarked that he had returned to human form after transforming. The mages would surely pay to buy this corpse. If we could capture him alive, his value would be even higher. Someone else suggested taking his equipment first. Hugh sighed and replied, "That works, let us do that first." However, when they returned to Kim Junsu to deal with him, they were shocked to discover that only a trail of blood remained, while he had vanished without a trace. Hugh panicked and shouted, "Where did his body go?" At that moment, the sound of shattering glass rang out, and the only light source in the alley was smashed, plunging the entire space back into darkness. Immediately afterward, a man standing next to Hugh was ambushed and struck at the back of his neck. Before he could utter a sound, he collapsed, and the remaining men panicked and shouted, "What is happening?" Hugh asked suspiciously, "Could it be that he is still not dead?" Kim Junsu's voice echoed from the darkness, "I am still here." There was no sign on his body of having been shot, and one of his eyes had turned a strange golden color. His current states included strength, enhancement, endurance, mana heart, night vision, and mana recovery. Kim Junsu curled his lips and said, "I will not fall so easily to ungrateful people like you." In his heart, he silently thanked his decision to purchase a bulletproof vest from the shop earlier. Moreover, after the shot from the long-haired girl, he had also gained a new state called Feigned Death. Thanks to this effect, Kim Junsu had deceived Hugh's group, causing them to lower their guard and creating an opportunity to counterattack. Without the guiding lights, Hugh's group became as disoriented as headless flies. Looking around while shouting, he broke the light, "I cannot see anything, where is he?" Kim Junsu suddenly appeared behind Hugh and softly asked, "Looking for me?" Reacting instinctively, Hugh turned around. Without hesitation, Kim Junsu threw a punch straight at that man and shouted, "I saved your life. Now I am taking it back, you ungrateful bastard." Hugh received 5 consecutive punches and fell to the ground. That man quickly propped himself up to sit, wiped the blood from his face, and snarled, "You bastard." While cursing, Hugh rushed forward and launched a kick toward Kim Junsu, but he swiftly sidestepped to evade it. "You should be grateful that I once saved you. Do you think it is right to come back and harm your benefactor?" As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Junsu delivered another powerful blow, causing Hugh to collapse once again. Just as he was about to follow up with another kick, a gunshot suddenly rang out. From afar, the long-haired girl raised her still-smoking gun and called out in panic, "Are you there? Are you all right, Hugh?" Kim Junsu stopped, silently observing the wound where the bullet had grazed his arm, and thought to himself in Axel's soul, the most terrifying thing was not monsters but humans. He had been too trusting, and this mistake would not be repeated. With that thought, Kim Junsu immediately drew his pistol and fired 2 consecutive shots. One bullet struck the long-haired girl's wrist, causing her to drop her weapon. The other hit the shoulder of the man standing beside her, making him collapse to the ground in pain. Seeing that the 2 were no longer capable of threatening him, Kim Junsu softly said, "That is enough." He was about to deal with Hugh when he suddenly heard the sound of wind whistling behind him. Instinctively turning around, Kim Junsu saw Hugh's foot already closing in on his head in just an instant. He quickly raised his arm to shield his face, and was sent flying backward by the kick. Quickly getting back on his feet, Kim Junsu was astonished to realize that Hugh's appearance had changed. His legs seemed to have become deformed. He understood the gravity of the situation. Hugh had awakened as a level 1 superhuman. Kim Junsu's face no longer held its calm expression, but was instead filled with clear tension. This damned game, awakening as a superhuman, was a fundamental stage of development that any character could undergo. In the world of Axel, a level 1 superhuman was enough to threaten any ordinary person, even if they carried a gun. In other words, he had to confront a superhuman with only his current body. Hugh tilted his head and looked at Kim Junsu coldly, saying, "I will take you down." Immediately afterward, that man's figure disappeared from Junsu's sight. Kim Junsu instantly became alert, and the characteristics of Hugh flashed through his mind. That man's characteristic was movement powered by leg force. With this ability, he could utilize his elastic legs to dash in any direction at will. Combining this with the current situation, Kim Junsu guessed that he had used that skill to climb up the wall of the building. Sure enough, as soon as he looked up, he saw Hugh descending from above with a downward kick while shouting, "I will take you down." Facing that powerful attack, Kim Junsu understood that the only choice was to evade. He quickly leaped to the side, narrowly escaping the ambush. Hugh glared at him angrily. "You managed to dodge this time, but there will not be a next time." Having said that, that man accelerated forward and launched another kick. When he felt his kick strike an obstacle, Hugh briefly revealed a smile. But that smile immediately froze when he realized that Kim Junsu had used a weapon to block the attack rather than being hit. Facing him, Kim Junsu curled his lips. "Sorry, but I do not intend to lose," silently thinking that buying the baton had indeed been a wise decision. He recalled a few hours earlier when he had been standing before the weapon counter in the shop. At that time, he had hesitated over whether he should buy a gun. As a warrior, even with additional training, his firearm skills would be difficult to push beyond their limits. To be safe, I should equip myself with another weapon suitable for my class. In the end, Kim Junsu decided to choose a baton. Turning to the present, that choice proved to be entirely correct. Every character possessed weapons and characteristics that were maximized when suited to their class. Therefore, to defeat Hugh, I must use melee weapons and the skills of a warrior. Thinking this, Kim Junsu raised the baton high and struck down forcefully, causing Hugh to collapse for the third time. The system notified that a new characteristic had been collected. "You have received the strike characteristic." As soon as he saw the system panel appear, Kim Junsu quietly rejoiced. He had finally activated his first profession-based trait, one focused on offense. His spirits lifted. He immediately rushed toward the deer, unleashing consecutive dual slashes followed by an upward slash in rapid succession. Horizontal strikes intended to pressure the opponent were swiftly and neatly evaded by the agile deer. Immediately afterward, the deer counterattacked, delivering a direct kick toward Junsu. Seeing that move, Junsu thought to himself, the opportunity has come should he retreat, but now he could no longer hesitate. Even if he had to pay the price with injuries, he decided to maintain his offensive rhythm, gritting his teeth as he charged into this gamble. He raised one hand to block the kick, while the other tightly gripped the baton. Then he swung it forcefully into the opponent's thigh. The system immediately announced that a new trait had been acquired. "You have received a combination-type trait." Junsu laughed inwardly with excitement. This was it, the optimal trait for a warrior in the early stages. Without delay, he combined the offensive trait with the combination trait, creating a relentless chain of attacks that left the deer unable to evade. The more blows it suffered, the more the pain accumulated, and its consciousness gradually faded with each strike. Before long, it was exhausted and weakly pleaded for mercy. Junsu truly stopped. After delivering a final all-out strike to the opponent's chest, he ceased his attack. Seeing the deer lying motionless on the ground, Junsu raised both hands, tilted his head back, and shouted loudly he had done it. He had defeated an awakened deer. Suddenly, his skin flushed red, and the raindrops that touched him instantly evaporated. What was this sensation? His entire body ached, yet it felt as though a surge of energy was rising within him. Junsu collapsed to his knees, groaning in pain, yet a realization flashed through his mind. Could this be? The moment he touched the harsh truth of the world of Accent Soul. The system announced, Level 1 awakened, Superhuman Warrior Kim. After a moment of shock, Junsu realized that he had awakened, joy bursting forth like that of a child. He jumped up, rolled on the ground, and shouted loudly. He had finally become a superhuman. From now on, he could accept valuable contracts from mercenaries and also receive preferential low-interest rates from banks. At that moment, a cold voice sounded from behind, "Is it finished?" Junsu immediately turned around to look at the person who had spoken. Upon recognizing the other's identity, he frowned. Kim Iron, the second basic character of Accent Soul after Warrior Kim. He belonged to the Enhanced Warrior class, using firearms as his primary weapon, and was famous for his prosthetic hand hunting skill. More importantly, Kim Iron was a formidable figure of the Iron Fist gang in the underworld. He had just fought right on their territory. It seemed he had already provoked their anger. Kim Iron asked coldly, "Did you check this place before coming here to cause trouble?" As soon as the words ended, the subordinates behind him simultaneously aimed their guns at Junsu as if waiting for a single nod to open fire. Faced with this scene, Junsu's face turned pale. He could not stand still and accept his fate. After hearing Junsu's explanation, Kim Iron drew his pistol, loaded it, and asked, "You mean those people are even more terrifying than the Iron Fist?" Junsu flinched at the sight of the gun. If a battle occurred in this condition, he would find it difficult to survive. Kim Iron gave him no more time. He raised the gun and aimed directly at Junsu's chest. "Kid, you have made the wrong choice. I will make you understand the consequences of defiling our territory." After saying this, his gaze became ferocious. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Junsu's voice rang out with unusual calmness. "I see, but you have forgotten one thing." As he spoke, he firmly held the body of the gun. He pressed the muzzle against his own chest and declared resolutely, he was not the type of person who would fall so easily. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger himself. The gunshot rang out as the bullet pierced through Junsu's chest. Kim Iron was stunned, the thought flashing through his mind, did this guy just pull the trigger himself? However, Junsu merely frowned slightly and blurted out, "What is this? It only stings a little." At the same time, the wound on his chest returned to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. The system announced that he had obtained the regeneration trait. The sight amused Kim Iron. He shifted to a gentle smile. "Oh, you have quite an interesting ability." Junsu thought to himself, this is the advanced version of recovery, regeneration, a trait obtainable upon reaching level 1 superhuman. As long as they underestimate me, I will seize the opportunity with intimidation tactics. Outwardly, he smirked and pointed toward the bodies behind him. "I did not survive by luck. Whoever you are, if you wish to cause trouble with this Kim warrior, be prepared." Hearing this, Kim Iron did not become angry but laughed. "Kim warrior, is that your name? I like that courage. Very well, I will let this pass, but in return you will owe me a favor." He patted Junsu on the shoulder and leaned close to whisper, "You surely understand the price of that debt." Junsu smiled in response, agreed, "I will remember." Inwardly he wondered, could he have recognized me? Satisfied with the answer, Kim Iron extended his hand. "Next time let us cooperate on a job." Junsu looked at that hand, thinking that Kim Iron was not the type to betray. Building a relationship now might not be a bad idea. With that thought, he comfortably shook his hand and smiled. "Sounds interesting. See you again." Next morning, Junsu dressed like he was going on a beach vacation and entered Jamsiu, the superhuman tower. In the game I could not feel it, but in reality it is truly massive, completely different from my small town. While Junsu was curiously observing, a female office employee approached with a smile. "Thank you for visiting the superhuman tower. How may I assist you?" Looking at the employee, Junsu's face reddened slightly. "She is really beautiful. She must be an NPC. It seems the staff here all meet high standards." Despite being stared at, she maintained a calm demeanor without any discomfort. A professional smile remained as she pointed to the right where a large device stood. "If you are here to receive your superhuman certificate, please use that machine to measure mana and traits." Junsu thanked her and walked toward the enormous machine. As he walked, he thought, I did not even ask and she already guided me. She must recognize newcomers at a glance. Once I obtain the certificate, my real life in Accent Soul will begin. Suddenly, murmurs spread everywhere. "Look at the ceiling, the Saintess has appeared." Hearing this, Junsu also looked up and saw a golden point of light hovering above. He wondered, is it not just a ship? At that moment, the golden light suddenly intensified, shining down onto a large circle on the ground and forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Next, a group of people stepped out from the light, clearly appearing before everyone's sight. When Junsu saw them, especially the girl leading the group, his face showed astonishment. "That is the main legion. Why is the Saintess here?" Her appearance stirred the crowd. It is an honor to witness the Saintess. Contrary to the excitement, Junsu felt no joy. When I was still in the tutorial phase, she had already become the Saintess. Later it was revealed that they were a destructive cult disguised as a peaceful religion and began harming civilians everywhere. People around speculated, is the Saintess here to measure mana or to level up? Without answering, the Saintess smiled and walked straight to the measuring device. A few seconds later, the machine activated, its sound making Junsu sigh softly. The mana measurement sound is still as unpleasant as ever. Before long, under the expectant gazes, the screen displayed the information: Saintess, Class Priest, Mana level 8, possessing 6 support traits. The crowd gasped again in astonishment. Level 8 and possessing 6 traits, truly unbelievable. The Saintess smiled, enjoying the admiring gazes. Junsu looked at her for a few more seconds and then moved toward his own testing machine, his heart heavy. This is not the time to be amazed. A level 8 superhuman is equivalent to a combat squadron or a mobile superpower. With such power in the future, she could sweep away all of Seoul. But if I reveal this now, they will consider me insane and stone me. The future can be considered later. Right now, he needs to check his mana first. If a rookie possesses as many as 6 traits, it would be too conspicuous. It is best to lower it to 3 to avoid drawing attention. Just as Kim Junsu opened the trait panel to adjust it, the Saintess, who had not gone far, suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. A member of the group asked softly, "Your Eminence, is something the matter?" The Saintess kept her gaze on Kim Junsu and replied quietly, "It seems there is someone I have never seen before." Immediately after, the Saintess suddenly appeared behind Kim Junsu and said, "You seem to possess quite an interesting ability." Kim Junsu startled and exclaimed, "You startled me." But then he immediately panicked and thought, wait, what did she just say to me? She already noticed the changes in his trait. Those around them whispered, "Why is the Saintess paying attention to him? He looks ordinary enough." Before anyone could understand what was happening, the Saintess had already taken Kim Junsu's hand, leaving everyone even more stunned. She asked, "Warrior, what is your name?" Kim Junsu stammered, I am Warrior Kim." Immediately after, he thought in alarm in Axel's soul, if the Saintess asks his name then. Just as expected, the Saintess continued, "Then Warrior Kim, on behalf of the Old Father Order, I will bestow baptism upon you. Former master of the Black Gold Throne has always sought those with rare power like you. Submit to him and find peace in this harsh world." At the same time, a line of golden characters on the Saintess' hand began to flow onto Junsu's arm. The sight made the surrounding crowd both envious and jealous. Baptism, how enviable. The Saintess herself is performing it. In contrast to them, Kim Junsu merely clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly, "What a nuisance." If he accepts the baptism and gains the corresponding trait, he will become a holy knight of the order. Meanwhile, the Old Father Order would later be defeated by the major powers in Axel's soul, no different from being forced to invest in a stock about to go bankrupt. Cannot accept it. That was the only thought in Kim Junsu's mind at this moment. Therefore, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he decisively pulled his hand back, knelt on one knee and said, "I refuse the baptism." Saintess was stunned and asked in disbelief, Did I hear wrong?" Kim Junsu answered firmly, "No, I am completely serious." After a few seconds of silence, the Saintess spoke, "As you wish. To serve or to reject the gods is your own choice." With that, she helped Kim Junsu to his feet and continued, "But the Old Father has taken notice of you. If you cannot overcome this small trial, that fragile freedom will have no meaning." She spoke. Kim Junsu realized in horror that flames suddenly ignited where her hand had touched him. When the Saintess left, the flames had spread throughout Kim Junsu's body, burning fiercely and forcing him to collapse, clutching his head and screaming in agony. The people around him looked on with glee and indifference as he struggled in the flames. A mere nobody dares to refuse baptism. What a pitiful atheist. System notification, trait activated. The God Deceiver shall endure unending burning as punishment for refusing baptism. Kim Junsu lamented inwardly. He had expected this, but his entire body feels as if it is being scorched. Divine fire, one of the most terrifying negative states in Axel's soul. The prolonged pain caused by divine fire makes daily life difficult, and there is no way to dispel it other than going to the cathedral to receive baptism. He refused for the sake of the future, but is he really going to fall here now? As Kim Junsu's consciousness gradually faded, the office lady who had greeted him earlier hurried over, poured water on his face and asked anxiously, "Warrior, are you all right?" Cool sensation spreading across his face helped him regain clarity, his blurred vision gradually sharpening. "Who is that?" It is the girl who guided him. Even though divine fire made everyone avoid him, she still helped him, truly something to be grateful for. That is right, hang on just a little more. Encouraging himself, Kim Junsu tried to sit cross-legged on the ground. System notification, you have obtained the fire resistance trait. He did not refuse the baptism without thinking. Divine fire grows stronger the greater the target mana. He is only a level 1 warrior, so the severity is not too great. There is still a way to handle it. The first condition is to possess the fire resistance trait, so he needs to increase his mana immediately. Thinking so, Kim Junsu opened the trait panel and adjusted it as he wished. The moment he finished, the flames on his body seemed stimulated, flaring up more violently and causing him to scream in pain. Seeing this, the office lady poured 2 more bottles of water over him and encouraged him, hang on. The effect appeared immediately. Thanks to the cool water, Kim Junsu gradually regained his composure. Tears streamed down from the pain as he tried to focus on this opposing sensation. Fire and water, searing pain and cold clarity. Following his train of thought, the 2 elements before him intertwined, spinning and gradually forming the symbol of yin and yang. Use the mana within his body to extinguish the flame. Shout echoed in his mind and Kim Junsu opened his eyes wide. The pain caused by the flames had completely vanished. System notification. You have obtained the mana shield trait. Office lady saw him stand up and asked, "Oh my, are you really all right?" Kim Junsu smiled and replied, "Yes, thanks to you I am fine now." The people around were astonished. He overcame divine fire. What just happened? What method did he use? Kim Junsu smiled and thought to himself, not completely overcame, just a temporary solution with a shield. But at least he escaped the pain. This black flame looks quite cool, probably only warriors can see it. After that, he walked to the measuring device to check his mana, while the others curiously stared at the screen. The result quickly appeared. Warrior Kim, 22 years old. Warrior class mana level 1, traits 6 veins. Oh, level 1 and already has 6 traits. A super rookie has appeared. No wonder the Saintess paid attention to him. Hearing the murmurs, Kim Junsu rubbed his nose helplessly. He has become too conspicuous. The goal was to grow stronger in silence. But because of Mana Shield, he can no longer reduce the number of traits. The office lady stepped closer and smiled. Congratulations, warrior. Since I started working, this is the first time I have seen someone possess 6 veins from the beginning. Then let us proceed with issuing your warrior certification card. A while later, she handed the card to Kim Junsu and said, "This is your warrior certification card. Congratulations on officially being recognized as a warrior." Kim Junsu was so moved he teared up as he held the card. He worked very hard to obtain it. The office lady tilted her head and smiled. "Then let me inform you of the privileges for level 1 warriors. First." Before she could finish, Kim Junsu quickly said, "I know already. Tax reduction, weapon usage rights, tax exemption upon leveling up, immunity from arrest, free use of transportation, and many other benefits." The office lady was surprised. "Oh, you really know well." Kim Junsu laughed and replied, "I am a game doctor, no, a doctor of warrior studies, ha ha." After that, he added, "By the way, I am someone who does not like to waste time." As he spoke, he glanced at the noisy crowd outside the glass door intently watching. "We must bring him to our guild. May I have your autograph? A super rookie, we must write a special article about him." The office lady also looked at the group of people like tigers eyeing their prey. Kim Junsu asked, "Is there any way to leave here discreetly?" He stood up and smiled. "Of course, I prepared in advance." Kim Junsu was surprised. "Ah, you already prepared." She took out a wide black cloak and turned back with a smile. "You just need to follow me." In that moment, Kim Junsu froze as he looked at her, his face slightly flushed. A few minutes later, Kim Junsu put on the cloak and left with her, successfully escaping the crowd. He said, "Thank you for caring about me, even preparing an invisibility cloak and leading a secret path." She replied, "It is nothing. Helping each other is what we should do." System notification, trait activated invisibility. You have obtained the invisibility trait. Seeing this notification, Kim Junsu rejoiced inwardly. He did not expect to gain such a wonderful trait. At this moment, the office lady stopped and pointed to the path ahead. "Warrior, just go straight along this road and you will reach the exit. According to regulations, I can only guide you this far." Kim Junsu bowed his head. "That is more than enough. Thank you very much for today." The office lady smiled. "Yes, please travel safely." Kim Junsu watched the woman in office attire as she left, smiling to himself. He had not expected someone so kind to exist in Accent Soul. She was beautiful too. Once he grows stronger, he will definitely repay her. But what was her name? It seems he still has the business card from earlier. Kim Junsu remembered the card and hurriedly took it out to examine it carefully. Association Superhuman Manager, Soren. The moment he saw the name, Kim Junsu's expression changed at once. He turned to look at the woman who had not gone far. What? Soren was one of the 3 strongest SSR warriors in the game, originally a swordsman type and always fierce. But why did she seem familiar? It turned out that in the game she was always so aggressive that he could never imagine otherwise. He never expected Soren to be this kind. What exactly had happened? Meanwhile, a radiant smile bloomed on Soren's face as she softly said, "Fortunately, as long as the warrior is safe, that is enough." A week later, to maintain the shield, Kim Junsu had to adjust all his attributes, unintentionally making dungeon clearing more difficult than ever. If he had used specialized attributes to clear the monster lair, it would have been finished long ago, but that troublesome debuff left him unable to do anything else. To remove the heat poison, he needed a rare item called nectar, and it was absurdly expensive. Clearing dungeons like this made it impossible to afford. As Kim Junsu was thinking, his phone rang. It must be from Choi Zio. How many times has he called already, so persistent? Between us it is already over. Kim Junsu was about to answer and scold him when an idea flashed through his mind, making him change course. A short while later, at the player recruitment office. Oh my, it is our assistant Kim, easily overcoming heat poison, starting with 6 different attributes. It is truly an honor to meet the protagonist, Choi Seok said while placing a cup of fresh tea before Kim Junsu, his demeanor far more ostentatious than before. Yes, I did not expect it to turn out like this. Kim Junsu took a sip of the fresh tea and asked, by the way, have you found what I asked you to look for? Oh, please do not mention it, Choi complained. It has been extremely difficult. Nectar is an item that can only be found through healers of South rank or higher. But if you cannot find it, Kim Junsu pretended to prepare to leave. No, this concerns the contract with you. We must find it. I have already found it, Choi Seok hurriedly said. If it is Major Choi, the one who longs for a warrior contract, he thought that man would seek a mission rewarding Lanata for him. Thinking to himself, Kim Junsu put on a modest expression and sat down. So what is the mission? Have you heard of gel security? Choi Seok said as he handed the tablet to Kim Junsu. It is my first time hearing of it. Is it a security company? It is a private military company, one of the top 10 largest firms. Director and vice director are husband and wife, both from long-standing martial families, so their foundation is solid. Kim Junsu wondered if they are so wealthy, why would they need a mission? I have discovered the issue lies with their son. Even at 20 years old, he has yet to awaken warrior abilities. Both husband and wife are from martial families, Kim Junsu asked while looking at the photo of their son. It is said he has accumulated level 8 mana yet remains unawakened. The reason is a mystery. Their condition is that the applicant must have awakened as at least a level 1 warrior. This is a perfect mission for a warrior. During the requirement, Kim Junsu grew interested and decided to give it a try. Thus, Kim Junsu and Choi Seok sat in the grand living room of the White Swan Villa. It seemed the director and his wife were busy. They were not the type to arrive late, Choi Seok explained anxiously, his leg bouncing. Kim Junsu did not mind the delay. He looked around and inwardly praised the heavy scent of wealth in this house. Sorry, have you been waiting long? A woman's voice rang out, startling Choi Zio and Kim Junsu. The two entered the main hall. It was the director and vice director of Gel Security. The woman smiled and introduced herself. We are husband and wife, Seo Jongju and Lee Mizi. Oh no, you are truly distinguished guests. Choi Seok hurriedly replied and bowed. Thank you for taking the time to come, Lee Mizi smiled. Kim Junsu also bowed politely. From the aura they emitted, he judged the couple to be at least level 6 warriors. Both of them were far from ordinary. Seo Jongju remained silent, then suddenly snorted coldly in disdain. One glance and I can tell he is useless. What are you saying? If you continue, go inside. No way, Seo Jongju was resolute. So stubborn, just sit down, Lee Mizi said to her husband before turning to Choi Seok and Junsu. The fact that you are here means you have come to accept our mission. Is that correct? First, I want to check your son's condition. If there is a special reason preventing him from awakening, then. Before Kim Junsu could finish speaking, Seo Jongju angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Some rookie who came from nowhere. Do you think I would obediently tell you anything?" Please calm down, Lee Mizi soothed her husband and spoke to Junsu. I apologize, matters concerning our child make him tense. This is not something we can disclose to outsiders. If you accept the mission, we will call our son to explain. Are you also in need of a mission, warrior? They knew exactly what he wanted. Kim Junsu smiled. Then I will accept the mission. Please call your son here. A moment later, a timid young man appeared. Hello, I am Seo Yujin. Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you. Kim Junsu shook hands with Seo Yujin, evaluating him inwardly. It was truly suspicious that he could not sense even a trace of mana. Kim Junsu noticed the engraved gloves on Seo Yujin's hands. They were exquisite. Yes, that is a precious item, and I always use it with care. Seo Yujin must require a powerful seal on his mana. Kim Junsu's words left Seo Yujin and his parents stunned. Seeing their expressions, he knew he was on the right track. From the gloves alone, he was certain this was a major issue tied to a noble family, yet they set the requirement at level 1 warrior. The simplest reason was that they wanted to lure him with an attractive bait. Seo Yujin, you have also undergone the baptism of the church, have you not? Kim Junsu looked at Seo Jongju. The reason your son has not awakened is because he refused the baptism ritual and sealed his mana to avoid divine punishment. Therefore, he cannot announce it publicly. Recently, there were rumors of a level 1 warrior who survived the baptism and divine punishment. That must be why they sought him out. Hearing Kim Junsu's deduction, Seo Yujin looked at him in admiration. It is incredible. I do not need to explain anything further. It is like a protagonist in a detective novel grasping the situation from simple clues. Kim Junsu smiled, inwardly thinking that if one knew the future in advance, nothing would be difficult. He had sensed it from the moment he saw the photograph. In the future, Seo Yujin would become a holy knight at the forefront of the church's crusade. If he refused the baptism and defied the church until his parents lost power, a dark future awaited him. Master Seo Jongju changed his attitude and awkwardly asked Kim Junsu if there was any way to save his son from the baptism. So arrogant before, now convinced, Kim Junsu secretly rejoiced and smiled. Of course it is possible. Kim Junsu, who do you think you are? After spending 10,000 hours playing Axion Soul, how could he not know the method? I understand your pain, Seo Yujin, because I have experienced it before. Kim Junsu patted Seo Yujin's shoulder and assured him, trust me, I will definitely help you escape it. Seo Yujin was moved and embraced Kim Junsu. His parents also held each other and wept. Some saintess, a hypocrite daring to perform baptism on me, those subordinates with potential in the future have already stood on my side. Kim Junsu returned Seo Yujin's embrace warmly and added, but before we proceed, I want one additional condition. Seo Yujin's parents were surprised. An additional condition. Has the difficulty increased? Li Mizi wiped her tears. Yes. The problem is no longer awakening mana but overcoming this illness. Please try, if you can save Seo Yujin. Before Li Mizi could finish, Seo Yujin spoke. I want to be taught how to resist the sword-breaking art. The elegance vanished from Li Mizi's face. You understand what you just said, do you not? The sharp killing intent, an icy gaze from Li Mizi made Kim Junsu feel fear. It turned out that the vice-director was even more terrifying than the director. Seeing Li Mizi so furious that even the ceiling seemed to tremble, Seo Jongju did not dare to argue. He only gently reminded her, calm down a little. He understood that she was enraged, but still tried to keep the situation from spiraling out of control. Many people believe that studying swordsmanship in the information age of the 21st century is extremely strange. Yet in Accent Soul, where strength determines everything, it is entirely reasonable. Because a super swordsman can easily destroy a heavy tank. A high-level martial artist is even compared to an entire combat squadron worth trillions in military power. If a level 1 superhuman is properly trained in this sword art, they can advance to level 4 without obstacles, almost like cheating through the early stage of the game. According to my memory, only the elite class has the chance to access this sword art. Of course, that only happens if I complete the mission. Kim Junsu said to soothe Li Mizi's anger. Mother. Seo Yujin's voice made Li Mizi regain her composure. All right. Quickly withdrew her sharp aura. Then she bowed her head and said, if you succeed, I will give you the memory chip containing that sword art along with the nectar. Really, thank you very much. Seo Yujin bowed emotionally, feeling relieved as if he had escaped danger. Not only safe but also obtaining a precious sword art, truly wonderful. However, if you fail, my husband and I will be extremely disappointed, even angry, Li Mizi emphasized. That will not happen, I guarantee it. Then we should begin as soon as possible. Before long, a room with a mana convergence circle and 200 mid-grade potions was prepared according to Kim Junsu's request. This is enough. During the treatment, I need to be alone with the patient, so you may. As Kim Junsu was speaking, Li Mizi suddenly said, I apologize for my actions earlier. Our Yujin was forced to participate in the baptism before he even reached school age. He never had the chance to make friends, nor did he know of family outings. He was only confined in a cramped room. Perhaps we were too sensitive. From now on we will entrust everything entirely to you. After saying that, Li Mizi bowed deeply. Hearing Seo Yujin's story, Kim Junsu grew even more furious. All the tragedy of their family originated from the schemes of that saintess. Seo Yujin ran over and hugged his mother emotionally. Mother, I am fine. Seeing this scene, Kim Junsu suddenly understood why in the game he became so cold when he finally betrayed his family. Thinking of that, Kim Junsu felt regret and said, do not worry, I will succeed at all costs. Only then did Li Mizi leave with peace of mind. Now it is just the two of us, let us begin. Kim Junsu stretched and said, what should I do? Seo Yujin asked with a pale face and frail body. Kim Junsu curled his lips and replied, "Why are you trembling so much? Calm down, my friend." Seo Yujin asked anxiously, "You are not planning to use injections or electric shocks to force me to awaken like they did before? How were you treated before?" Kim Junsu sighed and asked, "The usual method to cure holy power fever is to drink nectar after awakening. But because the mana accumulated in Seo Yujin's body is too great, the fever became intense, causing the awakening to fail repeatedly. Do not need to worry, just remember to keep everything that happens today a secret. I promise," Seo Yujin affirmed. Kim Junsu picked up 2 bottles of potion and began. First, he must expand the mana barrier to its maximum limit. The barrier weakened, the holy power fever immediately surged, causing Kim Junsu pain. He quickly drank the 2 bottles of potion in his hand. In just a moment, all the prepared medicine was absorbed by Kim Junsu. You've obtained the drug addiction trait. Damage and mana consumption increase, but the effect of potions is abnormally amplified. With this trait, now he only needs to focus his mana to create a shield. Kim Junsu poured his mana to form a barrier around the circle, completely pushing the holy power fever outside. Witnessing that scene, Seo Yujin widened his eyes in admiration, truly astonishing. Kim Junsu smiled, surprised already. "Now remove the mana-sealing gloves, extend your hand beyond the barrier and hold my hand." Hearing that, Seo Yujin turned pale. Would that not cause resonance between the 2 holy power fevers? "You will be safe as long as you remain inside the barrier." After saying that, Kim Junsu stepped outside, and the holy power fever immediately returned violently. "Do not ask why, just do as I say." Seo Yujin, who had never removed his gloves since the baptism, finally decided to trust Kim Junsu. As soon as Seo Yujin's hand left the barrier, the holy power erupted fiercely, forcing Kim Junsu to brace himself. The amount of mana in his body is truly terrifying. Even though he had anticipated the consequences, Kim Junsu still firmly grasped that hand. Pain was even more intense than when he was baptized by the saintess. His bones felt as if they were falling apart, yet he maintained his focus. Detestable saintess, this damned holy power fever. Kim Junsu gritted his teeth and endured the holy power fever of both of them. Then he quickly returned inside the barrier. "I removed the gloves without any harm." Seo Yujin looked at his normal hand with emotion. "That is precisely why those complicated steps were necessary," Kim Junsu replied. Outside the barrier, Kim Junsu also used his damage absorption ability to transfer part of the fever onto himself. Thanks to that, Seo Yujin's condition improved significantly. Next, Kim Junsu picked up the wooden sword and handed it to Seo Yujin. "This is the final step. Do not stop, attack me until you awaken." "Alright, it is time to use the sword art I have honed since childhood," Seo Yujin replied and swung the sword at Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu raised his hand to block and immediately retreated quickly to evade. Because he discovered that the iron gauntlet had shattered after only one strike from Seo Yujin's wooden sword. At that moment, the system notified him that he had received a new trait, protection. However, even with this additional trait, if he took a direct hit from Seo Yujin, he would still struggle to withstand it. After a while of dodging and running, Kim Junsu gradually grew exhausted while Seo Yujin had yet to awaken, making him anxious. What kind of sword art did she teach this boy? Even just dodging is this difficult. You have received the evasion state. Kim Junsu glanced back and realized the aura from Seo Yujin was rising, a sign that he was about to awaken. Before he could rejoice, he noticed that the sword in Seo Yujin's hand began to glow. Seo Yujin, SSS-Rank, man and sword as one. Kim Junsu read the information in shock. Man and sword as one is an extremely powerful state where the warrior and the sword become one. But Seo Yujin is completely lost in his state. If struck it could end him, so Kim Junsu cannot stand still and wait. He immediately opened the trait panel, his mind working at full capacity to find a countermeasure. First, he must activate all defensive traits, channel the shield into both arms and make use of the mana circle in the room. The moment he completed the setup, Seo Yujin's attack struck. Kim Junsu gritted his teeth and crossed his arms before his chest to block. A second later, a loud explosion and blinding light engulfed the room. When the dust gradually settled, Kim Junsu appeared unharmed behind a massive shield, protecting him in front. The system notified that your mana shield has absorbed an additional new trait. Kim Junsu curled his lips slightly, cheering inwardly that he had done it. He had fused the mana shield and protection traits to form a mana shield. Then he let out a weary breath, complaining that it was only an opponent with a wooden sword, yet it had nearly drained him. Just as he was about to sit down and rest, he suddenly heard a faint groan from Seo Yujin. Kim Junsu looked up and saw Seo Yujin's body sway before collapsing to the floor. He muttered in a low voice, how dare he faint right after making him struggle so much. Kim Junsu slowly approached and discovered that Seo Yujin was simply asleep. Perhaps he had briefly lost control after awakening. In the game, Seo Yujin was an extremely powerful SSR character, but this time he awakened as a warrior instead of a knight. From the start, he possessed the trait Sword Unification. It seemed he had just created a monster warrior. Awakening Seo Yujin along the warrior path instead of the knight path would certainly affect the future storyline greatly, but he still did not know the outcome. In any case, he was a noble young master with overwhelming power and now owed him a favor. Thinking of it that way was not bad at all. With that thought, Kim Junsu smiled brightly, hoisted Seo Yujin onto his back with effort, and left the place. Not long after, in Seo Yujin's bedroom, his parents gazed at their peacefully sleeping son with deep emotion and whispered that their Seo Yujin had finally overcome the divine fever. Then they turned to Kim Junsu and bowed their heads in sincere gratitude. Kim Junsu smiled and replied that it was nothing. He had said he could do it, while the butler brought water with a look of utmost respect. Lee Mizi gently stroked Yujin's hair and said it had been a long time since they had seen the boy sleep so soundly. I truly do not know how to repay this kindness. She smiled at her husband and gave a subtle nod. Seo Jongju understood, took out an envelope, approached Kim Junsu, and said, besides the nectar as promised and the memory chip of the swordless mountain sword art, I wish to offer an additional reward for your success. Kim Junsu felt delighted yet humbly declined, saying there was no need, but Seo Jongju sincerely replied, please accept this 1 billion won, even that amount cannot compare to what you have done. Upon hearing the figure of 1 billion won, Kim Junsu was thrilled inside yet politely said if he refused again his heart might not endure it, so he would accept, and the two shook hands happily. Soon after, Kim Junsu and Choi Seok left Seo Yujin's house. In the car, Choi Seok remarked that today had been truly fruitful, Sir Warrior. Kim Junsu admired the vial of nectar and the memory chip in his hand, and replied that he knew they were excellent. Choi Seok asked if he intended to drink the nectar. Kim Junsu answered yes, and he planned to rest for a while. Choi Seok nodded and said that was entirely reasonable. He surely did not want to draw the attention of other forces after receiving such a large reward. However, if he refined and absorbed the nectar, his mana would increase significantly. Kim Junsu replied that he thought so as well. He stared at the vial of nectar in his hand and pondered. If he refined and drank it, his superhuman level would rise sharply instead of spending money to treat the divine fever. Before long, the car brought Kim Junsu back to the hotel where he was staying. Choi Seok pulled over and said he would find the necessary equipment to refine the nectar, so he should think carefully before using it. Kim Junsu stepped out of the car and replied thank you very much, he would consider it. Turning to his room, Kim Junsu immediately opened the lid of the nectar vial. He laughed loudly and inwardly said he would drink it right now. After the incident with the deer, he had understood just how brutal Axel Soul was. He could not be certain that Director Choi would not betray him. Thinking of the traits mana absorption and drug dependency. In any case, he possessed traits that would maximize the effectiveness of the nectar. That thought, Kim Junsu did not hesitate and drank the entire vial of nectar. Immediately, intense pain spread throughout his body, making him feel as if every strand of flesh were being dismantled and reconstructed. A massive current of mana began surging within his body. After some time, the pain gradually faded. Kim Junsu's room burst into brilliant golden light. The system announced that the superhuman level 2 Kim warrior had advanced. He had leveled up, he exclaimed with joy. Kim Junsu continued reading another notification that he had obtained the trait Black Fire. By curing the divine fever with nectar, he had acquired one of the strongest level 1 traits in the game. Black Fire was added to the trait list. Combined with the swordless mountain sword art, it made him feel more secure. As long as he focused on training these two abilities, it would be enough. As Kim Junsu was thinking, the phone on the table vibrated. Choi Seok had sent a message saying there were a few matters to discuss. Kim Junsu looked at the phone screen and wondered why Director Choi had suddenly messaged him. After a brief suspicion then dismissing it, Kim Junsu smiled and said never mind, he would go train. However, only seconds later, a series of phone notifications sounded continuously. Annoyed, Kim Junsu shouted what is so urgent, then ran to check the message. The message from Choi Seok stated that he had many things to discuss. Out of respect, he contacted first, believing Kim Junsu would need help, understanding his hesitation, advising him to ignore all opposition, examine himself, and that when learning sword arts the path would open, while hoping for a prompt reply. After reading it, Kim Junsu felt bewildered, wondering what he was truly saying. But only a few seconds later, he realized the strangeness within those lines. Reading carefully again, he quickly deciphered the hidden message, "Escape from the Dagger Gang." Piecing the words together, Kim Junsu understood that Choi Siak was secretly sending a warning. The Dagger Gang was an organization opposing Iron Fist. If Choi Siak had betrayed him, he would have called to stall for time instead of sending such a message. Considering the content, it was possible he had been captured before completing the equipment preparation. It was highly likely that information had leaked during that process. After thorough thought, Kim Junsu's gaze turned cold, and he said he would ignore it since he already had the nectar. In Axel's soul, everyone must bear responsibility for their own fate. The next day, in a deserted alley, the agonized groans of a man echoed endlessly. Inside a small warehouse, Choi Siak was tightly bound to a chair, several men standing guard around him. One man grabbed Choi Siak by the hair and said, "Your endurance is impressive. All night, and you still refuse to reveal where that superhuman is." Choi Siak firmly replied that he signed the contract out of trust in me. "No matter what you do, I will not speak." Hearing that, the man laughed sinisterly and said, "I did not want to do this, but you leave me no choice," then signaled to his accomplices. Another man brought an axe before Choi Siak and asked which hand is dominant, left or right. Choi Siak merely stared at him in silence. The man burst into laughter and said no answer. Then it must be the right hand, as he raised the axe to strike. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out, causing him to freeze and angrily shout what is happening. One subordinate crawled in panic to report to the boss. Trembled and said some madman had thrown a grenade into our building. On the rooftop of a nearby building, Kim Junsu smiled coldly, carrying a grenade launcher aimed at the place where Choi Siak was held. "Dagger Gang, you chose the wrong person to provoke." He could not abandon someone who kept his promise in this brutal world. "All right, let the battle begin." After saying that, Kim Junsu pulled the trigger again. A grenade shot out from the barrel. It flew straight toward the Dagger Gang building and exploded violently. Seconds later, from the large hole created by the explosion, numerous armed men rushed out. They shouted, "Where is he? From which direction is he shooting? Find him quickly." Observing the chaos below, Kim Junsu sneered in contempt. Just as expected, they poured out like ants from a broken nest. Though it appeared to be an ordinary apartment building, he knew clearly that all of you were hiding inside. Because this place was the Dagger Ice Dungeon that I had conquered to the point of being familiar with every corner. This was a complex dungeon consisting of 6 separate buildings connected to one another. Since the Dagger Ice mission was a trial type, I could now complete it even with my eyes closed. The effort of my previous training had finally borne fruit. And now, a seasoned veteran had returned to complete the mission. After saying that, Kim Junsu slung the backpack filled with weapons onto his back and jumped to the roof of the adjacent building, avoiding staying in one place for too long to prevent being detected. Below, the members of the Dagger Gang had also spread out, thoroughly searching the surrounding area. A few minutes later, in a small alley, 3 members of the Dagger Gang were casually searching. The attacker earlier must have been from the Iron Fist Gang, right? Only they would cause such madness. When we catch them, we must teach them an unforgettable lesson. While they were talking, one of them suddenly heard a strange noise coming from the trash can behind. He cautiously turned around and said, "What was that sound just now? Let me check." The buzz-cut man replied, "All right, make sure to check carefully." The man who had detected the sound moved behind the trash can and bent down to look inside but saw no one. "There is nothing," he said. Just as he was about to return to his companions, he was suddenly grabbed by a hand and slammed forcefully to the ground. Kim Junsu emerged from the invisibility state, placing the unconscious man against the wall before smiling. "Even though I was standing right in front of him, he still did not notice. There truly is no better infiltration combination than feigned death combined with silent steps." While the thugs were still searching outside, I would advance into their main building. Too easy. Use the secret passage. With that, Kim Junsu stepped toward the trash can. He gently opened the lid and climbed down using the hidden ladder inside. Upon touching the ground, Kim Junsu immediately observed his surroundings with heightened vigilance. From the beginning until now, I had tried to avoid combat as much as possible to infiltrate. The Dagger Gang usually held hostages near the leader's room on the 5th floor, so there was still a chance. I needed to move as quickly as possible to avoid being detected. Plan sounded perfect, but reality was not so easy. As Kim Junsu cautiously took his first steps, the alarm bell blared loudly. "Emergency, emergency, an enemy has infiltrated the building. All personnel equip yourselves immediately and gather at the designated point." Hearing this, Kim Junsu's expression became tense. They had already discovered him. His gaze quickly settled on the tightly closed door right in front of him. I was in a dilemma. If I stepped out, it would lead to the corridor connected to the main staircase, the optimal path to the upper floors. But once the intruder was detected, they would surely set up obstacles in the corridor for defense. If I opened this door, I would very likely become the target of a dense barrage of bullets. After a brief moment of thought, Kim Junsu still decided to open the door. Inside, just as expected, many members of the Dagger Gang had set up barricades and were aiming their guns, waiting. "Hello there, this is a gift for you." Smiling, Kim Junsu drew his gun and fired toward them. In an instant, a series of painful cries echoed throughout the room. The remaining men quickly regained their senses. "What the hell, a machine gun?" Returned fire immediately. Just as they were about to counterattack, they noticed a grenade flying in. Thunderous explosion resounded within the room. Taking cover outside the door, Kim Junsu laughed. "Anyone who is afraid can retreat, that is my style." After that, he took out several more grenades from his backpack. "One is probably not enough, take some more." Having said that, Kim Junsu threw the grenades into the room in succession, and quickly closed the door again. Continuous explosions and chaotic sounds inside made Kim Junsu smile with satisfaction. "It seems you really like this gift." A few minutes later, he finally stepped into the room, his eyes still vigilantly scanning the surrounding. "Is this all there is? There could still be survivors. I must not be careless." Suddenly, a man lying on the ground sprang up and fired at Kim Junsu. Thanks to maintaining constant vigilance, Kim Junsu quickly noticed the bullet heading toward him. He only needed to tilt his head slightly to the side to avoid the danger. The system notified that you have received the sensitivity characteristic. "Excellent, I have finally obtained the necessary characteristic from this dungeon." Thinking this, Kim Junsu looked toward the ambushing attacker. Within just a few seconds, he dealt with that man and then wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Now that everything is cleaned up, I will proceed to the upper floor." A while later, Kim Junsu safely arrived at the 4th floor. However, the real danger was only beginning. The elite members of the gang would appear on this floor before I proceeded to the 5th floor, where the leader resided. Thinking this, Kim Junsu quietly moved toward a corner. He tilted his head to observe, but was surprised when he saw no one. Feeling suspicious, Kim Junsu approached the casino, opened the door to check but still found no one. Realizing the abnormality, Kim Junsu became serious. "Something is not right, I must concentrate fully." System notified that you have obtained the focus characteristic. As soon as he gained this characteristic, Kim Junsu immediately heard a strange noise from above. Looking up, he discovered a drone flying out from the ventilation duct. Drone dropped a grenade emitting a blinding light, forcing Kim Junsu to close his eyes. He silently cursed, "Damn it, a stun grenade." At that moment, a figure quietly appeared behind Kim Junsu. That man held a dagger and rushed forward, aiming straight at his neck with a sinister smile. "I have caught you, little rat." That person was the leader of the Dagger Gang, a level 2 superhuman of the assassin class. However, his stab was blocked by a shield that suddenly appeared. Kim Junsu regained his vision, turned his head, and asked, "Who do you think you have caught?" Leader of the Dagger Gang exclaimed in shock, "My blade cannot pierce through." That man immediately leaped backward to create distance from Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu remained calm and asked, "Who did you just call a rat?" "You are the one who looks more like a rat." In his heart, he thought that he had not expected the leader to appear on the 4th floor. The situation just now was truly dangerous. Although it differed from the game, I could still read the pattern of his attacks. The stun grenade was part of the attack sequence when a player infiltrated the leader's area. Therefore, I had prepared the sensitivity and focus characteristics in advance before his ambush. The leader of the Dagger Gang was an assassin. I had to rely on all my senses to perceive the direction of his attack. At this moment, the leader angrily shouted, "You dare to block my ambush." Kim Junsu smiled and replied, "Do not be surprised so soon." After that, he drew a weapon from his backpack and said solemnly, "I will make you regret targeting me." Kim Junsu took the initiative and charged toward the leader of the Dagger Gang. He unleashed a slash, but it missed because his opponent had vanished before the attack could land. The leader reappeared behind Kim Junsu and mocked him. "So slow, and you still dare to act arrogant." That man disdainfully threw a dagger, glowing with a green light toward Kim Junsu's back. Kim Junsu quickly turned around, used his sword to deflect the dagger, and thought to himself, "He is too fast, truly a genuine assassin. Without sensitivity and focus, I would have been in danger." His blade was coated with poison. Even a mere touch would be enough to bring me down. The longer the battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for me. The leader appeared amused. "Oh, you are quite lucky. If you surrender now, I will be merciful and only take one of your arms." Kim Junsu laughed. "Stop talking nonsense, just try it." The leader laughed loudly. From the way you hold your sword, it is clear that you are merely an enhanced armed soldier. Compared to someone who cannot assess the situation, you are truly reckless. Hearing this, Kim Junsu suddenly realized that the leader had mistaken him for an armed soldier due to his earlier use of firearms, which could become an advantage. Seeing Kim Junsu remain silent, the leader grew even more convinced of his assumption and revealed a cruel smile. I will make you pay the highest price. That man roared and charged forward, launching a sharp attack aimed at Kim Junsu. At the same time, Kim Junsu tightened his grip on the sword hilt, raising it high above his head, telling himself this was the only opportunity while the opponent was off guard. Shouting silently in his heart, Kim Junsu did not hesitate and brought the sword down. The dagger gang leader withdrew his strike and shifted aside to evade. A mocking smile appeared on his face, too slow, unaware that Kim Junsu had been waiting for this very moment. Only his eyes were seen flashing. His hands subtly twisted the hilt, the blade pointing straight at him, transforming the downward strike into an energy slash. The dagger gang leader panicked, thinking, a spearman using a combination attack. He hurriedly used his dagger to block, yet the recoil still knocked him face down onto the ground. At this moment, the leader no longer dared to underestimate Kim Junsu. His eyes filled with respect as he looked at him. Kim Junsu raised his sword again. Sorry, but I have changed my specialization. I am no longer a spearman but a first-class swordsman. As he finished speaking, Kim Junsu executed the first sword form. A mountain-like slash struck the dagger gang leader, inflicting severe injury. The dagger fell beside him, blood spurting from his mouth. Kim Junsu laughed confidently. Losing focus means defeat. The leader angrily cursed, bastard, and taking advantage of Kim Junsu's momentary lapse. Picking up the dagger, he hurled it with all his strength toward him, shouting, "This is not over." Kim Junsu was startled, shouting, "Is he preparing his final strike?" In the blink of an eye, blood splattered. The dagger gang leader was finished by Kim Junsu's single sword strike. However, Kim Junsu was struck in the side by the dagger. A few seconds later, Kim Junsu suddenly collapsed to his knee. He frowned, pulling out the dagger and muttering, "I was careless at the last moment. The poison has spread throughout my body. I must change specialization." Equip regeneration, reconstruction, fortification, mana core, deep breathing, mana recovery. After switching specialization, Kim Junsu was able to stand up. "I can endure it, but it hurts," he said while storing his weapon in his backpack. As he prepared to leave, he heard noise outside the window. "Hurry, there is an intruder." Kim Junsu looked out and murmured, "No time to waste. I must leave the building quickly." Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Choi Siak struggled to save himself. He shook his body, the chair lost balance and toppled backward. "I must get out of here immediately." Using his fingers, he reached for a nearby shard of glass, intending to cut the ropes. Before he could grab it, Choi Siak noticed a shadow looming over his head. Startled, he looked up and saw him. "How did you fall into their hands?" Kim Junsu asked while removing the gag from Choi Siak. Choi Siak exclaimed joyfully, "You are a superhero." Kim Junsu untied him and sighed softly. "You look exhausted." Moved to tears, Choi Siak asked, "Did you come to save me?" Kim Junsu spoke seriously, placing a hand on his shoulder. "We must get out of here first." "They are coming." Choi Siak smiled, of course. As he tried to walk, he felt pain in his leg and cried out. Kim Junsu turned back, seeing Choi Siak's leg trembling. He cursed inwardly, "Those bastards, look what they have done to him." He said, "Jump onto my back." Choi Siak waved his hand, saying, "No need, I cannot ask for more." Kim Junsu urged, "It is fine, hurry. We just need to reach a safe point." Reluctantly, Choi Siak agreed, "Then just this once, thank you." Following Choi Siak's word, Kim Junsu smiled to himself. Despite enduring torture, he remained loyal. The world of Axel's soul was terrifying yet deeply moving. A few hours later, Kim Junsu and Choi Siak safely returned to the office. Kim Junsu sat in a chair, continuously drinking recovery potions. The system announced, "Poison resistance trait acquired." Looking at the interface, Kim Junsu stopped drinking, leaning back comfortably while the potion neutralized the poison. Enthusiastically, he took another can of recovery potion. "If needed, take more." Kim Junsu smiled. "This is enough." He felt delighted for obtaining the new trait. Choi Siak apologized remorsefully. "I do not know how to apologize enough. When preparing the prophecy information leak, I should not have trusted the staff." Kim Junsu advised, "It is fine. Besides, I already consumed the prophecy." Choi Siak was astonished. "You consumed the prophecy?" Kim Junsu smiled. "If I had not, I could not have saved you." Choi Siak held his head and groaned, "Impossible. You had to use the prophecy to save me." Kim Junsu thought to himself, it was not his fault, but let him think whatever he wants. Suddenly, loud knocking echoed from outside the door. Choi Siak panicked. "What, has the dagger gang arrived? What should we do?" Kim Junsu crossed his arms and looked at the door, smiling. We have some guests, let us welcome them. He stood up to open the door, Choi Siak anxiously following behind. As the door opened, Choi Siak exclaimed, the Iron Fist gang. It was Kim Iron Fist and his subordinate. Kim Junsu smiled, you are here. Kim Iron Fist said, I did not expect you to take down the Dagger Gang. I knew you were extraordinary. Why did you call me here? Kim Junsu thought, it is time to receive the reward for the difficult mission. The Iron Fist Gang and the Dagger Gang were rivals competing for control of the super slum. In the game guide, the player was required to help the Iron Fist Gang eliminate the Dagger Gang to receive a reward. Kim Junsu said nothing. Kim Iron asked, are you forming a new organization? He shook his head. Running an organization is not my style. Today I called you here to tell you that you can keep the Dagger Gang territory from now on. Kim Iron was shocked. What? Kim Junsu explained, I prefer to act alone and do not wish to enter the underworld, so I am repaying the previous debt. Kim Iron slowly accepted the proposal. I lose nothing, though it is more than enough compared to the previous favor. Kim Junsu smiled, it seems we understand each other. Thanks to me you now possess the super slum territory. Grant me one wish. Kim Iron asked, one wish. If I grant it, what would you desire? Tell me first. Kim Junsu thought to himself, of course it is what everyone in Seoul desired. He smiled, giving me a house is enough, thinking, it is time to return home. Kim Iron asked, you want a house? Kim Junsu replied, since acting independently in this world I realized I need a place to stay. Kim Iron thought for a moment, very well, since you freed us from the Dagger Gang, the deal is settled. Kim Junsu smiled happily, you are straightforward, I like that. Kim Iron asked, do you want a luxurious villa or a simple apartment? Kim Junsu requested, neither. I need a place with few residents, good security, soundproofing, and a basement training area. Kim Iron slowly said, a secluded house with a basement training area. Kim Junsu patiently waited. Inwardly he prayed, say it, the house I am thinking of. Kim Iron quickly replied, there is such a house on the outskirts of the super slum, along the Zion-Yu-Bong range. Kim Junsu exclaimed joyfully, bingo, on the slope of the Zion-Bong range. The ideal house to serve as the first base for the Accensian player. Kim Junsu tried to remain calm to avoid suspicion. The next morning, Kim Junsu had moved in and was present in his new home. He leisurely lay sunbathing on the second-floor yard. Beside him were snacks and several chilled drinks. It turned out that the feeling of happiness when owning a personal residence was truly wonderful. As he spoke, Junsu stepped out onto the balcony, spread his arms wide, took a deep breath, and cheerfully exclaimed, the air here is so pleasant. The scenery is also mesmerizing. This truly is a perfect house. When he was first drawn into Accent Seoul, he did not even understand what was happening. Although the initial cost reached around 20 million won, he now owned a spacious and splendid house resembling a villa. Not only that, he also received financial backing from the #1 security organization, along with Director Choi. With these conditions, even if he had to stay in the hospital for an entire year, there would be no need to worry. After a moment of relaxation, Junsu regained his composure, gazed into the distance, and pondered, but this is Accent Seoul, he cannot rest on his laurel. As the storyline of the game continues to develop, dark forces such as the Saintess and Duck Trang will appear and spread chaos throughout the city. Thinking this, Junsu casually picked up the hoe beside him and smiled. It is time to uncover the real reason he chose this house. A while later, he carried the hoe down to the basement training room, using his finger to tap along the walls as if searching for something. It must be somewhere around this area. Junsu muttered and continued checking until he discovered a spot with a distinctly different sound. Let us begin, he shouted as Junsu raised the hoe high. He struck forcefully at the spot on the wall, causing a section of the wall to shatter, revealing an empty space behind it. Looking at the result achieved after just one strike, Junsu happily remarked, it seems my trait is working effectively. The progress should be faster than expected. However, despite continuing to dig diligently afterward, he still had not found what he needed. His face becoming gaunt, Junsu complained, faster than expected indeed. Who would have thought it would be this deep? Even so, he did not give up. Come on, he cannot stop. Appear already. As he shouted, Junsu forcefully brought the hoe down onto the ground. Immediately after that strike, the ground suddenly surged with a stream of crystal-clear water. Found it, Junsu shouted joyfully. He quickly opened his mouth to catch a few droplets of water splashing near him. Within just a few seconds, the fatigue on his face completely disappeared. Looking at his hands, Junsu softly said, his body is gradually recovering. This must be the effect of the mana spring. A spring overflowing with mana, it truly is a genuine mana spring. Even those who have completely exhausted their vitality can quickly recover when immersed in this stream. Moreover, most adverse statuses are also removed. It truly is a remarkable ability. Being able to access the mana spring for free makes the house near the Zion Yu Bong range, the first base of the Iron Fist gang, incredibly valuable. Afterward, Junsu personally installed a water system and brought in a large bathtub, opening the tap to fill it with mana spring water. He leisurely sat inside and said, to obtain this house he had to overcome countless challenges. It was far from as simple as a single click in a game. This place was filled with vitality to the point that it could be clearly felt. The mana spring was truly an ideal recovery method for training. Just soaking for a while allowed him to continue practicing until exhaustion while still feeling wonderful. Now it was time for the only grinder who climbed the ranks with super efficiency like Vipro to begin his training session. After saying that, Kim Junsu quickly drew a sword and eagerly stepped into the training process. Time quietly passed until an evening 2 weeks later. Standing in the underground training room, Kim Junsu held his sword and thought to himself that he had confined himself here for the past 2 weeks. Now he could activate the black flames steadily, his face gradually becoming more focused. He continuously executed the skill Void Mountain Sword Break, beginning with the first form, Mountain Tilting Strike. Next came the second form, Mountain Sundering Divide, and the third form, Heart Piercing Mountain. Sheathing his sword, Kim Junsu smiled with satisfaction and said, "Wonderful." Now he could combine Void Mountain Sword Break with Black Flame simultaneously. Not only that, he also gained extremely useful traits during the training process. The trait list included Descending Torrent Burst, Single Stroke Finger, Fire Resistance, Meditation, and Mana Stabilization. Looking at these traits, Kim Junsu fell into deep contemplation. After completing his training, there was still an important task to accomplish, the ability to refine mana which he could not achieve through ordinary training alone. If he could refine Dutine before using it, he might have already reached 3rd-tier superhuman level. However, he was currently only at level 2, so the amount of mana in his body was still limited. To fully absorb the mana from Dutine and advance to level 3, he needed to possess the mana refinement skill. Although he knew this would not be easy, the value it brought was absolutely worthwhile. Thinking of this, Kim Junsu suddenly recalled a memory from when he played Axel Soul, when he controlled the character Kim Chin-si to the weapon shop of Kim Chunba. In the shop, the seller was astonished upon hearing his request and asked if he truly wanted to buy that item, as it had been stored for nearly 10 years. Kim Junsu confirmed his desire and the seller said nothing more before retrieving the item. The system immediately notified, "You have purchased the mana refinement skill." Seeing the notification on his phone while lying down playing the game, Kim Junsu smiled smugly and thought that he was probably the only person who knew this skill could be purchased at that old shop. Returning to reality, Kim Junsu cheerfully said that he only needed to visit the military district commercial area to enter that shop. It was time to level up. Thinking so, he immediately set off and quickly ran to the familiar location. However, upon arrival, he was disappointed to find that the shop had closed. He wondered in surprise why the door was closed. It was even sealed with mana so that no one could enter. Approaching closer, Kim Junsu discovered a small sign hanging on the door with the word, "Closed until the situation in the military district stabilizes." He tried to observe the surrounding area. What surprised him was that many other shops were also in a closed state. The silent scene was completely opposite to his memory of the bustling military district market, which once had the most shops in the area. In the game, this place operated 24 hours a day, yet now most of the shops were tightly shut. It seemed that the real world of Axel Soul was far different from what he once knew. Wanting to learn more, Kim Junsu walked along the street and saw a man sitting and smoking in front of the only shop that still had its lights on. He approached and started a conversation, asking if the situation in the market had been rather unstable lately. The man, the shop owner, turned to look at him and replied irritably that he could not see it. He was exhausted because a group of hooligans came every day to cause trouble, making customers too afraid to visit. Kim Junsu asked in surprise whether this place was not managed by the Iron Fist gang. The shop owner waved his hand and cursed, saying that since the Dagger gang had been purged, numerous gangs such as Iron Fist, Poison, and even the Nudist gang had been constantly fighting each other. Hearing this, Kim Junsu quickly understood the situation. The gangs were competing for control of this area. In the original storyline of the game, the Iron Fist gang defeated the Dagger gang and declared sovereignty over the territory. Therefore, the military market naturally fell under the management of Kim Iron. But this time, he was the one who eliminated the Dagger gang, turning the market into a battlefield for other gangs, forcing him to consider a solution. While Kim Junsu was deep in thought searching for a way to handle the situation, he suddenly heard shouting coming from afar. "Look over there, those fools are causing trouble again, hurry and drive them away." The shop owner clicked his tongue and said, "It is that group again." Kim Junsu decided to move toward the source of the noise, as he needed to directly observe the situation before taking action. At a nearby corner, a member of the Iron Fist gang was knocked away and slammed heavily into a pile of crates behind him. The remaining 3 members of the Iron Fist gang were furious but did not dare to act rashly, only standing cautiously while watching their opponents. Opposite them were 4 members of the Poison Gang, led by Kwang Hyat-2, a famous sub-boss and a level 2 superhuman. After defeating one person, he arrogantly laughed and declared that this area belonged to the Poison Gang and demanded that the Iron Fist Gang withdraw. The injured member of the Iron Fist Gang clutched his wound and gritted his teeth while cursing the opponent. At that moment, a voice rang out questioning the disturbance in this area. Both sides turned and saw a group from the nudist gang approaching, led by the Exhibitionist, a renowned sub-boss who was also a level 2 superhuman. Seeing them, Kwang Hyat-2 cursed irritably, expressing his dislike for the appearance of this group. The Exhibitionist smiled and declared that this intersection belonged to the management of the nudist gang. Kwang Hyat-2 led his subordinates forward and demanded that they withdraw, while the Exhibitionist asked whether they intended to continue their act of territorial infringement. The injured member of the Iron Fist Gang, seeing the tense situation, silently cursed and thought that he needed to leave this place quickly. As he attempted to stand, he discovered that Kim Junsu had appeared beside him, observing the 2 confronting groups and remarking that it was truly a mess, causing him to realize in astonishment that he was the superhuman who had destroyed the Dagger Gang. Kim Junsu turned, helped him to his feet, and told him to quickly stand up and get to work, leaving the other man confused and unable to understand his meaning. After that, Kim Junsu faced the 2 groups and loudly demanded that they stop their dispute and gather together, causing the Iron Fist Gang members to panic and ask what he was doing. Kim Junsu reassured him that he was helping, while silently thinking that it was necessary to re-establish order in the military district, and supporting the Iron Fist Gang was a reasonable choice. Kwang Hyat-2 looked at Kim Junsu and sneered, asking who he was to dare give orders. The Exhibitionist clasped his hands before his chest, his eyes glaring angrily at Kim Junsu as he mocked whether he intended to offer himself as a sacrifice. Kim Junsu observed the 2 people before him and glanced at the curious civilians around, calculating that although he could win if he used his full strength, he should avoid affecting the merchants, therefore he needed to display his power first. Thinking so, Kim Junsu smiled, drew his sword from his backpack, and rearranged his trait panel. Immediately his body erupted with black flames while his sword was enveloped by the distinctive blue energy of Void Mountain Sword Break. Witnessing this, Kwang Hyat-2 was astonished to recognize the combination of Void Mountain Sword Break and a sacred aura, while the Exhibitionist gaped and asked whether he was the superhuman who had single-handedly destroyed the Dagger Gang. Kim Junsu smiled in confirmation and offered an irresistible proposal. Instead of causing chaos, they should settle it with a duel. The winner would control the market, a completely fair condition. Kwang Hyat-2 angrily refused, stating that he was not foolish enough to duel with a warrior, and the Exhibitionist also agreed. Kim Junsu reassured them that the duel would take place according to the specialty, in which each person was most confident. Not long after, the 3 gangs stepped back to create an open space, leaving the center for Kim Junsu, Kwang Hyat-2, and the Exhibitionist. Kim Junsu looked at the Exhibitionist and said that his ability was mind control. If he could resist it, then it would be considered a victory. The Exhibitionist, with a perverse expression, laughed and invited him to join the faith of the primordial goddess instead of fighting. Kim Junsu showed disgust and flatly refused, asking why he should join such an organization. He continued to point out that their faith was not even among the 7 second-tier religions, clearly just an obscure cult. Moreover, it was a false cult with no name in the Westphalia registry, so there was no reason to participate. Hearing this, the Exhibitionist withdrew his smile and angrily declared that he would make Kim Junsu change his mind with the goddess's love and demanded that he kneel. At the same time, he waved his hand toward Kim Junsu, activating his mind control ability. Kim Junsu stood still and endured it, showing no intention of evading. In an instant, his mind became heavy, and his knees buckled as if about to kneel, demonstrating the immense power of the priest-level mind control ability. However, Kim Junsu silently stated that even the goddess could not influence him, then activated the divine resistance trait, causing his body to feel light and his mind to regain clarity. Immediately afterward, he delivered a decisive punch that knocked the exhibitionist unconscious. The members of the nudist gang hurriedly ran over to support their leader and quickly retreated from the scene. As they left, Kim Junsu turned to Kwang Hyat-2 and calmly said that now it was her turn. Kwang Hyat-2 admitted that her opponent was not ordinary, but asserted that the poison gang was on a completely different level from those just now. Kim Junsu smiled and replied that it was not certain, it had to be tested to know, while asking her to present the strongest poison for him to drink directly. Kwang Hyat-2 let out a cold laugh. Very well, if you desire such an ending, then I will grant your wish. At that moment, the man who had just been beaten hurried over to Kim Junsu and advised, "Hey, I know you are very strong, but drinking their poison is no different from harming yourself." Kim Junsu simply smiled in response, "Do not worry, I am completely confident." At the same time, Kwang Hyat-2 took out a cup of poison and handed it to Kim Junsu. "Drink it, if you endure then you win, if you fall then I win." Kim Junsu reached out to take the cup of poison, carefully observing it before thinking to himself, just as expected, "She gave me picnic go, their most agonizing poison." He then frowned in disgust and said, "My goodness, what a terrible smell, if I do not collapse then prepare to take a beating." Kwang Hyat-2 replied angrily, "Do not even think about asking for an antidote after drinking it. Sorry, but that will not happen, darling." After saying that, Kim Junsu decisively drank the entire cup of poison. Just a second later, Kim Junsu collapsed to the ground, silently cursing, "Damn it, it feels like my flesh and blood are boiling." Seeing this, Kwang Hyat-2 smugly stepped forward, lightly kicking Kim Junsu a few times before sneering, "You can feel it clearly now, right? If you kneel and beg for mercy like a dog, perhaps I will consider helping you." Kim Junsu had no time to argue with her. He was gritting his teeth, enduring the pain while persistently searching for a way to overcome the danger. "I must focus. This poison is mixed from many special herbs, so ordinary poison resistance is ineffective. I need to utilize my recovery ability to endure it to the maximum and find a way to control it." Thinking this, Kim Junsu immediately acted, first adjusting his trait panel. Next, he concentrated all the poison into his left hand. The system notified drug resistance trait, "You have obtained a new trait. Completed thanks to possessing drug resistance, now I can control the poison with mana. The final step remains." As he spoke, Kim Junsu used his sword to slash a cut across the palm of his left hand. Immediately, a large amount of poison escaped through the wound. The man who had been beaten exclaimed in astonishment, "My goodness, he is forcing the poison into his hand to expel it." Kwang Hyat-2 stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This cannot be happening. Right after that, she panicked when Kim Junsu had somehow appeared in front of her, smiling as he said, "That poison was truly terrible, now it is my turn." Not giving Kwang Hyat-2 any time to react, Kim Junsu quickly grabbed one of her arms. He forcibly extended one of her fingers and severed it, causing her to cry out in pain. The subordinates behind her, seeing this, anxiously shouted, "Boss." Kwang Hyat-2 knelt on the ground, glaring at Kim Junsu with hatred as she growled, "Do you think you can leave after doing this to me?" Kim Junsu casually picked his ear and replied indifferently, "Stop speaking like a loser, get lost." Kwang Hyat-2 angrily cursed, "Bastard." Her subordinates hurried over to support her and urged, "Boss, let us go treat your injuries first." In the end, Kwang Hyat-2 could only leave with resentment, angrily saying, "I will remember your face." The members of the Iron Fist gang cheered joyfully. "We have won, haha, serves those bastards right." Cheers for Warrior Kim. Kim Junsu curled his lips into a smile, looking toward the merchants and thinking to himself, victory was inevitable. Now comes the real issue. Nearby, a group of merchants whispered among themselves, "Has the Iron Fist gang won? I wonder how they will treat us." Shifting his gaze away from the merchants, Kim Junsu looked at the man who had been beaten and said, "Hey, you must report that I was the one who resolved everything." The man smiled and replied, "Of course, sir, thank you very much." Kim Junsu raised one finger as a reminder. "There is one thing the Iron Fist gang must remember in this market." The man nodded repeatedly, "Yes, please go ahead." Kim Junsu said, "The protection fee in this market is only allowed to be half of what the Dagger gang used to collect." Hearing this, the man was shocked. "What? In that case we will have no profit." Kim Junsu's face turned cold. "Are you opposing me?" The man immediately became frightened. "No, of course not. I believe our boss will understand." The conversation between the two was loud enough for everyone around to hear. Clearly Kim Junsu did it intentionally. The nearby merchants cheered with joy, reducing the protection fee by half. He is truly the hero of the Singwon market. Inwardly, Kim Junsu laughed. This was precisely why he accepted the trouble earlier. At that moment, the merchant stepped forward before Kim Junsu and repeatedly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you very much." Kim Junsu smiled and waved his hand. "It is nothing. I only did what was necessary. Just make sure to give me a discount in the future." The merchants happily agreed, of course. "Whenever you come, we will give you an 80% discount." Kim Junsu was overjoyed inwardly. The Singwon market was truly a great bargain, and it also increased the favorability of the merchant NPC. The following morning, the merchants in Singwon reopened their shops for business. Kim Chunbok was no exception. When he saw Kim Junsu enter the shop, he warmly welcomed him. "I have heard a lot about you from other merchants. You are the hero who saved the market." Being praised, Kim Junsu smiled brightly and replied, "I only did what I should do. Do not be so modest. Those thugs caused far too much trouble. Look at this, I even had to close the shop because I was caught in a fight and broke my arm." Chunbok raised his injured arm and sighed. "Is it all right now?" "I was treated with chi therapy. Fortunately, it was very effective. Without that healer, I would probably still be in the hospital." Kim Junsu asked in surprise, "There is a chi doctor in Singwon." "That is right. Would you like me to introduce you? He is very talented." Kim Junsu smiled and replied, "I am very grateful, but first I would like to buy a few items." Of course, feel free to look around. We have everything, except what we do not have." Kim Junsu noticed that several special items were not displayed here. He looked straight at Chunbok, lightly tapped his foot on the floor, then smiled and asked, "This place has many quality items, but may I see the items below?" Chunbok was startled and asked, "How did you know?" Kim Junsu smiled and replied, "I have my own ways." He thought to himself, never underestimate a gamer with over 10,000 hours of playtime. What secret could I not know? Chunbok did not refuse. He led Kim Junsu down to the room beneath the floor. As he opened the door, he turned back and said, "I rarely allow first-time customers to visit this place, but because it is you, I will make an exception." Kim Junsu smiled and replied, "Thank you very much." When the door opened, Chunbok led Kim Junsu inside and introduced, "This is my collection of magical artifacts. Feel free to look around." Kim Junsu exclaimed excitedly, "Wonderful." Immediately after, he did not hesitate and moved to each item to observe them carefully. His final stop was the flute of the ancient god. Holding the item with both hands, Kim Junsu emotionally thought, "When I played the game, I owned many unique items, but above all was the flute of the ancient god, the item that seals the magic cultivation technique. This is truly a precious treasure. Now it is in my hands, it is time to make everything useful." A while later, the two returned to the shop upstairs. Kim Junsu placed the flute along with the selected items on the counter. "These are the items I will purchase today." Chunbok observed the items and praised in astonishment. Truly a keen eye, 5-colored diamond, spellbook, magic gloves, and the flute of the ancient god, all are rare goods. He then quoted a total price of 2 billion won. Kim Junsu widened his eyes and exclaimed, "My goodness, 2 billion won." Chunbok laughed, "That is the price for strangers, but since you are the benefactor of this market, I will give you a more reasonable price, only 500 million won." Kim Junsu sighed in relief. "Chunbok, you almost scared me." After that, Kim Junsu proceeded to make the payment to Chunbok. Chunbok carefully packed the items and handed them to him. "An 80% discount thanks to high affinity is truly wonderful. Now I only need to find a holy priest who can unseal this item, and fortunately I already have a clue about where to find that person." Thinking so, Kim Junsu smiled and asked Chunbok, "By the way, may I have the address of the chi healer?" That afternoon, following the address provided by Chunbok, Kim Junsu arrived at the door of a house. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, calling out, "Is anyone home?" Receiving no response, Kim Junsu suspiciously pressed his ear against the door and softly said, "Perhaps he has gone out." At that moment, the door suddenly opened. A young man peeked his head out and asked, "What do you need this early in the morning?" Kim Junsu quietly observed the man, white hair and a pale face. "That is right. This is exactly the person I am looking for." Thinking so, Kim Junsu cheerfully replied, "It is afternoon now and you call it early morning." The young man said, "For me it is. What brings you here?" Kim Junsu scratched his head and explained, "Well, I heard that your treatment method is very effective." Hearing that, the young man immediately became friendly. "Oh, so you are a client. I thought you were from that group. Please come in." As he led Kim Junsu into the room, the young man pointed to a single bed and said, "You may lie here. Where are you injured?" Kim Junsu did not answer immediately. He looked around the room and then fixed his gaze on a statue, thinking, with the presence of this statue, it must certainly be the right person. The young man asked suspiciously, "What are you doing? You can lie down on that bed." Only then did Kim Junsu turn to look at the young man. He took out the flute of the ancient god and said, "Ah, actually, I did not come here for treatment. My purpose is to ask you to remove the seal on this item. Young man quickly waved his hands and replied, remove the seal. I am only a chi healing priest. It looks like a holy seal. You should go to the temple instead. Kim Junsu explained, that will not do. Those places demand a heavy price and might even confiscate my item. Then he placed a bag full of cash in front of the young man and said, if you can remove this seal, I will pay 100 million won. Priest Kim. Priest Kim asked in surprise, you know my name? Kim Junsu smiled and replied, of course. He thought to himself, Priest Kim is the third guide character of Axion Soul. He is a priest of a forgotten religion, serving a god who vanished 3,000 years ago. In the game, he is one of the few characters with a pure and kind soul. Among the countless corrupted priests in Axion Soul, it is rare to find someone with such a warm heart. In other words, he could make use of this innocence. Priest Kim stammered, how do you know that? Kim Junsu held out the ancient divine flute toward Priest Kim and said, I will keep everything secret, please help me. Priest Kim sighed, took the flute and replied, I am afraid this will not be simple, but fine, I will give it a try. Kim Junsu happily thought to himself, just as expected of the good person I anticipated. After that, the two sat down on the floor, placing the flute of the ancient god right in front of them. With a solemn expression, Priest Kim reached toward the flute and began attempting to break the seal. In the blink of an eye, the outer wrapping paper showed signs of loosening. Oh, it is working. Letting out a soft exclamation, Priest Kim continued to persistently channel his magic power into the flute. The signs of the paper peeling away became increasingly clear. Finally, the paper completely fell to the ground, revealing the true form of the item radiating a brilliant golden light. The flute of the ancient god grants the enherja cultivation technique trait. Priest Kim exclaimed in shock, it truly works. Kim Junsu praised, as expected, your skill is truly outstanding. Seeing the effect of the flute, Priest Kim said in astonishment, my heavens, is this a magic power cultivation technique? Kim Junsu happily confirmed, that is right, thank you very much. He raised the flute of the ancient god to his lips and blew a note. As the sound resonated, Kim Junsu immediately felt the magic power that had once been wasted, now being absorbed back. System notification, you have obtained the enherja cultivation technique trait. Kim Junsu smiled to himself, the effect is wonderful. It feels as if the calm currents of the Nordic Sea are merging into my body. In about 2 more weeks, he will absorb all this magic power and reach level 3 superhuman. Standing beside him, Priest Kim clapped and said, this is the first time I have seen a warrior-type superhuman use a magic power cultivation technique. Kim Junsu walked to the single bed, sat down and replied, well, that is not something you see often. Priest Kim advised, you must be very tired, lie down and rest here. Kim Junsu did not refuse. He lay down on the bed and said wearily, too much information is making my head spin. I am tired, so I will trouble you to look after me for a while. Priest Kim smiled and replied, yes, make yourself comfortable. You have paid me generously, so you may rest here as long as you wish. Kim Junsu murmured, thank you. Thought to himself, he really is as kind as in the game. It is fortunate to find a trustworthy priest. This will be very beneficial later. Thus, without any guard up, Kim Junsu slept straight through until late at night and only woke when he heard strange noises. He groggily sat up, scratched his head and muttered, what is that noise? Immediately after, Kim Junsu saw Priest Kim holding a gasoline can and pouring it onto the bag of cash he had brought. Kim Junsu instantly became more alert and asked suspiciously, what are you doing? Priest Kim did not reply, his eyes empty and lifeless, standing before the gasoline-soaked bag of money and lighting it. O forgotten God, please accept my offering and be reborn. After the prayer, Priest Kim let go, the lighter falling onto the bag of money below. Witnessing that scene, Kim Junsu angrily cursed inwardly, what the hell is going on? Have you gone crazy? Kim Junsu hurriedly grabbed the lighter and pushed Priest Kim aside. What do you think you are doing? Is this your business? Are you trying to burn this offering? I must burn all the money to offer it to my god, Priest Kim shouted excitedly. Kim Junsu was stunned, what money as an offering? Priest Kim explained, our god only accepts cash, that is the only way to obtain power. Kim Junsu immediately understood, so that is how it is. This must be when he is still blindly believing in his god. Priest Kim frowned and asked again, what do you mean? The god that Priest Kim worships vanished 3,000 years ago, and even in the game this religion had almost no power until Priest Kim revived the god and obtained a cultivation method. However, he did not expect that he still did not know the proper way to serve his god. Thinking that, Kim Junsu spoke to advise him, your method is not correct. You should not burn the money like that, instead you must melt and vaporize gold. Priest Kim looked at Kim Junsu with suspicion. What do you mean? That sounds like the words of a heretic, but you have never tried it properly, have you? Priest Kim objected. Do not say baseless things. Our church has practiced this ritual for thousands of years. If that were true, why has your god still not been revived? Do you not find it strange? Priest Kim was immediately rendered speechless. Currently burning gold is very difficult, so I have another idea as a substitute. Since you helped me obtain the magic power cultivation technique, now let me help you in return, priest. A while later, Priest Kim looked at the golden liquid boiling vigorously on the stove. He said anxiously, I think I should not continue this, let us stop. Kim Junsu poured the molten gold from the pot into a cup and handed it to Priest Kim. Trust me, when you drink it, your divine power will increase significantly. Focus and see whether your god responds. If you insist like that, I will try to trust you this time. After saying that, Priest Kim drank the cup of golden liquid in one gulp. Only a few seconds later, Priest Kim clearly felt the change in his body. His entire body was covered in radiant golden light. Oh holy heavens, this is far more effective than burning millions of won. Kim Junsu smiled and said, if you maintain this method, your growth speed will be even faster. Priest Kim looked at Kim Junsu emotionally. I do not know what to do to repay this precious favor. Ah, that is right, please accept this gift. Saying that, Priest Kim handed Kim Junsu a necklace. Kim Junsu pretended to be surprised and asked, this necklace is. Inwardly he already knew it was a sacred item with a healing trait. I believe my god will be very pleased when you possess this item. I mean, since you have given it, it would be hard for me to refuse. Kim Junsu acted shy, but inwardly he was overjoyed. This deal brought greater benefits than he expected. Wonderful. Come to think of it, Priest Kim religious order truly brought many attractive quests. Thinking that, Kim Junsu suggested, Priest, would you mind if I pray together with your god? 1 week later, please stop, I feel like my body is turning into gold. As he spoke, Priest Kim covered his mouth to stop himself from vomiting after drinking too much golden liquid prepared by Kim Junsu. But Kim Junsu still approached with dozens more bottles, causing him to cry out in panic. If my magic power keeps increasing this quickly, I will be overloaded. Do not worry, I guarantee there will be no problem, just continue praying. Kim Junsu held Priest Kim tightly and directly poured the golden liquid into his mouth. He secretly laughed in his heart. Do not worry, the 4 guide NPCs each possess their own unique traits. If warriors have strong physiques, then priests are immune to magic power overload that allows them to grow extremely fast. Sure enough, after this process, Priest Kim successfully awakened to level 3, becoming Bishop Kim. Priest Kim looked at his glowing body in shock. I cannot believe I have reached level 3. At this rate, I could even become an apostle. Wonderful, at this pace, before long you will become an apostle of God, Kim Junsu said with satisfaction. Priest Kim replied modestly, I still have many shortcomings before reaching that position. I believe you have already accumulated enough experience to become an apostle. In any case, now that he has reached level 3, a regional council must be convened to officially recognize him as a bishop. Yes, all this rapid progress is thanks to you. I will always remember this favor. Priest Kim expressed his gratitude. No, I only wish to help others, Kim Junsu replied, though inwardly he thought differently. You should remember it. Quickly become a bishop and bring achievements back to the church. By the way, may I ask you for one more favor? I plan to hold a regional council, but it would be troublesome to go alone. Could you act as my bodyguard during the meeting? The other bishops will also be present. Kim Junsu immediately agreed. The next day, Priest Kim led Kim Junsu to the appointed location. When the other priests learned that Priest Kim had reached level 3, they continuously praised him, making him pleased, although the meeting was somewhat small in scale with limited attendees. As Kim Junsu felt slightly disappointed, he suddenly heard a voice echo, a pitiful scene unfolding before them. Everyone turned toward the door where an old man, a priest of the church, entered along with attendants whose faces were completely covered. Bishop, you have arrived. In response to the greeting, he shouted, who permitted you to organize a regional council, Priest Kim? Priest Kim replied cautiously, every priest has the right to organize a council. That only applies to ordinary priests, you heretic. Your level rose to 3 in 3 months. No one advances that quickly by normal means. You must have betrayed the faith to obtain greater divine power. Absurd, I merely found an excellent method to level up. Although Priest Kim tried to explain, the old priest still ordered his arrest. As the attendants prepared to act, Kim Junsu stopped them. Now, do not frighten children. One attendant asked, who are you? I am his bodyguard, Junsu replied with a smile. This is an internal matter. Outsiders should not interfere, the old priest said. I already said I am his bodyguard, not an outsider. Be more reasonable, old man. Priest Kim explained with a pure heart, yet after hearing it, the old priest grew furious and shouted, "What gold absorption, this heretic! How dare you commit such a crime and think you can escape? This is not heresy, the god has permitted it. Silence, heretic, I will cleanse you and offer you to the god before the eternal flame." As he spoke, the old priest used his staff to launch a fireball toward Priest Kim. Fortunately, Kim Junsu was beside him, a shield blocking the attack. Wow, attacking without warning is truly blasphemous, old man. The old priest was astonished. "You blocked my magic." Kim Junsu asked, "Are you certain you wish to fight an apostle candidate?" "Do not be ridiculous. How could a heretic become an apostle?" Priest Kim trembled before the old priest's rage, clutching Kim Junsu's arm. "Superhuman, sir. Why did you call me an apostle candidate?" "Do not worry here, eat this and pray." Kim Junsu handed a gold piece to Priest Kim. The old priest lost patience and threatened Kim Junsu, "Unless you wish to be burned like that one, I will prove Priest Kim is an apostle. What do you think?" Kim Junsu smiled, anticipating the performance about to unfold. What the old priest did not understand, then saw a brilliant radiance surrounding Priest Kim as he knelt in prayer. "This is a sign from an apostle," the old priest exclaimed. Seeing the horrified expression, Kim Junsu smirked, surprised. "This is why I did not make Priest Kim an apostle yesterday, you useless old man. Not only that, he is a villain radiating sinister energy. He should be eliminated here." Priest Kim awakened his apostle trait after swallowing a golden foreign object from another sect, while being accused of blasphemy by the bishop. It was not difficult to turn Priest Kim into an apostle. Once the process was complete, Kim Junsu drew his sword and coldly declared, "Now it is time to teach these blasphemers a lesson." Kim Junsu tilted his head and asked Priest Kim behind him, "Hey priest, may I ask your god something?" "Yes, I should punish one who is willing to harm his brethren out of jealousy, and for many other misdeeds." The old priest was startled. "How do you know this?" Priest Kim consulted his god. The answer given was to purge the sect. "This is the god's will, so I cannot refrain from acting." In the blink of an eye, Kim Junsu rushed forward and slashed the old priest, taking his life. Having eliminated the villain before he could cause trouble, Kim Junsu secretly felt satisfied. Priest Kim watched with sorrow, yet he was still a bishop of the church. Kim Junsu waved his hand. "You need not pity him, he deserved his fate. Now tell me what to do next." "Ah, you mentioned the Levan region, where the first church council was established and gold was offered. See, gold was the right choice. Go there and expand your influence." Kim Junsu smiled, inwardly thinking further, "Afterward repay me for today." Without delay, Priest Kim presented Kim Junsu with several valuable items from the treasury. Among them were two things Kim Junsu desired. Finally, the first holy sword worth billions. A sacred statue, radiating powerful brilliance. The holy ground overflowed with energy, turning the area safe. Intruding enemies were repelled or suppressed. There was no need to worry about ambushes during training. Now to test the new items. Scene shift, Kim Junsu lay in the bathtub with wet hair. Junzai spoke softly. Perhaps he trained too hard, the recovery potion was less effective. Even so, there was still time to practice the holy radiance technique and mountain-shattering sword form. Feeling his strength increase noticeably, he checked the results of his diligent training. Thinking so, Kim Junsu called Choi Siak and asked if there was anything he could help with. "We have encountered some issues recently," Choi Siak sighed. "Do you remember the first landfill?" "Of course, how could I forget?" Junsu recalled. It was the first place he realized the terrifying soul attribute of monster. The entire cleanup team was killed. There were at least 6 mutants there. "Is that so? We should contact the Protective Association," but the officials demanded secrecy. "Yes, at least a few people would be dismissed if it were exposed." "What is the reward for clearing that place?" "A bit stingy, 100 million for level 1, 300 million for level 3, plus achievements sent to Axon School with a special effect." Kim Junsu was drawn by the reward. That type of effect was the item the Archbishop used. The image of the Saintess appeared in Kim Junsu's mind, making him excited. He could not refuse. The Archbishop's rifle inflicted a black flame effect on those it struck, a valuable item. Kim Junsu did not hesitate and accepted the mission immediately. Upon arriving at the mission site, the polluted air made Kim Junsu dizzy. This place became polluted in just a few days. Visibility is limited. Something is wrong. He must prepare carefully against a sudden attack. The sounds of monsters from multiple directions made it difficult for Kim Junsu to determine their position. As Kim Junsu aimed his gun, he sensed movement behind him. Instantly, Kim Junsu turned and fired at the monster behind him, causing it pain. It soared into the sky. That was the leader. Kim Junsu continued firing and discovered its wings were bulletproof. Suddenly, a bizarre creature swooped down from above toward him. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time, otherwise he would have faced a fatal danger. The opponent was both bullet-resistant and capable of extremely agile flight. Prolonging the battle would place him at a disadvantage. In this situation, the best course of action was to finish it with a precise shot. Thinking so, Kim Junsu immediately raised his gun as the monster closed in and pulled the trigger, the bullet embedding itself straight into the center of its forehead, causing it to instantly fall into the void. At the same time, he also acquired a new attribute called aim. Wonderful, I have won, and even learned an advanced aiming skill. However, Kim Junsu's joy did not last long before the roars of monsters echoed once again. This is bad, the mutants have been drawn by the earlier noise. I cannot face the entire horde alone. In the midst of urgency, Kim Junsu quickly devised a plan. First, he activated his invisibility ability, slipped into a secluded corner, and patiently waited. Not long after, the horde of monsters arrived, surrounding the corpse of the creature that had just been slain. Waiting for that very moment, Kim Junsu immediately threw a grenade. Right after that, he continuously unleashed gunfire into the crowd. Truly effective, I should apply military tactics more often. Kim Junsu proudly looked at the scattered monster corpses before exiting his invisibility state. But his carelessness came at a price when he realized that he had been surrounded on all sides. How could this be? They approached without making any sound, so I did not detect them at all. However, these were not mutant monsters but ghosts summoned by a dark mage. Their numbers were immense. While Kim Junsu was considering countermeasures, one of the creatures suddenly spoke. Mr. Superman, I have something to say. How are they communicating like this? Kim Junsu observed the monsters in astonishment. He quickly understood when he noticed the speakers mounted on their heads. The one who wished to converse with him was certainly the mastermind behind the summoning of this army. Kim Junsu deduced. The speaker continued to sound, I want to ask you something. Why have you trespassed into our territory? Our territory? Kim Junsu asked in surprise, not expecting a polluted facility to be considered a domain. Only a few seconds later, he found the answer himself, the Protection Association. On the surface, they were a charitable organization specializing in handling polluted magical energy, but in reality, they were entirely different. They were one of the most notorious villainous forces in Axel Soul. So-called cleansing was merely a facade concealing cruel actions aimed at expanding their power. This incident was certainly orchestrated by them. They created situations that forced the government to seek their aid due to their strength and influence. At the same time, they took advantage of the opportunity to eliminate officials with opposing stances. Voice continued, if there is no reason for us to continue fighting, I have a proposal. You are very talented. Why not join the Protection Association? Kim Junsu smiled and replied, join the organization behind the mutant creature attacks at Gak A Beach. I am serious. With your abilities, you could become a leading figure of the association. Forget it, Kim Junsu bluntly refused, accompanied by a teasing gesture. Even the name does not suit me at all, it is not cool in the slightest. HMPH, it seems you have not realized your position. If you do not wish to join while alive, you will join after becoming an undead warrior. As soon as the words ended, the undead horde simultaneously charged to attack Kim Junsu. He immediately countered with firearms, causing them to collapse in droves. However, within moments, their body fragments reassembled and recovered as before. Realizing that firearms were ineffective, Kim Junsu switched to using a sword, as the Holy Light attribute was particularly useful against dark creatures. Wait, a sword, are you not a marksman? The creature had not even finished speaking before being struck down by Kim Junsu in an instant. Let's talk, kid, I will find you and send you off soon. Thanks to possessing superior attributes, the battle became more favorable for Kim Junsu, even though the monsters still vastly outnumbered him. To avoid exhausting his stamina, he changed his strategy, utilizing enhancement attributes such as strength, vitality, speed, defense, endurance, and perseverance. In addition, Kim Junsu activated special attributes from his relics, the necklace's recovery ability, the power from the steel gloves, and the attribute from the sword, increasing the total number of active attributes from 6 to 9. After fully equipping himself, Kim Junsu swung his sword to test its power. The effectiveness improved significantly, but it was still not enough to deal with such a vast number of monsters. Before long, Kim Junsu began to feel dizzy from exhaustion. At that moment, he unlocked another new attribute called Swift Dash. Swift Dash allowed him to surge straight forward over a certain distance and inflict damage along his path. Thanks to this skill, Kim Junsu moved like the wind, defeating every monster that stood in his way. Not stopping there, he continued combining attributes and unlocked another skill, Jump. With Swift Dash and Jump, Escaping the encirclement became easy, and the scattered monsters could be eliminated in an instant. After a while, the entire horde of monsters had been wiped out by Kim Junsu. From the speaker, the voice sounded again in surprise. "I did not expect you to be a knight. That only makes me want to have you even more." Kim Junsu turned toward the source of the sound and challenged, "If you are so confident, then show yourself." No mage is foolish enough to confront a warrior directly. "Then I will give you a gift," the mage sneered before summoning a gigantic creature. Level 2 zombie leader appeared, the one who led Karen's undead army. "Damn it, my wounds have not fully healed yet," Kim Junsu lamented inwardly. Not giving him time to react, the monster swung its shovel down violently at Kim Junsu's position, but he quickly jumped aside to evade. Suddenly, an arrow shot from behind, piercing through his back and shocking him. "Aha, your attack is not bad. You will be a useful warrior in my army," the summoner said smugly through the speaker. This reminded Kim Junsu of a rule in Axel Soul. When facing a summoner, one should not be entangled in battle with the summoned creatures but instead find the controller. Thinking so, Kim Junsu pretended to charge forward to attack the monster. In reality, he slipped between its legs to retreat. He then quickly observed his surroundings and discovered a figure standing on the second floor. Kim Junsu immediately used Swift Dash to evade the pursuit. At the same time, he shortened the distance to the summoner. "This rat is only good at causing trouble," Kim Junsu muttered irritably. Upon closer inspection, Kim Junsu recognized the identity of the person standing above. That man was Karen, an L-rank summoner, the leader of the Protection Association and also the final boss of this stage. "You do know how to use your brain," being discovered. Karen showed a hint of surprise before quickly regaining his composure. "Things will not go as you wish. You will never reach me." Karen raised both hands toward the sky. Immediately, countless mana arms like tentacles extended to restrain Kim Junsu. They opened the way for successive arrows to pierce through his body, causing him to cry out in pain. "Love the sound of despair. Remember your place, my friend," Karen said excitedly as a blazing red sphere gradually formed in his hand. That was Karen's ultimate technique, Dark Flame, Kim Junsu thought to himself while struggling to break free from the restraint. Seeing Kim Junsu's struggling state, Karen laughed even louder and mocked. "Is that all your strength? How adorable for this final battle." "You are gravely mistaken. I have not yet unleashed my full power. If I activate the correct trait while using a skill against a summoner like you, something very interesting will surely happen, you understand." As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Junsu quickly adjusted the trait panel, including the skill Voidless Sword Break. "Begone and disappear forever," Karen roared in fury, launching a fireball toward Kim Junsu without realizing his fate was near. Mana, swordsmanship, and physique blend perfectly. A special skill awakens whenever the user faces danger. "My sword energy can cut through everything, whether tangible or intangible." Therefore, with a single strike, Kim Junsu split the fireball in two. Karen was completely stunned by the sight. Kim Junsu continued to comprehend a new trait named Thunderstorm, the ultimate technique only peak swordsmen can grasp. After delivering the finishing blow that defeated Karen, Kim Junsu was exhausted and lay sprawled on the ground. Despite his fatigue, he smiled in satisfaction, whispering that he was nearly finished, but in the end he had defeated a level 3 superhuman and dungeon boss Karen. In the game, hunting this monster at level 2 required a perfect party. Even at level 3, soloing with ordinary equipment and traits was nearly impossible. This victory was achieved thanks to more than 10,000 hours of my gaming experience. After partially recovering, Kim Junsu stood up and laughed. "It is time to collect the spoils of war." About an hour later, Kim Junsu arrived at Choi Siok's office. In the room, besides Kim Junsu and Choi Siok, there were 3 Mission Commission staff members delivering the reward. Choi Siok, with a flattering expression, continuously fanned Kim Junsu and praised him for clearing the mutation zone. Kim Junsu smugly leaned back in the chair, resting his feet on the table, and replied that it was nothing. Suddenly remembering others were present, he quickly lowered his feet, clutching his arm in pain. Choi Siok anxiously apologized for accidentally hurting his precious body. The 3 commission staff could not endure the clumsy act of the two. The blonde man spoke up to thank Kim Junsu for eliminating all the mutants. Returning to the main topic, Kim Junsu and Choi Siok sat seriously. Kim Junsu humbly replied that he had only fulfilled his duty. Incidentally, Kim Junsu mentioned the unusual events at the landfill and took out several electronic devices obtained from the mutants to seek their opinion. Upon seeing them, the blonde man was shocked to recognize them as mana chips used to create phantoms, belonging to Karen of the Protection Association. Kim Junsu solemnly affirmed that this was not an accident but a deliberate conspiracy. The blonde man angrily slammed the table, cursing the Protection Association. Seeing this, Kim Junsu asked whether he also held resentment toward that organization. The blonde man gritted his teeth and recounted their previous conflicts over the unreasonable prices set by the Protection Association, never expecting them to turn innocent people into mutants. Observing his expression, Kim Junsu realized the man truly did not know the truth, which was understandable since the association true face was only revealed after the landfill mission. The blonde man bowed to apologize to Kim Junsu for putting him in danger. Kim Junsu humbly replied that he had only done what was necessary to eliminate evil. Although outwardly modest, inwardly he hoped to receive compensation worthy of more than just an apology. The blonde man pushed a suitcase toward Kim Junsu and said it was the promised reward. Upon seeing 2 cases inside, Kim Junsu asked the reason. He smiled and explained that it was an Axon gun, along with additional compensation for the dangerous mission. Hearing this, Kim Junsu happily accepted and began inspecting the bonus reward. This is low-grade holy water. Receiving essential elixirs for free instead of purchasing them at the temple was truly a great bargain. While Kim Junsu was still satisfied with the reward, the blonde man reminded him to be cautious, as they intended to accuse the Protection Association based on this evidence. Before he could finish, Kim Junsu had already anticipated that they would seek revenge against him. The blonde man confirmed this, but asserted they could not ignore such a serious incident. Kim Junsu remained calm, confident that he would always find a way to survive. The conversation quickly ended, and the 3 commission staff departed. Choi Seok drove Kim Junsu home and suggested he should temporarily hide to avoid the Protection Association pursuit. After consideration, Kim Junsu believed that was not the optimal solution. He recalled that after the landfill mission, the player would receive a quest chain leading to an unavoidable conflict with the Protection Association. This was an inevitable consequence since the player had inflicted heavy losses on them and even defeated Director Karan. The association quest chain had multiple paths, and the worst was choosing an action, which only wasted time. At that point, the association chairman would lead numerous superhumans to directly attack the player home. Conversely, the path with the lowest difficulty was. Kim Junsu turned to ask Choi Seok if he knew of a place called Zion Yu Bong. Choi Seok replied that it was a restricted area in the southern part of the city. The place was famous for its vast poppy field, making access extremely troublesome. Kim Junsu revealed that the area was under the Protection Association control, shocking Choi Seok, who could not understand why they cultivated poppy. Kim Junsu explained that not only did they grow poppies, they also conducted body modification and human trafficking, no different from a criminal organization under a glamorous facade. Choi Seok angrily cursed, while Kim Junsu calmly declared the plan to attack Zion Yubong first. Hearing this, Choi Seok's grip on the steering wheel trembled, nearly causing the car to veer off the road. Fortunately, he regained control in time. Kim Junsu casually handed his phone to Choi Seok, showing a list of items needed for the plan. Choi Seok glanced at it and frowned upon seeing claymore mines and EMP mines, wondering if he intended to start a war and worrying about the enormous costs. Kim Junsu laughed, saying only the inexperienced worry about money. He then handed Choi Seok a long box containing items obtained from the landfill to cover the expenses. Choi Seok accepted and admitted the items were sufficient, yet still worried Kim Junsu could not face the Protection Association alone. He emphasized that the chairman was a level 4 superhuman, while the directors were all level 3. Kim Junsu smiled and said he had never intended to fight alone, surprising Choi Seok. He only replied meaningfully that there was no need to worry, just prepare everything on the list. 2 days later in the evening, near the area outside the Zion Yubong refuge, 2 armed guards were patrolling. Suddenly, an invisible force from behind struck one guard hard on the neck. He could only cry out before collapsing. The remaining guard panicked, raising his gun and shouting to ask who was there. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and lost consciousness, falling to the ground. Just a second later, Kim Junsu appeared with a silenced pistol in hand and smiled faintly. He relished infiltration missions. Despite having done them many times, they still thrilled him. After clearing the perimeter, he prepared to inspect the underground area. Kim Junsu took out his phone and contacted Kim Iron. At another location, Kim Iron had just taken down a guard while answering the call, reporting that thanks to Kim Junsu opening the way, they had easily secured the underground area. He then observed the people imprisoned there and continued reporting. He was enraged by their forced body modifications and human trafficking, affirming they had crossed every limit. Kim Junsu agreed they deserved to be eradicated and asked about the inspection status. Kim Iron confirmed it was indeed a large-scale body modification facility. Kim Junsu suggested he take the equipment there to enhance their strength while assuring he could handle the Protection Association and would not let them be implicated. Kim Junsu smiled confidently, affirming he never acted without reason. After ending the call, he remarked that Zion Yu Bong was the association main source of income, yet its security system was far too lax. Next, Kim Junsu took out a lighter. Igniting it, he smiled coldly, believing this was the perfect beginning for the downfall of the Protection Association. The next morning, at a skyscraper in the city, a member of the Protection Association rushed into the room and urgently reported that the Zion Yu Bong refuge had been attacked. Chairman Park DeJoss, who was standing by the window overlooking the city, turned around and frowned while asking for detail. The messenger reported that the one who defeated Director Karen was behind the occupation of Zion Yu Bong. Hearing this, Park DeJoss angrily smashed a corner of the stone table, frightening the messenger. With killing intent in his eyes, he roared that the man dared to openly attack their association. The messenger trembled as he took out the phone and cautiously handed it to Dung, adding that the other man had also sent this item along with it. Park DeJoss took the device and checked it. Inside was a selfie of Kim Junsu. Behind the photo was a raging sea of flames, causing Park DeJoss to instantly crush the phone in his grip and roar in fury. "That bastard burned down our farm, Kim Junsu. I will make him pay little by little." Early the next morning, a large, fully armed force split into several teams and advanced toward the Zion Yu Bong shelter. They were members of the Protection Association sent to eliminate Kim Junsu and reclaim the base for Park DeJoss. One team stopped a few hundred meters from the target to observe. The bald man leading them saw thick black smoke still rising from inside and ground his teeth in anger. He had burned all the poppy plants. The dyed-haired subordinate behind him concluded that Kim Junsu had certainly already left. The bald man turned and shouted to his teammates that their mission was to capture that man alive. They were to infiltrate quickly and handle the situation. Proving the strength of the external affairs team to the chairman, everyone responded in unison. As they continued forward, the bald man reminded the dyed-haired subordinate that the opponent might be aiming from inside the building, so they had to be extremely cautious. He replied that he would deal with it as soon as he spotted the target. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed a gun barrel protruding from a slightly open window. He immediately pointed in that direction and shouted a warning that there was a gun at the window. The bald man reacted with extreme speed, raised his rifle, and fired a shot that shattered the window and knocked the gun to the ground. He smugly declared that his judgment had been completely correct, and the dyed-haired subordinate behind him praised the captain talent. At that moment, the ground shook violently, causing everyone to stagger in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. The bald man turned around and witnessed a massive explosion erupting in the formation behind them, in an instant causing severe casualties. He cried out in panic that it was a claymore mine, while the dyed-haired subordinate trembled and asked how they should handle it. Before he could answer, a shout rang out reporting that a rocket launcher was locking on. By reflex, the bald man looked up and saw a rocket hurtling straight toward him. His eyes widened as he muttered a curse. Immediately after, a thunderous explosion resounded. Smoke and dust billowed up and covered the entire area. In the control room, Kim Junsu, with dark circles under his eyes, watched through the screen and laughed in delight. Staying up all night planting bombs had truly been worth it. He continued looking at the stealth trait panel and smugly remarked that thanks to this special ability, the enemy could not detect the traps in advance. "I am not foolish enough to show myself and confront hundreds of you. I will stay in this underground control room and wipe you all out." After saying that, Kim Junsu placed his hands on two red buttons on the table and activated bombs in other locations. In mere moments, a series of explosions rang out around the shelter, sweeping away every living being within the blast radius. However, one team remained completely unharmed while standing inside a protective barrier, and the one leading them was none other than Park DeJoss. When the explosion subsided, Park DeJoss thoughtfully commented that the opponent had prepared very thoroughly. The one who dared to provoke them was truly not ordinary. At this time, a member stepped forward volunteering to take on the task, asserting that he had already analyzed the opponent's strategy. That person was Cyborg, a level 3L rank superhuman and the vice chairman of the Protection Association. Park DeJoss fully trusted Cyborg. He smiled and requested that Kim Junsu be brought back alive so he could personally punish him. Immediately afterwards, Cyborg led a group forward. A member of the group threw a grenade ahead to probe the path. After the explosion ended, he reported that the area was safe. Cyborg ordered them to continue using grenades to check for traps and advance slowly. The one who had just thrown the grenade immediately acknowledged the command. Suddenly, Cyborg detected a rocket flying toward them from above. He did not dodge but used the weapon in his hand to deflect the rocket aside, causing it to explode. After that, Cyborg turned and asked whether the sniper behind had pinpointed the location. The sniper replied that the rocket had been fired from the rooftop on the right. Immediately, the sniper took aim and opened fire. The bullet successfully destroyed the rocket launcher that Kim Junsu had set up on the rooftop. Cyborg smiled in satisfaction and declared that they had closed in on the target and would make the opponent taste hell. Perhaps by now he had already begun to panic. Before long, Cyborg group had entered inside the shelter. Through the surveillance screen, Kim Junsu monitored the entire situation and murmured that Cyborg truly lived up to his name, truly ruthless. While thinking, he suddenly noticed the alarm light on the control panel lighting up. Kim Junsu immediately stood up and said with a smile that they had arrived faster than expected. The Rookie Slayer mission was indeed not simple. A few seconds later, the door handle outside was shot and destroyed. Mocking words about hiding underground echoed from outside. Then two gun-carrying girls stepped into the room. They were Ebony and Viper, level 3L rank superhumans and directors of the Protection Association. Seeing the empty room, Ebony and Viper suspected that Kim Junsu had known of their arrival in advance. They had no idea that Kim Junsu was invisible right beside them, thanks to the stealth trait and feigned death. Of course I knew, the association plan was merely to cause chaos at the front to create the feeling of a war of attrition, while high-level assassins quietly attacked from the rear. Understand all your tactics, take this. With a cold laugh, Kim Junsu pulled the pin of a flash bomb and dropped it onto the floor, producing a sharp sound. Ebony and Viper turned their heads toward the noise. The blinding light from the bomb temporarily robbed them of their sight. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Junsu dashed outside and said with a laugh that he had no time to play around. Farewell. They knew they had fallen into a trap. Unable to see for the moment, Ebony and Viper could only shout threats in anger. Paying no attention, Kim Junsu hurried up the stairs, thinking that he had to leave quickly before the assassins caught up. However, just as he stepped onto the upper floor, two bullets shot toward him from behind. Fortunately, they grazed past his head and only left 2 holes in the wall. Kim Junsu cursed under his breath and quickly activated the mana shield and protection traits to defend himself. After that, he erected a large shield that sealed off the corridor, preventing Ebony and Viper from pursuing. 2 girls fired simultaneously, but could not penetrate the shield. Seeing this, Kim Junsu even turned back to mock them, saying that no matter how much they shot it was useless. Viper was not angry but merely smiled, raised her gun and asked whether he truly believed he could block every bullet. This time the bullet pierced through the defensive shield. It struck Kim Junsu as he was running, causing him to collapse to the floor in pain. Viper sneered and asked how it felt, revealing that the bullets were enchanted to explode. Kim Junsu struggled to crawl up and softly curse it. Ebony added that there was still dessert waiting for him. She fired a green arrow that struck Kim Junsu in the hip. Ebony coldly stated that this was only the beginning of the pain he was about to endure. Kim Junsu forced himself to stand, raised his middle finger and mocked that they were merely villains in tight suits. The taunt angered Viper, and she shouted that she would teach him a lesson about attitude. As she spoke, she rushed forward and kicked Kim Junsu in the face, sending him flying backward. He slammed hard into a large clock and fell to the ground, trying to rise, but the pain from the spreading poison coursing through his body made him collapse again. Ebony and Viper slowly approached. Viper grabbed Kim Junsu by the collar and smiled coldly. She ordered that he be taken to the chairman. At that moment, Kim Junsu suddenly broke into a smile. He seized Viper's wrist and said that they had reached their destination. Inwardly sighing in relief that the act had succeeded, Ebony and Viper asked in astonishment. Kim Junsu laughed and asked whether they heard the ticking sound. Did that familiar sound remind them of nothing? The 2 women shouted back in irritation. He revealed a dangerous smile and said that the sound resembled a gigantic time bomb. Without waiting for them to react, Kim Junsu activated the dash trait and coldly told them to stay here and rot. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Junsu shot away like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he was already dozens of meters away. Both Ebony and Viper were evenly matched with Karen. Facing them head-on gave him no certainty of victory, so he pretended to discard all his skills to lure them toward the clock when they let their guard down. Inside the clock, he had planted more than 1 billion worth of white phosphorus firepower. Thinking of this, Kim Junsu turned back to look at Ebony and Viper, pressed the control button, smiling as he said, "Sleep well." Only then did Ebony and Viper realize they had fallen into another trap of Kim Junsu. But it was already too late. They only had time to scream a few words before the explosion swallowed everything. It seemed he had successfully eliminated those enemies. But many others were advancing. He needed to restore his vitality immediately, especially since it was unclear when that cyborg would appear. Before Kim Junsu could finish speaking, the subordinates had already arrived. Seeing the bloodstains scattered beside his comrades' weapons, Cyborg ground his teeth in anger. "You defeated Ebony and Viper." Kim Junsu showed no fear, even winking with a smile. "Soon you will be just like them. Do not hope for an easy death. I will make you beg. Next time be more merciful. Words are useless. I will finish you here." Cyborg raised his hand to signal. The subordinates simultaneously aimed their guns at Kim Junsu. "Do you know, I am glad you could come here. That was beyond my expectations. When you chose mechanical bodies, you agreed to give me more experience. Thank you, fools." With those words, Kim Junsu pressed the button to detonate the 1 billion charge placed beneath the house. After that, he fired a shotgun toward the enemies. Dust scattered everywhere. All the enemy troops except Cyborg were blasted away. Kim Junsu feigned surprise, saying, "How much money did you invest in that body? Yet it is still ineffective. There is no other way. I will crush you here." Cyborg rushed forward like lightning, his reinforced arm weapon knocking Kim Junsu gun away. Then he swung again to attack. Luckily, Kim Junsu drew his sword in time to block, otherwise he would have been in danger. Metal clashed repeatedly as he strained to defend. Disgusting, his strength is too great. I must use speed to gain the advantage. Kim Junsu suddenly leaned aside and slashed at Cyborg's flank. The strike did not harm Cyborg at all. Instead, it allowed him to seize the sword and pull him closer. He activated his leg system and kicked Kim Junsu away. Not good, his body is reinforced with magic power. The sword is useless. Cyborg leapt forward and kicked straight into Kim Junsu's abdomen, giving him no time to breathe. After that, he stepped on him. Arrogantly looking down at his battered form, he mocked, "What hope do you have with that fragile body? We'll cut off your arms first, so you understand what pain is." Cyborg raised his hand to act, but saw Kim Junsu holding another gun. "What is that pistol? Looking at your terrifying body, I came up with an idea," Kim Junsu replied with a grin. "Have you not realized that ordinary bullets are useless against me? But this is not an ordinary bullet, it is black fire." When the black fire made contact, Cyborg's body seemed to ignite, the pain forcing him to scream uncontrollably. His mechanical body ran on magic power. The black fire burned away that magic power and could not be extinguished. "I told you, even a mechanical body has its weaknesses." Kim Junsu held his sword and stood up. One sword strike ended Cyborg. Finished, Kim Junsu climbed onto the rooftop and fired at the Lola group of the Protection Association. "Without strong supervision, you are finished with me." The sound of a challenge is truly satisfying. While Kim Junsu was feeling proud, a sound rang out was that the sound of battlefield gunfire. That man had finally joined the fight. At the same time, below in the yard, a tall, dark figure appeared. Seeing the tiger-like red eyes, Kim Junsu recognized him as Park DeJoss, a level 4 superhuman, president of the Protection Association. "Just wait, bastard." With those words, he bent his legs and jumped directly from the yard to the 5th-floor rooftop, where Kim Junsu stood. "I have never endured such humiliation. I am pleased to punish you for daring to provoke the Protection Association." Park DeJoss gathered magic power into his hand and charged at Kim Junsu. It was so fast that he could not draw his sword in time and took the punch. If I had not switched to a defensive trait, I would have been torn apart, but defense cannot defeat him. Thinking silently, Kim Junsu used a support lightning beam to attack. He easily dodged the attack and laughed. "You are fortunate to use an interesting skill. What about this strike?" Kim Junsu fired black fire at Park DeJoss, but it was blocked by his protective shield. After that, he regained the initiative and continuously punched Kim Junsu. "He is too strong. From the beginning, this could not have ended differently." DeJoss was originally an SR-rank character. "I am only a starting character. He surpasses me in every aspect. The gap is too great. The only way for a level 2 superhuman to defeat a level 4 superhuman is." Kim Junsu activated mutated body and mutated muscles, entering the Golden Warrior state, transforming his body into a monster. Knowing that this state could cause him to lose his reason, Kim Junsu prepared something. Glasses bearing the trait of rage, limiting him for a short time. This item was most necessary at this moment. Kim Junsu crushed the rage glasses in his hand. Notification panel appeared, obtained frenzy, erased distractions, focus only on battle, power surpassing limits. After preparing everything, Kim Junsu began the battle. He rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch to Deza. Park De-jas raised his arm to block in front, successfully stopping Kim Junsu's strike. I do not know what you used, but things are more interesting now, let me try, Park De-jas said excitedly. He activated enhancement and fought to the end with Kim Junsu. The two exchanged blows, every strike fierce and relentless. That allowed Kim Junsu to gain 2 more traits, extraordinary strength and sharp armor, excitement seizing his consciousness. I can fight all day, Kim Junsu said. Fine, I acknowledge you, it has been long since such a battle, but I have finished analyzing. This is my victory, his eyes flashed red, then he declared confidently. Stop the nonsense, Kim Junsu angrily threw a punch at D-Rock. The result was that he struck empty air. Just like that, Kim Junsu kept attacking Park De-jas, but he always easily evaded. His clumsy attacks brought no effect. Clearly, he lacked a fundamental combat foundation. As soon as he finished speaking, Park De-jas delivered a powerful punch to Kim Junsu's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Bastard, Kim Junsu angrily counterattacked, but his punch was too awkward and was easily dodged as Park De-jas bent down to evade. Immediately afterward, he launched a precise counterattack to the jaw, sending Kim Junsu flying more than 10 meters away. The situation was not good, the opponent was gaining the upper hand, moreover the effect of the berserk state was gradually diminishing. With no other choice, Kim Junsu decided to pour all his strength into a decisive strike and abandon close combat. After making the decision, he quietly replaced the iron armor attribute with the mana core attribute. Park De-jas noticed a clear change in the aura surrounding Kim Junsu. With a vigilant expression, he said, "What are you plotting again? I will end everything right here." After saying that, he rushed straight toward Kim Junsu to attack, but he calmly replied, "I admit you are stronger in close combat, but you forget that I am not a fighter, I am a swordsman." Kim Junsu's left hand quickly grasped Park De-jas's right arm tightly. At the same time, his right hand transformed into a blade, piercing straight through the opponent's abdomen. "This truly is a memorable battle, you monster." Park De-jas muttered a few final words before collapsing, completely motionless. An abnormal state appeared as Kim Junsu felt his body undergoing a transformation. According to the system notification, a brilliant golden light enveloped him. Kim Junsu's body returned to its human form, and he advanced to become a transcendent gold rank warrior. Thank goodness, leveling up at the right moment, what a lucky day. After speaking, Kim Junsu gradually lost consciousness and fell into a coma. When he awoke, he realized that he was lying in a mana bath. "Have I been brought back home?" While he was still in confusion, Choi Seok suddenly appeared. "Mr. Superman, are you all right?" Choi Seok rushed forward to hug Kim Junsu and burst into tears. "What happened, Director Choi? I thought you would not survive when I saw you lying motionless along with the members of the Protection Association," Choi Seok replied emotionally. Choi Seok's childlike demeanor made Kim Junsu laugh. "Ah, so you were the one who brought me home, I understand now. Seeing that you were still breathing, I placed you in the mana spring. You were unconscious for an entire week," Kim Junsu replied. "I did not expect to have recovered so much," Choi Seok exclaimed. "It is truly astonishing. You single-handedly annihilated the entire heretical organization." "I've received countless calls from the office about this achievement," Choi Seok said excitedly. Kim Junsu joked, "I knew it, I am truly special." Choi Seok gave 2 thumbs up in praise, making him laugh with delight. "I have gathered all the spoils from the battle. Please take a look and let me know if you need anything else. First, I need to recover completely, and since I have reached level 3, there is a place I need to visit." A week later, Kim Junsu returned to the superhero tower to undergo mana measurement. The result displayed: Warrior Kim Junsu, male, 22 years old, class level 3 warrior, 6-layered mana circuit. I will receive the official certification, along with a series of attractive benefits. While Kim Junsu was happily thinking, applause sounded from behind. "You are truly amazing, Mr. Superman," Soren praised. "I have never seen anyone progress as quickly as you. In the future, you will establish your own nation, will you not?" Kim Junsu scratched his head and laughed. "No, I have not thought that far ahead. May I receive my certification?" "Of course, please follow me," Soren replied with a smile. A moment later, Beak Soji handed the official certification to Kim Junsu and could not hide her admiration. "I am truly envious of you." Kim Junsu was surprised. "Me, why is that?" Soren gently replied, "For many reasons, I wish I could also be as strong as you." Her expression reminded Kim Junsu of images from the game, giving him a feeling both familiar and strange. Immediately afterward, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. "Do you want to become a superhero?" Kim Junsu asked. Soren immediately replied, "Of course, who would not wish for that?" Then would you like to become my disciple? Soren was stunned by the unexpected proposal. If you agree, I guarantee that I can help you become a superhero. You can trust me because I see great potential in you. Unaware of her own glorious future, Soren was moved and quickly agreed to Kim Junsu's proposal. That is a wise decision. You do not need to pay any costs. Once you become a superhero, you can repay me later. Soren felt somewhat worried. That is wonderful, but I must say that I have failed to awaken despite attending specialized training classes. This is not an easy matter, even for you. Do not worry, trust me, Kim Junsu replied confidently, as he clearly understood Soren's awakening story. Heavenly Killing Star, an attribute symbolizing the rebirth of killing intent capable of shaking the world. This was the core attribute of the madwoman Soren, granting immense experience through combat but also accompanied by side effects. It harbored the risk of eroding her mind, potentially turning her into someone who lost control or became obsessed with battle. Soren possessed an awakening story befitting this special attribute. Speaking of this, Kim Junsu reminded Beek Soji, you need to prepare yourself. She smiled shyly and asked, do I need a lot of money because I only earn 20 million won each year? Kim Junsu laughed, no, what you need is mental strength, not money. As Soren was about to ask further, a girl entered the room. Excuse me, Mr. Kim, someone wishes to invite you to attend a meeting. Could we go to the 5th floor area? An invitation from the 5th floor. Although somewhat surprised, Kim Junsu still decided to follow the girl. The superhero tower was divided according to levels. Kim Junsu being invited to the 5th floor meant that a level 5 superhero wished to meet him. While he was still speculating about the identity of the inviter, the elevator quickly stopped at the 5th floor. The person who appeared was none other than Seo Yujin, which greatly surprised Kim Junsu. Thanks to his early awakening, Seo Yujin was currently the #1 security director and also a level 5 superhero. I had thought about this, but it really is you, teacher. Congratulations on receiving your level 3 certification. I am very happy to meet you again. Kim Junsu smiled and replied, I feel the same. In his heart, Kim Junsu could not help but feel a trace of envy, considering Seo Yujin's talent and background. Achieving level 5 so quickly was still truly astonishing. I would like you to accept this gift as congratulations, Seo Yujin said as he handed Kim Junsu a gift box. Although acting politely, he still opened the box to take a look. Inside was an item containing the mana concentration attribute, perfectly suited for a mana-using warrior like him. Kim Junsu happily patted Seo Yujin on the shoulder. I mean, I should not refuse a gift from my friend, right? Thank you. Seo Yujin smiled and replied, please make good use of it. Afterwards, Seo Yujin hesitated. Teacher warrior, actually I have another reason for meeting you. Could I ask you for a favor? Kim Junsu replied, a favor, it sounds quite serious. Could you help my friends? They are also afflicted with the sacred fever disease just like I was before. They were infected from the will of the Holy Father Temple. I have 4 friends who have suffered from this illness since childhood, Seo Yujin shared honestly. 4 people infected with the sacred fever disease. Wait, could they be those characters? Kim Junsu thought to himself, realizing this was the perfect opportunity to make everything proceed more smoothly. After considering, Kim Junsu nodded in agreement. I cannot ignore those who are in need of help. But before the treatment, may I meet them? Seo Yujin immediately agreed to this request. Quickly arranged a meeting at his private residence. Looking at the 4 people before him, Kim Junsu knew that his speculation was correct. They were the supporting characters for the Holy Knight Seo Yujin. All of them came from prestigious upper-class families, and they were in fact being controlled by the will of the Holy Father Temple like hostages. Let me confirm, everyone was forced to undergo baptism in an unconscious state, correct? Yes, that is exactly the case. Can it truly be cured? Kim Junsu replied, my method is quite painful, but if you endure it, you will awaken like Seo Yujin. Are you prepared? The remaining 4 exchanged glances. Then they spoke in unison, we are willing to do anything to remove the divine fever, please help us. 1 week later, with the support of Kim Junsu. In truth, it was mostly thanks to their own latent ability. Seo Yujin's 4 friends also successfully awakened. Because of that, Kim Junsu received many valuable gifts from the families of the 4 young masters. However, that was still not the true reward he desired. Kim Junsu took the initiative to request a private meeting with the representative of the Galaxy Store, the parent of one of the 4 young masters. I have a favor to ask of you. As for you, I am willing to do anything, sir. Kim Junsu said seriously, I want access to the underground gold mine beneath the Hanam branch of the Galaxy Store. Upon hearing that, the representative of the Galaxy Store immediately denied it. A gold mine? There is nothing like that beneath our shopping center. I am referring to the area between wall A1 and A2 on basement level 8 below the parking lot. Are you certain there is nothing there? The representative of the Galaxy store awkwardly waved his hands. I do not know how you learned this, but even if you request it, I cannot agree. I promise I will not reveal anything I see there. Kim Junsu noticed the hesitation in his eye. He added, just one day, that is all I need, and I will keep the secret you wish to hide. The next day, Kim Junsu brought Soren to the secret gold mine. I cannot believe there is such a space behind the wall, Soren exclaimed in admiration. See, I told you this is where you will awaken. Do you know how much effort it took for me to bring you here? Soren asked with slight he-chita-inus, but are we really going to train in such a remote place? Of course, I guarantee it will be very interesting, Kim Junsu replied with a smile. Those who bear the Heavenly Slayer trait cannot awaken in the usual way. They must be placed in extreme situations, fighting for survival. And this was the previously unknown dungeon, where Soren would awaken in the future. Soldier, this place is so dark, and the smell is strange, it makes me uneasy. Just as she finished speaking, a roar echoed out and a zombie appeared. It swung its arm to attack Soren, shattering her glasses. Soldier, save me, Soren cried out in fear. But instead of helping, Kim Junsu threw her a sword and said, it is time to train. What? Defeat that zombie yourself, Kim Junsu replied coldly. Soren stared at Kim Junsu in horror. What are you saying? Fight for your life, that is the only way for you to awaken, Soren. What nonsense are you talking about? Before Soren could finish speaking, the zombie charged at her again. Get lost, you monster. Already irritated, Soren swung her sword and felled the zombie in an instant. Even Kim Junsu was surprised. How could a single random slash possess such power? Perhaps her talent far exceeded his imagination. Well done, an excellent start, Kim Junsu applauded in praise. Soren said resentfully, you are so mean, how could you make me fight without warning, but you did very well. Kim Junsu laughed and pointed at the zombie corpse on the ground. Truly one of the top 3 warriors in the game, even without awakening. She fought like someone bearing the Heavenly Slayer trait, Kim Junsu thought to himself. So I really have to fight alone. That is right, but do not worry, I will not let you be in danger, Kim Junsu reassured her. What? That does not sound reassuring at all, Soren said in dissatisfaction. Then the two continued deeper into the gold mine. Soren's outstanding performance made Kim Junsu unable to suppress his curiosity. You once said you attended superhuman courses. Did you learn swordsmanship there? No, I have never studied swordsmanship. You said I have talent, right? Soren replied with a smile. Kim Junsu forced a smile, thinking that he had endured countless hardships to obtain a single trait, while her talent was truly astonishing. The two continued moving, but this place is deeper than I imagined. I cannot see the end. How much farther do we have to go? Kim Junsu did not answer and only smiled inwardly. In truth, this place would not end until she awakened. Suddenly, another zombie rushed toward them. It attacked Soren with a drill mounted on its arm. Fortunately, Soren reacted quickly and narrowly dodged the dangerous strike. Back when I played the game, drill zombies were also troublesome opponents. Perhaps I should assist a little, Kim Junsu thought. But reality proved that Kim Junsu's concern was unnecessary. If you are a zombie, then use your hands. How dare you use a weapon? Soren shouted and delivered 2 basic slashes to defeat the zombie. Wow, a perfect victory. It feels like my body is moving on its own, Soren turned and said to Kim Junsu. However, due to her carelessness, she was bitten on the leg by the zombie. After killing the zombie, Soren asked anxiously, what should I do now? Kim Junsu ran over to examine the wound. Normally, if bitten by a zombie, you would turn into one. Please end me before I turn into a zombie, Soren said, trembling as blue veins began to surface on her skin. Soren, Kim Junsu put on a serious expression. He took a vial from his pocket and smiled. Do not worry, I have already prepared a solution. After finishing the treatment, Soren and Kim Junsu sat down to rest. Soren said gratefully, I was truly shocked. I thought I would become one of those terrifying creatures. This is a harsh world, Kim Junsu replied with a smile. The zombies here are quite strange, from their clothing to their equipment. It feels as if they were artificially created. Your observation is correct. The Galaxy store was constructed unusually quickly for its scale. This may have been due to a large workforce, but the rushed schedule caused many to be injured, even killed. However, the official death toll of the project was 0. Irresponsible construction companies buried them in this place. Later, the representative of the Galaxy store learned of the incident. But to avoid damaging the public image, he concealed this area along with all its secrets, Kim Junsu recounted. I did not expect this place to hide such a dark truth, but how do you know this secret? Because when the cult released zombies to seize Seoul, this dungeon opened and became a forbidden zone of the Galaxy store. Although that was the truth, Kim Junsu could not reveal it, so he only said, "Just consider it as me having a special ability." Soren trusted him and did not ask further. Kim Junsu stared at Soren, wondering since this was where she awakened after being attacked by zombies. He believed this was the optimal location. But until now there had been no sign. The victims here were still suffering even after death. Hearing that, Soren stood up with determined eyes. "Then at least let us help them rest in peace." "Oh, it seems you have found your resolve." "Actually, I have a strange feeling that I should keep fighting," Soren said honestly. "Aha, it has begun." Kim Junsu rejoiced inwardly and urged Soren to continue forward. The deeper they went, the darker the path became. "Oh, this place suddenly turned freezing cold. It is truly eerie, be careful." After walking a bit farther, they arrived at a warehouse. Inside, a children's fable was playing. However, the voice reading it sent chills down the listener's spine. Suddenly, the radio emitted bursts of static noise. Piercing noise rang out, forcing Kim Junsu and Beak Soji to cover their ears. An object like ice fell straight toward Soren's head. Fortunately, he reacted in time to pull Beak Soji into his arms. She escaped unharmed, but he was injured. Spirit gathered from the restricted zone of the Galaxy Store, a level 3 mutation, a level 3 mutated creature. Clutching his injured arm, he urged Soren to retreat. This is not something she can handle yet. But before Soren could finish speaking, hundreds of sharp ice blades shot toward them. He swung his sword, slicing the ice blades apart. Immediately after, a massive ice beam shot forward and pinned him against the wall behind. Soren screamed and tried to rush to him, but he stopped her. "Run, I will hold them back for a while." "How can I leave you here?" Soren cried as she spoke. "One of us must survive. I cannot escape alone. I know you are exceptional because you are the Heavenly Slayer star. Believe in yourself, with that you will awaken your power." He looked at the incoming rain of ice and said, "My lesson ends here. Believe in yourself." Who could have expected? The rain of ice was instantly neutralized by an invisible force. "I will believe in myself and in you. Do not give up, warrior." Soji's body shone with golden light as she awakened into an SSR warrior, a level 1 superhuman. With a single sword strike, Soren shattered the ice pillar and freed him. "This power is incredible. I truly have awakened." Soren rejoiced without noticing the ice pillar rushing toward her. As it nearly took her life, a figure dashed in and cut the ice pillar apart to save her. "Now that you have awakened, there is no need to pretend anymore," he said with a smile. "The awakening of the Heavenly Slayer star requires wagering life and spirit to overcome. Did you put yourself in danger to help me awaken? You did well. Now it is time to fight." The monster roared and hurled bone ice darts at them. Soren muttered anxiously. He comforted her, "Just block a few strikes." After speaking, he rushed forward, his sword knocking the darts back. He reminded Soren, "See, it is easy." Turning back, he saw Soren frozen in ice and asked if she was all right, though she had only reached level 1 and could not fully control her power. The bone ice melted slowly. Soren trembled slightly. "I was hit by many ice spikes, but it does not hurt much." He nodded. "Good. Each person gains a unique trait upon awakening. Soren has the Invincible trait. Before awakening, she felt she could die at any moment, but it suits her. Top-tier defense. Has awakened many times and gained the ability of insight, seeing the traits of others, extremely powerful." While he was thinking, Soren said, "I do not need help anymore." He nodded. "Fine, now let our Heavenly Slayer star train." Bone ice darts flew toward them again. This time, instead of standing still, they accelerated and ran. Soren had just awakened the dash trait and avoided the darts. Seeing that, he sighed in admiration. "You have learned dash." Soren smiled. "My body feels light as if flying. I want to keep fighting." But as she spoke, something suddenly made her pupils contract. 2 massive blocks of ice rushed toward them. He jumped up in time to avoid them. Remembering Soren behind him, he shouted, "Wait, let me," but Soren interrupted, "No need." Immediately after, she leaped high with Yuzu's strength. 2 ice blocks crashed to the ground and exploded. He praised her. "Well done. I did not expect you could leap so high," she panted. "It feels like flying." He stretched and asked eagerly, "Warrior, what should I do now?" He felt uneasy. Soren had become stronger than him, like Seo Yujin. He spoke, "Hold him back for a moment while I handle it." He had taught Soren enough. This must end quickly. Soren nodded. "All right, I understand." She stepped forward despite the ache in her leg. She rushed like the wind, avoiding all the darts as the monster continued roaring. Witnessing this, he was astonished. Soren has too many traits, astonishing talent. He laughed. "That is enough teaching, time to finish." He gripped his sword and charged. A sharp sword light with immense energy slashed forward. Speed and trajectory were so fast that in an instant, it reached the monster. A thunderous explosion resounded. Smoke and fire filled the basement. Witnessing this, Soren exclaimed, "Warrior, you are truly strong." He smiled. "It is nothing." While they were talking, something fell from above. resembling a phone. He picked it up, remember this, the monster mana core. Soren could not believe it. Even a phone can become a mana core, he explained. With demonic creatures it is normal. Phone displayed the image of a little girl. He explained a worker sacrificed himself to protect his daughter. His will gathered in the phone and became a mana core. After hearing that, Soren felt heartbroken and sobbed. May he rest in peace, he nodded, certainly. The phone suddenly glowed and floated in the air. In an instant it transformed into two strange objects. Soren asked, what is this? He explained they are called crystals. Used properly they grant better equipment, a reward from the Galaxy Dungeon boss. The ground trembled violently, startling both of them. Soren asked in confusion what is happening. He said this place will collapse after the boss is defeated. She grew anxious. Then what do we do now? He looked at her. Are you used to the movement skill yet? Soren was slightly confused. He did not explain, turned and ran, shouting, run quickly if you do not want to die. Speed was fast and he ran ahead. Seeing Soren falling behind, he reminded her, run faster, slow means death. Soren tried her best and said, I cannot run any faster. He frowned, the teleport gate is still far away. Can she surpass her own limits? While he was thinking, a stone fell and blocked Soren's path. She panicked for a moment, but her eyes quickly became resolute. Immediately after, Soren accelerated forward. Though newly awakened, she was determined not to fall here. Almost simultaneously, cracks continuously appeared behind them, and sections collapsed one after another. Ahead, Kim Junsu discovered the teleportation gate and immediately shouted, here, the gate is here. Soren slightly frowned and murmured, so we have finally arrived. Seeing Soren's exhausted state, Kim Junsu could not help but worry, but he could not intervene because she still had one trait left to awaken. The reason Soren became one of the strongest was thanks to 3 traits. Heavenly Killing Star helped her grow exceptionally, Invincible countered the side effects, and there was still one final trait yet to be completed. Meanwhile, Soren poured all her strength into rushing straight toward the teleportation gate. However, obstacles continued to appear. Rocks fell from above and struck her shoulder, leaving her severely injured. Soren collapsed to the ground in pain. She gritted her teeth and bit her lip, clutching her wound as she forced herself to stand, resolutely murmuring, I will not give up, I must survive. Immediately, blood-red streams of energy erupted around Soren's body. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished. Her final trait had awakened, the train trait. Thanks to it, Soren easily overcame every obstacle ahead. Ahead, Kim Junsu looked around in confusion. Where is she? Could it be that she failed? His expression instantly darkened for a moment. But at that moment, Soren descended from the air. She tightly hugged Kim Junsu and shouted, go now, hurry. Kim Junsu was startled by the sudden embrace and could not help but be stunned. Before he could react, a layer of energy enveloped the two of them. Immediately after, both disappeared amid the ruins. The narrow escape trait had saved their lives. When they reappeared, they were standing in the middle of a street, surrounded by citizens. Their sudden appearance left everyone around them extremely bewildered. However, Kim Junsu paid it no mind. He let out a sigh of relief. Excellent, I knew you could do it. Soren has awakened all 3 traits and even possesses narrow escape. At that moment, a trembling voice rang out, warrior sir. Kim Junsu was startled and looked down. Only then did he realize Soren was still in his arms. He hurriedly helped her stand and asked anxiously, Soren, are you all right? Can you stand steadily? Soren gently shook her head and replied, I am fine. But Kim Junsu clearly saw that she was not fine and quickly said, how could you be fine? Your face is completely flushed. Not only her face, Soren's hands were also as red as tomatoes. She hesitated for a moment before softly saying, warrior sir, could you keep holding me like this a little longer? With that, Soren leaned into Kim Junsu's arms and pleaded, could you hold me a little longer? Kim Junsu was flustered, but Soren softly said, let me adjust my outfit first. In just a moment, Soren finished adjusting her attire. She gratefully said, it is done, thank you. Kim Junsu awkwardly scratched his head, it is nothing, you startled me. The two quickly stood up. Soren let out a relieved breath. We were truly almost too late. Fortunately, we still succeeded. Kim Junsu observed her with many thoughts, still worried. Unless Soren awakened along a different path from the original story where she overcame countless trials. Thinking so, Kim Junsu spoke up, all right, let us leave this chaotic place. As soon as they stepped through the gate, he handed Soren a crystal and gently said, take this. Soren looked at him in surprise. You are giving me this crystal. Its value is at least several billion. Kim Junsu calmly nodded, that is right, use it to quickly become stronger. Soren accepted the crystal but still hesitated. This gift is too great, I am afraid I cannot repay it. It is fine, you can repay me later when you have the means, Kim Junsu generously replied, but inwardly he was carefully calculating this investment. Flame Star Sword Technique is one of the 3 strongest sword techniques in Ascension. Once learned, the character experience will grow exceptionally. However, this is a trait that only Saren can use, so the only way for Kim Junsu to learn it is to receive it in the form of a memory chip. Saren had no idea about these calculations. She smiled gratefully. "Thank you very much, warrior." Kim Junsu waved his hand. "Do not worry too much, just remember it." While later, Kim Junsu returned home, but before he could rest he saw a car waiting in front of his house. He could only be speechless. He only wished to rest a little, but this Axel Soul world seemingly did not allow it. The person in the car was Seo Yujin. He leaned his head out with a friendly smile. "Warrior, get in the car." Kim Junsu got into the car and slowly said, "Thank you for coming all the way to help me." Seo Yujin shook his head. "I should be the one thanking you for giving me the chance to repay you for saving my friend." Kim Junsu gently nodded, but inwardly sighed. It would have been nice if he had not come today. Seo Yujin remained enthusiastic. "We are finally about to have a meeting with the armor management side. Truly something to look forward to." Kim Junsu understood that this event could not be missed. In this world, high-quality equipment provides superior skills, and master blacksmiths capable of crafting Tier 3 items are extremely busy. While Kim Junsu was thinking, Seo Yujin continued, "The person we are signing a contract with this time can craft Tier 7 armor." Hearing that, Kim Junsu became excited. "Tier 7, then let us speed up." Not long after, the car stopped in front of a massive building. When the two entered, they saw 2 rows of knights already waiting. Kim Junsu could not help but be surprised. "Is this real?" Seo Yujin also nodded in admiration. "The blacksmith's mansion is truly magnificent." Suddenly, Kim Junsu suspiciously asked Seo Yujin, "Do you know which religion this blacksmith follows?" Seo Yujin frowned in confusion. "Why are you asking that?" Kim Junsu sighed. "So you do not know. This is the mansion of Jo Chun, a blacksmith belonging to the Temple of Divine Will. Jo Chun is an extremely devout follower of that temple, and is considered the representative face of their future blacksmith movement." Kim Junsu had previously refused the baptism ritual, yet Jo Chun still agreed to craft armor for him, which made him suspicious of that man's true intention. Just then, an arm blocked in front of Kim Junsu. A knight slowly said, "Please raise your hand for identity verification." Kim Junsu frowned. "Identity verification." Before he could understand, the knight had already grabbed his hand and ordered, "Show me your black flame." Kim Junsu gritted his teeth but could not resist. With no other choice, Kim Junsu summoned the black flame in his hand for the knight to inspect, his voice filled with dissatisfaction. "Is it enough?" The knight narrowed his eyes while observing the black flame. The cold aura around him grew increasingly dense. Seo Yujin could not hold back and spoke. "What is the meaning of this? Release him. We are guests with an appointment." Stop! At that moment, a majestic voice rang out from behind. A middle-aged man in a wheelchair approached. It was Jo Chun, a level 6 superhuman blacksmith. He asked in a deep voice, "Who allowed you to treat my honored guests like this?" The knight immediately bowed. "Sir Blacksmith." Jo Chun did not respond but narrowed his eyes at Kim Junsu. "Refusing baptism yet possessing black flame, you are truly a special guest." Kim Junsu snorted lightly and sarcastically asked, "And this is how you welcome me?" Jo Chun coldly replied, "Please forgive me. Light and salvation are always illuminated by the Supreme Being." Kim Junsu could not help but be surprised upon hearing that. Light and salvation, truly puzzling words. Without giving him time to think further, Jo Chun proposed, "Now let us go inside and discuss the type of armor you desire." Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes as he looked at that man's back, many calculations arising in his mind. However, he quickly followed inside. Jo Chun immediately introduced his armor sets. "These models are my specialty." He explained that these were armor sets previously commissioned by Holy Maiden, but they could be customized to suit Kim Junsu's style if needed. Kim Junsu observed for a long while before noticing an armor set in a distant corner. Immediately after, he walked over and calmly said, "I have decided, I will choose this one." Having said that, he pointed at a rather ordinary-looking armor set modestly placed in the corner. Jo Chun exclaimed in astonishment, "Truly, you choose that one?" Kim Junsu calmly replied, "Yes, I like its style." In just a moment, Jo Chun voiced his dissatisfaction, loudly complaining that the request was excessive, since infusing magic into armor was already extremely difficult, and crafting holy armor was something he simply could not accomplish. Kim Junsu calmly shrugged and curled his lips, replying that he did not need holy armor, only that Jo Chun embed massive and ultimate attributes into the set of armor, while observing his reaction to assess the feasibility of the request. Holy armor, also known as the armor of a holy knight, grants exceptional defense to its wearer, yet it possesses a fatal weakness. To fully unleash the power of this armor, the user must possess an abundant source of divine power. To increase his divine power, he would have to join a religion, where they would generously offer benefits in order to draw him into their ranks. Thinking so, he stepped forward and grasped Joe Chun's hand, smiling warmly as he said that he greatly looked forward to the finest products from him, Blacksmith Chun. After saying that, he and Seo Yujin quickly left the place. Along the way, the two of them chatted animatedly and laughed without pause. They were completely unaware that the knight from earlier was still standing silently, watching their every move. After a while, the knight turned back inside, and upon hearing the footsteps, Joe Chun said he could only embed a few attributes into the armor, causing the knight to question whether he would truly follow Kim Junsu's request. Joe Chun helplessly shook his head and replied that he could not defy the goddess's will, for the knight himself had declared that Kim Junsu was the light and salvation of the temple, yet the knight had not fully believed it. He asserted that he needed to verify the truth with his own eye. After speaking, the knight lowered his head slightly, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. A week later, at Chunbok's shop, he repeatedly advised Kim Junsu not to drink too much mandragora essence at once. However, he ignored the warning and drained 3 bottles of refined potion in front of Chunbok's astonished eyes. After finishing the drink, Kim Junsu smiled sincerely and thanked him. Chunbok looked at him with concern and cautiously asked, "Are you still all right?" Kim Junsu recalled the memory and smiled proudly, "Of course. Thank you for giving me this number for free." Seeing that he was unharmed, Chunbok replied cheerfully, "You have helped us a lot. Thanks to that our business has flourished. This gift is only a small token compared to what you have done." While the two were chatting, a young man approached, bowed to Kim Junsu and said aggressively, "Hello, superhero." Kim Junsu was briefly surprised before quickly recognizing him. He patted his shoulder and laughed. "Ah, hello, you are from the Iron Fist gang. It has been a long time." The young man leaned close to Kim Junsu and whispered, "May I have a moment of your time? Our boss wants to meet you." Kim Junsu asked suspiciously, "What is it?" The man glanced around and spoke softly, "There are too many eyes and ears here. Shall we find a more private place?" Kim Junsu did not hesitate and nodded, "All right." Kim Junsu then followed the young man into the car and left the market area. While driving, the man smiled and said, "We have prepared the most modern armored vehicles for you. What do you think?" Kim Junsu merely nodded casually, "It is acceptable." The car quickly entered the Myoram area. Kim Junsu frowned slightly, sensing something unusual. Could it be that the Iron Fist gang headquarters is here? As he remembered, this place was originally notorious for the most unsavory elements of society. While Kim Junsu was thinking, the man suddenly said, "The car is almost out of fuel, so we should stop at a station to refill." Kim Junsu replied calmly, "All right." However, not long after, he realized something was wrong. The car was actually stopping at Myoram train station. At that moment, the man revealed a meaningful smile and said, "All right, now I wish you a very comfortable rest." After saying that, he immediately stepped out of the car. Kim Junsu's expression turned serious in an instant. It was clearly a trap. Kim Junsu reacted quickly, grabbed him by the arm and shouted, "You bastard! Do you think I am a fool? Who do you think you are playing with?" The other man asked in confusion, What are you saying?" Without responding, Kim Junsu forcefully kicked the car door open. Immediately afterward, he quickly jumped outside. He curled his lips into a cold smile. "Stay here with the bombs you painstakingly prepare." As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Junsu threw a grenade into the car. A loud explosion rang out, and the car was instantly engulfed in flames. Kim Junsu had already moved far away, in time to avoid the impact. Upon reaching a safe place, he muttered, "The explosion was far greater than the power of a grenade. Just as expected, that man was the traitor." Afterward, Kim Junsu began to piece together the entire sequence of events, starting from the expensive armored vehicle, being led to Myoram, a place filled with dangerous individuals, and finally being brought to the train station. All of this made Junsu feel extremely familiar, because these events coincided with the story of the Iron Fist gang once being betrayed from within. He did not know the reason, but someone in the gang had certainly taken notice of him. While Kim Junsu was still thinking, a barrage of bullets suddenly shot toward him from afar. Looking over, he saw a group of people carrying guns advancing toward him. Their target was clearly him. The leader shouted loudly, "He is over there, the one in the photograph. If we take him down, we will earn a lot of money. Hurry up." In an instant, the entire group became ferocious and charged toward Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu bit his lip. He immediately knew that the bomb-laden car was not their only preparation. Meanwhile, the group continuously fired at him. With no other choice, Kim Junsu had to take cover behind a car. He said irritably, "Damn it, there are too many of them, this car cannot provide cover for long, I must leave here immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Junsu quickly used his ability to leap into the air. He then landed on the rooftop of a nearby building and said with satisfaction, "Good, they probably cannot guess this." However, the group quickly discovered him and immediately aimed their guns at the building before continuing to fire. Kim Junsu was startled as he had not expected them to detect him so quickly. He hurriedly deployed an energy shield to block the incoming barrage of bullets. Kim Junsu exclaimed in astonishment, "They are not even superheroes, why are their reactions so fast?" Even more surprising, one of them shouted loudly, "Everyone aim at the center, eliminate him immediately." Instantly, all firepower was concentrated on the center of the shield. The pressure from the intense barrage caused the shield to tremble continuously. Kim Junsu was alarmed, "This level of accuracy is terrifying, I must retreat immediately, it is too dangerous." Thinking this, he quickly jumped away, and almost simultaneously the shield was shattered. A bullet grazed his arm. At this moment, Kim Junsu realized that he had underestimated his opponents. Although he did not want to use the items he had just purchased, he had no other choice. Kim Junsu pulled out an object and forcefully threw it forward. "Take this, you bastards." In an instant, a series of smoke bombs fell onto the group's position. Thick clouds of smoke quickly spread throughout the area. The group panicked, covering their noses and muttering, "It is tear gas, we cannot let him escape, we must take him down to obtain the antidote." Kim Junsu laughed disdainfully. "Who do you think you are chasing? You are not even superheroes." It was time to leave. Kim Junsu quickly turned around and departed. He ran straight toward the nearby residential area. When he felt that a safe distance had been reached, Kim Junsu finally stopped. He landed on the rooftop of a building. Kim Junsu frowned slightly in thought. How could a group of scammers display focus and strength comparable to superheroes? Suddenly recalling something, he concluded that only combat enhancement drugs could cause this. Despite their severe side effects, they could temporarily elevate human abilities. Kim Junsu nodded. They mentioned an antidote. It was very likely the key to the problem. The only person who could control this group of scammers in Myoram that he could think of was the Manhunter, a famous sharpshooter operating in the area. His tactics usually began by planting an internal spy to set up bombs. Next was the use of scammers who had been enhanced by the drug. Finally, he would take advantage of his sniping ability to finish off the target. As expected, Kim Junsu quickly detected a flickering glint in the distance. Almost immediately, a bullet tore through the air toward him. Kim Junsu did not dare hesitate and quickly dodged. Bullet whizzed past behind him. He let out a sigh of relief. A moment slower and the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, Kim Junsu curled his lips into a smile. The risk of this gamble was entirely worthwhile, because he had now determined the hiding place of the Manhunter. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes as he observed from above, his gaze filled with calculation. Immediately afterward, he leaped down from the rooftop. Kim Junsu muttered smugly, "I know where you are hiding, bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed forward with his teammate to take down a cowardly sniper who only hid from afar. Kim Junsu had no choice but to close in on his position. Thinking so, Kim Junsu accelerated, sprinting with all his strength. Even though his body felt as if it were burning, he gritted his teeth and endured, believing the thick smoke would obscure the hunter's aim. As Kim Junsu dashed forward, a bullet tore through the air toward him. Fortunately, he managed to dodge in time. Facing a professional marksman was not without its solution. After running a distance, Kim Junsu suddenly halted. He raised his head and smirked, "I am here." Hearing that, the hunter cursed angrily, "Damn it." He was completely unable to determine Kim Junsu's position. On the contrary, Kim Junsu was extremely pleased at this moment. He had used the smoke and flames to conceal himself, escaping the dangerous line of sight. No matter how hard he tried, that man could not find him. Continuing forward, Kim Junsu quickly closed in on where the hunter was hiding. Seeing him, that man exclaimed in panic. He jumped up already. Ignoring that reaction, Kim Junsu raised his gun, preparing to fire. The hunter refused to back down and growled, "You dare challenge a marksman in a gunfight." But before he could pull the trigger, Kim Junsu had already activated Black Flame. Immediately after, he fired his gun. Almost at the same time, the hunter's bullet also left the barrel. His bullet grazed Kim Junsu's shoulder at terrifying speed. The pain made him grit his teeth, silently admitting that this sniper was indeed formidable for still hitting the target in such chaos. Even so, Kim Junsu did not panic. Instead, he smiled confidently, because on the opposite side, the hunter had also been shot in the shoulder. Unlike Kim Junsu, that man was engulfed in black flames, causing him to scream in agony. Although Kim Junsu's bullet only grazed him, it was enough to become a fatal blow to the hunter. Kim Junsu silently observed his opponent being consumed by black flame. He smirked victoriously, "I have won." At that moment, the ground beneath Kim Junsu suddenly collapsed, trapping both his legs. Kim Junsu cried out in shock, "A magic trap." Meanwhile, the hunter quickly poured a vial of potion over himself, gritted his teeth and said, "Do not think this will end so easily, bastard." Kim Junsu's expression immediately turned serious. "This is bad. If I do not escape in time, I will lose my life." Hunter growled again, "Now prepare to die in black fire." Kim Junsu struggled to free himself, because if he came into contact with that explosive substance, death would be inevitable. Everything suddenly became a race against time. At this moment, he needed to slow the sinking process by minimizing magical damage. Though this measure was quite reluctant, survival came first before anything else. Immediately after, Kim Junsu pressed his hands against the ground. The power within his body began to surge endlessly. Thanks to that, Kim Junsu struggled to pull his body out of the sinking area. Next, he activated the purification attribute to destroy as much of the trap's magic as possible. However, before he could escape, his eyes suddenly froze. Because the hunter had escaped the black flames and was slowly approaching Kim Junsu, he snorted coldly, "I must praise you for trying to resist the magic trap, but unfortunately it is too late." Kim Junsu's expression stiffened. He did not expect the opponent to extinguish the black flame. Ignoring his reaction, the hunter trembled as he bent down to pick up something from the ground. Coldly said, "It seems this victory belongs to me. Once I kill you, I will not have to worry for the rest of my life." But when he raised his gun to aim, there was no one in front of him. His face immediately went blank in shock. Before he could understand what was happening, he was struck by a punch from Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu smirked, "A spectacular comeback, bastard." Fortunately, at the last moment, Kim Junsu had received a new attribute. The attribute he had just awakened was guard resistance. This made Kim Junsu extremely excited, as it helped him escape danger. Grabbing the hunter by the collar, Kim Junsu said coldly, "You are a marksman. At this distance you can only surrender. Speak, who hired you to kill me?" The hunter trembled and replied, "Fine, I admit defeat, I will tell everything. But first let me smoke a cigarette." "As you wish." Kim Junsu agreed without hesitation and released him. Regaining his freedom, the hunter took out a cigarette and lit it. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes as he observed, his gaze filled with calculation. He leisurely inhaled the smoke. Kim Junsu frowned and asked, "Do you like that flavor?" The hunter let out a hoarse laugh, his smile eerie. He loudly replied, "Of course, because it carries the taste of sweet victory." Immediately after, the hunter crazily charged forward. Before he could do anything, an explosion rang out and blood splattered everywhere. He stared at his opponent in shock and trembled. "You knew in advance." Kim Junsu smiled, "Of course. Do you think a player with 10,000 hours like me would not recognize that cigar could turn the smoker into a mutant?" "What?" The hunter only managed to utter that before collapsing to the ground. Kim Junsu stood looking down and softly sighed. This was truly beyond expectation. This hunter was truly despicable. Earlier he was willing to surrender when defeat was imminent. Yet this time he fought to the end and even accepted mutation. There must be a reason behind it. After hesitating for a moment, Kim Junsu bent down to examine his body. As expected, he found a USB drive. Kim Junsu smirked, "All right, let us see who is behind all of this." The next day, at the Choiseul Company office, Choi Seok and Kim Junsu were watching the news. The media reported about the gunfight between gangs in Myoram the previous night. After hearing it, Choi Seok was shocked. "You survived that dangerous incident." Kim Junsu nodded, "And that is also why I was dragged into this trouble. It was so dangerous that I nearly lost my life." Choi Seok angrily gritted his teeth. "Who attacked you?" Kim Junsu sighed, "It is a long story. I do not even know where to begin." At that moment, a loud crash echoed as the office door was smashed open. One person was thrown to the ground while another stood at the doorway. During the commotion, Choi Seok and Kim Junsu immediately turned their gaze toward it. The one who appeared was Thich Quyen, the hero of the Iron Fist Guild, his voice filled with remorse as he apologized for seemingly failing to manage his subordinate properly. Kim Junsu remained seated calmly in his chair, giving a slight nod and smile, expressing satisfaction that the other party had recognized the issue. In contrast, Choi Seok angrily shouted, demanding that they stop breaking Hugh's door every time they came, while also asking whether the Iron Fist Guild intended to attack him. Hearing this, Thich Quyen quickly explained that it was merely a low-ranking subordinate. However, after a thorough investigation, he had gathered some important information. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at the man being held up like a chicken, thoughtfully remarking that the one who attacked him seemed to be short on money. Quinn replied in surprise that he had guessed completely right, because that man always spent his rewards on gambling and was now drowning in debt. After hearing this, Kim Junsu nodded in understanding, stating that his motive for betrayal had become painfully obvious. Quinn added apologetically that regardless of the reason, this was still his mistake, and he once again offered his apology. Kim Junsu appeared unconcerned, coldly accepting the apology and admitting that managing all the mercenaries had never been easy. It seemed the Iron Fist Guild was not fully aware of everything either, because if it had not been Kim Junsu, the target of revenge might have been them. At this moment, Quinn spoke up, promising to take responsibility and track down the one behind the entire incident. Kim Junsu smiled and replied that he already had evidence related to this matter in his possession. Saying that, he took out a USB and explained that the assassin had carried it, then asked whether they knew how to use a computer. Choi Siak gave a light nod, while Hugh excitedly boasted that he even held a computer science certificate. Immediately, he began operating the computer to check the data. After a while, Choi Siak exclaimed in shock that this man was a notorious assassin who had taken down nearly 20 superhumans, yet Kim Junsu calmly asked him to check his most recent mission. Hearing that, Choi Siak quickly searched and reported that the mission had been accepted 3 days ago. Upon seeing the bounty amount, he cried out in alarm that the figure reached 20 billion. Both Quinn and Kim Junsu could not help but be stunned by that enormous sum. Kim Junsu immediately asked who could possibly afford such a large amount. Choi Siak glanced at him before replying that the request came from someone within Ascendant Security, causing Kim Junsu to frown as he thought of an individual from that major corporation. Choi Siak pulled the computer screen closer for Kim Junsu to clearly see the person's identity. Upon seeing the information, Kim Junsu exclaimed in astonishment. It turned out to be that man. He quickly realized that this was the night he had met at Jo Chun's house. Kim Junsu let out a helpless sigh, realizing things were becoming more complicated. Choi Siak suspiciously asked why that man wanted to kill him. Kim Junsu did not answer but instead requested to see the family lineage of Ascendant Security. Choi Siak nodded in agreement and told him to wait a moment. Not long after, he provided the information, and once Kim Junsu finished reading it, his expression immediately darkened as he understood the situation clearly. Ascendant Security was a private military guild under Ascendant Group, one of the 5 major powers in Ascend Seoul, and Li Yi-jian was a descendant of that family. That man had once stood at the top of the family's line of succession. However, after undergoing baptism at the Archbishop's will and becoming a holy knight, Li Yi-jian was removed from the line of inheritance. His only path now was to become a renowned holy knight, yet the saintess regarded Kim Junsu as their savior. Kim Junsu sighed and speculated that his own success in completing the baptism and rising to fame had enraged that man enough to order an assassination. Hearing this, Choi Siak angrily declared that that man needed to be taught a proper lesson. Quinn frowned worriedly, reminding them that the opponent was no ordinary person, but belonged to the family leading a major guild. A single mistake could result in the entire guild being attacked. Even understanding that, Choi Siak was still unwilling to accept it, and insisted they could not simply stand by. Kim Junsu agreed and said he had already come up with a plan, causing Choi Siak to look at him with excited trust. With a faint smile, Kim Junsu proposed that they should first focus on strengthening their forces, because this time the target was a figure of considerable stature. Shortly after, Seo Yujin appeared at Choi Siak's office, and upon hearing about the assassination attempt, he slammed the table in fury, shouting that that man dared to target Kim Junsu. Seeing his intense reaction, Kim Junsu quickly reassured him that he was still safe, while mentioning Seo Yujin as someone reliable with strong financial backing and the power of a level 5 superhuman. Seo Yujin firmly declared that he would not let this matter go and suggested hiring assassins for revenge. Choi Siak immediately stopped him, emphasizing that the cost would be enormous since the target was the son of Ascendant Security, causing Seo Yujin to hesitate. Kim Junsu quickly cut in and said he already had an idea, making Seo Yujin listen attentively. Kim Junsu smiled and declared that he would challenge Li Yi-jian to an official duel. This proposal left the other 3 shocked and worried because the level of danger was far too great. Kim Junsu calmly explained that if he did nothing, the other side would certainly continue hiring stronger assassins. Seo Yujin worried that Li Yi-jian might let someone else fight in his place, because injustice had always existed in this world. Kim Junsu replied that if he won, he would receive an official apology along with appropriate compensation. The room fell silent, and after a moment, Thich Quien admitted this was perhaps the most feasible option at present. Kim Junsu nodded, raising the USB as evidence and asserting that with the condition of allowing substitute fighters and limiting participants, Li Yijian would accept the challenge. Recognizing the plan as reasonable, Choi Siok volunteered to send the official challenge letter and suggested finding a lawyer to represent them. After a brief hesitation, Seo Yujin took responsibility, stating that his family knew a lawyer who had once been a Supreme Court judge. Once everything had been assigned, Kim Junsu cheerfully expressed his thanks, but the other three continued to look at him silently with concern. Kim Junsu let out a helpless sigh and asked why they were looking at him as if he were heading to a battlefield with no return. Thich Quien anxiously asked whether he was confident of victory when the opponent could send a level 4 fighter or higher. Kim Junsu frankly admitted that this challenge was not easy at all, especially since he could not use his mutant attribute in the duel. Therefore, this situation was even more difficult than his previous confrontation with the chairman. However, Kim Junsu was confident there was still a way, and he had already guessed who would fight in place of Li Yijian. During that, Thich Quien asked in astonishment whether he already knew the opponent's identity. Kim Junsu confirmed it and asked Seo Yujin to assist with training and preparation for the duel. Without any hesitation, Seo Yujin agreed, affirming that he would give his all to help. Seeing his enthusiasm, Kim Junsu quickly reminded him to train lightly, avoiding a repeat of the previous dangerous incident. 3 days later, at the venue of the duel, Kim Junsu's supporters were already present in the stand, Seo Yujin and Choi Siok constantly cheering and expressing absolute confidence in him. Even so, Kim Junsu looked somewhat worn out after 3 days of intense training, but it had helped him prepare thoroughly for the battle. At that moment, a group of people approached from the distance. Kim Junsu recognized the one leading them as Ojusik, commander of the Archbishop's Holy Knight Squad, who spoke up saying it had been a long time since he participated in a duel. Yi Jian, walking behind, hurriedly said the commander did not need to come personally, but Ojusik immediately scolded him, declaring that while he was commander, no holy knight was allowed to retreat. Hearing that, Li Yijian fell silent, not daring to argue further. Witnessing this scene, Kim Junsu frowned, recognizing the contrast between the stern demeanor before him and Li Yijian's timid attitude toward his superior. While he was thinking, Ojusik took the initiative to greet Kim Junsu, and he politely responded. Unexpectedly, Ojusik bowed his head solemnly and apologized for the unfortunate incident that had occurred. Kim Junsu could not help but be stunned by this action, wondering whether the apology was sincere. Before he could react, Ojusik continued to assert that this was entirely a personal fault and had nothing to do with the Sane test. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes and asked clearly about the Archbishop Council's stance in this matter. After a brief hesitation, Ojusik revealed that the Saintess believed Kim Junsu would become their light and savior. Hearing that, Kim Junsu grew even more confused, recalling that Jo Chun had once said something similar and not understanding the true meaning of the prophecy. Ignoring his reaction, Ojusik presented a condition that if he won, Kim Junsu would join the Holy Knight Squad. Hearing this sudden proposal, Kim Junsu cried out in alarm, never expecting they were so eager to recruit him. While Kim Junsu was still bewildered, Li Yijian could only grit his teeth in anger but could do nothing more. Du Zich spoke at this moment. Everything stemmed from the will of our master and holy maiden. Kim Junsu had not yet responded when the lawyer invited by Seo Yujin appeared. He slowly announced that the time for the duel had arrived. Everyone was present. Please confirm the established duel agreement. If the Holy Knight wins, Kim Junsu will join the Duk Tra Guild. Conversely, if Kim Junsu wins, Li Yijian will be forbidden from causing harm directly or indirectly and must provide compensation. The lawyer asked both sides to confirm once more, is that correct? Kim Junsu and Li Yijian answered in unison, yes. As the words ended, a surge of magic flared from Kim Junsu's chest. In Axel's soul, a dual oath is magic. Whoever breaks it will endanger his life. Even Li Yijian did not dare to break the oath in this chaotic world. The lawyer continued, now I will confirm the duel rules following international standards. All abilities and personal weapons may be used. Consumable items must be crafted on site. Kim Junsu's side remained in the stand, their gazes slightly anxious. The Holy Knight also stood outside waiting. Du Zich said excitedly, I am ready. Kim Junsu smiled, I will craft my items. Dushik felt slightly disappointed but nodded, 10 minutes per item. Kim Junsu quickly took out 3 potion bottles. If you keep switching attributes like that, you are no different from an alchemist. These are divine potions to fight the Holy Knight. The lawyer looked at the 3 bottles and asked, body of steel elixir, speed elixir and dragon demon elixir. Correct. Kim Junsu nodded, yes, I will use them. In battle, using doping is necessary, so he drank all 3 bottles at once. Both sides were ready, the duel began. The screen displayed the countdown timer. Kim Junsu and Dushik stepped onto the arena. Dusik looked at Kim Junsu. Warrior Kim, joining the guild is an honor, or have you changed your mind and volunteered to join? Enough talk, Kim Junsu snorted coldly without hesitation. Duzich said coldly, seeing you refuse to cooperate, then there is no other way, but do not worry. He said he would not kill Kim Junsu, because he still had to join the guild. Immediately after, the magic around Duzich surged. Kim Junsu felt fortunate. The magic was overwhelming. He was on a different level. He would struggle to win without risking his life. Despite careful preparation, Kim Junsu could not defeat him without taking risks. The countdown had 1 second left. Finally, the clock returned to 0. Duzich roared, his magic rising steadily. Moments later, his figure vanished. The ground sank into a massive crater. Kim Junsu frowned in shock. He muttered, he disappeared. Kim Junsu quickly realized that Dushik had only activated Flash Step. In the next instant, Dushik was already standing before Kim Junsu. He came with a shout, Warrior Kim will become a god. Hearing that, Kim Junsu was stunned. What become a god? While he was confused, Dushik hammer fell, smoke and flames erupted. Seo Yujin sighed in the stands, panicked. What is this, so strong, ended with a single blow. When the smoke cleared, Soren noticed something and cried out in shock. On the platform, Kim Junsu stood proudly, his shield blocking Duzich's hammer. Kim Junsu looked at Duzich coldly, become a god, what nonsense are you talking about? Duzich remained calm, a faint smile on his lips. Kim Junsu had guessed correctly. He used rapid advance from the start, a trait specialized in surprise attacks. He had anticipated it and was not troubled. Even so, Kim Junsu's triple-layered shield had cracked. Dushik laughed, now I see why the Holy Maiden acknowledges you, Kim Junsu said. Stop explaining, first it was Savior of Light, now it is God. Duzich smiled, exactly as you heard, you are the hope of the Legion and will save us from the apocalypse. Kim Junsu frowned, the hope of the Bishop army, now that he thought about it, the god they served was already dead. A few years later, as the story progressed, the Holy Maiden performed a divine ritual, and in Seoul a great battle with the boss took place. Kim Junsu realized something and cried out in horror, do not tell me the Savior is a vessel for a god. Yes, Duzich laughed, a noble sacrifice and sacred offering. These words enraged Kim Junsu, these lunatics, they want to sacrifice me. Duzich did not care, laughing excitedly, your body and soul will become part of the bishop if you lose this match. Kim Junsu snorted and charged forward with fury. Duzich hurriedly raised his shield to block. He was still forced back several steps. Duzich's brows twitched in pain, the power was overwhelming. Kim Junsu saw the reaction and sneered, worried of course, you shifted all your traits to an offensive warrior. Thinking that, Kim Junsu surged forward with the speed of the wind. Now he attacked Dushik with warrior traits that made him wary. Duzich did not panic, using his shield to block with a faint smile, haha, your swordsmanship is decent. Kim Junsu did not answer, calculating his attack good now that he had switched to defense. He had already finished changing his traits. Kim Junsu drew another weapon and attacked. Weapon struck Dushik upper arm. Duzich remained calm and praised, this is getting interesting. Kim Junsu bit his lip, it worked. 3 days of preparation were not in vain. The reason he invited Seo Yujin to train him was to gain the traits needed for this battle, and to learn how to change traits in an instant, through fighting a high-level superhuman like Seo Yujin. Using defensive traits when defending. Using offensive traits when a breakthrough was needed. Combining other warrior traits when more techniques were required. So at this moment, Kim Junsu attacked Dushik relentlessly, forcing him into a defensive stance. Kim Junsu roared, his eyes bloodshot as he rushed toward Dushik. He had learned to use offensive traits when opportunity arose. Fighting a level 3 superhuman against level 4, it only required shifting traits. Under the relentless assault, Duzich could not counterattack and could only grit his teeth and defend. Before long, the hammer in Duzich's hand was knocked away. Witnessing that scene, Li Yijian's face immediately became heavy. Even the one controlling the chain was equally stunned. He felt as if he was facing 4 warriors at the same time, which was truly unbelievable. Ignoring the opponent's reaction, he calmly declared that he would claim victory because he did not want to become a sacrifice for their rotten army. Duzich bit his lip, clenched his fist, then admitted that he could no longer underestimate him and declared that he would finish off his opponent regardless of his identity. As soon as he finished speaking, Dusik charged forward with his weapon in hand and hurled it straight at Kim Junsu. Not daring to be careless, Kim Junsu quickly created a defensive shield and asserted that such a direct attack would not be effective. However, in an instant, his shield shattered and he was sent flying backward. Kim Junsu silently cursed as he realized that Dusik's strength had surged. It turned out that he had been holding back earlier. While he was still thinking, Dusik furiously charged forward, shouting because he had dared to insult his army. Unable to react in time, Kim Junsu was struck again, his body crashing hard into the wall behind him before falling down. Dusik narrowed his eyes at him and coldly suggested that if he apologized, he would accept his surrender. Kim Junsu decisively shook his head in refusal, without the slightest hesitation. Rising from the ground, he coldly declared that if his opponent could not defeat him, then victory was nothing but a dream. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Junsu immediately took the initiative to charge forward. His momentum was incredibly powerful as he unleashed a series of fierce slashes. Dusik did not dare to be careless and hurriedly defended against the attacks. After that, he counterattacked with a powerful punch to Kim Junsu's shoulder. The two rushed at each other, frantically exchanging techniques. Shockwaves continuously erupted from each strike. Both of them had to endure the power of their opponent. Before long, both were pushed back. The distance between them widened. Numerous wounds inflicted by Kim Junsu's sword appeared on Dusik's body. Nevertheless, Kim Junsu was not in much better condition, his entire body bruised and exhausted. At that moment, Dusik ferociously shouted that it was time to end this meaningless battle. As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic shield appeared in his hand, raised high along with the invocation of the divine power of Duk Tra. Immediately, a colossal wave of water formed. Dusik's body was quickly enveloped by the raging water. Witnessing this, Kim Junsu's expression changed as he realized that it was Dusik's ultimate technique, Dark Divine Wave. Only after witnessing it firsthand did he understand how terrifying the destructive power of this technique truly was. If struck by it, Kim Junsu would almost certainly be defeated, and there was no easy way to evade it. To achieve victory, he was forced to find a way to counter it. Despite his inner anxiety, Kim Junsu still placed his trust in the abilities he had honed after becoming a Kim warrior. Mountain-breaking sword art, a skill he had never stopped training, along with the swordsmanship taught by Seo Yujin, and the Enherja cultivation method that he had diligently refined. Dharma Heart, the power that helped Kim Junsu progress day by day. Ba River, the achievement gained from unwavering will in despair. In addition was the Slash attribute, the ultimate technique capable of cutting through all matter in the universe. Kim Junsu decided to place his complete trust in his own ability. Time, effort, and above all, faith in himself were the keys to victory. Thinking of this, Kim Junsu tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. A brilliant surge of sword light erupted, leaving Dusik utterly astonished. With no other choice, he could only watch helplessly as the sword light rushed into the tsunami and gradually expanded with a dazzling radiance. In the stands, the Zhejian group was stunned by the scene, unable to understand what was happening. Even Seo Yujin and the others could not observe clearly because the light was too blinding. As the light gradually faded, the figures of Kim Junsu and Dusik finally emerged. However, immediately afterward, Kim Junsu spat out a mouthful of blood. On the opposite side, Dusik's condition was no better. He softly muttered that it had been a wonderful battle, offering his respect to the Kim warrior. After saying that, Dusik immediately collapsed. Immediately afterward, the referee raised Kim Junsu Mahodo's hand and declared the Kim warrior the winner. Seeing that the match had ended, Seo Yujin's group ran down to the arena to congratulate him. Kim Junsu smiled with satisfaction for having defeated a higher-ranked superhuman without needing to use the mutation attribute. Seo Yujin embraced him and excitedly praised that he was truly outstanding. The three people behind were also moved to tears, surrounding him and continuously praising him, affirming that they had always believed he would win. At that moment, an enraged roar rang out, causing Kim Junsu to turn his head back in shock. He saw Li Yijian holding a hammer and charging straight toward him. Before Kim Junsu could react, Seo Yujin leaped out to block the attack, creating a powerful shockwave. As a result, Li Yijian was knocked back and became the disadvantaged one. Seo Yujin angrily shouted at him for refusing to accept the result and even daring to attack his own teacher. When Seo Yujin was about to make a move, the referees promptly intervened and reminded Li Yijian of the magical oath that reckless actions could cause his heart to explode. Even so, Li Yijian still roared that the captain's death was caused by Kim Junsu and that the Duk Tra army would certainly seek revenge. After that declaration, the knights behind him simultaneously stepped forward. Kim Junsu remained calm and asked whether they believed he had killed Ojusik, and Jejian immediately confirmed it. Kim Junsu let out a cold snort, asserting that the one responsible for Ojusik's death was none other than themselves. These words caused Li Yijian's face to turn pale and his body to tremble. Ignoring that reaction, Kim Junsu calmly admitted that although he was an opponent, Ojusik was still a warrior worthy of respect. He did not deserve to lose his life in a match because of Jejian's brutal assassination. For the sake of Dusik's honor, Kim Junsu demanded that Li Yijian accept the result and fulfill his promise. Hearing this, Li Yijian lowered his head in silence, not knowing how to respond. Kim Junsu continued coldly, saying that everything stemmed from his inferiority. Jijian still lowered his head trembling, murmuring the captain's name. Seeing this, the paladin supported him to his feet and left the place. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes as he watched Li Yijian's departing figure, thinking that if he silently withdrew, perhaps the Duk Tra army would no longer intend to seek revenge. The next day at Choi Siok's office, Choi Siok was happily chatting on the phone, announcing that they had officially signed a contract with the Kim warrior, the one who had just defeated the captain of the Duk Tra army. At that moment, someone entered, and he quickly apologized and said he would call back later. The person who had just arrived was Kim Junsu. He had just retrieved his armor from the master blacksmith Jo Chun, and happily stated that it had been crafted exactly according to the requirements of gigantic and super durability attributes. Jo Sao, upon seeing him, excitedly ran over with a box of fruit in his hands and said flatteringly, "Since you are here, try taking this with you as well. This is my own creation." Kim Junsu was slightly surprised as he received the item and opened it to check what was inside. After just a brief moment, he exclaimed happily, "This is exactly what I needed." Jo Sao also excitedly introduced it. This is a high-end manual training device. It also has the ability to self-clean and restore magical power. Kim Junsu gave a thumbs up in praise, smiling with satisfaction. "You truly understand my taste, Director Choi, thank you." He also complimented that outfit, saying it made him look just like a model, but Choi Siok suddenly hesitated for a moment. After a while he stammered, "By the way, may I ask you for a favor?" Kim Junsu frowned and asked, "What is it?" Choi Siok explained in a deep voice, "Thanks to you our business has surged, but because our cooperation has not been long, some people still doubt this contract." Hearing this, Kim Junsu immediately understood and nodded. "If it is only for that reason, I am willing to help. Have you prepared a mission for me?" "Yes, I have prepared a very suitable mission." Choi Siok nodded and handed Kim Junsu a set of documents. "The Sun Tower wishes to study your black flame for scientific purposes." Hearing this, Kim Junsu frowned slightly. He clearly knew that the Sun Tower was one of the 4 great magic towers of Axel Sol. According to Kim Junsu's memory, that place specialized in training various types of fire-related magic. Choi Siok continued, "They will grant YOU Chinese letter equivalent to an official member." Kim Junsu nodded in response, "All right, I accept." Because that person was inside the Sun Tower. Therefore, he clearly knew what reward he would receive. Not long after at the Sun Tower, a place filled with fire elemental magic. Kim Junsu arrived here following the mission. After stepping inside, he could not help but marvel at the perfect combination of science and magic. The scenery was truly impressive. At that moment, someone approached to greet him. "Warrior Kim, I am Hyung-ju, a researcher. You came here to assist with the research on Black Flame, correct?" "Yes, that is correct." Kim Junsu nodded. Hyung-ju immediately led him inside. "Time is limited, let us go up right away, please follow this way." Before long, the two entered the research room. Hyung-ju suggested, "First, we will conduct a few basic tests." Kim Junsu frowned slightly. "This machine looks quite familiar." He was still thinking. Hyung-ju spoke, "Please step inside, you only need to stand still." Without any suspicion, Kim Junsu slowly entered the device. Immediately, a magic circle appeared before him. In an instant, Kim Junsu's expression became uncomfortable. This was the machine capable of revealing all character information. This device would expose every secret attribute of Kim Junsu. Thinking of this, he immediately struck the glass and shouted loudly, "Stop the machine immediately. I do not agree to this." Hyung-ju stood outside, curling his lips into a cold smile. "Please remain calm. This is merely a necessary procedure and has been recorded in the contract." Kim Junsu became furious, clenching his fists and shouting, "Get lost, you bastard." Immediately afterward, his punch landed, causing the glass surface of the device to shatter. Hyung-ju stepped back in panic and shouted, "What are you doing?" Kim Junsu angrily replied, "The contract only required me to demonstrate Black Flame to support research. Who would have thought you would resort to this trick?" At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed. Without hesitation, the newcomer threw a punch at Hyung-ju's face and shouted loudly, "You fool, Park Hyung-ju, you have caused trouble again." The person who appeared was Myung-seok, the head of the research department. He gritted his teeth and scolded, "How dare you sabotage my project?" Hyung-ju fearfully explained that it was only a misunderstanding, but Myung-seok did not accept it. He said angrily, "What misunderstanding? You intended to sell the information of Warrior Kim I have been observing from earlier." Accusation left Hyung-ju speechless. He lowered his head and stammered, "I am sorry. At that time greed clouded my judgment." Snorting coldly, Myung-seok ordered, "Get out of here immediately. You are expelled from the team." Kim Junsu was bewildered by the situation. Myung-seok said apologetically, "I am sorry, Warrior Kim. I am Myung-seok, the head of the research department. I sincerely apologize for what just happened." Before he could finish speaking, Kim Junsu waved his hand. "It is not your fault. I suppose this kind of incident has happened quite a few times." Myung-seok sighed helplessly. That fool sold information because of his gambling addiction. If not for his teacher, he would have been dismissed long ago. "I understand." Kim Junsu nodded and continued, "However, I came here to fulfill your request and nearly had my personal information exposed." Hearing this, Myung-seok proposed to make amends. "I will upgrade your membership privileges. You will be able to use our advertising equipment and training facilities." Hearing this proposal, Kim Junsu immediately became pleased. The training area of the Magic Tower was originally reserved only for mages. Thinking this, he nodded in satisfaction. "That sounds quite good." Myung-seok continued, "While I make preparations, you may rest." Kim Junsu nodded in response. "All right, then I will look around for a while." After that, he moved to another floor of the Sun Tower. Kim Junsu was extremely excited at this moment. He was almost completely captivated by this place, truly worthy of the name Axel Soul. This was a perfect opportunity to obtain additional traits from the Magic Tower training ground. Just then, an announcement echoed through the speakers. "Lightning Element Magic Training begins." As soon as the announcement ended, the spheres in front of him were enveloped in magical power. In the blink of an eye, countless bolts of lightning struck down. Kim Junsu was engulfed by lightning, electric currents continuously striking his body. The pain pierced deep into his bones, yet Kim Junsu gritted his teeth and endured. If he used the appropriate trait, he could hold on longer. Thinking so, Kim Junsu quickly adjusted his trait. Immediately, the intensity of the lightning began to decrease. Not long after, Kim Junsu completed the lightning training and received the 6-element resistance trait. Having achieved his goal, he happily shouted, "Now turn off the electricity. I cannot endure much longer." However, at that moment the system in the room suddenly turned red. A warning sounded as the training mode switched to manual control. "Warning, the electric current intensity has been adjusted." Lightning continued to strike, causing Kim Junsu to shout in frustration, "Wait, I have already finished. Who is controlling this from outside?" Not long after, Kim Junsu saw Hyung-ju standing outside. He held the control lever with malicious eyes and cursed, "You have provoked the wrong person, bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, Hyung-ju pushed the control lever to the maximum level. Violent lightning immediately struck Kim Junsu's body. Kim Junsu's expression turned serious in an instant. Hyung-ju shouted madly, "Disappear, you disgusting pest." Kim Junsu was forced to endure the lightning at its highest intensity. Seeing this, Hyung-ju laughed triumphantly, "This is the price for daring to oppose me." But very quickly, his smile faded and his face stiffened. Because Kim Junsu still stood tall, completely unharmed, these tricks could not defeat him, and entering the training room at this time had already been part of his plan. Among Kim Junsu's traits was an ability called Divine Resistance. He obtained it when resisting the purification ritual of the Holy Maiden. Fire Resistance was the trait he gained after immersing himself in the sacred spring. Dark Resistance was acquired after his battle with the necromancer Karen. Ice Resistance was the reward from his confrontation with the vengeful spirit. Earth Resistance was obtained when he escaped the hunter's magic trap. And finally, Lightning Resistance was the trait he had just gained through the training session. Kim Junsu quickly merged all 6 of these traits. An enormous amount of magical power immediately enveloped his entire body. Even the heart within his chest began to transform continuously. In a short time, Kim Junsu awakened a new trait called Magic Resistance. Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction. A shiver spread throughout his body. Witnessing this scene, Hyung-ju shouted in terror, how could he block Tier 3 magic with only his body? Is he still human? This time the power will be even greater. Immediately after, Hyung-ju continued to manipulate the lever. A loud warning sounded. Warning, the system has exceeded control, stop training and evacuate immediately. Kim Junsu showed no sign of panic at all. The deer calmly stated that the system had gone beyond control. It sounded dangerous, but if that was the case he would make use of his trait to evade every attack. Almost at the same moment, a bolt of lightning light struck straight down at Kim Junsu's position. However, this time, he reacted with extreme speed and avoided the strike. Not only that, he also gained a new trait called retreat. This made Kim Junsu extremely excited. He believed that at this rate he would soon obtain a higher level trait such as airstrike. In stark contrast to his joy, Hyung-ju outside was furious, constantly manipulating the controls and shouting in rage that he would definitely bring him down. At that moment, Myung-seok stepped in from outside and slapped him across the face, angrily scolding that he had heard the warning, yet that man still acted recklessly. Immediately after, he ordered everyone to shut down the control system. In just a moment, all the lightning light vanished, and the system returned to a stable state. Unable to restrain his anger, Myung-seok grabbed Hyung-ju by the collar and ground his teeth as he demanded how that man dared to injure warrior Kim. Hyung-ju hurriedly waved his hands in denial and tried to explain. Just then, Kim Junsu walked out from inside and said with disdain that injuring him was impossible. Hyung-seok turned around in shock and anxiously asked whether the warrior was truly safe. Kim Junsu only gave a faint smile and replied that he merely felt a slight numbness as if shocked by electricity. This scene left everyone around utterly confused and bewildered. After his wrongful actions, Hyung-ju was finally expelled from the tower. No matter how that man begged, it could not change the outcome. Watching his departing back, Kim Junsu asked what would happen next. Myung-seok explained that that man would have his brain sealed so he could no longer learn any new magic. Kim Junsu nodded slightly and casually remarked that his life as a mage was effectively over. That was the price he had to pay. Myung-seok showed no sympathy either, coldly stating that this was the inevitable consequence of the evil deeds that man had committed, then handed Kim Junsu a compensatory gift. He gave him a box containing a vial of elixir, capable of healing wounds very effectively. Though inwardly delighted, Kim Junsu maintained a calm demeanor and expressed his thanks, regarding the vial as his second life. Myung-seok waved his hand with a laugh and said it was merely reasonable compensation. Perhaps he wished to close the matter, but Kim Junsu still had another request and gently mentioned that he had been attacked twice at the tower. After pretending to think, Kim Junsu calmly expressed his desire to experience all 4 spells of the Grand Magic Tower. Hearing this, Myung-seok was instantly astonished and asked whether he intended to test the solar cannon. Kim Junsu frankly nodded in confirmation and proposed that it be fired directly at him, causing Myung-seok to anxiously try to dissuade him, because even a level 3 superhuman could not withstand that power. Not letting him finish, Kim Junsu coldly interrupted and asserted that he could endure for about 15 seconds. This left Myung-seok utterly stunned, because even a level 5 superhuman would struggle to do so. Kim Junsu merely clicked his tongue and shook his head, firmly stating that he was not like others. Myung-seok hesitated as he explained that black fire could burn away the opponent's mana. It was a bold idea but extremely dangerous. Kim Junsu smiled confidently, believing that only by trying would they know the result. Immediately after, he walked toward the chamber where the solar cannon was placed. Standing before the cannon's muzzle, Kim Junsu fell into contemplation and could not help but feel anxious at the thought of being attacked. However, to obtain the solar cannon's trait, he had only 3 feasible paths left. The first was to join the magic tower as a disciple of a mage. The second was to defeat the tower master in a one-on-one duel, but both methods were only suitable for magic-type superhumans, so he could not carry them out. While Kim Junsu was still thinking, Myung-seok announced that they were about to fire. Kim Junsu nodded slightly, signaling that he was ready. However, there was still a third way, to make use of the hidden quest unlocked upon reaching sufficient favor with the tower master. And coincidentally, the tower master was also present here at this moment. The firepower of the solar cannon began to activate. Kim Junsu raised his head to observe the stream of energy rushing toward him. In the blink of an eye, the blazing fireball shot straight toward him. A loud explosion rang out as the fireball detonated right before him. Kim Junsu was engulfed in a sea of flames, yet he steadfastly endured. Thanks to the traits he had accumulated beforehand along with his magic armor, he could withstand the terrifying heat. Witnessing this scene, the observers above exclaimed in shock that they could not believe a level 3 superhuman could stand firm like that. Unaware of their reactions, Kim Junsu continued to grit his teeth and endure. Though he had prepared thoroughly, the pain still exceeded his expectation. In the end, he steadfastly endured the full 15 seconds. Myung Seok immediately shouted that the time was up and ordered the solar cannon to be withdrawn. As soon as the command was given, the solar cannon's firepower was quickly pulled back. At this point, Kim Junsu was exhausted, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, thinking to himself that these were the longest 15 seconds of his life. The Tower Master appeared extremely satisfied with Kim Junsu's performance, smiling as he praised that Warrior Kim was truly an impressive figure. A while later at the Tower Master's office, he invited Kim Junsu to share tea. The Tower Master looked at him with great satisfaction and praised that using black fire to withstand the solar cannon for so long was extraordinary. He believed that Kim Junsu would play an important role in the project they had long been nurturing. Kim Junsu smiled in response and said it was his honor. Though outwardly calm, inwardly he was eager to increase his favor with the Tower Master. Tower Master laughed with amusement at the way he spoke and expressed that he had a request to ask, causing Kim Junsu to inquire in surprise. Not long after, a young man entered the room and politely asked whether his grandfather had called for him. The Tower Master nodded, then introduced the two to each other, stating that Kim Junsu was a level 3 superhuman. Kim Junsu immediately stood up to greet him, and the young man also bowed in return with courtesy. Kim Junsu recognized that this was Mage Kim, the guidance figure of the magic system famous for his perpetually melancholic appearance. Tower Master explained that this young man was his grandson, possessing the potential to become a high-level superhuman, yet his power remained stuck at level 1, leading Kim Junsu to remark that this was quite strange. Mage Kim apologized in despair for his weakness and called himself the shame of the tower, prompting Kim Junsu to hurriedly deny that thought. Long accustomed to such situations, the Tower Master emotionally asked Kim Junsu for help, believing that he could find a way to awaken his grandson's potential just as he had once healed Director Seo's son. Mage Kim could only sit silently, not daring to interrupt the conversation. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes to observe the grandfather and grandson, then smiled and affirmed that he certainly had a solution. Hearing this, both were overjoyed. The Tower Master moved to tears and promised to fulfill any request if he succeeded. Kim Junsu chuckled softly, realizing this was the opportunity to initiate the hidden quest related to the solar cannon. He quickly stated his condition, causing the Tower Master to ask in astonishment for him to repeat his wish. Kim Junsu did not hesitate and reaffirmed that he wanted to obtain the solar cannon. Tower Master pondered for a long time, then said in a low voice that if the future of the tower depended on this, he could grant it to him, yet he still wondered about the purpose of its use. Kim Junsu smiled and suggested receiving it in the form of a memory chip so he could learn it immediately, and the Tower Master reluctantly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Mage Kim spoke up to ask about his training plan. Kim Junsu calmly replied that first they needed to determine the root cause of the problem. Before Mage Kim could respond, the Tower Master bluntly stated that the biggest obstacle was that he was too poor at mathematics despite being guided to become a mage. Kim Junsu clearly understood the nature of the difficulty Mage Kim was facing. He was intelligent enough to study business administration at Seoul University, yet weak in mathematics, making the study of magic impossible. After some thought, Kim Junsu proposed learning types of magic that did not rely on calculation, causing the Tower Master to ask for clarification in surprise. Kim Junsu calmly explained that through the use of spirits he could become a fire sorcerer. Tower Master exclaimed in astonishment that a fire sorcerer was not a traditional mage. Kim Junsu casually asked whether he wanted his grandson to remain as he was or to become a fire sorcerer and unlock his full potential. The Tower Master looked at his grandson with tears in his eyes and remained silent in deep thought for a long time. Finally, he sat down in his chair, sighed, and asked Kim Junsu to explain the plan in detail. Kim Junsu calmly spoke, "The main issue is casting the spell correctly. Because he is not proficient in chanting incantations, he cannot perform magic. Then let us hand this difficult part to the spirits and he only needs to supply mana." Tower Master shook his head after hearing this. "That will not work. The boy is not close to spirits, so how could he possibly summon them?" Kim Junsu frowned at the two of them and firmly said he was not asking him to sign contracts with the spirits. Just as he said, he only needs to use them. His method is for Mage Kim to inscribe the incantation into a magic circle. Then the user only needs to provide mana, and the circle will automatically execute the spell. Tower Master was astonished. You mean we can use a spirit as a mana circle, or simply turn it into a magic circle? Kim Junsu nodded in confirmation. That is right. The Tower Master immediately praised him happily. Wonderful, this is a very good hypothesis. I thought you were a warrior, how do you understand this? What could Kim Junsu say? Of course this method is excellent, because it was devised by them in the future. At that moment the Tower Master whispered that the gate to the spirits has been closed. We cannot summon any spirit. Kim Junsu spoke frankly. Then we can use animal spirits as substitutes. Tower Master fell into thought. Animal spirits like phoenixes. It sounds difficult to accomplish. How do we find such mythical creatures? With a faint smile, Kim Junsu confidently said, do not worry. I have already thought of a way. A moment later, the three of them arrived at a canyon filled with phoenixes. Seeing them, Mage Kim exclaimed in shock, the entire valley is full of phoenixes. The Tower Master was also astonished. Even high-ranking superhumans would struggle to find a place like this. How did you know? Kim Junsu smiled awkwardly. Phoenixes are not like the rumors say, they hide beyond the valley. I only discovered this by chance. Tower Master was slightly doubtful yet still excited. Aha, you are truly lucky. Kim Junsu cheerfully mentioned the solar cannon from before. The Tower Master nodded. Fine, I will give it to you. Kim Junsu was delighted, resolving the mission with just one location, so convenient. While he was pleased, the Tower Master asked, by the way, as a warrior, how do you intend to optimize the power of the solar cannon? Kim Junsu answered frankly that he wanted to upgrade it. The goal is to create separation. Hearing that, the Tower Master burst into laughter. Haha, separation is not easy, it took us decades to achieve it. Kim Junsu shrugged, approaching it as a warrior will be different from a mage. Who knows, my separation might even be better. The Tower Master looked at him and said, then let us make a bet, 2 years as the deadline. We will compare your separation and that of the magic tower. Kim Junsu calmly replied, what are we betting? Tower Master pondered and said, if you win, you get 1 wish. If you lose, you join the magic tower security team. Kim Junsu agreed immediately. A chance to gain an advantage from the magic tower, why not? While the two were talking, Mage Kim quietly entered the canyon. It was time to confirm. A while later at the operating room, Kim Junsu waited outside. Ziok arrived and laughed cheerfully. Wonderful warrior Kim, I did not expect you to open the path to becoming a fire wizard within the magic tower. Kim Junsu looked up at him and curled his lips. Director, that is right, but first I hope the surgery succeeds. Ziok sat down and nodded yes, but about the expelled mage earlier, Kim Junsu frowned. Ah, that failure. Ziok spoke gravely. After he left, I investigated. It is clear he received money from the Kumo Corporation. Kim Junsu widened his eyes in shock. The Kumo Corporation, one of the 5 major conglomerates, is known for its aggressive business expansion. Ruthless and overwhelming its opponents, in the game it is a true villain. Ziok said seriously that the problem is not stealing our magic. They want your information. Perhaps they intend to control you. I do not want that. Kim Junsu felt a chill down his spine and sighed. He will not cooperate with villains like Kumo, another thing to avoid. At that moment the operating room door opened. Tower Master ran over, patted his shoulder and laughed loudly. Aha, it succeeded, all thanks to you, superhuman Kim, now he is a mage. Kim Junsu was stunned. Mage Kim stepped out with mana surging around him and bowed in gratitude. Kim Junsu observed that he was already as strong as him, starting at level 3 from the beginning. Could this be the power of his DNA? Mage Kim said it feels strange to use magic so easily like this. Kim Junsu happily suggested using a fire divine potion to increase mana. Mage Kim was grateful and even taught him how to become stronger. At that moment the Tower Master called out, well done, Kim, here is the reward you wanted. His eyes lit up. He received the solar cannon, and there was one more reward. He asked suspiciously what this is. The Tower Master opened the bag and said inside are additional cultivation resources and magic for spatial verification. Kim Junsu's eyes shone with excessive delight. A short while later at Choi Siok's office. Looking at the money Kim Junsu brought back, Choi Siok sighed with emotion. 5 billion won. Kim Junsu smiled. You should get used to my greatness now. He suggested saving the nectar to drink. Choi Siok hesitated. Nectar. You have not even been level 3 for a month. Is it not too soon? There may be side effects. Kim Junsu asked if the nectar can be refined. Choi Siok winked confidently. Then he opened the storage to search. After a long while, Cell said several main ingredients are needed, the most common ones. Kim Junsu looked and muttered that different traits are obtained depending on the ingredients. He hesitated. He already has super strength and steel armor. After consideration, Kim Junsu pointed and chose the horned tiger heart. Choi Siak was startled and asked, "Are you sure about the horned tiger?" Kim Junsu was surprised. Choi Siak explained it is an endangered creature and hard to obtain. Kim Junsu was utterly bewildered. Immediately afterward, Kim Junsu drove off to search. He was not worried. If there is none, then he will get it himself. The problem is how to find a horned tiger in such a vast area. Kim Junsu did not want to use it but had no choice. After thinking, he took out a fish box and brought it to his nose. Soon Kim Junsu gained the trait of a dog nose. Better to smell durian than this. The scent was unpleasant, but thanks to the trait he could smell every odor. Kim Junsu went deeper and caught many scents of blood. Nearby there was a beast that hunted by smell. That means it is here. Kim Junsu scanned the area. Before finding it, he saw something else. In the distance, a vehicle approached with people on it. They were chasing an animal. Ding fired his gun. Opposite them, Kim Junsu ran after it. There are rivals. He will lose the trail. The claw marks on the corpse are not from an ordinary tiger. A mythical creature of the highlands, Mountain King, possessing all 6 traits. Mountain King charged toward Kim Junsu. Lowering his guard means death. Kim Junsu did not dare slacken and swiftly evaded. Even more surprising, Mountain King also had an evasion trait. Kim Junsu bit his lip. The chance is slim. He must finish it in one strike. Next he will rely on his senses and instinct. While Kim Junsu was thinking, Mountain King lunged fiercely. He aimed his gun and used his trait. Without hesitation, Kim Junsu fired. Mountain King still dodged and the bullet only grazed it. Kim Junsu bit his lip, so it can evade too, but it is not over. After thinking, Kim Junsu rushed forward again. He confronted Mountain King head-on. Kim Junsu aimed his gun once more. Dear command said, even as a warrior, I trust my shooting technique. As he spoke, he fired, and a mana bullet embedded itself into Mountain King's body. Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction, pleased with his success. But before the smile could last, the Mountain King suddenly lunged forward, startling him. Fortunately, Kim Junsu managed to dodge in time. He did not expect it to still be able to move after being struck by the black flame. Kim Junsu looked on in alarm, murmuring that if the black flames were not enough, he would have to engage in close combat. Mountain King's eyes became murky and filled with killing intent as it stared at Junsu. Without the slightest hesitation, it charged forward like a mad beast. Kim Junsu recognized this move. It was the Mountain King's strongest skill, River Break, increasing its physical strength to over 1.5 tons and crushing its target. Compared to its fearsome reputation that terrified many, the strategy to defeat it was actually simple, using its own strength against itself. Thinking so, Kim Junsu jumped onto the Mountain King's back, startling it. Deer let out a soft cry as Kim Junsu coldly said, "Surprise, you already know you cannot evade this attack." He slashed his sword into the middle of the Mountain King's body, fresh blood gushing out continuously. Shortly afterward, Kim Junsu dragged the Mountain King's corpse into the city, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Holding the box containing the heart, he boldly shouted, "Here it is, everyone, can you see the heart?" Kim Junsu handled it himself out of fear of betrayal by others, and ultimately obtained the attribute. He slowly said, "I only need the heart. The remaining parts are for sale. Is anyone interested? Do you want to know how much the Mountain King is worth?" Immediately, people began bidding, and within just a few minutes the price had reached 2.5 billion. A woman wearing a hat stepped forward and shouted 5 billion. Kim Junsu did not hesitate and immediately confirmed the deal. Seeing him agree, the crowd dispersed and she approached, saying she would transfer the money. Kim Junsu provided his account. The woman quickly transferred the money and curiously asked if he had defeated it alone. Kim Junsu nodded, "Yes, I was very lucky." The woman smiled and said that hunting monsters required not only luck but also his skill. She handed him a business card and said she would be grateful if he contacted her in the future. And she turned and left. Kim Junsu looked at the business card, finding it familiar. She was probably a wealthy figure, but he did not dwell on it. Having the tiger heart and 5 billion was already extremely fortunate. 2 days later, Kim Junsu returned home and quickly headed to the training room. Looking at the vial of medicine, he nodded in satisfaction. The color indicated its quality. After bringing the tiger heart back, Kim Junsu had Choi Siak refine it, and he confidently assured that there would be no side effects and that he could trust it. Kim Junsu sighed, muttering that he was still somewhat worried. As a precaution, he arranged the attributes beforehand. Then he drank the entire vial of medicine. A scorching sensation like molten lava spread throughout his body. Kim Junsu's body evolved, and he could feel the accumulated adrenaline transforming within him. Effects appeared, filling him with joy. The magic power circulation was reconstructed. He reached level 4. Kim Junsu was extremely satisfied. The sensation was different, as if his soul had advanced. In addition, he obtained a new berserk attribute. As Choi Siak had said, the crafting was successful, and it was reasonable to hunt monsters to sell their material. With the attributes gained through battle, he combined the equipment attributes with the diamond. He obtained the reinforced body and giant attributes. Kim Junsu nodded in satisfaction. Everything was prepared, only the final step remained. His body began to transform. Muscle fibers tore apart as his bone structure adjusted. Before long, the attributes merged. Kim Junsu gained the strength of a giant. Looking at his robust body, he felt delighted, finally possessing the power of a top-tier warrior. Quickly realizing a problem, he had grown larger, but it did not matter. He only needed to test his strength. Immediately afterward, Kim Junsu threw a punch at the glass. The glass surface cracked and shattered completely. Kim Junsu smiled. Even the double-layered glass had been destroyed. The strength was magnificent. However, there was a serious side effect. As he had predicted, to use the attribute he required either a diamond body or an invincible attribute, both of which greatly increased recovery speed and were top-tier. Kim Junsu could learn from equipment as before. The problem was that he had run out of diamonds. This gave him a headache. Kim Junsu quickly thought of a solution. He knew exactly where to obtain them. He only needed to go and find them. Upon arriving, he received the news that the diamonds were out of stock, leaving him stunned. Chunbok sighed and said that they would only be available next month. Kim Junsu panicked. It was too late. Chunbok whispered, asking if he would mind accompanying him to the mine to obtain diamonds. Kim Junsu was stunned, not recalling this event in the game. Chunbok said that the trip required secrecy and asked if he was interested. He agreed immediately. That evening, the streets of Seoul were bustling. Chunbok drove Kim Junsu and reminded him that obtaining diamonds required accepting risks. Kim Junsu nodded. Chunbok added that if he felt anything was wrong, he could withdraw. Kim Junsu wondered why he was giving such advice. He realized that the car was heading toward Buncheon. The vehicle sped forward without stopping. Kim Junsu understood their destination, a place where superhumans fought for their lives. The largest underground arena in the capital. A brutal dueling arena. Once on the arena, blood could be shed, and defeat was not an option. Shortly afterward, at the luxurious Buncheon complex. In the basement, Chunbok and Kim Junsu entered as the crowd roared with excitement. Kim Junsu looked around and exclaimed at the enormous area. Chunbok asked suspiciously if he knew about the arena. Kim Junsu replied honestly that he had only heard rumor. Chunbok laughed and said that he had been found out. Kim Junsu wondered about the rare items, realizing they came from here, making Chunbok's background in the game seem suspicious. Chunbok said that he was not bringing him there to fight. Kim Junsu suspected that he was being led here as part of a plan. Chunbok nodded. Chunbok nodded awkwardly and admitted that nothing in life was free. This was the fastest way to obtain diamonds. The rules were simple. The winner took the loser's diamonds, and the loser would break the magic circle that created the diamonds. After hearing that, Kim Junsu frowned slightly. This was no different from resetting all his experience points. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. So I have to gamble my life. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Chunbok nodded. That is right. If it feels unsafe, we can withdraw. Before he could finish, Kim Junsu smiled and cut him off. Withdraw for what? Where do I sign up? This is a great opportunity to earn diamonds. Hearing that, Chunbok immediately handled the procedures. Since I am your sponsor, I will register for you. Kim Junsu tilted his head and asked, what do you gain from it? Chunbok replied cheerfully, half of the victory reward belongs to you. The rest is split between me and the organizers. Kim Junsu did not object and said calmly, sounds reasonable. Let me test myself here. Immediately after Kim Junsu stepped onto the arena, his opponent was a huge man who charged straight at him, ignoring every attempt to dodge. That made him roar in anger. Are you going to keep dodging like a coward? I will crush you with a single punch. At that moment, Kim Junsu smiled coldly. I have dodged enough, now it is my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the giant strength trait. Then he threw a straight punch at his opponent's face. With just one blow, the huge man was knocked down instantly. And of course, the winner was Kim Junsu. Chunbok immediately ran down to congratulate him. Amazing, you have won 5 matches in a row. Kim Junsu smiled and replied, thanks to me you now have a pile of diamonds. Chunbok happily rubbed his shoulder and grinned. Not only diamonds but also a lot of betting money. What are you going to do with today's earnings? Kim Junsu thought for a moment and answered, perhaps I will buy another new set of items. Chun-bok's eyes lit up. So you are only interested in becoming stronger. Kim Junsu nodded calmly, of course. Because in action, strength determines status, and he does not want this world to look down on him as a failure. At that moment, Chun-bok suddenly said, "It seems you just received a challenge." Kim Junsu asked in surprise, from whom? Chun-bok replied directly, from the rank 1 level 4 superhuman, the Destroyer King. Hearing this name, Kim Junsu paused slightly. Sensing that the opponent was not easy, Chun-bok advised, "It looks quite dangerous, you do not have to accept." But Kim Junsu seemed to already know about this man, and immediately accepted the challenge. Not long after, he stepped onto the arena again. Beneath the stands, the audience began to cheer wildly. A large man with his face covered was already standing on the stage, enjoying the crowd applause. That man was the Destroyer King, the famous level 4 superhuman. He looked at Kim Junsu and laughed disdainfully. "I did not expect a brat like you to accept the challenge. You must be tired of living." Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes and observed, realizing this was a completely different opponent. The Destroyer King was an SR tier character, possessing outstanding close combat strength along with 3 high-level traits, regarded as the strongest in duel. However, Kim Junsu believed he could still defeat him, because in the game the opponent had reached level 5, while now he was only level 4. Moreover, he began to feel that the current diamond reward was not attractive enough. While Kim Junsu was still thinking, the Destroyer King had already charged forward, shouting, "I will smash that smile off your face, prepare to fall." A barrage of punches was thrown, but Kim Junsu continued to dodge with agility. Without fear, he even provoked him. "I wanted to say the same to you." Immediately after, the Destroyer King rushed forward and grabbed Kim Junsu tightly. However, Kim Junsu remained calm, because he had anticipated this situation. The Destroyer King was originally a professional wrestler. When lifting an opponent, he would usually slam them to the ground immediately. This time, he did not expect that his opponent was Kim Junsu, someone not easily subdued. Just as he was about to throw him down, Kim Junsu suddenly twisted and broke free. At the same time, he activated giant strength, along with other enhancement traits. Then he counterattacked at the perfect moment. Beautiful spin like in a movie, unfolded right on the arena. Kim Junsu immediately drove his elbow into his opponent's abdomen. The blow left the Destroyer King stunned and forced him back. However, he reacted quickly and grabbed Kim Junsu's arm. Then he tightened his grip around his neck to restrain him. But Kim Junsu had anticipated it and easily escaped the hold. Immediately afterward, he seized the Destroyer King collar and slammed him hard onto the arena floor. Because of that, Kim Junsu activated the suppression trait and felt extremely exhilarated. Destroyer King instantly got up and asked in confusion, "How did you do that?" Kim Junsu smiled, "You are wondering how I predicted your move. Unfortunately, I am only getting started." After obtaining suppression, Kim Junsu had gathered all 6 basic combat traits. When combined, they merged into one, and evolved into the supreme trait, Close Combat. Kim Junsu smiled, "All right, let me see how strong you really are." Hearing that, the Destroyer King was stunned and frowned. "What are you planning to do?" Before he could understand, Kim Junsu had already launched a relentless assault. Destroyer King hurriedly defended himself but still asked in shock, "What is going on? Why has your aura completely changed?" Kim Junsu smiled faintly. "Your observation is quite sharp, worthy of the one at the top." Indeed, although he was a rookie with the close combat trait, Kim Junsu had become a well-rounded warrior. This setup allowed his normal attacks to trigger continuous combo chains, along with many enhancement effects. Being forced back, the Destroyer King had no choice but to counterattack fiercely. However, Kim Junsu still dodged every strike with ease. Then he firmly grabbed the attacking arm of his opponent. Activating this trait, Kim Junsu also combined several other basic traits. Therefore, even the Destroyer King could not match him. At this moment, Kim Junsu used his leg to lock his opponent's arm against his neck, leaving him unable to move. He said, "If you do not want your arm broken, then surrender." Unable to withstand the pressure, the Destroyer King trembled and shouted loudly, "I lose, I surrender." The referee immediately announced, "The winner is Warrior Kim." Amid the astonishment of the audience, he rose to the number 1 position of the level 4 superhuman tournament. Kim Junsu was extremely satisfied with the achieved result. The audience below cheered in unison, calling him by the title Warrior King. This nickname made Kim Junsu extremely embarrassed. At that moment, the referee continued to announce, "Now we will begin the diamond creation process." Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at the Destroyer King, wondering whether he would accept giving up all the strength he had painstakingly accumulated. The Destroyer King bit his lip, his expression full of struggle. After a moment of thought, he finally spoke, "I want to use the special contract." The referee then asked again, "Are you certain you want to use it?" Special contract was an agreement between the organizers and the Destroyer King when he became champion, according to which if he was defeated, the organizers would pay the diamonds instead, but this required the winner approval. Therefore, the referee turned to Kim Junsu and asked whether he accepted this proposal. Before Kim Junsu could respond, the King of Destruction continued, saying that if he agreed, he would give him 10 diamonds. However, Kim Junsu merely shook his head in refusal and calmly said that it was still not enough. This answer left both the King of Destruction and the referee stunned, unsure how to react for a moment. With the power of a level 4 Lion Man and the SL level in his grasp, Kim Junsu decided to seize the opportunity. He set a condition that he wanted something else instead of diamond. Kim Junsu asserted that if the other party handed over Iron Fist, he would agree to this deal. Hearing this, the King of Destruction's expression shifted slightly. He avoided Kim Junsu's gaze and pretended to mutter that he did not know what Iron Fist was. Pretending was useless. Kim Junsu had already noticed his earlier surprise. He smiled and said that without 10 diamonds and Iron Fist, he would not accept. The King of Destruction bit his lip nervously, hesitated for a moment, then asked how he knew about it. Kim Junsu merely coldly asked what choice he intended to make, because he understood that he could not refuse since breaking the magic circle to create diamonds would cost him all his skill. After some calculation, the King of Destruction had no choice but to agree and said that he would hand Iron Fist to Kim Junsu, but requested that he return to the arena later for a rematch and wager that very item. Kim Junsu immediately smiled and agreed, considering the condition quite reasonable, and saying he would decide the specific time later. Shortly after, Kim Junsu successfully obtained Iron Fist and left the underground arena to return home. He happily admired the item's radiant glow and excitedly remarked that it was not only beautiful, but also capable of reducing damage, truly extremely useful. In addition, Kim Junsu gained a large amount of diamonds. Even after upgrading a high-level trait, there were still quite a few left. After that, he decided to add a healing trait to the necklace given by Priest Kim, causing a powerful stream of magic to quickly appear around it. At the same time, Kim Junsu's body also began to undergo obvious transformation. Not long after, he received a new trait called Immortality, making Kim Junsu extremely excited. He joyfully thought that now he possessed the strength of a giant along with immortality. Only one more element was needed to complete his ideal warrior build. Saying that, Kim Junsu carefully stored all the diamonds, determined to preserve them well. Just as he was rejoicing, his phone suddenly rang with the caller name displayed as Jin Yang. Seeing this name, Kim Junsu slightly frowned and remembered that she was the female hunter who had bought the tiger before. A moment later, the scene shifted to the Hunters Guild. Jin Yang's invitation, Kim Junsu arrived and was led to the top floor of the building. She expressed gratitude that their guild master was eager to meet him. Kim Junsu was also curious to meet this person, because in the game the Hunters Guild master was a famous NPC with attractive reward. Not long after, the two entered a room where a man in a black suit was already waiting. The man smiled kindly and introduced himself, saying he was pleased to meet him. He was Byung Jin, the Hunters Guild master. Kim Junsu was briefly stunned when looking at the man before him, because this was clearly not the guild master he had known. In fact, that man was the leader of an assassin organization, which shocked him greatly. Even so, Kim Junsu remained calm, politely shook hands and introduced himself in a humble tone. Byung Jin smiled lightly in response, saying that he was the one honored. At the same time, Kim Junsu recalled that in the storyline that man was only expelled from the guild after some time, which made the situation even stranger. At that moment, another man hurried in apologizing for being late. Byung Jin immediately asked Director Kang about the progress of the work. Director Kang awkwardly scratched his head and explained that he heard the one who had defeated the Mountain King was present, so he rushed over, and today was also the day of the unification competition. Kim Junsu quietly observed and realized that this person was the true guild master in the game, making him even more confused about the current situation. Director Kang stepped forward to greet him and introduced himself, saying that Kim Junsu could call him Kai Seok. Kim Junsu smiled politely and replied that he was not comfortable calling him directly by name, suggesting that the director was joking. Seeing the conversation becoming intimate, Byung Jin interrupted and suggested that they get straight to the main matter. Byung Jin calmly said that the guild wished to invite Kim Junsu to become an official member. Hearing this, Kim Junsu slightly frowned and said he needed time to think. Although the offer was quite attractive, he was still uncertain about the guild master's identity. Jin continued to persuade, explaining that the guild was building a high-level hunting ground at Xian Yu Bang, but their current position was not yet truly stable. At present, the guild was only allowed to hunt in 2 areas, and if that right was revoked, they would face many difficulties. Therefore, they wanted to establish their own territory to hunt without permission, and needed Kim Junsu's strength to achieve that. After listening, Kim Junsu felt that this explanation was quite reasonable. However, Kai Siok immediately spoke up, saying that was not the guild's true purpose. He revealed that their ambition was to be recognized as a military force, and to build an armed kingdom in Xianxia. Kim Junsu was astonished by this ambition, believing it exceeded the capacity of a guild, especially when the generals in the 2 regions each had their own power. Kai Siok agreed with this assessment, but Byung Jin coldly asserted that it was entirely feasible. That man looked straight at Kim Junsu with firm eyes and proposed that if he supported him, in the future he was willing to hand over the position of guild master. Kim Junsu frowned upon hearing this, clearly sensing the burning ambition in Byung Jin's eye. Kai Siok was not to be outdone, smiling as he persuaded and advised Kim Junsu to join, promising to take good care of him. Hearing this, Jin Yang showed dissatisfaction and asked Kai Siok whether he thought she could not do that, leaving him awkward and speechless. Kim Junsu observed Jin Yang in turn, then shifted his gaze to Byung Jin. In his eyes, Byung Jin was a mysterious and unpredictable figure. He understood that if Kai Siok encountered trouble, the one who would later make an offer to him would also disappear, causing many complications. While Kim Junsu was still thinking, Kai Siok tactfully led Jin Yang outside and continued persuading, emphasizing that joining the guild also brought benefits such as tax reduction and the opportunity to participate in the unification competition. After some consideration, Kim Junsu decided that protecting Kai Siok was necessary, so he smiled and agreed to join the guild. Afterward, Kai Siok personally drove Kim Junsu away. On the way, he cheerfully shared that he felt grateful and worried that Byung Jin had taken the initiative to approach Kim Junsu first. Sitting in the passenger seat, Kim Junsu listened to Kai Siok talk endlessly and could only sigh, because in the game he had not been portrayed as such a talkative person. After thinking for a while, he curiously asked why Kai Siok did not establish his own hunting ground, and he replied that the reason lay with the Xian Tron team. Seeing that Kim Junsu did not understand, Kai Siok slowly explained that it was a group of members belonging to the guild master's faction. They cared more about politics than hunting activity. After hearing this, Kim Junsu slightly frowned and realized that the guild master was trying to pull him to his side. Kai Siok nodded in confirmation and believed that the guild master had made a mistake by not focusing on the most important factors of the guild. He also said that recently the members loyal to him had been transferred elsewhere, making his position unstable. Kim Junsu inwardly marveled upon realizing that Kai Siok was not only cheerful, but also thoughtful and farsighted. The car continued rolling through the desolate wilderness. After a while, they stopped in front of a camp. This was the private hunting ground of the Hunters Guild. Kim Junsu entered alone, observing his surroundings and feeling impressed by the large number of hunters. At that moment, Jin Yang approached to greet him, expressing her delight that he had finally appeared. Kim Junsu awkwardly explained that Kai Siok had temporarily left due to personal matters. However, Jin Yang quickly interrupted and warned that being too close to Director Kang was not a good thing. Kim Junsu slightly frowned and asked whether she thought he would stand on his side. Jin Yang did not answer directly but coldly said that it seemed he understood the factional divisions within the guild. Kim Junsu nodded in confirmation. She continued to comment that Kai Siok focused too much on minor details while neglecting the bigger picture. During the conversation, Kim Junsu quietly observed and noticed that her important features were golden eyes and a distinctive scar. From that, he deduced that Jin Yang was a member of the assassin organization led by Byung Jin, and the Xianxian Guild was the predecessor of that organization. Unaware of Kim Junsu's thoughts, Jin Yang continued complaining that Kai Siok was even too strict regarding small actions that risked breaking the law. Kim Junsu merely smiled and replied that he quite liked Kai Siok because he was straightforward and did not speak ill of others behind their backs. These words caused Jin Yang's expression to darken. She coldly replied that it was his choice and warned him not to regret it later, then turned and left. Kim Junsu said nothing further, because at this point, he had grasped the overall situation and began preparing for the next steps. Immediately afterward, Kim Junsu returned to the tent to rest, then stepped into the bathroom and covered his face with a thick layer of sunscreen. The pungent scent of the cream nearly made him vomit on the spot. Despite the discomfort, Kim Junsu endured it because he needed to activate his heightened sense of smell trait. After waiting for a while for the trait to take effect, he finally washed the cream off his face. In the end, he had gathered all the necessary traits to combine them. Merged, they formed an extremely useful attribute for hunting, the sixth sense. Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction, realizing that the sixth sense was not only helpful for hunting, but also extremely useful in dangerous situations. After straightening his clothes, he stepped outside and wondered whether he should take a stroll to check on the malicious intentions of others. At that very moment, his gaze suddenly stopped at a strange sight. Ahead of him stood two people, emitting an aura filled with killing intent. Not only that, most of those around them carried a similar feeling, leaving Kim Junsu astonished as he wondered whether this place was full of people with sinister hearts. While he was still thinking, Kai Siak approached from outside with 2 bottles of soju in hand, smiling warmly and inviting Kim Junsu to drink a few glasses before the competition began. Walking behind him were 2 trusted subordinates. They quickly greeted him and said that Director Kang had given Kim Junsu high praise. Kim Junsu gently shook his head in refusal, saying that he was not suited for drinking alcohol. Because from those whom Kai Siak trusted, he sensed a distinct metallic scent, like a sign of betrayal. Therefore, Kim Junsu chose to stand outside and observe, while Kai Siak's group comfortably ate and drank. He sighed helplessly upon realizing they were completely unaware of the presence of a spy, and wondered whether Kai Siak would believe his warning. While he was thinking, one of Kai Siak's trusted men approached and asked him to look after the director. Kim Junsu nodded in agreement. At this time, Kai Siak was already drunk. He slung an arm over Kim Junsu's shoulder and cheerfully asked about his impression of the team-building event. He simply smiled and replied that everything was interesting, especially with the appearance of a traitor. Not long after, that trusted subordinate returned with a crate of drinks. He poured alcohol while saying that he would drink whiskey, and the director would enjoy a beer mixed with soju prepared by him. During that, Kai Siak excitedly praised Section Chief Choi's mixing skill. Section Chief Choi quickly filled the glass and handed it to Kai Siak, suggesting that they drain their glasses together. He happily reached out to take it. However, Kim Junsu suddenly stepped forward to stop him and asked Section Chief Choi to drink first, causing him to flinch. He asked suspiciously, not understanding what Kim Junsu was implying. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at him and coldly questioned why he could not drink that glass of alcohol. Realizing this was the right moment to expose the traitor, he recalled the uneasy expression and suspicious aura when he poured the drink. In this situation, poisoning was the perfect method to assassinate Kai Siak. Thinking that, Kim Junsu handed the glass to him and bluntly asked whether it contained poison. The question made Section Chief Choi panic and deny it, while Kai Siak was also stunned, but Kim Junsu firmly insisted that he drink it to prove his innocence. When Section Chief Choi still hesitated, Kim Junsu stepped forward intending to pour the drink onto the ground to test it. Sensing the unfavorable situation, he immediately slapped Kim Junsu's hand away and shouted for him to stay back. The glass fell to the ground and Section Chief Choi lowered his head, clearly revealing his guilt. This scene left Kai Siak dumbfounded. He angrily demanded to know whether that man had truly poisoned him. Knowing he could no longer hide it, Section Chief Choi admitted it and accused Kai Siak in return of blocking his path to promotion. In the midst of the argument, he suddenly lashed out with a kick at Kai Siak. However, Kim Junsu quickly subdued him, twisting his arm behind his back and holding him firmly. He placed the blade against his neck and coldly confirmed his betrayal, making him tremble and beg for forgiveness. Ignoring the pleas, Kim Junsu turned to Kai Siak and asked whether he wanted to personally deal with the traitor. Chief Choi still tried to justify himself, but Kai Siak had already drawn his weapon. Without hesitation, he launched a decisive strike, ending everything in an instant. Chief Choi collapsed, bringing his scheme of betrayal to an end. Kai Siak wiped the stain from his face and coldly rebuked his foolish greed. Immediately after, the 3 of them quickly left the place by car. Kai Siak had not calmed down, continuously cursing Jun Byung-jin for orchestrating this filthy plot. At that moment, a truck suddenly pulled alongside. The one inside was Jin Yang. She smiled meaningfully and said she had heard he had captured a valuable prey. Seeing Jin Yang, Kai Siak was briefly startled but forced himself to remain calm and replied that it was nothing serious. Jin Yang laughed coldly, revealing she knew about Chief Choi being captured and immediately drew her gun to aim at them. Faced with the urgent situation, Kim Junsu instantly activated his traits. He accelerated swiftly, steering the car forward. Behind them was not only Jin Yang car, but several other vehicles chasing fiercely. Though Kim Junsu car broke free from the initial encirclement, bullets from behind continued to rain down. Kai Seok also counterattacked, leaning out of the car and loudly challenging the enemy. Immediately after, he threw a grenade backward, creating a massive explosion with thick smoke and fire. However, Jin Yang vehicles remained unharmed and continued the pursuit. Kai Seok irritably demanded that Kim Junsu slow down, but he merely smiled and asked whether he wanted to see a different solution. Before he could understand, Kai Seok saw Kim Junsu lean out of the car, holding a gun aimed at the enemy. Kim Junsu activated his support trait for long-range weapon usage. At the same time, he added stabilization and recoil reduction effects to the gun. Thanks to the combination of 3 traits, he could clearly observe every movement of the enemy. After that, Kim Junsu used his 6th sense to precisely align the target. He pulled the trigger, the bullet shot forward at extreme speed. The shot struck a tire, causing the enemy vehicle to lose control and veer off course. Kim Junsu continued firing, quickly throwing the pursuing formation into chaos, leaving Kai Seok's subordinates in awe. They exclaimed in astonishment that it was truly extraordinary skill, and Kai Seok also acknowledged Kim Junsu as a true monster. However, Jin Yang car still persistently followed behind. Gaze was cold and filled with killing intent, showing determination not to let them escape. Kim Junsu once again adjusted his trait, maneuvered the car with a bold move, closing in on Jin Yang vehicle and startling her. Because of that, they successfully escaped the pursuit of 2 pickup trucks. With superb driving skill, Kim Junsu confidently left the dangerous area. Left behind, Jin Yang angrily screamed and ordered her subordinates to continue the chase. Through the rearview mirror, Kim Junsu noticed that 5 cars were still tailing them. He continued using flexible driving techniques to shake off the pursuer. Kim Junsu let out a sigh of relief after escaping danger, while the other 2 were nearly carsick from the intense chase. Not long after, they arrived at another base but were stopped by guards at the gate. Kai Seok quickly introduced Kim Junsu as Warrior Kim Level 4 of the Hunter Association returning from a mission, making the guard nod yet still question the situation behind them. The reason was that Jin Yang convoy was still following closely like a shadow, trailing them all the way here. Jin Yang immediately jumped out of the car and signaled his subordinates to lower their guns. The guard narrowed his eyes to observe and warned that any disturbance within military territory would be seen as provocation against the general. Kim Junsu nodded and replied that he understood and would not cause trouble. At that moment, Byung Jin appeared and shouted to stop them. "Wait, do not let them in, they are criminals and murderers." The guard replied coldly that the military would not interfere in matters within the hunting zone, and asked whether the chairman was fully aware of this. Byung Jin was about to say more, but the guard darkened his face and warned that he was challenging the authority of the Eastern general. Did he truly want that? Hearing this, Byung Jin was instantly speechless, his expression shifting from green to pale. After that, he turned to mock Kai Seok, saying that fleeing was no different from a rat and asking whether he had hired a professional driver. Kai Seok calmly replied that it was all thanks to Hunter Kim, who excelled at hunting, driving, and shooting, and if he had a daughter, he would even marry her to him. Hearing that, Byung Jin ground his teeth in anger and said he did not expect superhuman Kim to stand with such people. Sensing the tension, Kim Junsu spoke up to advise Director Kang to stay calm to avoid bloodshed. However, Kai Seok curled his lip and replied that it was unnecessary, reminding them that they were on military territory. Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out asking what the commotion was, causing everyone to startle and turn around. From inside, an imposing figure slowly stepped out. It was Hyang-won, a level 7 warrior and the Eastern Army general. Seeing him, everyone immediately bowed, apologized, and said they were merely exchanging words. Kim Junsu slightly raised his brow upon seeing him, thinking that the person he needed to meet had finally appeared. Hyang-won glared and shouted that grudges between hunters had nothing to do with the military, and this was not a place for them to cause trouble. Kai Seok and Byung Jin were scolded until they did not dare speak. Hyang-won continued to warn that if it happened again it would be dealt with severely, but midway he suddenly shifted his gaze toward Kim Junsu. The general silently observed him for a long time. After that, he declared that this time the Eastern Army would intervene. Byung Jin protested in shock, claiming this was internal business of the Hunter Association. However, Hyang-won firmly stated that this was an order from higher command. Those words left Kai Seok and Byung Jin even more stunned. Hyang-won calmly announced that tomorrow afternoon an honor duel would be held in front of City Hall, each side allowed to send only one participant. After speaking, he directed his gaze straight at Kim Junsu. This made Kim Junsu frown in surprise, not understanding why he was being singled out. After a brief observation, Hyang-won declared that the loser must willingly accept the verdict. If he refused, then he himself would take action. The next day, in front of City Hall, a large crowd gathered under the falling rain. Kai Seok anxiously asked Kim Junsu whether he was certain about participating in this duel, because even if voluntary it was still too risky. Kim Junsu coldly interrupted, telling him not to worry because this honor duel was merely a test for him. Such a sudden proposal surely had someone pulling strings behind the scenes. That person was the level 8 superhuman, silently observing from inside City Hall. It was Wu Zizong, the Supreme General of the East. Thinking so, Kim Junsu smiled faintly, confident that it was time to display his ability. Not long after, at the central area, Kim Junsu and Byung Jin entered the duel. Byung Jin narrowed his eyes and said coldly that it was a pity. If Kim Junsu had joined his association, they could have been comrades. Hearing that, Kim Junsu laughed and bluntly refused, saying he did not want to cooperate with filthy people like them. Those words made Byung Jin grind his teeth in fury. He roared that if that was the case, then he would eliminate them all. Immediately after, Byung Jin released his magic, shocking those around as they realized he was a mutated vampire. Kim Junsu clearly understood that shock, because vampires were believed to be extinct. However, he had already known his identity and was fully prepared. The night before, Kim Junsu had asked Kai Seok to find something necessary for him. The uncle brought back as much as possible and asked whether that was enough to deal with a vampire. Kim Junsu only smiled reassuringly. After that, he proceeded to merge his attributes. Thanks to that, Kim Junsu obtained a new trait called Diamond Body. This trait perfected his 3 core abilities. Back to reality, Byung Jin crazily charged to attack Kim Junsu. Not daring to be careless, Kim Junsu quickly raised a defensive shield. This shocked Byung Jin that a level 4 hunter could so easily block his strike. Kim Junsu snorted coldly and replied that he was not so weak as to be defeated by a monster like him. Immediately after, Kim Junsu unleashed a sharp sword slash. The attack forced Byung Jin to stagger backward. He ground his teeth in doubt at this power, wondering whether Kim Junsu was hiding his true level. The power came from the fusion of 3 high-level traits that Kim Junsu possessed. They maximized immense strength when combined with Diamond Body and Immortality. Gaining the upper hand, Kim Junsu continued to press Byung Jin with relentless attacks, forcing him gradually into a passive defensive stance. In just a short moment, Byung Jin's claws were severed. His eyes reddened as he roared that he had no other choice. Immediately after, Byung Jin's body began to transform. Sharp fangs were exposed in a terrifying manner. His claws fully regenerated and strange pincers sprouted from his back. This sight made Kai Seok outside panic as he realized it was the second awakening form of a mutated demon. This form carried the risk of losing control, but in exchange granted power capable of sweeping away an entire team of level 5 hunters. Therefore, he had to be eliminated before the evolution process was completed. Byung Jin in his mutated form continued attacking, while Kim Junsu countered with Black Flame, but his pincers could shatter the fire. Kim Junsu was shocked that the opponent could withstand Black Flame, concluding that if fully awakened he might surpass level 7. At that moment, a sudden kick from Byung Jin's leg shot forward. Kim Junsu failed to dodge in time and was knocked to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and inwardly marveled at this terrifying strength. Seizing the opportunity, Byung Jin rushed forward and smugly said he truly regretted having to personally end a talent like Kim Junsu. A series of sharp pincers simultaneously stabbed down at Kim Junsu's position. A loud explosion rang out, the surrounding ground was destroyed and thick smoke billowed. Byung Jin stood proudly looking at the ruins before him, believing he had won. However, from within the smoke came a sigh that made him free. Kim Junsu stepped out from the rubble and calmly said he had nearly been in danger. In his hand appeared the destroyer fist of the Death King. Byung Jin could not believe it, thinking that with that awakened power Kim Junsu should have fallen. Kim Junsu smiled and replied that would only happen if Black Flame had failed to halt his darkening process, then declared it was his turn to counterattack. When the evolution process was interrupted, the only thing left was to end the battle before he completed the transformation. Thinking that, Kim Junsu swung his sword. A brilliant wave of sword energy shot forth with overwhelming force. He curled his lips slightly, coldly bidding farewell to the monster, while Byung Jin watched in panic as the dazzling sword light came crashing down. Though that man wanted to resist, he was utterly powerless and was split apart by the strike in an instant. As the light gradually faded, only a large pool of water remained on the ground, and Byung Jin had completely vanished. two on Kim Junsu's side were overjoyed, surrounding him and cheering that he had defeated a level 5 vampire. Even having witnessed it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to believe such power. In contrast, Byung Jin's faction fell into panic, confused and unsure how to act. Jin Yang was also stunned, completely unable to believe that Byung Jin had been defeated so quickly. Kim Junsu paid them no mind, glancing at Kai Seok and asking about the next plan for the Hunter Association. Kai Seok pondered for a moment before proposing that he take on the position of president. Kim Junsu gently shook his head in refusal. No, the director is the one who understands the association best, so I believe you will complete the task well. While the two were still talking, Hyung-won approached and announced, "Warrior Kim, follow me, the general wishes to see you." During this, Kim Junsu smiled faintly with hidden meaning. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. Ji-jeon had observed the entire battle from beginning to end. Shortly afterward, the scene shifted to the royal palace. Someone was already waiting inside. As Kim Junsu entered, he bowed respectfully, "Greetings, I am Warrior Kim." He then raised his head to look at the person before him and realized that this was General Zizang of Ho Wang. He had once thought the man was over 100 years old, but his appearance was completely different. While Kim Junsu was still thinking, Zizang suddenly spoke, "I must say that your fighting style is very impressive. Who taught you?" Even without releasing mana, his presence alone created an immensely powerful pressure. Kim Junsu took a deep breath to steady himself and replied, "I have no teacher." Zizang asked again in surprise, "No teacher, so you taught yourself?" The two people seated nearby also commented that his movements carried the air of an outsider. His swordsmanship was only at a basic level, and his motions were rather clumsy, making Kim Junsu feel uncomfortable. Ignoring his thoughts, Zizang continued, "The more I observe you, the more interesting you seem. Would you like to become my disciple?" This was not an unexpected offer, because in the game when choosing the warrior class, Kim Junsu would also receive this opportunity, and becoming Zijam's disciple would greatly increase his strength. The accompanying reward was the general's ultimate technique, Radiant Blossom Swordsmanship. However, Kim Junsu bowed his head and refused. "I am deeply honored and grateful, but I wish to walk my own path." His refusal left those around him stunned, unable to believe it as they exclaimed, "That man dared to reject the general's offer. He must have lost his mind." Kim Junsu remained silent, because if he accepted, he would be bound by many rules, and the easier path was not necessarily the right choice. Zizang kept silent, while the people around continued to murmur and discuss. The commotion made him lose patience, and he erupted with his aura, shouting loudly, "Silence, all of you be silent." The oppressive force from Zijam spread outward, leaving everyone around dizzy. Even Kim Junsu felt as if an invisible weight was pressing down on his body. That pressure alone felt as though his body was being crushed, but thanks to his special traits, he was still able to endure it. Seeing that Kim Junsu remained standing under his pressure, Zizang appeared quite surprised. He withdrew his aura and asked coldly, "You have potential, so why do you refuse to become my disciple?" Kim Junsu trembled slightly, feeling as if he were facing a gigantic tiger. Taking a deep breath, he said firmly, "My dream is to reach superhuman level 9 by my own efforts and touch the position of the constellation, a place only 4 people have ever attained." Hearing this, Zizang responded slowly, "To reach level 9, you need advanced swordsmanship and an appropriate training method, and most importantly, enlightenment." He warned that upon reaching level 7, personal flaws could hinder further progress. Yet Kim Junsu remained resolute. "Whether it is right or wrong, I want to walk the path I have chosen myself." That was his final decision. Hearing these words, Zizam could not help but laugh. "Excellent, I respect your unwavering will." As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and picked up the sword placed beside him. Then he suddenly threw it toward Kim Junsu. This action caused everyone in the room to panic. Kim Junsu looked at the sword in his hand, his eyes shining with astonishment. It was the SSR grade item, the Black Tiger Sword. Before he could understand what was happening, Zijam spoke again, "Come here and receive this as well." Kim Junsu stepped forward respectfully and extended his hands to receive the item. Zijam spoke slowly, "This is the Radiant Light Swordsmanship." He remarked that Kim Junsu's swordsmanship style clearly embodied the word strength. Ho Wang's swordsmanship also possessed the characteristics of strength and speed combined, making it particularly suitable for Junsu. Overwhelmed with surprise, Kim Junsu was momentarily stunned before speaking. "Thank you, General, but why are you giving me such precious item?" Zijam smiled and replied, "I give them to you because I see your soul and potential. If within 15 years you reach level 9, or at least level 8, the Eastern Army will belong to you." This declaration left Kim Junsu astonished once again. Those around were also stunned and immediately objected. General, this is unreasonable, that man is merely a foreigner. However, Jai Zhang firmly declared, anyone here who reaches level 8 can inherit my position, causing everyone to gradually fall silent. He then looked at Kim Junsu and said, you have 10 years to act freely, but if you do not reach level 8, you must return the Black Tiger sword. Hearing this, Kim Junsu tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. After a moment of thought, he knelt solemnly and said, I will remember these words and prove the results within 10 years. Although he had no intention of inheriting the Eastern Army, accepting this offer was not a bad choice, and rejecting another's goodwill would be impolite. The next day, Kim Junsu finally returned to the city. The Hunter Association headquarters, Kai Siok cheerfully said, guess who will now be called Lord Black Tiger, but why did you refuse to become the general's disciple? Kim Junsu replied, I want to develop on my own, moreover, to collect all 3 divine swords, I cannot be bound to any organization. Soren has a special connection with this journey. Therefore, he only needs to wait until she awakens in her fire warrior form. However, Kim Junsu had not yet met Janet or Kali again. Thinking about this, he could not help but sigh. Kai Siok was completely unaware of these plans and continued smiling as he said, you truly are different without you, our association might have fallen into danger. At this point, he suddenly grasped Kim Junsu's hand and solemnly proposed, since you refused the chairman position, then become our honorary director. Hearing this, Kim Junsu asked in surprise, honorary director. Kai Siok nodded and explained that he only needed to attend quarterly meetings while all benefits would still be guaranteed, making Kim Junsu think this was truly a dream job. Seeing his hesitation, Kai Siok continued, we have also prepared another gift, causing Kim Junsu's eyes to light up immediately. He took out a suitcase, inside of which were 2 long guns. Kai Siok enthusiastically introduced, these are Dajin guns. Kim Junsu excitedly examined the weapons before him. According to legend, at the end of the Joseon era, the mad scientist Dajin Zhang Ayak Ayong created these guns. Seeing his interest, Kai Siok happily said, we will give you both guns currently held by the association. Why not collect the complete set of Dajin guns? It is rumored that if one possesses all 5, it is possible to create Dajin's magical tone. Kim Junsu clearly understood that these were divine artifacts that helped unlock top-tier traits, so he would certainly collect them when the opportunity arose. Kai Siok looked at him with great expectation and winked, then it is settled, Director Kim. After receiving all the benefits, Kim Junsu happily nodded. All right, I look forward to your support, Director Kang. Ah no, Chairman Kang. After concluding the conversation, Kim Junsu returned to his private residence. He continued down to the basement to practice swordsmanship. In a short time, Kim Junsu had already reached stage 4 of the Radiant Blossom swordsmanship. He trained with great enthusiasm, each sword strike continuously tracing sharp trajectories through the air. Key to the Radiant Light swordsmanship lay in the ability to control mana, and when executed correctly, the sword energy would merge into one. Kim Junsu took a deep breath, focusing all his spirit. The sword in his hand was drawn from its sheath once more. Instantly, a powerful burst of sword light was unleashed. A loud explosion echoed as the area ahead erupted violently with sparks scattering. As the dust gradually settled, a large crack appeared on the thick wall before him, and Kim Junsu inwardly marveled at this terrifying power. However, he understood that further training was necessary to fully control this power, and with the Black Tiger sword, he could release an immense amount of aura. Even so, Kim Junsu did not come away empty-handed. The corner of his lips curved into a satisfied smile. He had acquired 2 new traits, Swift Sword Draw and Lone Moon. Kim Junsu exclaimed excitedly. Possessing these 2 attributes made all the training efforts worthwhile. Distance to unlocking the Tiger Lion trait was now very close. He only needed to acquire 2 more traits to complete it. Initially, he intended to proceed immediately, but in the end, he went up to the rooftop to enjoy a rare moment of relaxation. Kim Junsu's life was naturally not so peaceful. Before long the noise below echoed and he muttered in annoyance, "What the hell is going on? I was just about to rest." In front of the house gate appeared a black car, from which a man staggered out. That man was Iron Fist, but now he had only one arm, his body covered in injuries, desperately crying out, "Warrior Kim, please save my younger brother." Witnessing Iron Fist's miserable state, Kim Junsu could not help but be shocked. He immediately ran downstairs and anxiously asked what had happened to him. That night on the rooftop of a building, Kim Junsu and Iron Fist met to discuss the situation. After hearing the entire story, Kim Junsu frowned and asked, "So you were betrayed by your subordinates because they wanted to form their own gang?" Iron Fist nodded slightly and replied with pressed lips. They secretly established a human trafficking ring behind my back and were dissatisfied because I punished the group leader. Hearing this, Kim Junsu shook his head in rebuttal. I do not believe that is the only reason, making Iron Fist even more confused. However, he did not explain further and activated his trait to observe the surrounding. In his memories from the game, although Iron Fist was betrayed, the incident would end when he exposed the Hunter gang. Despite Iron Fist being severely injured, the enemy still stationed many gunmen as guards, indicating that their true target was likely Kim Junsu. The two brothers from the Hunter gang, the Berserker and the Demolition Expert, were most likely involved as well. Thinking so, Kim Junsu immediately proposed, I will draw their attention from the main gate while you take the opportunity to find your brother. Iron Fist protested in panic, the front gate is certainly a trap, what are you planning? Smiling confidently, Kim Junsu replied, just trust me, I have reached level 4 after saying that he drew a gun. Without hesitation, Kim Junsu boldly advanced through the main gate. His face showed no trace of worry. Seeing him, the ambushers inside immediately took combat position. The leader sneered, this fool really walked straight into the trap. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at him and slowly said, so it was you, the one who betrayed Kim Iron. He clicked his tongue and replied, it was not betrayal. Kim Iron was the one who opposed the will of the entire gang. Kim Junsu snorted and coldly said, regardless, human trafficking has crossed the line, do you not see that? Then aimed his gun at him. However, that man showed no fear and laughed arrogantly. What are you going to do? I am wearing bulletproof armor. Try shooting if you dare. Kim Junsu smirked, if you insist, I will oblige. He immediately pulled the trigger, aiming straight at the opponent. The bullet pierced through the bulletproof armor and lodged into his body. The man was thrown backward and muttered in shock. How is this possible? How could you penetrate the armor with a single shot? Kim Junsu was pleased because the gun in his hand was Dasan, a weapon that had pierced every form of defense. His confidence enraged the traitor, who shouted orders to his subordinates, shoot him now. Immediately, a barrage of bullets flew toward Kim Junsu, but he nimbly dodged them. He then quickly reloaded. Preparing to counterattack, the first gun he received from the Hunter Association was Dasan with its superior destructive power. Therefore, Kim Junsu showed no fear and continuously unleashed suppressive fire at the group before him. Its destructive power was enough to penetrate all obstacles and eliminate targets. Not stopping there, Kim Junsu also combined additional support traits for a marksman. He easily wiped out the group and simultaneously obtained the spread shot trait. Thus, Kim Junsu had completed the final piece for his gunslinger persona. He smiled confidently, now I will use this to wipe out all of them. After that, I will deal with the masterminds behind everything. Immediately, Kim Junsu showcased his marksmanship, unleashing rapid fire toward the enemy. Even with bulletproof armor, they could not withstand the firepower of the Dasan gun. One by one, they collapsed. In just a short moment, the entire group was eliminated, leaving only one survivor. He trembled as he sat on the ground, looking at Kim Junsu as if seeing a living nightmare, but Kim Junsu paid no mind. Kim Junsu coldly asked, it seems this plan was not orchestrated by you, so where are they? Before the traitor could answer, the phone on the ground suddenly rang. Kim Junsu picked it up, and a mocking voice sounded from the other end, Warrior Kim, I am about to send you a gift. Hearing this, Kim Junsu frowned in confusion, a gift. Before he could understand, a strange object flew straight toward him. An explosion erupted before his eyes, smoke and fire billowed, and the entire basement nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Kim Junsu activated his trait in time to escape. He safely exited the basement area. Building in front also began to show signs of collapse. Kim Junsu gritted his teeth in anger. These lunatics dare to turn the entire building into a trap. It is time to teach them a lesson. He then used his sixth sense to track the enemy's magical presence. Before long, their location was identified. Kim Junsu immediately ran to the adjacent building. He coldly declared, go ahead and hide. With this trait, I can find you even blindfolded. During the pursuit, another object suddenly flew toward him from afar. Kim Junsu quickly dodged. The object crashed into the building behind him and exploded violently. Looking at the devastated scene, Kim Junsu pressed his lips in irritation. So this is how they want to play, fine, today I will end everything. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sniper rifle. At the same time, he activated the specialized traits of a true sniper. Without hesitation, Kim Junsu aimed and smiled lightly. With these traits, it feels like playing an FPS game. Indeed, before long, he had identified the position of the two men hiding. Kim Junsu smirked and gently pulled the trigger. Bullet tore through the air and struck one man directly in the head. Witnessing his comrade fall, the remaining man immediately panicked, hurriedly supported the other and muttered with a frown, "I was hiding between two buildings, how did he still detect me?" From afar, Kim Junsu kept the target locked through his scope and smiled teasingly, "Keep hiding, my bullets can now penetrate every wall." Because this was ammunition capable of piercing obstacles and striking targets out of sight, Kim Junsu pulled the trigger again. The precise shot pierced through the remaining man's head. However, Kim Junsu knew he had not completely disappeared, because this bullet targeted the soul rather than the body, and others would handle the rest. As the two men had just fallen, the steel fist appeared in time. While he was deep in thought, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind, "Big brother." Thiet Quien turned around and saw his subordinates approaching, the one in the middle carrying a young boy on his back. He exclaimed in relief, "Everyone is safe, right?" Subordinates quickly reported that they had done their best to protect his younger brother. Thiet Quien smiled and nodded, "You all have no idea how worried I was." Looking at the boy sleeping soundly on his subordinate's back, Thiet Quien finally let out a sigh of relief and continued, "What about the others?" Subordinates swiftly reported that those who had been imprisoned had escaped safely and asked about the next step. Thiet Quien thought for a moment before replying that they needed to clean up this mess first. But what needed to be done immediately was to deal with the two traitors in the gang. Thiet Quien looked at the two men who had just regained consciousness and silently approached, making them tremble uncontrollably. Elsewhere, after dealing with the two men, Kim Junsu stood waiting for Thiet Quien but did not see him for a long time. He impatiently muttered that Kim Iron was taking too long. At that moment, Thiet Quien's voice sounded from behind, startling Kim Junsu into turning around. He suddenly ran over and knelt before Kim Junsu, leaving him stunned as he asked what was going on. Thiet Quien lowered his head deeply, hesitating for a long while without finding the words. Finally he spoke softly, "Please, Warrior Kim, teach me how to become as strong as you. This incident made me understand that to protect my family I need strength." However, he was still not strong enough at present. Thiet Quien declared that if Junsu was willing to guide him, he was ready to become his loyal subordinate. Hearing that, Kim Junsu was briefly taken aback and clicked his tongue with a soft sigh. He said that if Thiet Quien was truly grateful, then a generous reward would be enough. There was no need to feel indebted for a lifetime. Even so, Kim Junsu admitted that Thiet Quien had the full potential to become a much stronger warrior. When Kim Junsu had yet to give a definite answer, Thiet Quien continued to propose that he could even sign a magic contract to prove absolute loyalty. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked if it was true. Thiet Quien nodded without hesitation and affirmed that it was certain. With a meaningful smile, Kim Junsu said that starting tomorrow he should prepare for harsh trials. Upon hearing the agreement, Thiet Quien immediately kowtowed and declared that from now on he would obey absolutely. After the fierce battle, the sky gradually brightened. The surrounding area had become ruins as Kim Junsu and Thiet Quien headed toward a location. Thiet Quien asked along the way if this was the body modification site they had seen. Kim Junsu nodded in confirmation and stated that the traitors had used this place to continue human trafficking. Hearing that, Thiet Quien was horrified and asked if it was here. He had only allowed them to use this place as a warehouse. He wondered if Kim Junsu had brought him here for body modification. Kim Junsu frankly admitted that it was correct. This place was ideal for upgrading supers with evolutionary abilities. Today he would undergo both biological modification and prosthetic implantation at the same time. Thiet Quien trembled in worry and asked if doing both at once was not extremely dangerous. There had been many cases of mana losing control during the process. Before he could finish, Kim Junsu waved his hand reassuringly and told him not to worry. As long as the modification factor and the prosthetic were compatible, it would be fine. Two continued deeper inside and stopped at a basement. Kim Junsu instructed Thiet Quien to step into the experimental machine. He himself stood outside controlling it. Although the materials were not abundant, they were still enough to upgrade a third-level warrior. The theory of upgrading warriors was not complicated. What mattered was knowing how to combine things creatively. Thinking that, Kim Junsu reminded Thiet Quien that the process would be quite painful and asked if he could endure it. Thiet Quien nodded and said he was ready. During that, Kim Junsu did not hesitate and smiled as he began operating the machine. As soon as he completed the motion, mana immediately enveloped the entire experimental device. Thiet Quien took a deep breath to steady himself, looking at the mechanical saw slowly moving toward him. In an instant, the device began cutting and grafting onto his body. The intense pain made Thiet Quien unable to hold back a scream. With Axel Sewell's combat style, he used the prosthetic arm as a weapon in close combat and switched to a machine gun in mid-range battle. Therefore, instead of focusing solely on close or long-range combat, choosing a flexible trait would open a path for Thaek to transform more powerfully. Finally, Kim Junsu also added a magic core into the upgrade process. In the blink of an eye, the experimental machine shone brilliantly. A special solution was quickly pumped inside, then injected straight into Thaek body. Immediately, his entire body began to transform intensely. Outside, Kim Junsu held his breath and monitored every development. After waiting for a while, he slightly curled his lips into a satisfied smile. The experiment had been a resounding success. The machine slowly opened, revealing a set of sharp claws extending from within, followed by a pair of razor-sharp fangs full of power. Thaek had transformed into a mutant wolf warrior. Kim Junsu smiled and asked how he felt. Kim Iron, whether he was satisfied with this rebirth. Werewolf mutation drug combined with mana infusion into the prosthetic could trigger mutation. This was a necessary step to increase strength, and Kim Junsu had applied it to Thaek. He observed attentively and said that once the evolution process began, he would easily achieve his goal. Thaek replied joyfully with thanks and asked what they should do next. Kim Junsu thought for a moment and suggested that they expand their influence across this area. He needed a gang to maintain order and monitor other villainous forces. At that moment, a subordinate ran in. Thaek turned to ask, but when they saw his current appearance, they immediately froze. After a few seconds of confusion, they trembled and asked if that voice was really him, Big Brother, and what had happened to him. Thaek calmly replied that he had upgraded his body, then asked why they had come, and was informed that the traitor's human trafficking route and traces of biological experiments had been found. However, that area was very difficult to access because a young mage was guarding it with the ability to fire energy beams. Upon hearing this, Thaek frowned while Kim Junsu behind him also pondered, realizing it might be the person they were looking for. At a building not far away, inside it was continuously enduring fierce waves of attacks, the walls riddled with holes everywhere. In the detention area, a frail figure was curled up inside. When Thaek and Kim Junsu arrived and witnessed this devastation, Thaek could not help but be astonished. He exclaimed whether all of it had been caused by that mage, and that if they did not intervene quickly, the entire building would collapse. With such power, there was no doubt that the person in the cage was Janet, one of the three most dominant warriors in the game. If Soren possessed the heavenly calamity star, then Janet carried innate energy within her, helping her rise to the top position. However, continuously using this precious ability meant Janet's life was being threatened due to mana depletion, because she was using her power instinctively to protect herself. While Kim Junsu was still thinking, beams of mana from the cage suddenly shot toward them. Not daring to be careless, Thaek quickly dodged and said irritably that they could not approach her like this. However, Kim Junsu charged straight forward, ignoring the mana beams targeting him. An explosion rang out as the mana beams suddenly detonated. Janet inside the cage stopped only after seeing that. Immediately, Kim Junsu reached the cage and used his bare hands to break the iron bars. Despite the intense pain surging through him, he was determined to save her. But Janet inside raised her hand, intending to attack again. Kim Junsu was caught off guard, and another explosion occurred right in front of the cage. Smoke and dust immediately filled the entire space. Outside, Thaek was extremely worried, and before he could act, he saw a vial being thrown out. Kim Junsu stepped out of the smoke carrying Janet's small body and sighed in relief that it had been close. Seeing him safe, Thaek ran over joyfully. But Kim Junsu quickly signaled that he had used medicine to calm the girl and that they had to leave before it wore off. Thaek immediately replied that he would order his men to take her to the hospital at once. Kim Junsu gently shook his head, saying that if not, he would take the girl back and take responsibility for treating her. A while later at Kim Junsu's private house, Soren carried her luggage down to the basement, cheerfully calling out, "Teacher, I'm here." Kim Junsu glanced at her, then after a sigh spoke, "You've already entered high school." Soren smiled and replied, "I knew you would notice. By the way, what are you inviting me here to teach today?" Kim Junsu scratched his head awkwardly and said, "The situation is a bit complicated, but my second student is currently unwell." After saying that, he cast a glance toward Janet, who was resting with her eyes closed on the chair. Soren also noticed and ran over to check. "Oh my god, what happened to this girl?" Kim Junsu slowly explained that she currently could not control her own power. He said he intended to take Janet as his student and awaken her true ability, then asked whether Soren could take care of her. Soren did not hesitate. If it is senior's matter, of course I will do my best. Thus the girl stayed at Kim Junsu's house. A few days later in the basement, Kim Junsu and Soren continuously worked on Janet for many days, yet her power kept erupting to protect herself. While continuing the process, Soren asked, "Teacher, how long do we have to keep reacting to this? It has already been a week." Kim Junsu was also at a loss for words, yet he continued giving his all. After a long while, when the water pouch was nearly empty, Kim Junsu spoke. Her mana should be almost depleted now. She will regain consciousness soon. Keep it up. The two continued for a little longer, and at last their effort paid off. Janet's mana finally subsided. Girl slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, Janet stammered, "Where am I?" Soren rushed to her side and happily said, "Hey, you're awake. Everyone was worried you would never wake up again. Do you feel any pain?" Janet shook her head. "No, I think not, but where is this, and why am I here?" Soren pointed toward Kim Junsu and explained that the man over there had saved her. He had also taken care of her. After hearing that, Janet immediately stood up and bowed to Kim Junsu. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Janet." Kim Junsu shook his head. "It's nothing. It's good that you're safe now. But why were you imprisoned there?" At the mention of this, Janet's voice turned sorrowful. "My parents passed away while trying to escape from the Ilyang Magic Tower, and I was captured." Soren could not help feeling heartbroken, and Kim Junsu was not surprised. It was exactly like the game's storyline. Thinking so, Kim Junsu stepped toward the girl and sincerely said, "Janet, if you have nowhere to go, you are welcome to stay. In fact, I want to take you as my student." Janet froze. "Me?" Kim Junsu nodded. "You can avenge your parents. I will teach you how to become a superhero." The girl murmured that she had nothing to repay. "It does not matter," Kim Junsu smiled. "You can repay me after you become strong enough." Janet hesitated briefly, her eyes glistening with tears. But she quickly became resolute. "Yes, please help me become a superhero, and in the future I will repay you." Kim Junsu nodded. "Good, I look forward to you." At that moment he was extremely delighted. Janet was a precious talent, the one who would teach him one of the three most overwhelming sword skills in the game. While Kim Junsu was thinking, a strand of mana suddenly shot toward him. It grazed his arm before crashing into the wall and causing it to explode. Janet regretfully apologized. "I'm sorry, I did not mean to." Soren immediately comforted her that it was fine and no one was hurt. Kim Junsu sighed helplessly. "Janet, focus on controlling your mana first." The girl nodded yes. Kim Junsu explained her trait. "The ability you possess is innate energy. Do you understand what energy means here?" Janet shook her head. "No." Soren eagerly said that she knew. It was like sword aura. Kim Junsu slowly explained that this trait was similar to heavenly killing intent. He said Janet needed to train her body to withstand mana. If the channels were narrow, water could not flow smoothly. Janet hesitated and asked whether her physique could truly improve. Kim Junsu confidently replied that of course it could. He would teach her this trait. She would try the conversion system. This was a tool to learn swordsmanship from Soren alongside Janet. Golden body trait tempered both body and mind, essential for someone like Janet. Janet asked excitedly, "Teacher, where do we start now?" Kim Junsu smiled. Boldly declared that they would of course eat their fill first. The training would be harsh, so they had to eat. Thus Soren and Janet had a hearty meal. 2 weeks later, still in the basement of Kim Junsu's house, Soren and Jeanette were sparring with each other. Unlike before, Janet was now brimming with vitality. Soren had also improved greatly, not falling behind. Kim Junsu quietly observed in admiration. In just 2 weeks they had reached this level. Truly natural geniuses, and Soren also possessed a swordsmanship trait. Thinking so, Kim Junsu said, "Stop, I will guide her in another skill." Janet's body had grown stronger. It was time to train her to use mana precisely. Kim Junsu held his sword and faced Janet with a smile. "Try to block my attack." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward with his sword. Janet defended with a shield, but Kim Junsu kept attacking and forced her on the defensive. Before long, they had exchanged blows across multiple angles. Kim Junsu sensed something. Her movements were proficient, displaying a steady bearing along with mana from her innate energy and arcane heart. He raised his sword and slashed forward. A blade of sword light shot forth like the wind. Janet was pushed back. Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction. Janet could now control her mana with precision. Soren ran over and hugged Janet, joyfully exclaiming that she had done it. Kim Junsu was pleased and congratulated her on her awakening. Janet smiled gratefully and thanked teacher, saying it was all thanks to him and sister. An SSR-rank character was truly different, newly awakened yet already at level 3. Compared to others, it was not surprising at all. Soren declared boldly that she could not lose to her junior and had to go hunting. Janet heard that and ran after her, asking to go along. Kim Junsu felt pleased. As they grew quickly, they would soon learn the strongest swordsmanship, and he would not fall behind. Junsu took out his phone and after a while said that before the student mission began, he needed to handle a few matters. A few days later, in a mountainous region, Kim Junsu had just arrived at this place. This was the city where the Holy War took place, Aachen. Beneath the shell-shaped buildings lay a labyrinth that spanned across space. It was a dangerous place, where the souls of forgotten gods constantly surged in. The Tran was protected by humanity's strongest force, the Guardian Alliance, so there was no need to worry. The reason for coming to Aachen was to transfer the Enherja cultivation technique. Junsu then headed to Diana Bar. Inside, a woman was already waiting. Seeing Kim Junsu, she frowned and said that she had not seen him before and asked if he wanted any special drink. Kim Junsu coldly asked whether she sold information with drinks. She looked doubtful and asked what information he wanted. Kim Junsu calmly said he was looking for Sigmund Sigurdsson and was willing to pay. The woman was astonished. After a moment, she hesitated and apologized that it was rather difficult because his wife was gravely ill. Kim Junsu frowned silently. Recalling the game, Sigmund had a tragic story about his wife. Kim Junsu spoke, "Madam, may I see his wife for a moment?" At a house on the outskirts of the city, a woman from Diana Bar led him there and told him to go in. Sigmund was sensitive at the moment. Kim Junsu nodded. The woman pushed the door open and informed Sigmund that a guest wished to examine his wife's condition. As soon as he entered, he saw two priests by the bedside performing a ritual. The woman let out a breath, relieved that priests were already treating her, and suggested stepping outside for a while. Just as the words ended, an arm suddenly grabbed the priest's hand tightly. It turned out to be Kim Junsu. The priest startled and exclaimed, "What are you trying to do? Release my hand immediately. What do you think you are doing during the treatment?" These two were both priests belonging to the Thor and Jair orders. In terms of healing ability, the strength of both sides was nearly equal. However, Kim Junsu spoke coldly that treating her at this moment was meaningless. The holy light would only make the wound more severe. Those words angered the priest of the Thor order, who shouted in dissatisfaction, asking what he meant and on what basis he made such a claim. Before Kim Junsu could respond, Sigmund standing nearby ordered him to be driven away, believing that a stranger like him knew nothing and had no right to interfere. The woman Diana at the bar hurriedly explained that Kim Junsu knew how to cure Astrodes, but before she could finish, Sigmund became furious because every second was extremely important. At that moment, the person lying on the bed suddenly convulsed violently and was lifted into the air. Sigmund rushed forward in panic, declaring that he would immediately treat her, while Kim Junsu tried to reach out to stop him. However, it was already too late. The priest continued to channel holy light into the body of Hod. Immediately afterward, her body was once again lifted high. Witnessing this scene, Sigmund's expression instantly became grim. A surge of dark aura in an instant enveloped the entire body of Hod. Sigmund frantically questioned the priest about why the situation had become like this and demanded that he continue the treatment. But the priest only shook his head and said it was too late. The holy light was no longer effective. Sigmund fell into despair, but Kim Junsu calmly stated that she could still be saved and that the illness originated from being possessed by the evil spirit Hakamara. Sigmund looked at him in astonishment, suspiciously asking how he knew and whether he truly could cure her. Kim Junsu gently nodded, affirming that he had spoken the truth from the very beginning. Upon hearing that confirmation, Sigmund immediately knelt down on the ground. He trembled as he pleaded that if Kim Junsu could save his wife, he was willing to offer everything with his own honor. Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction and reminded Sigmund to keep his promise. Immediately afterward, he changed the attribute of his power. Next, Kim Junsu infused magical power into the body of Ajordi. Stigma was a disease caused by demons in the labyrinth, capable of destroying the soul and gradually draining the victim's life force, becoming one of the most dangerous negative effects. Thanks to Kim Junsu's intervention, Hod gradually returned to a normal state. Sigmund joyfully realized that she had stopped convulsing, while Kim Junsu explained that he had only used mana to help her fall into sleep. At that moment, the two priests returned carrying the necessary items, and Kim Junsu announced with satisfaction that the ritual could begin. The ritual was quickly set up around the bed of Hod. Meanwhile, Kim Junsu stood to the side preparing medicinal substances. When all the candles had been lit, the two priests skeptically asked whether this would truly cure the illness, and Kim Junsu replied that the main purpose was to help her overcome the evil force. Even in the game, this type of negative effect was not easy to remove. The more one tried to treat it, the stronger the evil spirit became and continued to drain Ajordi's life force, as if it were being empowered. To end the possession, it was first necessary to eliminate the seed hidden deep within the victim's body. At that moment, Ajordi's was once again enveloped by dark aura, and her body continued to float in the air. Not long after, two horns appeared on her head. Her physical condition also gradually transformed in a terrifying direction. Sigmund panicked and asked why his wife was turning into a demon, but Kim Junsu reassured him that everything was still proceeding smoothly. He explained that the demon needed to be forced to reveal its reaction before it could be dealt with, then took out a cross. Without hesitation, he used the cross on the abdomen of Hod. Immediately, a burst of brilliant light erupted from her body, and Kim Junsu loudly commanded the evil entity to depart. After that shout, a stream of dark aura quickly escaped from the body of Hod. Her body gently fell back onto the bed. Sigmund immediately ran over to check on his wife's condition. Ajordi's awakened, seeing her husband in tears, and asked in confusion whether something had happened. Sigmund choked with emotion as he explained that she had been possessed by an evil spirit for half a year and that without Kim Junsu, she would not have survived. After saying that, he pointed toward Kim Junsu, who was standing at a distance. Paying no attention to the attention, Kim Junsu turned to the two priests and suggested that they complete the remaining treatment steps. After speaking, he left the room to give the priests space. While later in the reception room, Sigmund gratefully asked why Kim Junsu had come from distant Korea. Kim Junsu frankly replied that his purpose was to meet Sigmund, leaving him extremely surprised. He smiled and reminded him of the promise, requesting that Sigmund pass on the Sigurd technique to him. Sigmund was a descendant of Sigurd, the greatest hero in Norse mythology. The Sigurd technique was passed down within the family and was an advanced cultivation method superior to Enhaza. When Sigmund began to transmit this technique to Kim Junsu, he clearly felt every cell in his body gradually awakening. The attribute of his magical power also changed, becoming stronger, more resilient, and more intense than before. Kim Junsu's heart was enveloped by an abundant source of magical power. He sat cross-legged, focusing on cultivation, and finally comprehended the characteristics of the Sigurd technique. Kim Junsu's maximum mana increased by more than 30%. As a result, he no longer had to worry about learning additional sword techniques. At that moment, the two priests entered to announce that the treatment for Ajordi's had been completed, causing Sigmund to run off immediately in joy. Afterward, they approached Kim Junsu and asked whether he could treat other cases of possession, and he replied that he still possessed several methods. Hearing this, the two priests enthusiastically proposed to learn from him and were willing to offer appropriate compensation. Recognizing the opportunity to build goodwill with the religion, Kim Junsu agreed and emphasized that the Guardian Alliance had contributed to humanity. He refused to accept money and decided to teach for free, leaving the two priests deeply grateful and praising him as a saint. However, they were completely unaware of the deep calculations within Kim Junsu's mind. This was actually a stepping stone to unlock an important hidden quest. A few days later, the city of Aachen held a grand celebration. Everyone raised their glasses in a joyful atmosphere. Sigmund and his wife stood beside Kim Junsu, continuously inviting him to drink. He drank without stopping, leaving Kim Junsu both amused and exasperated, while he himself was nearly overwhelmed by the alcohol. A week earlier, Kim Junsu had organized a lecture for the citizens of the city. He disseminated methods to overcome the crisis to both the Church and the Guardian Alliance, while also helping many warriors afflicted by evil spirits. Kim Junsu also clearly shared the necessary ingredients for this method. Thanks to this, the fate of Aachen was changed, so holding a celebratory festival was entirely reasonable. However, at this moment, Kim Junsu only wished to rest because he was extremely exhausted. After a while, he finally managed to slip outside and breathed a sigh of relief, remarking that they truly knew how to throw a party. Just then, the director of the Guardian Alliance approached to greet Kim Junsu. He cheerfully said that he had hurried over to express his thanks after recovering and asked whether Kim Junsu had time for a conversation. But Kim Junsu declined because he was too tired. Hearing this, the director could only sigh in regret and stated that their chairman very much hoped to meet Kim Junsu at least once. On hearing those words, Kim Junsu's steps suddenly came to an immediate halt. The director of the Guardian Alliance continued speaking incessantly. If it is inconvenient for you, then it cannot be helped. I will personally explain it to him. However, Kim Junsu changed his decision. He winked and smiled as he replied, "It is fine. I suddenly feel much better. Please lead the way immediately." Mentioning the chairman of the Guardian Alliance, Kim Junsu already knew who it was, the youngest disciple of the heavenly demon, the Blood King. Not long after, Kim Junsu was brought to a luxurious mansion. He bowed to the person seated and said, "It is an honor to meet you, I am Warrior Kim." The man politely returned the greeting. "It is a pleasure to meet you, I am Tran Vi." Kim Junsu observed him attentively before speaking. "Chairman, I am well aware of your dedication in guarding the labyrinth and your contributions to the Guardian Alliance." Tran Vi humbly smiled. "Thank you for the compliment. It is merely a small matter. Please have a seat." Hearing this, Kim Junsu took his seat. Tran Vi continued with a smile. "I heard that you spread the method of curing the spirit seal in a trance. It is indeed as impressive as the rumors say," he asked in surprise. "You know about me?" Tran Vi calmly smiled and replied, "In this world there is no information that the Guardian Alliance does not possess. I heard you are a rising star of Korea. Would you like to become my disciple?" After saying this, he fixed his gaze on Kim Junsu, patiently waiting for an answer. Hearing this, Kim Junsu could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "What do you mean?" Tran Vi slowly explained, "Your personality is very similar to my master, as if you possess the ability to foresee the future." Kim Junsu slightly frowned and asked again, "Do you mean the heavenly demon?" Tran Vi calmly nodded and continued, "That is correct. The heavenly demon, the number one under heaven of that era. His strength had reached the highest realm, although he had gone into seclusion and I have not met him for decades. Disciples such as the Heavenly Lord, Ghost Venerable, and Blood King have all reached SSS-Rank level 8, but the Heavenly Demon belongs to the unrivaled class, rank. The reason lies in the Heavenly Demon cultivation technique, a martial art of absolute offense and defense, encompassing both mana control and movement techniques, granting the Heavenly Demon the pinnacle of martial power in the world." At this moment, Tran Vi slowly added, "Although the Heavenly Demon technique has been passed to my senior brother, my Blood Fist technique is also extremely formidable. Anyone who longs for power will not regret it." Upon hearing this, Kim Junsu's eyes immediately lit up. It was truly unbelievable. Blood Fist is a top-tier martial art, indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, Kim Junsu replied apologetically, "I am deeply grateful for your offer, but I am afraid I cannot take you as my master, Chairman." Tran Vi asked in surprise, "Could it be that I am not qualified?" Kim Junsu shook his head. "That is not the case. It is just that I already have someone guiding me, so I cannot accept another master." After saying this, he presented his sword for him to see. After observing it, Tran Vi nodded in understanding. "It seems you have met Grandmaster Goji John. I cannot commit a discourtesy toward him. After all, he is a legend of history." At this point, he could not help but sigh with emotion. "Just when I thought I had found an outstanding disciple, that old man acted first. It seems I must choose another path." After finishing his words, Tran Vi took out a medal, placed it on the table and said, "This is a small gift to express my sincerity toward you." Kim Junsu exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this not the Heavenly Demon medal? Wait, do you truly intend to give me such a rare item?" Tran Vi replied in a deep voice, "Only my master and fellow disciples are permitted to use it. Cherish it well." Kim Junsu gratefully expressed his thanks, and he clearly understood the meaning behind this gift. That meant if Kim Junsu changed his decision, he could seek out Tran Vi, just as the general had once given him that sword. And Kim Junsu truly liked this gift immensely. Being noticed by two powerful figures excited him to the point of trembling, a smile constantly appearing on his lips. Seeing this, Tran Vi asked, "Why are you suddenly trembling?" Kim Junsu quickly stood up and bowed respectfully, saying with emotion, "I am moved by your kindness. I will cherish this gift. Please take care." Tran Vi nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. I hope the next time we meet it will be as master and disciple." Leaving with a joyful mood, Kim Junsu thought that it was time to receive the reward for that challenging mission. The next day, at a skyscraper in the heart of the city, two priests from two religious orders brought Kim Junsu a gift chest. Although he was very pleased, Kim Junsu humbly stated that he did not expect any reward, causing the two priests to continuously praise him. After a few formal exchanges, Kim Junsu finally opened the chest. Inside was a gigantic hammer. The priest of the Thor Order quickly introduced, "This is a gift from the Thor Order, Johnny's hammer." Meanwhile, the Gale Order presented an additional SSR grade item, an invisible shield capable of changing its form through magic. Kim Junsu hugged the two treasures tightly. Overjoyed, the two priests then asked, "Are you satisfied?" He looked up and smiled. "Are you truly giving me such precious gift?" If it ended there, it would be somewhat regrettable, but they quickly opened another chest. Inside were 10 bottles of Aya's nectar, 7 diamonds, and also the tears of the angel. There was also another item. Kim Junsu asked curiously, "What is this, a demon heart?" Priest nodded gently and explained, "That is correct. We prepared it for you to refine together with the nectar during use." After hearing this, Kim Junsu frowned slightly in thought. Perhaps he should request a bit more. He hesitantly asked, "Do you have a fire dragon demon heart?" The Gaia sect priest asked in surprise, "Is that not an item only for fire element mages?" Kim Junsu summoned Black Flame in his hand and smiled, "That is right, I can use Black Flame so I truly need it. The Fire Dragon Demon trait is Infernal Blaze. If I want to win the bet with the tower, it is indispensable." Seeing the Black Flame, the Thor sect priest immediately understood and nodded, "We are willing to give it to you." Right after, he took out the Fire Dragon Demon heart and handed it to Kim Junsu. "This is the final gift." Kim Junsu accepted it with a radiant smile and sincerely thanked everyone. At this moment, the Thor sect priest announced, "By direct order from our superiors, you will become an honorary Holy Knight of the Thor Legion," and the Gaia priest also agreed. Kim Junsu did not object. Increasing his strength was important, and there was no need to refuse these titles. Therefore he smiled and replied, "Thank you. I am honored to become an honorary Holy Knight." If one day Kim Junsu wished to take control of the Pontiff's sect again, then the strength of these two sects would be necessary support. In the afternoon, the sun gradually set behind the mountain range. Yet the festival in the village remained lively. Kim Junsu reluctantly pushed through the crowd to return home, but halfway there he heard a familiar voice. A figure in a white cloak hurriedly ran toward him. It was Priest Kim, but his face was filled with worry. Kim Junsu was about to ask when Priest Kim covered his mouth and whispered, "Be quiet, I am being pursued by the Pontiff's sect. We must leave here immediately, hurry." At the same time, a group of people with suspicious eyes appeared within the crowd, constantly scanning the surroundings in search. A while later, in a secluded place after escaping, Priest Kim finally sighed in relief. "I think they have left. I almost thought I could not escape." Kim Junsu asked suspiciously, "What happened? I thought you were in Levan." Priest Kim slowly explained, "At least I found the treasure thanks to the golden relic and thereby advanced to level 5. However, afterward he was discovered by the Pontiff's sect, because that place was originally their origin." At this point, Priest Kim fearfully held his head and muttered, "I do not know how difficult the upcoming trial will be, so I must quickly reach level 7 to serve our god." Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes and asked, "How can I help?" Hearing this, Priest Kim fell into deep thought with a tense expression. After a moment he shyly said, "Actually, that is also why I sought you out." Kim Junsu asked curiously, "What is it?" Priest Kim quickly replied, "Can you take me into the giant labyrinth?" Kim Junsu frowned slightly and murmured, "The labyrinth?" Priest Kim nodded, "That is right, to the starting fortress of the 10th floor." After hearing this, Kim Junsu fell into contemplation. For Priest Kim's sect to be officially recognized, they needed to accumulate more divine power, using the labyrinth as a refuge and a place to grow stronger until reaching the goal was a reasonable choice. Upon careful thought, this was indeed a perfect plan. While later at the entrance of the labyrinth, guards were still stationed day and night. At that moment they noticed something unusual. Kim Junsu and Priest Kim approached with their faces covered. A guard suspiciously shouted, "Stop, what do you want?" Kim Junsu calmly replied, "I want to enter the giant labyrinth." The guard frowned and asked, "At this hour?" Kim Junsu explained calmly, "I have my own reason." The face covering made the guards easily suspect him as a criminal. Giant Labyrinth was often considered a refuge for criminals, a chaotic region where the laws of the surface no longer apply. After some hesitation, the guard said, "A level 4 superhuman, very well, you may enter, but when leaving your identity will be checked at the exit." Thanks to this, the two successfully entered the labyrinth. Priest Kim was still bewildered, but from a normal perspective he was indeed a religious criminal. Inside the labyrinth, Priest Kim walked while wondering, "Did you not say you were very famous in this area? Yet earlier they did not recognize you." Kim Junsu curled his lips into a faint smile and said, "Do not ask such things. If I am identified, then rumors will spread and you will also have a hard time avoiding exposure." Priest Kim smiled awkwardly in response, then added that this place was far quieter than he had imagined. At that moment, Kim Junsu suddenly realized something, a trace of vigilance flashing in his eye. He frowned slightly and muttered that there was a very unpleasant smell in here, leaving Priest Kim confused as he asked what smell it was. His expression turned tense. Kim Junsu warned that demons were hiding ahead, then immediately corrected himself that they were charging straight at them. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, a horde of demons surged toward them. Kim Junsu drew Thor's hammer and requested, "Priest, bless our weapons." Priest Kim quickly complied, channeling holy light into the weapons, causing the hammer in Kim Junsu's hand to blaze brilliantly in an instant. Kim Junsu smiled confidently, perfect timing. He wanted to test the power of the new weapon combined with golden blessing. Immediately after, Kim Junsu rushed forward and began sweeping through the demon. In the blink of an eye, all the enemies were defeated, leaving Priest Kim in awe of the title Golden Warrior, while Kim Junsu also praised his blessing ability. Priest Kim smiled faintly and shared that at first he was quite worried the Archbishop's army would pursue them, but once they passed through this gate, they would reach the 9th floor. However, Kim Junsu's contemplative expression made Priest Kim anxiously ask, and he replied seriously that things might not go as they hoped. Just then, the door ahead suddenly opened. A woman stepped out with a group behind her, smiling meaningfully as she said he arrived later than she had expected. Seeing them, Priest Kim trembled and hurriedly hid behind Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu quickly understood that they had been discovered and guessed that Priest Kim had been monitored from the start. Perhaps that woman also possessed a similar tracking ability, so no matter where they moved, they could not escape her pursuit. The overseer of the church smiled and declared that the long persuasion would end here, and at last the savior would join their fate. Kim Junsu snorted coldly in response, "Join your church? What absurd nonsense." The woman continued smiling, saying the saintess had given a prophecy. If the savior joined, he would be treated on equal footing with her. At the same time, he must offer both body and soul to the Archbishop's church. Hearing that, Kim Junsu was extremely displeased, saying they were legitimizing sacrifice, then angrily demanded who gave her the right to decide. The woman clicked her tongue and smiled, saying he need not worry because the inheritance ritual for the savior was already prepared. After saying that, she revealed a calculating smile. Kim Junsu laughed coldly, mocking that she had broken the Westphalia rites and warning that reckless actions would cause great chaos. Hearing that, the woman merely curled her lips in a defiant smile. Then she raised her head and shouted that this labyrinth lay beyond all laws and no restrictions existed. Therefore, she ordered the holy knights to eliminate Yuzu. Kim Junsu was briefly stunned, while Priest Kim behind him was too frightened to speak. However, Kim Junsu burst into laughter and replied that if this place lay outside the law, he could punish them without hesitation. Priest Kim anxiously asked whether they could handle this force. Among them were 2 level 5 individuals, the rest were all level 3 or higher. Kim Junsu still confidently asserted that they could absolutely win. He took out a grenade and asked Priest Kim to bless it. The other immediately complied. With all his high-tier traits and accumulated arsenal, Kim Junsu was ready to face them without the slightest fear. The grenade was enveloped in holy light and hurled straight at the enemy. A thunderous explosion erupted, flames bursting throughout the space. When the smoke cleared, the Archbishop's church still stood firm. The leading woman disdainfully said those items could not harm them. At that moment, Kim Junsu pulled out a launcher and aimed it straight at them. At the same time, he activated the trait of a master marksman. Then he immediately opened fire. However, the woman created a defensive barrier that the attack could not penetrate. He laughed triumphantly, boasting that this was the power of the Archbishop before the Savior. Kim Junsu descended from above, smiling as he said that was only a greeting and now came the real part. Immediately after, he switched traits and used Sigurd's combat technique. The mana within Kim Junsu surged violently, making his blood vessels feel as if they were boiling. He immediately charged into battle. Kim Junsu's speed was so fast the naked eye could barely follow, as he continuously attacked the church formation. His senses were heightened, clearly perceiving every fluctuation around him. Kim Junsu accurately determined each opponent's position and quickly recognized their weaknesses. He drew his sword in an instant. Using Ho Wang's consecutive slash technique, Kim Junsu unleashed relentless attack. In a short moment, the Archbishop's church formation was completely shattered. One of them cried out in panic that the situation was becoming abnormal. At the same time, Kim Junsu continued channeling mana, glanced at the remaining ones behind. Then he unleashed the twin strike of the Tiger King to attack. Furious sword light tore through the air, making the space seem to tremble. The woman hurriedly ordered them not to retreat, demanding the knights form a defensive wall under the Archbishop's supervision. Immediately, the remaining ones lined up horizontally to create a barrier. Even so, Kim Junsu did not hesitate and charged straight toward them. The sword was drawn from its sheath once more. This time he used Tiger King Burst, the explosive sword light knocking down all opponents. Even the woman standing behind had a few strands of hair cut off. The holy knights panicked and begged for orders, but she coldly demanded they accept death in glory. Though they did not understand, she still laughed and said their sacrifice would please the Archbishop in the divine realm and must not be refused. The gap in numbers and levels could not stop Kim Junsu at all. He overwhelmed all the holy knights. Kim Junsu continued his relentless assault, sword energy raging wildly. His combat stance was both beautiful and devastating to everything around him. Witnessing that scene, the woman was not afraid at all but instead smiled with delight. She excitedly praised the beauty and strength of the savior, saying it was an honor to witness this light. Kim Junsu let out a cold snort and asked whether they finally intended to send out a stronger opponent. The woman calmly nodded, saying she would send someone worthy but only cared about one thing, that he must not die. Then two high-ranking holy knights stepped forward. Even so, Kim Junsu stood proudly, not showing the slightest fear. Without hesitation, the two holy knights immediately charged to attack. Kim Junsu calmly used his shield to block their sword strike. Unexpectedly, the knight who had collided with the shield vomited blood and was bewildered by internal injuries, despite only one contact. Before he could understand what happened, he was flung far away by Kim Junsu. The remaining one seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind. Kim Junsu quickly leaned back to evade the strike. Immediately he spun and counterattacked, the mighty hammer slamming straight into the opponent. He laughed arrogantly, "Is this the challenge you wanted to give me? It is still not enough for me to unleash my full strength." The holy knight endured the blow, his body staggering, his eyes growing disordered. What kind of savior was this man? Surely the vanguard of a demon. Thinking that, he gripped his sword and charged forward, shouting for the demon to be gone. Kim Junsu frowned. Was he really still alive? As soon as the words left his mouth, he slashed fiercely and knocked off the opponent's head. The dear command spoke up. "How troublesome, I did not want to do this. Now there is only one left." After speaking, Kim Junsu glanced at the woman. She laughed gleefully and said he still had hidden power, truly the savior in the father's prophecy. Kim Junsu ignored her words, swiftly switching to a sword and changing his trait, with Priest Kim behind him providing buffs. Kim Junsu said coldly, "Is that all you intend to say?" The woman went mad and screamed that there was nothing more to say. She only wished to wait for his soul to reach the divine realm. Before she finished speaking, a powerful sword light shot forward and exploded on the spot. When the smoke cleared, the woman had been completely defeated. Priest Kim was astonished that Kim Junsu had handled them all alone. He said frankly it was thanks to his blessing. Excellent. Kim Junsu turned toward the woman's corpse. The dear command spoke up, seeing that she was still babbling nonsense until the end. Such lunatics could not be spared. After that, they gathered the belongings. The surroundings were already in ruins. Kim Junsu sighed helplessly. "I went a bit too far. Everything is shattered. There is nothing to collect." Snow fell heavily, like in many of the recent battles. He had gathered enough materials for the high-tier trait 1 against 1,000. Everything was in order. With no more obstacles, Kim Junsu and Priest Kim smoothly advanced into the massive labyrinth on the 10th floor. Priest Kim exclaimed joyfully that they had finally reached the 10th floor. Kim Junsu nodded in congratulations. Congratulations on reaching the destination. Priest Kim looked at him gratefully and said without him she could not have come this far. Perhaps she would still be an ordinary healer. Kim Junsu shook his head with a smile. "You worked harder. I did nothing." At that moment, Priest Kim suddenly remembered something and reached into her pocket. She took out a cord and handed it to Kim Junsu, saying slowly that it was the heart of prosperity. Kim Junsu received it excitedly. It was an SSR holy relic. Wonderful, seeing how much he liked it. Priest Kim said she had found it in the Levant Treasure Valley. It suited him well. During that, Kim Junsu was even more pleased and ruffled her hair. "Thank you, kid." Priest Kim beamed with joy and asked curiously where he planned to go now. Kim Junsu replied frankly that he would return to Korea and find the final item to reach level 5. A few days later, in the Gangwon forest of Korea, Kim Junsu returned and entered the woods. The forest was dense, concealing danger. Before Kim Junsu had gone far, a blade pressed against his neck. A figure in black appeared from nowhere and coldly asked what a stranger was doing here. Kim Junsu frowned. This man was concealing his appearance. He recognized him as the SR character Snake Bone. It seemed he had found the mutant's refuge. Seeing Kim Junsu silent, Snake Bone demanded why he was here. Kim Junsu answered frankly that he had business, but he ordered him to get lost. This was a restricted area. With a cold laugh, Kim Junsu said, "Was this not the road to Hope Village?" During that, Snake Bone asked in confusion how he knew that name. The place he wished to reach was the Monster Village, but the mutants called it Hope Village. Snake Bone lowered his blade and said he would lead the way. "Stay close." After speaking, he turned and walked away. Kim Junsu followed swiftly. Fortunately today he had encountered a more easygoing Snake Bone than other mutants. After a while within Hope Village, the trees were in full bloom. Vitality overflowed, and the mutant creatures were cheerful. When Kim Junsu followed Snake Bone inside, the mutant creatures became wary. Before long, a pair of gigantic legs appeared before the two of them. Huge Bear looked at Zhuang Ran and asked why he had allowed a human into the village. Zhuang Ran slowly explained that he knew the name of the village and wished to speak with him. Hearing that, the bear lowered its head to observe Kim Junsu. After a long moment, it asked that it had never seen him before and what he wanted. Kim Junsu took a deep breath and calmly said that he wished to ask for a favor. The bear looked at him suspiciously. Kim Junsu hesitated, then said that he needed the magic core of a mutated beast and wondered if it was possible. Before he could finish speaking, the bear suddenly swung its arm to attack. Kim Junsu was sent flying. If not for his diamond body, he would have fainted. Seeing that he still stood firm, the bear charged forward, saying that he deserved to be beaten to death and that it would kill him. Kim Junsu panicked and told it to wait. He did not wish to harm anyone. He understood the reason and magic cores were only taken from deceased mutants. The bear swung its claws while roaring, asking whether if it were the corpse of one of his kin, he would sell it for silver. Kim Junsu looked at the sword aura from its claws and was bewildered, wondering whether even a bear could use sword aura. This was not the time to think. He hurriedly asked it to calm down and said he would pay a worthy price. The bear shouted in dissatisfaction that it did not need money. Not money. Kim Junsu shook his head and took something out of his pocket. The bear stepped back, dazzled by the light from that object, looked at the item in Kim Junsu's hand, and muttered in confusion about what it was. With a mysterious air, Kim Junsu simply took out a cup of instant noodles and smiled, saying he would pay a worthy price. The bear's eyes flared with anger as it shouted that he was mocking. Kim Junsu remained calm and poured boiling water into the noodles. He slowly said not to rush and to try eating first, they could talk afterward. After that, he covered it and pushed it toward the bear, saying this was not ordinary noodles. The bear said it did not need it and told him to get lost or it would destroy his body. It wanted to drive him away, but the aroma of the noodles was alluring. Instantly its expression changed. Kim Junsu smiled. A mutated bear with a keen nose could not resist the scent of Hue, the national dish. Bear sat before the cup of noodles, muttering suspiciously about the strange smell. Kim Junsu smiled and said he had heard that Hope Village had difficulty finding food. The bear snorted coldly and said he knew quite a lot. Shrugging indifferently, Kim Junsu said to just eat and asked whether it did not want to know why humans invented noodles. Bear hesitated, but then it changed its attitude and declared that as the chief of Hope Village, it would eat to understand the culture, not because it looked tasty. Quickly poured it into its mouth. As it touched its tongue, the bear's eyes widened. The flavor felt as if it carried it to heaven. Chewy noodles and hot broth filled its mouth, bringing warmth and satisfaction. The truly divine Hue flavor left it captivated. Bear muttered about how such a Hue flavor could exist and whether there was more. Kim Junsu nodded and said he had brought many dishes today for everyone to try. After saying that, he distributed many delicious foods to the mutated creature. Not every mutant liked it, so Kim Junsu had prepared them with magic powder. As expected, the group of creatures became engrossed in eating. Even the large bear forgot everything else. The villagers developed goodwill toward Kim Junsu, and he was satisfied. At that moment, Zhuang Ran picked up a bottle and said to wait, asking whether this magic powder was safe to eat. As soon as he finished speaking, the mutated creatures immediately fell into disarray, their eyes filled with fear. The great bear widened his eyes at Kim Junsu. He could only sigh because such caution was reasonable. If absorbed incorrectly, the mutant's magic plant could explode, but he had his own calculation. Thinking that, Kim Junsu smiled and suggested, if you are still uncertain, why not ask the guardian deity? That was the one with prophetic power, revered as the grandmother of the monster village, the sacred divine tree. Though the divine tree could not compare to other holy beings, it was still a true god protecting the village. Therefore, all matters concerning mutants were decided by her. Great Bear immediately brought the magic powder before the divine tree to seek her opinion. After hearing the reply, he still cautiously asked again, "Is that true godmother?" The divine tree slowly answered, "That is correct. This is an unpurified zero-grade core powder not cleansed by holy water. It is highly nourishing for you all." Great Bear used a translation device, so everyone could clearly hear the decree. As soon as they heard it, the surrounding creatures cheered with joy. After that, they collectively performed a salute before the divine tree, thanking Godmother for her wise guidance. This moment Snake Frost approached Kim Junsu and softly said, "The misunderstanding is cleared. Earlier I was somewhat harsh. Please forgive me." Kim Junsu waved his hand and smiled in reply. "It is fine, I understand. Now that everything is settled, let us have a barbecue feast." Immediately after, he began preparing grilled meat for the entire village. The feast became lively. Thanks to that, Kim Junsu gained more favor in their hearts. The divine tree looked at the scene and felt delighted as well. The village of hope had welcomed a precious guest. Not only food, Kim Junsu also brought wine. The great bear took a sip of soju and exclaimed in delight that now he understood why humans were fond of. Kim Junsu laughed and asked, "Is not the village chief also human? Why speak as if of a different species?" The great bear calmly replied it was just a habit. It had been a long time since we were treated as real humans. During the Japanese occupation, we were regarded as talking beasts and constantly hunted. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes then laughed heartily. "Even so, you are truly admirable. I heard you once fought in war and achieved many accomplishments. Thanks to that, mutants gained some rights." The great bear nodded lightly. That was the result of collective unity. It had been a very long time since the village was this lively. He admitted he had long hoped to hear such laughter. Hearing that, Kim Junsu felt moved inwardly. As long as he touched the right chord in their hearts, the reputation mission would be smoothly completed. After the emotional moment, the great bear remembered, "Right, you need magic cores, take them." After saying that, he handed Kim Junsu 4 magic cores. Inwardly he cheered because the reputation mission was done. They had finally fallen into his hand. But outwardly he maintained a friendly smile and gently expressed his thanks. Having achieved his goal, Kim Junsu tactfully found an excuse to leave. He was in extremely high spirits. They had given him something more valuable than expected. However, just as he left the forest, Snake Frost appeared blocking the way and slowly said, "You are about to leave. I have not yet thanked you." Kim Junsu scratched his head awkwardly. "There is no need to be so formal. Everyone already gave me gifts." Snake Frost calmly said, "I feel you still want something greater from our village." Kim Junsu understood because it was their first hearty meal in many years. Unexpectedly, Snake Frost did not object but sincerely offered that if he needed more mutant cores, just say so. "I am willing to give my own share." Kim Junsu was startled and hurriedly waved his hands. "Do not say something so frightening. I have no intention of taking anything from the living." Snake Frost remained resolute. "I am serious. Godmother prophesied that my destiny is to give a part of my body to the one who can regenerate my flesh." Kim Junsu was stunned again, a piece of flesh so precious. This was the beginning of Skull Snake's personal mission, but such a matter of magic cores he had never heard before. Thinking that, he said perhaps it was only a metaphor for something else rather than a magic core. Snake Frost nodded. "When the time comes, I will understand." Two talked a little longer, then Kim Junsu left the village of hope. Returning to the city, the first thing he did was choose a new house. As soon as he saw it, Kim Junsu's eyes lit up. At last this spacious house would be his new residence. The garden alone covered 3,000 square meters. There was even a private swimming pool in the yard. More importantly, the basement had a discreet and secret training ground. The new training ground was more spacious and fully equipped than before, making Kim Junsu extremely satisfied. He excitedly exclaimed that he never expected to reach such a level one day. Just then Choi Seok walked in and seeing him laugh loudly asked if superhero Kim was that happy. Kim Junsu shyly thanked Director Choi for introducing this wonderful house. Choi Seok laughed and waved it off, then asked why he suddenly moved. Kim Junsu explained that his students would come to train, so he needed better space and also wanted a private area. "And what about the special room?" Choi Seok winked and said everything had been prepared. Inside there was also a large laboratory. When he stepped in, a spirit appeared greeting its master and asking how it could assist. Kim Junsu entered the comprehensive testing machine, saying that from now on leveling up would be complicated, so he needed the spirit's support. As soon as he stood inside the machine, the spirit waved its hand to activate it. Mana surrounded his body and began scanning all traits. But not long after, the system reported an error, making Kim Junsu slightly confused. The spirit anxiously said there was an issue when examining the mana ring. Kim Junsu thought for a moment, then replied it was probably because I can freely switch mana rings. This is a secret. The spirit was stunned and muttered that there was no such case in the data. Kim Junsu calmly said, "Just check it yourself and it will be clear. That is why I need a suitable level 5 divine medicine." Hearing that, the spirit pondered deeply. After a while it excitedly said ordinary divine medicine was not enough, but if crafted personally it might work. Kim Junsu nodded in agreement. Spirit continued to ask in detail about all his abilities, then entered them into the system. Before long it was completed. It announced that you have a total of 136 abilities, and the constellation design is finished. Kim Junsu asked in surprise what a constellation was. The spirit explained it was a type of divine medicine that once existed only in theory. Are the materials sufficient? Although it was not the exact type he desired, Kim Junsu still trusted his preparation and nodded, confirming he was ready. Seeing that, Kim Junsu took his position to prepare. The spirit began the process of crafting the level 5 divine medicine. That entire day, Kim Junsu was busy without rest until nightfall. Soren and Janet entered carrying many items to congratulate him on reaching level 5. Kim Junsu asked in surprise how they knew. Soren pointed outside, saying people outside were talking. Looking toward the door, he saw Choi Siak and Iron Fist dressed neatly, holding wine and gifts. Kim Junsu looked at them helplessly, but Choi Siak laughed, saying, "I invited them. Such a joyful day cannot pass quietly." However, the surprise did not end there. Behind them there were fireworks and an image of Seo Yujin's family sending congratulations. Kim Junsu blushed in embarrassment when he saw Seo Yujin present as well. Choi Siak suddenly remembered that there was also a flower basket sent to the door. Kim Junsu gritted his teeth and muttered that after reaching level 5 every action drew attention, so he must be careful. Then he tore the wreath apart. Just then a black car stopped in front of the house, startling him. A woman with a calm demeanor stepped out of the car. Kim Junsu frowned, slightly wondering who it was this time. It seemed everyone was invited to this party. While he was still astonished, the woman spoke. "Are you Warrior Kim? Congratulations on reaching level 5. Kim Junsu politely replied, "Thank you, but may I ask who you are?" The woman suddenly remembered and quickly smiled. "Oh my, I should have introduced myself earlier. I am Sung Hee-jan, the youngest daughter of the Kumo conglomerate." Hearing this name, Kim Junsu immediately knew who she was, the youngest daughter of Kumo. Thinking this, he wondered why Kumo had appeared here. Sung Hee-jan frankly replied that she wanted to hire him for a task. Kim Junsu could not help but feel surprised and asked what kind of task it was. But he quickly remembered that Kumo was in the midst of a succession war. Getting involved with them would only bring trouble. It was better to stay away. While Kim Junsu was still hesitating, Sung Hee-jan continued, "We want you to participate as a representative warrior in the 5 consecutive battles to compete for the position of heir. The reward will be extremely valuable." After saying that, she took out a gun. Seeing it, Kim Junsu widened his eyes in astonishment. Was it not the Dasen gun with destructive capabilities? Everything had changed. Thinking this, Kim Junsu smiled. "Then let us sign the contract immediately. This time I must also take all the valuable rewards." The next day, at a high-rise building, Sung Hee-jan sat on a long chair and looked at Kim Junsu, saying that since he already possessed 2 expensive guns, she believed he would agree. Kim Junsu could not help but laugh. If the reward is so great, after defeating her can there be anything more? Sung Hee-jan calmly replied that they would present another expensive gun with special attributes. She said that if Kim Junsu continued to win, there would still be additional rewards, but she hoped he would not be too greedy because all opponents were level 6. Winning just one would be enough. After hearing this, Kim Junsu slightly raised his eyebrow and remained silent. The next day at a large arena, Sung Hee-jan led Kim Junsu there. Upon seeing her, a man smiled. "So you have arrived, little sister. I did not expect you to participate. How fortunate." Sung Hee-jan said nothing. She brushed past him and headed straight to her seat. This action displeased the man. What kind of attitude is that? This man was the eldest son of Kumo Hee-jun, a level 6 superhuman. The person sitting beside him was the second son, Seong Hee-chun, also level 6, who sighed and said to let it be. This was only a battle between the two of them. Kim Junsu sat beside Sung Hee-jan and slowly said that the first match would be between the representatives of the eldest and the second son. Sung Hee-jan nodded, confirming that they were both strong. Kim Junsu looked down and saw an SR-rank armored warrior. The other was an SR-rank flame demon archer. After observing, Kim Junsu said that it was indeed a large conglomerate with only high-level individuals. Sung Hee-jan reminded him that he needed to observe this match. The armored warrior belonged to her second brother's faction. The armored warrior was considered the strongest opponent in the competition. On the field, the armored warrior charged forward to attack the flame demon. However, the flame demon curled his lips into a mocking smile. Immediately afterward, he shouted "Sunfire." The armored warrior was startled. Before he could react, a blazing fireball shot toward him. Seeing this scene, Sung Hee-jan immediately panicked. With a loud explosion, the arena below burst apart, smoke and flames spreading everywhere. The armored warrior was engulfed by the flames. Moments later, he was burned and turned into smoke, leaving only the flame demon in the arena. Yang showed a frightened expression. Hee-chun also could not believe it and stood up while clutching his head. Only Hee-jun smiled smugly. Kim Junsu realized that the previous flame was strange. The flame demon was not level 6 but merely a mage using thermal fire. But was the sun tower not forbidden from killing people? Thinking this, Kim Junsu used his senses to observe the flame demon and noticed something unusual. Was that not the eclipse mark? Could it be the person he was thinking of? Slowly, Kim Junsu glanced at Sung Hee-jeon and asked if he would be next. She gently nodded in confirmation. After hearing this, Kim Junsu stood up and said he would go first and asked her to prepare. Sung Hee-jeon worriedly and hesitantly asked if he was sure and suggested sending a level 6 instead. Kim Junsu shrugged confidently, stating that he could win and that the man seemed to clearly understand what he was doing. One expelled from the Sun Tower, Hyung-do, so he had joined Kumo. On the stands, the three Kumo siblings continued to watch the next match. Hee-jun looked at Hee-yang with teary eyes and laughed. Let us see whether the youngest sister's warrior can defeat the flame demon. Kim Junsu stepped down into the arena. In his hand was the Black Fox sword. Hee-jun was slightly surprised. Even a swordsman would find it difficult to fight Sunfire. It would only add another corpse. On the field, Kim Junsu looked at Hyung-do coldly and said he did not expect to meet him again like this. Hyung-do frowned suspiciously and asked if he recognized him. Kim Junsu replied frankly that he did and asked whether his master knew about the tricks he used at the Sun Tower. Hearing this, Hyung-do curled his lips into a smile, threw his head back and laughed loudly, saying that his master knew everything. Previously, Kim Junsu had heard Choi Seok mention several matters before the Kumo succession war began, including rumors that the chairman had been assassinated. In this country, only the head of the Sun Tower and one other person could have accomplished such a feat. That woman be related to the Kumo succession war. Although it was frightening, Kim Junsu planned to find her later to confirm. While he was thinking, Hyung-do said that since he recognized him, he would take revenge and show him the power he had prepared. Immediately afterward, brilliant flames appeared, yet Kim Junsu still stood tall, causing Hyung-do to become furious. He shouted whether the rumor that he could withstand sunfire was true, but sunlight was on a completely different level. Vanish into dust. Immediately afterward, another stream of flame shot out. Sung Hee-jeon panicked, saying it was impossible for a level 5 to survive when a level 6 executed such divine power. When the smoke and flames dissipated, Kim Junsu still stood proudly and smiled with disdain, asking if that was all and stating that it was now his turn. Although he said so, Kim Junsu was nearly roasted. Then he laughed and said to lend him a bit of that flame. As he spoke, sunlight enveloped his hammer, causing Hyung-do to be horrified and exclaim that it was impossible for him to use sunlight. Kim Junsu paid no attention and raised the hammer high as lightning from the sky struck down. At the same time, Kim Junsu changed the attribute of his power. With a thunderous crash, lightning from the hammer struck Hyung-do, caused him to panic and cry out to wait. Unfortunately, it was too late as his entire body was engulfed by lightning. The lightning faded, Hyung-do's body had vanished. The scene shocked the three Kumo siblings. Kim Junsu said excitedly that they should proceed to the next match. That evening at the Kumo headquarters, Kim Junsu sat on a long chair as Sung Hee-jeon expressed her gratitude for fulfilling the request and presented this as an additional reward for his victory. Kim Junsu smiled as he accepted the reward, satisfied with the result he had achieved. Kim Junsu's eyes immediately lit up when he realized he now had the fourth Daishin gun in his hand. Seeing his excitement, Sung Hee-jeon smiled and added that there was still another gift prepared. He gently introduced it, though not overly flashy. It was a special pair of shoes. Overjoyed inside, Kim Junsu still shyly asked whether he truly deserved such a precious gift, and Sung Hee-jeon calmly affirmed that he absolutely did. Kim Junsu's streak of 3 consecutive victories had created an extremely impressive performance, even though he was later banned from continuing to compete. The remaining representatives continued competing, and the final result turned out exactly as Sung Hee-jeon had hoped. Although he could still take the field, Kim Junsu decided not to reveal his full strength to the public. The battle of the Kumo group was now attracting attention from the entire world. After thinking for a moment, Kim Junsu asked whether she had officially become the heir. Sung Hee-jeon gently shook her head and said this was only a step to persuade the board of directors and they would not accept it easily. Nodding in understanding, Kim Junsu said that a young CEO would certainly face many disadvantages. Hearing that, Sung Hee-jeon clenched her fists as if more determined. After a brief silence, she admitted it but declared that she would not sit still and asked Kim Junsu to help with one more matter. Kim Junsu raised an eyebrow and curiously asked what it was. With such a great reward, it would be hard for anyone to refuse. Sung Hee-jeon hesitated as she touched her earring and slowly said that she had a way to turn the situation around. Immediately after, the image of a black raven appeared floating before their eyes. She explained that the raven chip contained a mutagen that only reacted to her family's DNA. If she used it, she could reach level 7 and change the overall situation. Understanding her risky intention, Kim Junsu did not hesitate to agree, which made Sung Hee-jeon ask again in surprise. Kim Junsu smiled and replied that of course he would not foolishly refuse this opportunity. Night fell at the basement of the Zeum group. A black raven silently flew around without anyone noticing. Sitting on its back, Kim Junsu smiled and announced that they had found the target. A few hours earlier, Sung Hee-jeon had proposed that if Kim Junsu brought back the raven chip, she would pay double the promised amount. Immediately after, she placed a pile of gold bars on the table worth about 10 billion won. That sight left Kim Junsu stunned. Sung Hee-jeon calmly added that if she secured the position of chairperson, all the Kumo hats and shoes allocated to her brothers would also belong to him. As she spoke, Kim Junsu had to struggle to suppress his excitement to the point of breathing heavily, which briefly confused her. He quickly apologized and claimed that his nose was simply itchy. In truth, Kim Junsu was overjoyed that the Kumo equipment set with effects equivalent to SSS-Rank could finally become his. He tried to hide his delight while Sung Hee-jeon continued reminding him to keep it secret and promised to support any necessary request. After a brief hesitation, Kim Junsu winked and asked for a few more diamonds to serve the mission. Soon after, he went up to the rooftop of the Kumo building to observe the entire scene. Looking down at the city, Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction as he could oversee everything from this position. At this moment, he possessed high-grade equipment including a helmet, a rapid cable, and many powerful weapons. All of them were rare, magical items he had collected. Now it was time to absorb the traits from them. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant stream of mana poured into Kim Junsu's body. Long after, he acquired the new airstrike trait. Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction as the movement skill was activated. Everything was ready, and he began to act. Kim Junsu leaped off the tall building. Before he touched the ground, the black raven appeared in time to catch him. He remarked in satisfaction that the Kumo shoes felt truly different and that it was time to inform the client. Kim Junsu quickly contacted Sung Hee-jeon, informing her that the chip was located right in front of the raven statue in the main hall, but there was a small obstacle. Hearing that, Sung Hee-jeon frowned and asked what the problem was. Kim Junsu explained that he would have to cause a bit of commotion to retrieve the chip and that she needed to take responsibility for the upcoming consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, he used a hammer to smash the statue in the main hall. Immediately, the raven chip was revealed. Kim Junsu swiftly took it and reported that the mission was complete. Sung Hee-jeon immediately asked him to go to the body modification room on the second floor. He ran off at once while reminding her to hurry because her brothers might have already discovered. A few minutes later, at the second floor modification room, a tightly shut door was pushed open, startling the staff inside. Sung Hee-jeon offered no explanation and ordered the machine to be activated immediately. The laboratory staff member was briefly stunned by the sudden command, but quickly began operating the computer. After finishing, the female staff member hesitantly asked about the purpose. Sung Hee-jeon did not answer but looked toward the door and said she was ready. Kim Junsu stepped in and confirmed that the chip was also ready and they could begin. He handed the raven chip to Sung Hee-jeon. Taking the chip, she stepped into the modification machine and left the rest to Kim Junsu. He calmly assured that he would stay and protect her. That assurance made Sung Hee-jeon feel at ease as she activated the chip. She stood upright inside the modification chamber. Her steadfast gaze showed her determination to carry out this turning point. At that moment, angry shouts rang out from outside, drawing Kim Junsu's attention. Sung Hee-jeon's two brothers appeared. Hae-jun furiously demanded that her action be stopped. Kim Junsu immediately blocked them and calmly declared that he could not allow them to take another step forward. Hae-jun coldly asked whether Kim Junsu dared to confront him, but he replied that he naturally knew that man's identity, even mockingly calling him the former chairman. Those words made him flush with anger and hurl curses. Hae-jun stepped forward to intervene, mentioning Kim Junsu's title as the master of the Black Tiger Sword. However, Hae-chun coldly asserted that no matter how strong Kim Junsu was, he could not withstand two level 6 superhumans at once. He proposed negotiation with a reward equal to Sung Hee-jeon's promise, and even offered the position of Deputy Security Director of Kumo to Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu remained silent for a moment in thought, but immediately after, he disdainfully rejected it, saying it was a cowardly offer that required him to betray someone who could not defend herself. Those words infuriated the Sung brothers. Kim Junsu continued to mock that the reward would have to be doubled or tripled to be worth considering, but regardless, he would not accept. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Hai-chun drew his sword and charged to attack. Kim Junsu quickly raised his shield to block and realized the formidable strength of a level 6 superhuman. As expected, facing both of them at the same time was not easy. However, during the clash, Hee-jun was struck and a severe wound appeared. Kim Junsu curled his lips into a faint smile and teased that it was only an accident. Realizing the disadvantageous situation, Hai-chun immediately raised his gun and aimed at Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu swiftly erected a shield to defend. It seemed that in that very instant, he had comprehended an entirely new trait. Kim Junsu could not help curling his lips into a faint smirk, wondering why his shield had become so much sturdier. Now no matter how the opponent attacked, he would stand firm like an immovable rock. While Kim Junsu was battling Hee-jun, he seized the opportunity to dash toward the modification machine. However, before his hand could touch the device, a glowing blue bullet suddenly shot toward him. Hee-chun witnessed the scene and was startled in alarm. Hee-jun's body was instantly frozen, unable to move. Hee-chun realized the source of the attack and roared angrily, "That bastard, where did you get that gun from?" But the person before him had vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, Kim Junsu was already standing right behind Hee-chun. In a flash, Kim Junsu switched his trait to aerial assault. It was a leap enhanced by this trait, exploiting a fleeting opening to unleash a barrage like an air bombardment from above. After defeating both of them, Kim Junsu smiled and said, "Now, are you ready to surrender?" Yet Hee-jun sneered in response, "That was ridiculous. Did you think that bit of strength could defeat me?" As soon as he finished speaking, his body was engulfed in a dark red aura that forced Kim Junsu to step back in surprise. Hee-jun was activating an item called Eternal Darkness. At the same time, Kim Junsu found himself surrounded by numerous black gun barrels aimed at him. At this moment, Hee-chun had also been helped to his feet by his accomplices. The situation turned unfavorable. Kim Junsu tightened his grip on his sword hilt. Even he was not certain he could retreat safely. Just then, a loud shout rang out, "Everyone stop." At the same time, the modification machine emitted a brilliant golden light. Everyone present was stunned by the sight. Only Kim Junsu appeared extremely excited because the moment had arrived. The expressions of the Seo brothers darkened immediately. Sung Hee-jan stepped out from inside, her appearance completely transformed as she officially became a level 7 superhuman. Two pairs of wings emerged behind her. Her new title was Sun Crow. She spoke coldly that this time you arrived too late. Seeing that scene, Hee-chun trembled and muttered, "Sun Crow." In contrast, Hee-jun arrogantly shouted as if that could scare anyone, "Come and fight again." At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped in, placed a hand on his shoulder and advised him to stop. If the youngest chairwoman made a move, this building would collapse in less than a minute. This man was Jun Kyung-jun, co-founder of the Kumo Corporation. He coldly said he thought the result had been clear since last time, yet they still behaved like this. Were they intending to ignore the procedure approved by the shareholders? Hearing that, Hee-jun hurried to explain, "Father-in-law, I did not mean that," but before he could finish, he was cut off by Kyung-jun. "If not, were you plotting something other than targeting the chairman's life?" Words made Hee-jun turn pale, remaining silent for a long time without reply. Afterward, Kyung-jun turned to Sung Hee-jan to congratulate her on reaching level 7, and said he would see her at the shareholders' meeting to elect a new chairman. Finishing his words, he bowed and led his people away. A few days later, at Sung Hee-jan's mansion, on the balcony she sipped a drink and shared that according to tradition her brothers had withdrawn from business and moved to live in America. Kim Junsu smiled in congratulations that she was about to become the new chairman of Kumo Corporation. Sung Hee-jan replied gratefully that it was all thanks to him, had he received the items from her two brothers as promised. Kim Junsu nodded in confirmation and said that if she needed help in the future she could contact him. Thanks to her, he had completed the mission at Kumo. Sung Hee-jan hesitated for a moment before saying she still had another request to propose. Kim Junsu immediately asked curiously what was it this time. Unexpectedly, Sung Hee-jan took out an SSR-grade men's ring, leaving him utterly astonished. Not giving him time to react, she knelt down and proposed, "My warrior, will you agree to marry me?" Kim Junsu froze at once, then hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. "Sorry, but I cannot accept." Sung Hee-jan asked in shock why. Was there anything lacking in her to become his partner? Indeed, she possessed both wealth and beauty, yet Kim Junsu still shook his head that she was not the type of person he was seeking. Sung Hee-jan could not believe it and muttered in confusion that it was absurd. Why should such a small matter be important to them? Kim Junsu answered seriously that it was very important. He wanted to marry someone who truly loved him, not someone who saw him as a tool to consolidate power. Hearing that, Sung Hee-jeon was stunned, then sighed helplessly that he was truly an unpredictable man. After that, she raised her glass and suggested that they become cooperative partners, ready to support each other at any time. Was that acceptable? Kim Junsu agreed without hesitation. The two clinked glasses, officially establishing a partnership. It was late at night when Kim Junsu finally got into the car to return home. Thinking about having just been proposed to, he could not help sighing, feeling as though he had missed the chance to live in luxury. There was a hint of regret. After all, Kim Junsu was still at a passionate age. Marriage was too early, but merely dating Sung Hee-jeon would not be bad. However, before he could think further, he slapped his own face to clear his head. What mattered now was the elder of the Sun Tower. Because Hyung-ju's earlier words were truly suspicious. He did not know whether that old woman was as he had said or not. While Kim Junsu was deep in thought, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the Sun Tower, arriving at just the right time. The next day at Phoenix Valley, Kim Junsu arrived according to the appointment, yet strangely there was no sign of any phoenix. Just then the tower master approached with Mage Kim behind him. He greeted cheerfully that it had been a long time, superhuman Kim, or should he call him the master of the Black Fox Sword. The tower master kept rambling until Mage Kim reminded him respectfully that they should get straight to the point. Only then did he stop. Mage Kim looked at Kim Junsu and said he had likely guessed they had invited him to ask for help. Kim Junsu replied that it was because the phoenixes had disappeared. Tower Master nodded and said in a low voice that was correct. He had no clues at all. Perhaps a mythical creature had taken them. Kim Junsu observed the ground and said that possibility could occur, but had they considered illegal hunting? The Tower Master shook his head, believing security there was very strict. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes and replied, but what if the culprit was an elder of the Magic Tower? Mage Kim pondered and said that if it were an elder it was entirely possible, but who would dare to do such a thing? In contrast, the Tower Master appeared indignant. Abusing phoenixes was a serious violation. Master of the Black Fox Sword, could he find the culprit? Kim Junsu answered without hesitation, of course. He promised to recover all the missing phoenixes and the one behind it, but requested the Tower Master to pay additional compensation. A while later at the sea near Phoenix Valley, a speedboat sped across the water. Dizzying speed made Kim Junsu feel nauseated. Mage Kim steered the boat and asked excitedly why he had chosen this as the advance payment. He had never dared to drive it because his grandfather treasured it greatly. Kim Junsu replied calmly that for the mission they needed a vehicle fast enough to catch up with the target. What they were chasing was a blue-feathered phoenix. Earlier, while Kim Junsu was working, Mage Kim had discovered it and asked respectfully what it was. Kim Junsu smiled and replied that he had noticed it was a phoenix. However, the form it created was not entirely authentic. Kim Junsu did not mind, because he had just received the crafting trait from the system. After a while, he said, "All right, Mage Kim, let me have a bit of your blood." As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Junsu grabbed Mage Kim's hand to draw blood for the experiment. Returning to the present, Mage Kim exclaimed in amazement that he had not expected just a little of his blood could turn that steel wire into an artificial phoenix. Kim Junsu calmly explained that his blood contained phoenix essence, allowing him to use its instinctive guidance to locate the remaining one. A while later on Ulangdo Island, following the trail of the artificial phoenix, Kim Junsu finally spotted the group of phoenixes. However, those phoenixes were not in good health. Mage Kim murmured in confusion, "They should live over 20 years. Why are they so weakened now?" Kim Junsu pondered for a moment and suggested checking their mana. Mage Kim nodded and began the examination. Through magic, he saw the hollow hearts of the phoenixes. Mage Kim exclaimed in shock, "Their mana has been completely drained from their hearts to their veins. Everything is exhausted." Soon Mage Kim noticed another issue. He said in alarm, "Wait, this trace belongs to the eternal eclipse." Hearing this, Kim Junsu felt relieved. Thankfully, he is perceptive. Thinking so, he proposed contacting the Tower Master. The true culprit is Elder Appan of the Eternal Eclipse. Upon hearing the news, the Tower Master rushed over in fury, shouting angrily and calling out Appan, that wretched woman. Seeing him enraged, Mage Kim quickly advised him to calm down, but the Tower Master kept shouting, "She was caught trying to steal the phoenixes. I swear if I catch her I will." Before he could finish, Kim Junsu interrupted, "Has the elder already disappeared from the tower?" The Tower Master nodded, "That is correct. I went to her office but she had vanished, leaving only a clone." The more he spoke the angrier he became, barely restraining himself. Fortunately, Mage Kim stopped him in time. Kim Junsu muttered while recalling, "A clone." Mage Kim explained that it was a spell creating an identical body that would die after a short time. Kim Junsu thought for a moment and said that she was likely buying time. Hearing this, the Tower Master spoke in a low voice. The death of Chairman Kumo, his heart burned to ashes. The expelled mage reappeared, transformed into an enhanced warrior. The phoenixes were excessively hunted to increase power. Elder disappearance, too many clues. Kim Junsu forced himself to think. After a long pause, he looked at the Tower Master and said, "Tower Master, are you thinking of that?" The Tower Master muttered in confusion, "Do not tell me Appan has touched that." That referred to the forbidden ritual of the eternal eclipse. The forbidden ritual that burns mana to block sunlight, appearing in the solar demonization quest. Solar demonization had not yet been studied. Kim Junsu wondered why it appeared, perhaps the butterfly effect caused by him and Hyangju. Hearing this, Mage Kim asked what it exactly was. The Tower Master replied that she used phoenix power to erode the mana of the sun. Not only the sun, but also the land and the sea. Sorrow Snail drains the mana of all living beings. Mage Kim was shocked. If the magic tower collapses because of this, then. Before he could finish, Kim Junsu interrupted, "We must quickly find Jonah." Tower Master suddenly said he sensed a massive mana link nearby and believed he knew her location. Shortly after, at the house on the cliff, the Tower Master arrived and cast magic to track Appan. Kim Junsu was astonished. She is hiding inside performing the ritual. The Tower Master nodded, yes, but the labyrinth is extremely sturdy and the entrance cannot be destroyed due to solar fire. The Tower Master suggested that Kim Junsu and Mage Kim stay while he handled the Sorrow Snail, but Mage Kim stopped him. "You must not go." Kim Junsu nodded. "Mage Kim is right, it is too dangerous, let me handle it." The Tower Master was surprised. "You intend to enter?" Kim Junsu calmly replied, "Yes, the best way to make her careless is for an outsider to infiltrate." Seeing the logic, the Tower Master reluctantly said he owed him again, and handed several items including magic dice and an escape talisman. Kim Junsu accepted without hesitation. The escape talisman granted him an extra life, making the risk worthwhile. Because the Sorrow Snail possessed one of the 8 treasures of the magic tower. A moment later, inside the spatial labyrinth. As soon as Kim Junsu entered, he saw Mage Kim following and exclaimed in surprise, "What is this? Why are you following me? The labyrinth is dangerous." Mage Kim pressed his lips together. "This concerns the magic tower. 2 are better than 1, and neutralizing interdimensional space will be troublesome if we encounter enemy." Kim Junsu found it reasonable, and after a moment asked whether the Eclipse faction always caused such trouble. Mage Kim replied awkwardly that the Eclipse faction originated from dark magic. While speaking, they failed to notice a beast attacking from behind. Fortunately, Kim Junsu reacted in time, throwing his sword to pierce and kill the beast. Mage Kim only then reacted stunned. Kim Junsu calmly said that if he had been any slower they would have been bitten. The creatures were trailing right behind him. Finishing his words, he pulled the sword from the beast corpse, gripped it tightly, and continued forward. At the same time, he changed his traits. He moved ahead and seriously warned that dozens of creatures would follow from now on. Indeed, a swarm of beasts attacked the two. Kim Junsu showed no fear and quickly vanished. Streams of sword energy continuously swirled through the air, tearing apart the bodies of the demonic beasts. Strikes hitting their weak points significantly increased the damage. A loud explosion rang out. The entire horde of demonic beasts was instantly shattered. Mage Kim, standing behind, witnessed the scene and could not hide his shock, muttering about those monsters. Before he could finish speaking, a loud shout echoed. Everyone looked up and saw an old woman standing firmly on the cliff. It was none other than Appan. She raised her staff toward the two of them and furiously shouted that they dared to trespass here, dared to interfere with her masterpiece, and should not expect a gentle end. As soon as she finished speaking, countless bolts of lightning struck down from above onto Kim Junsu and his companion. Surrounding cliffs were instantly shattered into pieces by the lightning. Kim Junsu clearly understood that Appan was not an easy opponent, but he was determined not to die in this trial. He tightly grabbed Mage Kim's shoulder and told him to hold on firmly. Having observed this move many times in the game, Kim Junsu quickly grasped the situation and changed the attributes of his equipment. Carried Mage Kim and soared into the air, skillfully dodging each wave of Appan's attacks. In just an instant, crackling explosions resounded rapidly across the sky. A corner of the forest was scorched black by the lightning strikes. Kim Junsu held Mage Kim and retreated, anxiously asking if he was all right. Mage Kim gently shook his head, saying he was fine but wondered where this place was. Kim Junsu calmly explained that this was the mana convergence point of the area and ordered the neutralizing device to be installed immediately. Mage Kim immediately obeyed, affirming he would finish quickly and return to provide support. However, before he could go far, Alpan blocked his path. She screamed in fury, saying that the little rats were digging their own graves. After speaking, Appan continued casting lightning magic. Dense bolts appeared. Kim Junsu immediately shouted a warning for Mage Kim to move away. Fortunately, Mage Kim retreated in time, otherwise he would have been swallowed by the lightning. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes at the old woman ahead, inwardly marveling at the power of a 7th-tier mage. If struck, he would surely be torn apart. There was no way to withstand it by ordinary means. Thinking that, Kim Junsu said he would draw Appan's attention so Mage Kim could complete the mission, receiving a nod of agreement before the other quickly left. Seeing her target leaving, Appan's expression turned ugly. She ground her teeth in anger and demanded to know where that little rat had run off to. At that moment, Kim Junsu loudly provoked her, calling Appan by name along with words mocking the old woman. Hearing the sound, Appan immediately glared furiously at him. Kim Junsu calmly mocked that such power must have come from the mana ring of the chairman of the Kumo Corporation, or perhaps she had grown so old that she became senile. Appan bit her lip and coldly replied that she had intended to have her disciple retrieve the Sun Crow, but everything was ruined. However, the current Black Crow was enough. After saying that, she continued casting magic. Lightning wildly shot toward Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu swiftly dodged, making Appan angrily shout whether he could avoid the power of the eclipse forever, and he calmly replied that she had not even hit him once. Answer drove Appan into extreme rage. She roared and cursed the insolent brat. Elsewhere, Mage Kim had begun installing the magical device with practiced skill. Before long, the process was complete, and the device was officially activated. From afar, Appan saw this and panicked, wondering when the neutralizing device had been installed. Mage Kim looked up at the sky and softly whispered an incantation. The neutralizing device released mana through space, weakening the existing spatial power. Tower Master outside noticed the signal and excitedly declared that the time had come. Immediately after, he cast magic that caused the labyrinth space to gradually crack. Inside, Mage Kim happily announced that the labyrinth was breaking apart. Kim Junsu nodded in agreement and remarked that the Tower Master was doing very well. The eclipse phenomenon in the sky also began to gradually fade. This made Appan panic. She continuously muttered about her magic, her power, and her world collapsing. In the blink of an eye, the old woman's body became withered and frail. Her face peeled layer by layer, her mouth endlessly complaining that everything was about to be completed but was destroyed by the person before her. Immediately after, she poured all her fury into her magic and launched a relentless assault. Kim Junsu immediately defended with Iron Fist but was still slower than his opponent. This power truly exceeded imagination. Not giving him time to recover, Appan continued unleashing attacks. Kim Junsu nimbly dodged. Violent explosions erupted continuously behind him. It made Appan scream in anger, cursing that her strikes failed to hit and demanding his life. She continued using lightning magic. Bolts struck down incessantly as if trying to crush Kim Junsu. When the lightning faded, only a massive crater remained. No trace of Kim Junsu could be seen, leaving Appan bewildered. At the same time, Kim Junsu had activated the ability Weak Point Detection. Quickly realized that the fatal weakness lay behind Appan's back. Kim Junsu smiled confidently, declaring he had found the weakness and rushed forward swinging his sword to slash her back. Appan's aged body immediately collapsed to the ground. Dark red blood flowed out. She unwillingly muttered that she could not die like this and wanted to personally finish off her enemy. Trembling, she tried to raise her hand to attack Kim Junsu one last time. But at that moment, another hand appeared and tightly gripped Appan's throat. The Tower Master arrived in time, coldly declared her end and used flames to burn her to ashes. At that moment, the Sun Tower regained its radiant light. After returning, the Tower Master continuously praised Kim Junsu, saying he had grown from a trainee warrior into someone ready for battle. Hearing the praise, Kim Junsu shyly scratched his head, and the Tower Master continued commending him and mentioned that the general granting him the Black Tiger Sword was entirely deserved. Remembering what the magic spirit had once mentioned, Kim Junsu curiously asked about that concept and was told by the Tower Master that it was a title for one who possessed limitless potential and extraordinary energy. After speaking, he took out a ring and gave it to Kim Junsu as a reward. It was the Eclipse Ring, one of the 8 supreme treasures of the Magic Tower and the most powerful holy relic of the Eclipse Academy. Kim Junsu happily put on the ring, noticing it had the ability to bind with the eclipse along with functions to absorb and store mana. After everything was resolved, he returned filled with joy. The private house in the outskirts of the city, time passed quickly and winter arrived. Soren began training the power of the heavenly killing star, while Janet focused on developing the steel energy within her body, both growing stronger day by day. Kim Junsu was extremely satisfied, believing Soren would soon reach level 5, and the day she mastered the Fire Star sword art was not far off. Meanwhile, Thich Quyen had also reached level 4 and was expanding influence nationwide. The city of Seoul entered the festive atmosphere of December 24. That evening, Kim Junsu led Soren and Janet to join the festival, the two walking while constantly expressing amazement. Kim Junsu smiled and reminded everyone to fully enjoy today because tomorrow they would return to training. Hearing that, Janet immediately withdrew her smile and asked to go ahead. Soren hurriedly ran after her calling out, and the two quickly blended into the crowd. December 24 was the God-slaying festival, marking the time when the father was declared dead. At the same time, it was also the day the Treaty of Westphalia officially took effect. Therefore, this festival was celebrated worldwide similar to Christmas, because this world did not have the Noel holiday. While Soren and Janet were strolling, Soren suddenly saw someone and excitedly called Janet. It was the Holy Knight Cha Du-jun. Janet could not help admiring his handsome appearance. Meanwhile, Kim Junsu was immersed in thoughts about the private gathering of the holy knights of each nation during the God-slaying festival, where he was invited as the honorary Holy Knight of the Thor and Gaia cults. Just then, a family of 3 from the diplomatic delegation approached to greet him. The man introduced himself as Asim Kurat, the Indian diplomatic representative in Korea. Kim Junsu politely responded, introducing himself as the level 5 superhuman Kim warrior and thanking them for the invitation to attend. Asim Kurat smiled, pointing to the 2 people behind him and introducing them as his wife and daughter. Asim Kurat gently bowed to Kim Junsu, offering a friendly smile. "It is an honor to meet you, warrior Kim." At last, the 3rd person among the top warriors appeared, Kali Kurat. The girl would inherit Kalarachi, and he was considering whether to use Janet to approach her. After a few seconds of hesitation, Kim Junsu pointed toward Soren and introduced them. "These are my students. It is quite a coincidence that the 2nd student happens to be her daughter." Before he could finish speaking, an astonished voice rang out, "Is that not the master of the Black Tiger sword?" Immediately, all eyes turned toward Kim Junsu. People surrounded him with endless praise. That left Kim Junsu with only an awkward, helpless smile. This had been his chance to get acquainted with Kali. How had it turned into this? While he was being held up, Soren and Janet comfortably chatted with Kali. It took quite a while before Kim Junsu finally escaped the crowd of admirers, looking exhausted. When he returned, he saw the 3 girls huddled together laughing and chatting merrily. Only then did he let out a relieved breath. Everything was still fine. Outside, the first snowflakes of the season began to fall, signaling that the old year was about to pass. He only hoped this peace could last forever. As he strolled along, a greeting suddenly sounded from behind. "Hello." He turned around and saw a woman approaching with a faint smile. "May I speak with you for a moment, heir?" He quickly recognized that she was the holy maiden from the father's army. Narrowing his eyes in suspicion, he asked what she was doing here. Was she not busy preparing for the God-slaying festival? The holy maiden's expression darkened at once, her voice cold as she retorted that it was not a God-slaying festival but a rebirth festival. He gave a soft snort. "Call it whatever you like." The two walked and talked. The holy maiden softly said that he realized she was being very generous to him. He replied with sarcasm, "Generous in what way?" She let out a light laugh and asked if he did not find it strange that, after defeating one of their supervisors, he could still live peacefully. Her words stunned him. Even though the incident had taken place in the labyrinth, she knew everything. Ignoring his reaction, the holy maiden revealed a sinister smile. If she had made a move, his frail body would have long since fallen into eternal sleep. For now, she merely stood behind the scenes controlling matters. He understood. He narrowed his eyes and asked why she did that. He had not asked for her help. The holy maiden smiled faintly and leaned close to whisper in his ear, because his exquisite soul could become the savior of their legion, guiding the light. Hearing that, he was stunned. Could the soul she spoke of be himself in the real world? In that world, Kim Junsu was merely a failure among countless others, with no achievements, no romance, and no luck. Thinking of this, he grew even more bewildered. Was this some new kind of scam? Why were these people targeting him? Perhaps it was due to the change in his traits. If the holy maiden regarded that as a thread linking to the soul, then it could indeed be considered a special soul. While he was still thinking, the holy maiden spoke in a low voice. She truly looked forward to him becoming stronger and turning into the perfect vessel for that soul. Before he could fully grasp the meaning, He heard her laugh and say that everything would begin today. Her words left him confused. The holy maiden continued with cryptic remarks. From today onward everything would start. They placed their hopes on him, the savior. She also said that when Kim Junsu created chaos, they would reap great benefits. The more he listened, the more confused he became. What nonsense was she talking about? Holy maiden merely shook her head with a smile. He would soon understand. Immediately after, a magic circle appeared beneath her feet. She gave a mysterious smile. Take care of yourself until we meet again. In the blink of an eye, the holy maiden vanished from his sight, leaving him standing there in confusion. The strange woman appeared and disappeared. What exactly was she plotting? What did everything will begin today mean? The main game had not officially started yet, so large-scale missions like Chapter 1 certainly could not take place. However, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out his phone to check. Today was the God-slaying festival, coinciding with the time Chapter 10 began. In the game, the Holy Maiden had once made the same declaration. Could it be? While he was still pondering, time continued to pass. At the exact moment the clock struck midnight, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted, throwing the festival participants into panic and fear. He raised his head to look at the flames ahead, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, it has begun." Chapter 1, Crisis in Seoul, officially erupted. Demonic beasts and monsters surged in from nowhere, launching a coordinated assault on humanity. Their numbers were so vast it was almost unbelievable. Without further hesitation, Kim Junsu immediately grabbed his weapon and rushed forward. Quickly instructed, "Defend this area with the other holy knights." The other person nodded and replied, "I understand, what about you?" Kim Junsu calmly answered, "I need to protect someone first." After saying that, he swiftly departed. Every corner of the area was violently attacked by demonic beasts. Soren and Janet were doing their best to resist and eliminate the monsters. As the Seoul catastrophe spread throughout the city, in the original storyline Kali's parents had perished in this disaster. That event deeply scarred Kali's heart and drove her to become a transcendent. But now they had someone standing to protect them. The moment Soren and Janet saw him arrive, they joyfully called out, "Teacher." The one who appeared was none other than Kim Junsu. He was determined to prevent this tragedy in his own timeline. Kali clung to her parents, and when she saw Kim Junsu appear like a savior, her eyes shone with admiration. Immediately after, the three master and disciples coordinated seamlessly, sweeping away the monsters together. Amid the chaos, a car sped like the wind. The driver was Kim Junsu, and he quickly contacted Jae-jong. On the other end, Jae-jong answered and said, "Warrior Kim, I am busy handling the terrorist incident in Seoul. Let us speak later." Kim Junsu immediately responded, "No, I need to speak with you right now." Though incidents were happening all over Seoul, the true target was only one. Kim Junsu quickly warned, "The president is in danger." Jae-jong was startled. "What is that? True, but the Blue House is still secure." Kim Junsu calmly explained, "That is true because the president is not there. I will send you the location." After saying that, he accelerated, because during the god-slaying ceremony the unmarried president would certainly visit his secret lover. Not long after, the car stopped midair near the high-rise buildings. The magic spirit asked, "We have arrived, should we land on the rooftop?" Kim Junsu shook his head, "There is no time left." After speaking, he stepped onto the edge of the vehicle, preparing to act. Wherever the president was, security was always tight. To bypass all layers of inspection and reach him fastest, he had no choice but to jump straight down. Crash through the building's special protective glass. A loud sound echoed as the security glass shattered. Inside, a scene of chaos unfolded before him. A man was tightly holding a woman in the corner of the room. It was the president. His face was filled with fear, and upon seeing Kim Junsu he urgently asked, "Are you the swordsman?" Ignoring the question, Kim Junsu quickly approached and anxiously asked, "Are you both all right?" Before the president could answer, he panicked and pointed behind Kim Junsu. From behind, someone launched a surprise attack. Fortunately, Kim Junsu reacted in time and raised his sword to block. Even so, the force of the attack pushed him back several steps. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes, observing the opponent before him. At last she appeared, the boss of Chapter 1, Crisis in Seoul, the Executioner Queen, a level 7 superhuman. She coldly spoke, "So you are the swordsman Muku. Senzata has truly gained a great harvest this time." Kim Junsu frowned slightly, his expression turning grave. The Executioner Queen paid no mind and continued with a cold laugh, "If I defeat you and send your corpse back to the Hong Hoa sect, that old tiger will surely be heartbroken." After saying that, she drew her sword. It was the Japanese blade Yodo Masamune. Each slash activated a random vow. Kim Junsu clearly understood its danger. While he was still calculating, the Executioner Queen shouted, "Come and compete." Let me see how much that old man has trained you. A crimson sword light immediately shot toward him. Kim Junsu did not dare to be careless, and quickly raised his shield to block. Even so, the aftershock made him spit out a mouthful of blood. A single strike was already terrifying. In contrast, the executioner queen smirked, "Not bad. Let me see how long you can endure." As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her sword again to attack. This time, Kim Junsu could not defend in time and was sent flying backward. Biting his lip, he understood that the executioner queen's strength lay in swift assaults. To prolong each second of survival, he had to adopt a strategy of meeting attack with attack. Half-hearted fighting will never bring victory. Thinking that, Kim Junsu decisively charged forward like a moth to a flame without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right behind the executioner queen. Even so, Ada remained calmly in place, curling her lips into a scornful smile as she coldly uttered, "How pitiful die." Immediately after, the executioner queen spun around and counterattacked with a razor-sharp slash, but he swiftly raised a shield to block it. At the same time, he instantly changed the attribute of his power. Then he launched a direct counterattack, blasting the executioner queen far away. Giving the enemy no chance to recover, he continued to press forward with a fierce assault. The hammer in his hand rained down relentlessly like a storm. Forced into a defensive stance, the executioner queen gritted her teeth in fury and cursed "Brat." He ignored the provocation and focused on her only weakness, close combat. Even knowing that a single mistake would cost his life, he was determined to test himself. The two sides continuously exchanged moves, sword light and magic power spreading through the air. The president standing outside turned pale with fear as he witnessed the scene. Meanwhile, the battle inside remained fiercely deadlocked, with no victor decided. He bit his lip and silently cursed when he realized the executioner queen's passive talent invincibility rendered nearly all his attacks ineffective. Driven to the extreme, the executioner queen screamed madly, "Brat," clinging like a leech. "This will be your end." Right after that, Ada unleashed a powerful slash that forced him backward. Narrowing her eyes at him, the executioner queen coldly said, "You are stronger than I thought. Do you have any last words?" Without replying, he hurriedly shouted, "Red, take the president away quickly." While the two were fighting, the car had already approached his hiding place and swiftly drove off. By the time the executioner queen realized it, it was already too late. She could only helplessly try to stop it. The car sped away like a gust of wind, quickly vanishing from sight. He let out a mocking laugh. "So what now? Your target has escaped." Those words made her fury surge as she ground her teeth and roared, "Bastard, so this was your true purpose," while continuously swinging her sword in attack. This was the executioner queen's ultimate technique, heaven and earth annihilation. Watched the dark red surge of magic power slowly approach, unease rising within him as the curse prevented him from moving. But was there truly no way out? Dream on. He suddenly curled his lips into a cold smile. The ring on his hand suddenly glowed. It was the escape ring that allowed him to leave the battlefield once. Gripping the ring tightly, he shouted loudly, "Thanks, you fake old hag." Immediately after, his body was enveloped by a surge of magic power. When the executioner queen's sword came down, he had already vanished without a trace. Only the slash remained, embedded deep into the ground. This made her scream in rage, "You damned brat." When he reappeared, he was already in the bathroom of his home. He sat up abruptly, gasping for breath. He had nearly lost his life. If not for the escape ring given by the tower master, he would certainly have had no chance of survival. Truly fortunate. He frowned and muttered, "Perhaps the general has already arrived at the building. I wonder if they have captured the executioner queen. With that level of power, it will not be easy." However, this was not the time to think too much. He needed to treat his injuries first. Therefore, he soaked in the bathtub to rest and recover. It was not until the phone rang that he startled awake. He wearily picked up the call, his voice full of exhaustion. "Hello." On the other end of the line, Soren shouted in panic, instantly making him fully alert. Soren kept scolding, "Why did you not answer my calls? It has been several days already." He replied helplessly, "I was resting." But right after, he realized something unusual and asked in shock, "Wait, several days already?" Soren irritably answered, "Yes, do you know how worried I was, leaving such strange messages and then disappearing?" He blankly opened the messages to check. Indeed, the content was rather confusing, and he hurriedly apologized. However, Soren did not mind and continued, "That is not important. Do you know where I am right now?" He frowned and asked where. Soren lowered her voice, "I am at the Blue House with Janet. The president wants to see you." While talking, he stepped out of the bathtub and calmly replied, "I understand. I will be there immediately." It was time to receive his well-deserved reward. A while later at the Blue House when he appeared, the president warmly welcomed him. He sincerely said, I truly thank you for risking your life to save me. Are you feeling better now? He smiled and replied, I have fully recovered. Healing magic and divine medicine helped greatly. Just then, a large hand slapped heavily onto his back as Jai Zhang arrived, laughing heartily. He said excitedly, see, I told you, this kid showing up here means he is completely fine. The tower master joined in. It seems our divine medicine worked well. Remember to thank the magic tower. He could only give an awkward smile at this sudden friendliness. At that moment the president stepped forward and said, Warrior Kim, please accept this small token of my gratitude. After saying that, he handed him a box. Inside was an SL-grade armor set named Starfall. The trait Starfall lived up to its name, an extremely rare ability that adjusted settings to create an advantage whenever switching attributes. When switching to the swordsman class, the armor prioritized attack power and agility. If changed to the warrior class, it enhanced strength and exceptional durability. When switching to the agile form, attack speed and movement speed were significantly increased. Clearly this equipment seemed tailor-made for him, truly remarkable. Thinking so, he gladly accepted it and said, thank you, I will use it effectively. Just then another hand rested on his shoulder, making him slightly startled. Before he could understand what was happening, both the tower master and Jai Zhang excitedly said, all right, now let us get to the main matter. Thus he was pulled into the conference room with them and the president. The president stood at the center and seriously announced, we are currently monitoring Sin Iran, the leader of the terrorist organization. She is the one known by the title Executioner Queen. He quietly observed the map on the table. This was the mission map that he had seen many times in the early chapters of the game. If this were only in the game, everything would likely have been resolved in an instant. However, reality involved the Western Legion commander, a war hero on par with the Eastern commander. Along with that were many international leaders, and even the Superhuman Association strike team forming an alliance. Clearly, the presence of the government made a tremendous difference, and that was also why the German Tram army wanted to assassinate the president. In addition, there was the prophecy of the Saintess that day. I was curious to see what she would do next. It seemed this chapter had ended rather quickly. In the following days, news praising Kim Junsu appeared densely across newspapers and social media. Soren and Janet excitedly said, now the internet is full of mentions of you. The battle at the Indian embassy has drawn great attention. Since the chapter seemed to have concluded, he decided to focus on training himself and drove the two girls back to his house. However, as soon as they stepped out of the car, Janet noticed something unusual. It was Asim Kurat with his wife and daughter standing in front of Kim Junsu's house. Seeing him, Asim Kurat hurried forward to greetings, master of the tiger sword, I came to express my gratitude. He gently nodded and replied, yes, I understand. This was a perfect opportunity to begin the Kali chapter. He needed to say something, but before he could speak, Kali stepped forward. The girl looked at him with determined eyes and said, teacher, I want to become your student. He was stunned, unprepared for this proposal, and asked in surprise, a student, what do you mean? Kali slowly explained, after the recent accident, I realized that people need strength. The girl longed to gain strength equal to Soren and Janet, Kim Junsu's two outstanding disciples. Kali bowed respectfully, expressing her sincerity to Kim Junsu and hoping that he could guide her. Before he could answer, Asim called out in panic, Kali, are you sure you will not regret this? Think carefully. Kim Junsu understood the parents' concern, because Kali's grandmother had once been the master of Kalarachi and had undergone a strange transformation while exploring a rift. Members of the ambassador's family came of age, the fate of the goddess Kali would manifest, and resisting it would lead to death. Therefore, they were forced to follow tradition, but Kim Junsu wondered, Ambassador, you are not Kali's father. The opportunity to obtain a top-tier warrior had to be seized. Kim Junsu said firmly that he understood the ambassador's kindness and the fate within the clan. Asim Kurat could not hide his surprise upon hearing that and asked how he knew. Kim Junsu calmly explained that he understood his worries, but Kali was capable of protecting herself. Asim asked doubtfully whether he meant that he knew a way for Kali to avoid suffering. Nodding lightly, Kim Junsu replied frankly that to achieve that, Kali had to become a superhuman. He said that if entrusted with the task, he would make it a reality. Asim hesitated and murmured that the girl was still young and had never held a sword. She could not become a superhuman and there must be another way, but his wife spoke up out of concern for their daughter. Asim Kurat remained silent for a moment, then looked at Kali and asked if her decision still would not change. Kali answered firmly that she would do well and asked him to believe her. Asim Kurat patted the girl's shoulder, his voice filled with affection, saying the road ahead would be difficult, but if she was ready, she should follow her will, overcome fate, and survive. Hearing that, Kali rejoiced and said that she would definitely do so. At the training ground, Kim Junsu looked at Kali and asked if she had decided, unaware of what awaited her. She nodded eagerly. Hearing that, Kim Junsu laughed and said that tonight Kalia, the hell training course, would begin. His smile made Kali tremble in confusion, and she asked for his help. A few days later, lively music echoed through the training hall. Kali, dressed in comfortable clothes, danced without pause. Kalarachi was both a dancer and an assassin. Kim Junsu had unlocked her stealth ability. Now only her dance remained. Kali was ready to explore this ability. She danced until the energy around her body overflowed. The dancer ability was quickly activated. As Kim Junsu had predicted, Kali had talent. The foundation to confront fate was already there. Now she only needed to level up. Kim Junsu handed Kali a towel and said she was very hardworking, having just reached level 3. Kali accepted the towel, nodded in thanks to teacher, and began wiping her face. Kim Junsu suggested she rest because her stamina was still weak, but she shook her head and said she was fine and asked him to continue, wanting to be as strong as Soren and Janet. Soren was currently level 5, Janet level 4. She forced herself to train without realizing the difficulty. Kim Junsu reminded her that she had talent just like the other two. He told Kali to train steadily and not rush, because overexerting her body would cause problems. Kali hurriedly nodded and said she would remember. Kim Junsu's phone rang. He stepped outside to answer and told Kali to rest. The caller was Chunbok. His voice excited. Kim, no, master of the Black Tiger Sword, it is me, Kim Chunbok. Kim Junsu frowned and said it had been a long time and asked what he needed. Chunbok quickly said that someone had sent a challenge to the Black Tiger Sword and asked whether he remembered the Destroyer King. Kim Junsu understood that this was a challenge with an iron fist wager and nodded that he remembered. Chunbok continued that this time diamonds and a Mars fragment would be the reward. Kim Junsu's eyes lit up. A Mars fragment, he knew it well. The Mars combat art was sealed within it. Kim Junsu was delighted. This was the quest to obtain it. Chunbok said the match would be in 2 weeks, 4 versus 4, and asked whether he would accept. Kim Junsu replied that of course he would and said see you then. After saying that, he hung up. With 2 weeks to prepare the team, Kim Junsu needed a group that could ensure victory against the Destroyer King. Several useful people. For example, Soren or Seo Yujin, but since he had never used him in team battles before, it was somewhat difficult. Kim Junsu thought of another lineup and put away his phone. Smiling just as expected, that lineup was the best. 2 weeks later, at the underground arena, the referee announced that the match was about to begin, and the warriors stepped onto the platform. Destroyer King's team advanced step by step. Besides him were 3 elders, the Flying Dragon King and the Mage King. The Angel King, Flying Dragon King, looked at the opponents and laughed, calling them brats and saying he was still vigorous and telling them to do their best. Kim Junsu looked at the 3 old men and sighed. He had guessed the Destroyer King would bring experts but did not expect 3 level 6 fighters. He was not worried. Kim Junsu had a way to win. Today's team included Iron Fist. Another was Priest Kim. And lastly was Mage Kim. In playing the game, he had never used these 3 before, the Kim clan team. With this lineup, Kim Junsu knew the strategy and would secure the Mars fragment. Earlier after the challenge, Kim Junsu had called Iron Fist, Priest Kim and Mage Kim to his house. They did not object and immediately arrived, willing to help. The standard team consisted of a warrior, catalyst, mage and priest, which Kim Junsu often used, but the Kim team had a weakness. Kim Junsu said seriously that the problem was defense. Priest Kim nodded and said he could support. Mage Kim raised his hand and muttered whether he was the weak link. Kim Junsu shook his head and said there was no need to blame himself. The opponents were experienced and a direct confrontation would be somewhat difficult. Iron Fist hesitated and asked what the plan was. Kim Junsu smiled and said there were 2 things to remember. The first was offense, the second was chaotic melee. At this moment, chaos had already erupted on the arena. Simple playstyle made the old opponents struggle. The 3 Iron Fists each held 1 opponent and disrupted their techniques. Kim Junsu faced the Flying Dragon King. The man flew in the air and laughed, saying he did not expect them to use such weak tactics and asking whether they thought they were easy prey. The Flying Dragon King began to attack. Kim Junsu responded calmly, just as he had predicted. They underestimated them and split their formation. The Flying Dragon King raised his mechanical arm and prepared to fire. Immediately, a black cannon shot toward Kim Junsu. He knew that aerial assault was the Flying Dragon King's forte, but he had already switched his trait to air cannon. In just an instant, the void space unleashed a series of small explosions, smoke and flames billowing across the sky. Kim Junsu remained safe as he soared upward, causing the Flying Dragon King to exclaim in astonishment that he could actually fly. Before anyone could understand what was happening, Kim Junsu swung his sword and split the cannon in half. At the same time, a powerful arc of sword light shot forward. Witnessing the scene, the Flying Dragon King was struck with panic. It was already too late. The sword light exploded in the blink of an eye. The sight left the Angel King utterly stunned. King of Destruction shouted anxiously as he called out to the Flying Dragon King. However, when he let his guard down, Thiet Quien unleashed a thunderous punch. The blow knocked the King of Destruction to the ground, and Thich Quinn immediately aimed the barrel of her prosthetic arm at him. Seeing this, Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction. With the destructive power of Thiet Quien, the King of Destruction was no different from a mosquito, and the next targets would be the remaining two. At this moment, Priest Kim and Mage Kim were still locked in a stalemate with the Angel King and the Demon Sorcerer King. Kim Junsu let out a soft chuckle. Everyone was following his command and performing exceptionally well. Earlier, he had instructed the two not to use magic, leaving them astonished as they asked how they were supposed to fight. Kim Junsu calmly replied that they should stay close to their opponents and harass them first. Opportunities would naturally arise, and using magic then would not be too late. At this moment, the Angel King began summoning attack magic. In just a short while, a dazzling light enveloped the entire arena floor, forcing Priest Kim and his companion to raise their hands to shield their eyes. At the same time, the Demon Sorcerer King also gathered magical power and roared that the game was over as he unleashed his decisive strike. Immediately afterward, a crimson surge of magical energy shot straight toward its target. In that critical moment, Kim Junsu rushed forward in time and erected a shield to protect the two. He loudly ordered Priest Kim to bestow a blessing immediately, and the man responded at once. Outside the shield, waves of frenzied magical energy continuously assaulted them. Not long after, Kim Junsu successfully activated a powerful defensive trait. Seeing that they only defended without counterattacking, the Demon Sorcerer King sneered in contempt. However, the Angel King sensed something unusual and hastily warned about the strange source of energy. Meanwhile, Kim Junsu stood firm and unscathed. Mage Kim stepped beside him and proposed ending the battle, and Kim Junsu nodded in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Junsu summoned Thor's hammer. At the same time, Mage Kim infused it with magical power. In an instant, a blazing fire phoenix appeared. Kim Junsu, along with the hammer and the fire phoenix, charged forward to attack simultaneously. He revealed a confident smile and declared that this was the victory of the Kim battle team. A thunderous explosion resounded as the entire arena floor was engulfed in thick smoke and flame. The referee quickly announced the end of the match, with victory belonging to Kim Chin Bin's team. After the battle, Kim Junsu also received the fearless trait. The condition was to consecutively defeat 3 high-level enemies, and thanks to the King of Destruction, all the requirements had been fulfilled. While Kim Junsu was still lost in thought, the King of Destruction approached to admit his defeat, and he responded that it had been a wonderful match. Keeping his promise, the King of Destruction handed the Fire Star fragment to Kim Junsu and announced that the remaining rewards would be sent to each team member. Seeing the item, Kim Junsu was delighted because he had finally obtained the Fire Star fragment capable of awakening Soren's swordsmanship. In his joy, he invited them to a rematch at any time, but the Flying Dragon King merely smiled and said that it was time for him to retire as their era had come to an end. Kim Junsu's group silently watched the opponent's departing figure. The following day, at Kim Junsu's residence, inside the training room, countless arcs of sword light were continuously unleashed. Soren and Kim Junsu were sparring with each other. The two fiercely clashed before quickly separating to create distance. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes as he observed the girl before him. Soren stood upright and confidently asked whether her master was tired yet, declaring that she would continue her attack. Immediately afterward, she charged forward with valor. A tremendous source of magical power erupted around her. It was the power of the heavenly killing star. A few hours earlier, Kim Junsu had given the Fire Star fragment to Soren, leaving her astonished as she asked whether it was truly meant for her. Kim Junsu calmly confirmed and stated that the item was useless if it remained in his hand, because it would only react to Soren alone. Holding the fragment in her hands, Soren felt a strange surge of energy, and Kim Junsu reassured her to let the mana within her body follow its instinct. Following his advice, Soren meditated and began connecting with the Fire Star fragment. 3 great sword techniques included both combat skills and methods of cultivating mana, and this was precisely why Kim Junsu could not teach them directly. Not long after, Soren suddenly opened her eye. Without hesitation, she immediately drew her sword. The atmosphere grew heavy as blood-colored magical power spread. This was the true form of the heavenly killing star. Power combining Mars, the god of war, and the heavenly killing star. Soren had completely comprehended the traits and core of the fire star swordsmanship. Still unable to believe it, she murmured that her mind was filled with strange memories. Kim Junsu smiled and patted her shoulder in encouragement, explaining that it was the power of the heavenly killing star and advising her to accept it. Soren nodded in gratitude and, feeling embarrassed, did not know how to repay him. Kim Junsu mysteriously suggested that she could repay the favor right now. Picking up his sword, Kim Junsu proposed becoming Soren's disciple to learn the fire star swordsmanship. From then on, the two began training together. After mastering the swordsmanship, Soren's speed and strength skyrocketed, while her stamina and mana recovered extremely quickly. As a result, it was not long before Kim Junsu was forced to retreat. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself that this swordsmanship was truly overbearing. If Kali's sword dance resembled a gentle dance, then Soren's swordsmanship was like a fierce dance of war. The moment their swords met, Kim Junsu felt as if the world had sunk into a gloomy sea of red. Suddenly Soren froze and widened her eyes in shock. Kim Junsu's state had completely changed. The two continued their intense duel. Not long after, Kim Junsu turned the tide and forced Soren backward. A loud crash resounded as the wall behind was struck with great force. Kim Junsu finally comprehended the traits of the fire star swordsmanship and smiled in satisfaction as he realized that this was the power of the heavenly killing star. Immediately afterward, he noticed that Soren had been knocked to the ground and anxiously asked whether she was all right. After hearing that, Soren looked displeased and spoke up, her eyes turning toward me as if asking whether I was all right. Training session ended. Soren went to rest while he, after finishing his shower, stepped out onto the balcony to relax. He was about to reach level 6 but was still just short of it. It seemed he needed more real combat and experience. Thinking that, he took out his phone to check, a bright smile appearing on his face as he said that at this moment, he had to find the right person to assist. The next morning at Choi Siok's office, he came here with the intention of accepting a new mission. The moment he saw him, Choi Siok joked playfully, "Oh, look who is here, the pride of the organization, the top revenue bringer, and even with a personal driver." He ignored the teasing, quickly sat down and went straight to the point. "I heard there is a big mission." Choi Siok nodded, introduced himself as the broker and began to explain. He asked whether he knew that the terrorist alliance had been destroyed, and he gently nodded in confirmation. It was the scheme of the German tram army in the first chapter Disaster, involving the terrorist alliance. Unlike in the game, they had been completely eradicated by the government during the suppression campaign, making it extremely difficult to rebuild the organization. At present, the executioner Queen Sin Aaron along with Ada's remnants were being hunted down and scattered everywhere. Choi Siok continued, saying that at the army's request they had identified their whereabouts, but Kai Siok sighed and said there was one man hiding in a place they could not access. He frowned and asked what was complicated about that place. Kai Siok helplessly replied that it was the monster village, and among the terrorists there was a mutant. Hearing that, he could only sigh, because in the monster village every mutant was regarded as family. Kai Siok shook his head and said the terrorists were extremely dangerous, yet the big bear was sheltering them. Therefore they faced many difficulties, and were also surprised that Hunter Kim had a connection with the monster village, truly fate at work. He clearly understood the situation but could not immediately agree. To reach level 6 he could not risk conflict with the monster village, yet refusing outright was not appropriate. At that moment, Kai Siok handed him a photograph. The photo was a salamander mutant, and he slowly explained that this was the one hiding in the monster village, looking no different from a terrorist. He took the photo and observed it for a long time, then frowned and asked, "Are you sure this is a mutant?" Kai Siok nodded in reply, "Yes, is there a problem?" This salamander was in fact not a mutant. It was the mid-level boss of Chapter 1, SG Salamander, a high-tech biological criminal. That terrorist had deceived the Big Bear, so he decided to accept the mission. He immediately set off overnight toward Hope Village, believing that once the truth was known, the Big Bear would cooperate. Though not certain the other party would listen, he was determined to persuade. However, as he neared the place, a loud explosion rang out. That made him panic because the direction of the blast was Hope Village. Clearly the salamander had begun to act. Smoke and flames quickly covered the distant sky. The creatures in the village were severely weakened, trembling as they lay collapsed on the ground. Even the big bear could not stand steady. Its throat felt blocked as it hoarsely muttered, "What is happening?" "It is a magic bomb." He ran over and shouted loudly. Seeing him, the big bear exclaimed in shock, "Swordsman Kim, why are you here?" Quickly explained that the terrorist disguised as a mutant had caused this. Big Bear was stunned upon hearing the news, and just then another creature rushed over to report that Snake Bone had disappeared along with the salamander. The big bear was completely confused, not knowing what to do. He urgently said there was no time left. If this continued, everyone would turn into living bombs. Creatures in the village were enduring extreme agony. He suggested erecting a barrier immediately, and the big bear agreed without hesitation. It immediately ran toward the tree god. Kneeling before the tree god, the big bear pleaded, "Great Godmother, please protect us." As soon as the prayer echoed, the tree god shone with dazzling light. From it, countless mana spirits flew out. In just a short moment, they covered the entire village, gradually stabilizing the condition of the creatures. Seeing that, Kim Junsu asked the Great Bear to maintain the barrier while he went to find the terrorist and Zhuang Ran. The Great Bear worriedly asked whether he would be fine going alone. Kim Junsu nodded and said he had activated the sixth sense trait. He assured that he would quickly find them and return. After saying that, Kim Junsu rushed deeper into the village. The place was filled with miasma, making him frown as he concluded that he had reached the right location. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, startling Kim Junsu as he turned around. The one calling him was Soren, which surprised him, and he asked why she was here. Soren smiled and said that teacher had called her to assist, making Kim Junsu ask again in surprise. Very quickly, he sensed something unusual and smiled in agreement, as if going along with the situation. Right after that, Kim Junsu's body suddenly swayed. Soren hurried to support him and asked with concern. Kim Junsu held his head and said he was fine, but his body had become strangely weak. Soren supported him as they moved and suggested that he rest while she investigated. Kim Junsu hesitated and asked whether that would be all right. Soren smiled reassuringly, telling him to leave it to her and advising him to rest. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly drew a dagger and attacked. Immediately, a pungent metallic scent spread through the air. However, when looking closely, Soren suddenly widened her eyes in shock. Because Kim Junsu was still standing firm, the dagger fell from her hand. He smiled and said that this illusion could not deceive him. A vial of holy water appeared in Kim Junsu's hand. He had inflicted pain on himself to remain conscious. Immediately after, the Soren before him exploded into a cloud of black smoke and vanished. When he saw the scene behind it, Kim Junsu's pupils contracted. Zhuang Ran was hung on a pillar, surrounded by sacks of fluid being infused into his body. Kim Junsu shouted in fury that this madman was turning mutants into bombs. The salamander laughed coldly and admitted he had exploited their naivety to prepare a perfect act of terror and had now captured Kim Junsu. Kim Junsu narrowed his eyes in disdain and asked whether that was enough to take him down. This was the perfect moment to use the rare traits: fury, tenacity, assault, destruction, unmatched, and total annihilation. The combination of the 6 traits along with the Mars sword art and the 1 against 1,000 skill was activated. Kim Junsu wielded them with mastery and perfection. In the blink of an eye, the salamander's subordinates were engulfed by red-hued mana spirits, sending them into panic. Kim Junsu's eyes turned fervent as he coldly declared that they had provoked the wrong person. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged into battle with sword and hammer in hand. In only a short while, the blade was stained deep red. All the enemies, including the salamander, were defeated. Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction at the terrifying power he had just displayed. After that, he rescued Zhuang Ran and brought him back to Hope Village. Seeing his condition, the Great Bear asked in horror what had happened. Kim Junsu said in a low voice that he had consumed too much mana and might soon explode, asking the Great Bear to take him to the Godmother. The Great Bear hurriedly agreed and carried Zhuang Ran to the tree god Van Sin, pleading with the Godmother to save him. However, through the translation device, the tree god replied sorrowfully that it was too late and nothing more could be done. Hearing that, the Great Bear trembled in panic and whispered that it could not be. At this moment, the exhausted mist serpent slowly raised her hand and tremblingly called out, "Bear, bear." The big bear immediately rushed over and anxiously asked, "Are you all right? Have you woken up?" The mist serpent trembled lightly and pleaded, "Bear, please end my life." In an instant, the big bear's face filled with shock. He roared angrily, "What are you saying? You want me to kill you?" Kim Junsu was also utterly helpless. This was perhaps the optimal choice. If the mist serpent's mana core exploded, the destructive power would be enough to wipe out the entire village. However, the big bear broke down in pain and cried, "I cannot do that. Even if it costs my life, I will never agree." As everyone fell into despair, Kim Junsu spoke up, "I have a way." The big bear immediately asked in joy, "Really?" However, he did not want to raise too much hope, so he hesitated and said that the chance of success was only about 10%. If something went wrong, Kim Junsu would also be in danger. But the words the Mist Serpent once said during their first meeting still echoed in his mind, prompting him to risk his life to save her. Even so, the Big Bear firmly replied, "Even if there is only a 1% chance to save the Mist Serpent, I will accept it. Please do whatever is necessary." Kim Junsu nodded lightly and said he understood. "First, prepare a bathtub for me." The people outside immediately dispersed to carry it out. Kim Junsu turned to the Big Bear and told him that the Hunter Association was waiting outside the forest. Please allow them to enter. The Big Bear followed his words and opened the way for Kai Siok's men to enter. The man handed Kim Junsu a suitcase and said this was the item he requested. "Is there anything else needed?" Kim Junsu slowly replied, "Chairman, no. All high-ranking soldiers remove the monocores and imprints from your prosthetic parts." Kai Siok frowned slightly and asked, "How many do you need?" Kim Junsu immediately answered, "All of them. Extract everything for me." The only way for the Mist Serpent to survive was to give her a body bearing human form. Therefore Kim Junsu began preparing a special medicine for her. After that, he placed the Mist Serpent's body into the solution to soak. This method was only recorded after the nuclear war era, but it was still worth trying. As long as there was a sacrifice from someone who had reached the divine realm, and here there was the tree god. Thinking this, Kim Junsu solemnly asked, "Tree god, to save the Mist Serpent, are you willing to share your blood?" The proposal left the Big Bear stunned as he exclaimed, "Our godmother's blood." The tree god hesitated for a moment before replying, "All right, take it." After that, she infused her essence into Kim Junsu's vial. Kim Junsu quickly let the Mist Serpent drink a mouthful. He kept the rest for himself. Next, Kim Junsu activated 3 divine attributes: Holy Light and Radiance. Thanks to these 3 attributes, he could temporarily reach the level of the god. After that, Kim Junsu entered the space opened by the tree god. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery changed. This was the tree god's domain. 2 other gods who had just been summoned also appeared here. Kim Junsu felt incredibly small standing before them, but their sacred artifacts responded that, as long as the 3 gods were present together, Kim Junsu could break this probability adjustment system, and he would level up immediately. Very quickly, the sky over Hope Village was covered in a gloomy black hue. Next, 2 other streams of magic power appeared. All 3 descended simultaneously upon the bodies of Kim Junsu and the Mist Serpent. Witnessing this scene, the Big Bear cried out in shock, "Lightning is striking directly at the Mist Serpent." Kai Siok was no less confused. No one understood what was happening. Meanwhile, Kim Junsu remained enveloped in an immense source of magic power. Not long after, bolts of lightning continuously struck down, brightly illuminating one corner of the village. When the thunderstorm dissipated, the bathtub where the Mist Serpent lay began to emit thick smoke. Kim Junsu smiled faintly and said, "Mist Serpent, it is time to wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand slowly rose from the bathtub. Before long, a girl with shimmering golden hair appeared. Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction. It succeeded. She truly had obtained a human form, more precisely an artificial human. The Mist Serpent in her new form quickly stepped out of the bathtub. Now she completely bore the appearance of a human. Kim Junsu hurriedly took a cloak to cover her body and smiled in congratulations. "Congratulations, you have a new body." The Mist Serpent looked at him emotionally and softly said, "Thank you. It feels like rain, the wind carrying the scent of grass and the fresh air. It has been so long, now I truly have a body." However, just as she finished speaking, the Mist Serpent's body suddenly swayed, causing the Big Bear to panic and call out, "Serpent, are you all right? There is no problem, right?" Kim Junsu also said in confusion, "How strange." It clearly succeeded. While everyone was still bewildered, the Mist Serpent suddenly coughed lightly. A round-shaped treasure appeared in her hand. Kim Junsu recognized it as the final treasure in the Mist Serpent's personal quest, the SSS-Rank prophecy ring. The Mist Serpent narrowed her eyes slightly and murmured, "So this is Godmother's prophecy." Hearing this, the Big Bear scratched his head blankly and asked, "What prophecy?" The Mist Serpent placed the ring into Kim Junsu's hand. She smiled and said, "The one who returned a body to me, my fate is to offer a part of this body to you." The prophecy ring, as its name suggests, is a device that can provide all information within the game. For example, it can reveal the hidden reward inside a treasure chest, or disclose the map of related random dungeons. Kim Junsu was truly surprised by this reward. While he was still thinking, the Mist Serpent took out a monocore and handed it to him and said, "Please accept this as well." Kim Junsu wondered, "Is this not your monocore? Even if you are no longer a mutant, you still need it." The mist serpent shook her head and replied, "It is fine. To reach level 6 you need my mana core. Godmother instructed so." At that moment the tree god trembled slightly. A leaf gently fell into the mist serpent's hand. She opened it and saw lines of writing inside. After reading she said, "Godmother left instructions to help us reach level 6. Hearing this, Kim Junsu could not help but be stunned. Mist Serpent slowly explained, "According to the record, you will need additional mana cores from other mutants." As soon as he heard that, the big bear immediately said, "You are the benefactor of our village, so this is nothing. I will give you all the mana cores I have stored." After that the villagers also expressed their wish to help. Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction. These mana cores were keepsakes of their families and friends, yet they were still willing to give them away. He sincerely thanked everyone. The next day, Kim Junsu returned to the city and headed toward a skyscraper. His 3 disciples followed closely behind. Soren looked around for a while and hesitantly asked, "Does this entire building truly belong to you?" Kim Junsu nodded and replied, "That is right, I just bought it. Money is power." At that moment, Choi Seok ran over from afar waving, "Hello, Superhuman Kim." Kim Junsu smiled in response, "Director Choi, you came quite early." He beamed and said, "Of course, I am now the manager of this building. This is a great honor. Please allow me to give you a tour." During this, the 3 including Soren were extremely excited. Everyone was enthusiastic and planned to visit the cafeteria. However, Kim Junsu suggested, "Let us go to the training room first." Hearing that, Soren and the other 2 immediately fell into a state of panic. Not long after, in the training hall, Kim Junsu and his 3 disciples began their session. Among them, Kali had reached superhuman level 3. Janet had now advanced to superhuman level 4. As for Soren, she remained the strongest, at superhuman level 5. Besides that, Kim Junsu did not stand outside the training. His speed was so fast that the naked eye could hardly follow. Kim Junsu shifted his attribute into the swordsman form. At the same time, he also advanced to level 6. After a period of diligent training, Kim Junsu stopped to observe his 3 female disciples. He had established a stable foundation. Now he could focus on refining himself. Thanks to the prophecies, Kim Junsu could gather the necessary items to reach level 6. In addition, he also comprehended the ultimate technique of the Eastern Army. It was the Black Lake sword art combined with Hell Prison. Having obtained so many attributes, becoming a master swordsman was no longer far for him. However, Kim Junsu's current training method was still not enough to fully exploit this attribute. Therefore, he struggled to control the fire spirit sword art. Kim Junsu sensed that it was time to head to the dwelling of the god. A few days later, at a vast palace in Sweden, Kim Junsu stood before the palace gate. As he stepped inside, a guard stopped him and said, "Golden warrior, perhaps you are not yet permitted to enter." Kim Junsu was stunned. He asked, "I am an honorary paladin. Why am I not allowed in?" The guard replied coldly, "Even if you are a paladin, level 6 is still dangerous. Return when you reach level 7. Kim Junsu sighed helplessly. He had expected this. It was understandable. Anyone below level 6 meeting a deity was in danger, but there was still a way. After that, he took out a branch of flowers. Kim Junsu smiled naturally. This was the mythic equipment from Norse mythology, mistletoe. Female angel guarding the gate muttered in suspicion, "You truly possess it. Very well, I will lead you inside." Hearing that, Kim Junsu broke into a delighted smile. Wonderful. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Earlier at the square in Sweden, Kim Junsu strolled with a clear purpose. Before meeting Thor, he needed to prepare an item, a quest with mistletoe, as the reward had to be completed first. According to his memory, he had to find special figures within the marketplace. While he was thinking, Sigmund appeared and wrapped an arm around his shoulder, saying cheerfully, "Long time no see. It is quite a surprise to meet you here." Kim Junsu smiled politely. "Indeed, it has been a long time." Sigmund laughed heartily. "Many new members have joined our family. Now we are bringing our child to receive a blessing." Looking at the happy couple, Kim Junsu also smiled, recalling that this place had once been the sacred land of the north. Wait, the goddess who blessed children in the myth was Frigg. Kim Junsu hurriedly said, "Wait, are you two going to receive Frigg blessing? But she has passed away." Ajordes nodded. "That is correct, but there is still the prophecy. The prophecy says, in the castle floating in the sky at the deepest end, seek the gem that holds the twilight. Bring the gem to the field, ascend the airship and restore the world to order. Only then will the gods smile." Kim Junsu frowned. The floating castle was the enormous palace. The lowest end must be this place. While he was pondering, Sigmund said, "We have already found the gem. Do you wish to see it?" Then handed it to him. Kim Junsu took it, saying in astonishment, "This is the gem. Its meaning is entirely different." Within the image, Kim Junsu saw something familiar. Seeing his reaction, Sigmund grew slightly anxious. What is it? Is there a problem? This was the manifestation of the purest deity, the birth of Mistletoe. The special characters Kim Junsu had to meet were Sigmund and his wife. Helping them receive Frigg blessing would complete the quest. Thinking that, Kim Junsu said eagerly, "Brother, let me join your journey." The three of them moved toward the field mentioned in the prophecy, though many monsters lurked below. Sigmund pointed into the distance. That is the airship from the prophecy, the legendary vessel built by the Dwarf King. Kim Junsu followed his gaze, indeed seeing two airships hovering. Moments later, Kim Junsu realized with delight. It was a mobile fortress that could fold into a pocket and fly. Seeing him fall silent, Sigmund continued, "Witnessing it with your own eyes is marvelous, is it not? In truth you wish to take it, but in the game you cannot." Sigmund and his wife remained inside the vehicle, constantly observing their surroundings. According to the prophecy, bring the gem to the field, mount the airship, restore the world to order, then the gods will smile. They had to seize Skid to Blatnia and defeat the Titan. Sigmund sighed, "Many have died from the ambition to seize that ship. It is not easy." Kim Junsu clenched his fist. Not easy. No, for him it was as easy as eating cake. That very moment, cannons turned toward Kim Junsu vehicle. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of magical shells fired toward them. Vehicle system issued a warning, projectiles detected ahead. Now is the time for me to shine. Kim Junsu switched his attribute to Master Driver. After that, he rapidly accelerated. The vehicle shot forward, tearing through the wind. Magical blasts chased after it, exploding continuously. Yet Kim Junsu vehicle pressed forward boldly. Cannons continued firing frantically, the warning system sounding without pause. Kim Junsu ignored it all and sped ahead. He drove straight into the smoke and flames ahead. Seeing this scene, Sigmund and his wife were horrified. Within the smoke and fire, something shone with intense light. Kim Junsu vehicle was the only object. He drove straight into the sky. With a magnificent cinematic performance, Kim Junsu obtained the fusion attribute, becoming one with his warhorse. After that, Kim Junsu drove straight toward the airship. Vehicle came to a majestic halt upon the airship, causing the guards to panic. Before they understood what was happening, an explosion erupted and blew them away. General stepped out and saw his soldiers struck down. He was greatly alarmed. Looking at the culprit, he asked, "Why would the paladin Thor do this?" Kim Junsu smiled and said, resentful, "I do not believe in gods." Then he tightened his grip on the hammer, ignoring the general cries. Without a hint of hesitation, he advanced forward with imposing strides. A loud explosion rang out. The airship shook violently as another blast erupted. In the blink of an eye, Kim Junsu had defeated all the enemies on the airship and seized control of it. After boarding, Sigmund could not help but remark that it had been an excellent battle. Now they only needed to operate the airship. Kim Junsu nodded but wondered how to control it. While he was still at a loss, the system on the vehicle announced that it could take over the control. Kim Junsu immediately connected the Warsteed's control cable to the airship system. At once, the system began the process of access and control. Observing the displayed map, Sigmund thoughtfully said that to receive Frigg's blessing, they needed to find Fenrir. Kim Junsu did not hesitate to agree to help search for that creature. After saying that, he let the system automatically pilot the airship away from the area. Before leaving, he also released a barrage of artillery onto the field below, causing the Titan forces beneath to be completely annihilated. Satisfied with the result, Kim Junsu said they could now fulfill the prophecy. Sigmund gratefully expressed that he would never forget this favor. After speaking, Sigmund took out the gemstone he had prepared beforehand. On the stone, a brilliant beam of light immediately radiated outward. Shortly after, the goddess Frigg manifested before them. Without saying a word, the goddess Frigg gently raised her hand. She lightly touched Jordy's abdomen. In just a moment, the goddess vanished. Sigmund reverently said that he accepted the blessing with deep gratitude. Kim Junsu was also delighted that the mission had been perfectly completed. Because of that, he received a rare item with only a 1% drop rate named Mistletoe's Regret. Clutching the flower branch tightly in his hand, Kim Junsu silently thought he was ready to face the gods. Returning to reality, Kim Junsu entered the vast palace. The moment he stepped past the threshold, an invisible barrier appeared to block him. Biting his lip, Kim Junsu exerted all his strength to push through the veil. The pressure nearly suffocated him. Thanks to the special item he carried, even though his level was insufficient, he could still endure the divine pressure, because it was an extremely precious, one-time use item. After persistent effort, Kim Junsu finally met the thunder god Thor sitting upon a grand throne and smiling in welcome at the outsider. Kim Junsu was astonished that Thor knew his identity and asked why he recognized that he came from another world. Thor laughed and replied that his eyes could see through everything, even the identity of a small human. Understanding that the gods had all recognized him, Kim Junsu listened as Thor asked the purpose of his visit. He calmly stated that he wanted to know who had summoned him to this world. Although he thought Thor might know, the god shook his head in denial. Thor emphasized that he truly did not know, leaving Kim Junsu unable to hide his surprise. He pondered whether the Pope might be the one behind it. Thor frowned in thought and then asserted that it was impossible, because if any god had done so he would certainly know. Kim Junsu continued to contemplate and concluded that Senza was likely not a god. He recalled his previous conversation with the saintess. Realizing her words carried many hidden meanings, Kim Junsu asked why he was called a vessel. Thor explained that his soul had a very high rank, leading Kim Junsu to wonder whether it was due to the ability to combine traits. Thor nodded in confirmation that the ability to learn and fuse all powers was something only a pseudo-transcendent possessed. In the East it was called unrivaled myriad star. Kim Junsu remembered that the Tower Master had once mentioned this concept. He continued by asking whether Thor had ever met anyone like him before. After thinking for a while, Thor revealed that the person was the heavenly demon. These words made Kim Junsu recall Tran Vai's earlier remark. Because of that, he gradually understood everything. Thor then proposed that Kim Junsu leave the Pope and the church and become his angel instead. Kim Junsu was stunned and immediately refused because he did not want to lose his life yet. Thor appeared displeased but explained that he only meant after he died, and also believed that the Pope's death would not be a major issue. Kim Junsu skeptically asked whether Thor was being serious. Thor sighed helplessly, expressing his boredom at being confined in the palace and only able to drink. As the thunder god and god of war, Thor was not suited to a life sealed away after the god-slaying war. Therefore, his frustration was entirely understandable. Thor suddenly remarked that the god-slaying war had ultimately benefited humanity and decided to offer further support. These words left Kim Junsu somewhat bewildered. Without further explanation, Thor extended his hand toward him and asked whether he wanted the power to escape the Pope. Kim Junsu simply nodded in silence. Thor smiled in satisfaction and declared that he would grant him that power. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Lightning radiance immediately enveloped Kim Junsu's entire body. The intense pain caused his veins to bulge clearly. In the end, he could not endure it and fell to his knees with a cry. Thor remained seated calmly on the throne and reminded him to make good use of this power. After enduring the pain, Kim Junsu comprehended the cultivation technique along with Thor's lightning power. Thor slowly announced that the ritual was complete. Kim Junsu's hammer now also had the ability to generate lightning on its own. Despite the agony, Kim Junsu was satisfied with the result and bowed his head in thanks to the thunder god. Thor nodded and permitted him to leave, calling him a human from another world. Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction at the meaningful journey. After that, he left the palace and boarded the airship to return to Korea. A few days later, as he entered Korean territory, Kim Junsu calmly observed below and felt the journey had been entirely worthwhile. Beyond the original plan, he had also obtained the god-slaying Mistletoe, an item capable of breaking invincible traits. He had even acquired the legendary Skidbladnir as well. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Kim Junsu planned to take a trip with his disciples. At that moment, rumbling sounds echoed from afar, causing him to frown in suspicion. Not long after, he saw an explosion occur ahead. Kim Junsu's expression immediately turned gray. Realizing it was his home, he was horrified by the scene of devastation. Minutes later, ambulances quickly arrived to take the injured to the hospital. Having just returned, Kim Junsu immediately rushed to check the situation at a speed that startled the nurses. Ignoring everything around him, he ran straight to Choi Seo's room. He lay on the hospital bed covered in wounds. Beside him stood Thiak Queen keeping vigil. Kim Junsu frowned and spoke sternly, "Director Choi, who caused this incident?" Thiak Queen pressed his lips together and replied, "We are currently investigating, but it seems to be the remnants of the terrorists." Hearing that, Kim Junsu's face darkened at once. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Those terrorists, they have gone beyond the limit." Choi Seok was not only Kim Junsu's partner, but far closer than that. In the cruel and selfish society of Axel Seoul, he was the first to show kindness. After all, he was his most capable right hand. The man who always wore a smile now lay motionless here. Kim Junsu bit his lip, his eyes filled with self-reproach. Damn it, It is all because I asked him to manage the building. At that moment a trembling voice rang out, Superhuman Kim. His eyelids twitched slightly. He looked down at the person on the bed and cried out in panic, Director Choi, wake up. Choi Seok gently shook his head, I am fine. His trembling hand lifted, and it was a vial of blood. He muttered softly, but this is far more important, my blood, take it. Kim Junsu frowned slightly and asked, why are you giving it to me? Choi Seok calmly replied, earlier I implanted nano devices into my blood and managed to smear it onto the terrorists. With it, Kim Junsu could track them down. During that, Kim Junsu tightly held Choi Seok's hand, grateful. Thank you for staying alive, Director Choi. I will use every medical means to save you. Choi Seok nodded lightly, a sincere smile still on his lip. Seeing him stable, Kim Junsu turned and left, his face filled with determination. This time I will deal with all of them. A short while later, at Guru Base, Kim Junsu and Thiet Quyen arrived. After checking the surroundings, Thiet Quyen spoke slowly, Superhuman Kim, I traced the nano signal in Director Choi blood. The result, they are hiding here. Kim Junsu, and he quickly moved inside. He frowned and asked, their traces are in the forest. Thiet Quyen nodded, that is right, I will smash this place apart. Most of the people in Gura were residents or criminals. Thiet Quyen 5 iron punches could handle them. Kim Junsu listened and frowned deeply. This was the correct decision. This time he would definitely defeat the terrorist leader, the assassin Queen Sin Iran. The terrorist alliance had originally begun under the name Alliance of Interest. The organization was established to reclaim rights for those cast aside by society. When they allied with the Holy Father cult, recklessly destroying this place could strengthen their sense of justice. Thinking that, Kim Junsu spoke slowly, violence does not always solve everything, it may harm innocent people. Thiet Quyen raised his brow and said, that is true, have you thought of another way? Kim Junsu smiled faintly, lifting his lips, we must tear it down and rebuild it. Quyen was stunned and asked, what do you mean? Kim Junsu smiled, from now on we will redevelop Koguro. Thiet Quyen grew even more confused, the medicine in his mouth fell out. Kim Junsu wore a confident smile, this is my plan. Development of Koguro progressed quite smoothly, thanks to the president quickly approving the redevelopment of the chaotic area, along with investments from famous figures such as the Tower Master of the Magic Tower, Sung Hee-jan, and the General. In addition, another event occurred. Kim Junsu finally found the main base of the terrorists outside Oder Ring. Naturally, once found, he would go there. Going with Kim Junsu was Seo Yujin, helping to unlock it. He said cheerfully, it has been unlocked, Master. Kim Junsu praised him, worthy of the #1 security company, not only skilled at protection but also excellent at cracking. Seo Yujin felt slightly embarrassed and said, but this is somewhat dangerous. We are about to face the infamous Assassin Queen. Kim Junsu smiled and replied frankly, of course it is dangerous. The mission is not easy, that is why I asked everyone to help. Accompanying him were also people he knew well. Thiet Quyen, Mage Kim and Priest Kim were level 5 superhumans. The 3 disciples were still arranged at levels 3, 4 and 5. Kim Junsu and Seo Yujin were level 6 superhuman. They were extraordinarily talented with rapid growth. Kim Junsu did not expect Seo Yujin to be as strong as himself. Thinking that, he laughed happily, everyone is strong enough to handle it, so there is no need to worry. The 3 Sauron were excited, Master, just leave it to us. Seo Yujin was also resolute and spirited, I will do my best as a level 6 superhuman. After finishing preparations, Kim Junsu pushed the door open and stepped inside. As soon as the door opened, a gust of wind struck everyone in the face. Looking closely, a spatial gate appeared. Seeing the frightening black color, the 3 Sauron weakened. Sauron muttered, Master, are we sure we will be fine going in there? Kim Junsu was confident, he had never misjudged, let us enter and eliminate the Assassin Queen. In a dark cellar, a deep voice spoke, these lowly ones have stepped into their own graves. As the words fell, a blood-colored sword was raised. Sin Iran smiled viciously, since it has come to this, I will grant them a fine burial. A short while later, a vast grassland. Kim Junsu group entered, the unfamiliar scene caused confusion. On the ground were magic circles and 3 strange formations. This place used to be a minigame hell. Only by completing 3 minigames could the seal on the Executioner Queen be removed. In the game it was side-scrolling and not difficult. Now overcoming it in reality was not easy. Preparing for the situation, Kim Junsu brought his disciple. He swept his gaze over everyone, divide into 3 teams to break through. Team 1 Seo Yujin, Thiet Quyen, Mage Kim, Priest Kim. Team 2 Sauron, Janet, Kali. Sauron asked, what about the last team? Kim Junsu smiled confidently, I will go alone, I am a veteran of minigames, alone is fine. First game was assigned to Seo Yujin team. The game required smashing falling blocks to the target point. With magic sensing, Mage Kim quickly found what was needed. Thiet Queen used 5 punches to shatter them. Seo Yujin team game progressed smoothly. Seo Yujin had an idea, a focused expression appearing on his face. The second game for Soren team was to find cloud steps and cross the sky to the target point. Moving according to the pattern allowed them to pass. With Kali adept at games, success came easily. The final game was for Kim Junsu. He reminded them, "I will handle it myself. Do not worry. Whoever arrives first must not open the door. Good luck." A moment later, Priest Kim stood before the door and smiled. "It seems we are first or second." Thiet Queen hugged Mage Kim and laughed. "Thanks to this kid, his sense of direction is excellent." Mage Kim felt shy. It is good to be able to help everyone. The other 3 simply stood there chatting cheerfully, as if nothing had happened. Only Seo Yujin stood off to the side, his expression revealing discomfort. At that moment, another group appeared. It was Soren's group of 3, delighted because they had succeeded. Soren hugged Kali and praised her for being so clever, the 3 girls embracing and laughing together intimately. Seo Yujin once again stood alone in that scene. He wanted to show Kim Junsu his growth. But what was he doing now? He could not let it continue like this. As the only level 6 warrior, Seo Yujin thought he had to confront the Executioner Queen head-on. Thinking so, Seo Yujin calmly walked toward the door ahead. While talking, Soren happened to notice this scene. Seo Yujin was about to push the door open and step inside. Soren hurriedly shouted to stop him. "What are you doing? Get back here." Priest Kim also urged him, "Do not go in. Warrior Kim has not arrived yet." It was already too late. The door had opened. Seo Yujin still smiled confidently. "It is fine, I am level 6, I can handle it to some extent." And so they went against Kim Junsu's will, and stepped into Sin Iran's refuge. The moment he entered, a surge of magical power struck, making Seo Yujin tremble. The others were affected in the same way. Terrifying pressure nearly paralyzed Seo Yujin. The one who made the move was the Executioner Queen, Sin Iran, slowly advancing towards Seo Yujin. Seeing this, Soren shouted in frustration, "You idiot, Master told us to wait." Then the 3 of them rushed forward together. When he saw that they could still move, Seo Yujin was astonished. How could they withstand this oath? Sin Iran remained calm as she dealt with the 3-way assault from Soren's group. She sneered in disdain, "Are you in such a hurry to die? I will let you taste the power of this oath." After speaking, Sin Iran swung her sword, a barrage of sword light blasting Soren and the other 2 away. Seo Yujin was still struggling under the effect of the oath. He had been confident this opponent had never been unbeatable from the start. At the same time, Eren slowly approached Soren. Seeing the danger, Seo Yujin shouted, "Run, Soren." Sin Iran smiled faintly and curled her lips, saying, "Farewell, brat." But before the blade could fall, a figure stepped in to block it. Annoyance flickered in Sin Iran's eye. The one who arrived was none other than Kim Junsu, using his iron fist to block Sin Iran's sword as he reminded her, "Executioner Queen, it has been a long time." Seeing that it was him, Sin Iran asked in displeasure, "You dare come here, I will kill you all." Eren immediately danced her sword, countless arcs of sword light flickering through the air. Seo Yujin was horrified. Even though it was Kim Junsu, he still wanted to shout. But before the words could leave his mouth, an unexpected turn occurred. Kim Junsu was evenly matched with Eren. Moreover, Sin Iran was pushed back several meters. She charged forward frantically, shouting that she would kill him no matter what. Kim Junsu remained calm and swiftly sheathed his sword. Curled his lips into a smile. "You are wrong. Today the one who dies is you." After saying that, he drew Thor's hammer and attacked with lightning. Explosions from the lightning rang out continuously, yet Sin Iran kept advancing and said disdainfully, "Do you think this little trick can stop me?" Kim Junsu naturally understood this. When the Soul Terror incident occurred, Sin Iran's invincible power had caused him immense pain. At that time, Kim Junsu had been unable to inflict any damage on Ada. Now it was different, he could fight Sin Iran head-on. This made her dissatisfied. She had not expected him to level up so quickly. Sin Iran did not give up. She vanished and reappeared behind Kim Junsu. Without hesitation, Sin Iran slashed her sword. Fortunately, Kim Junsu was faster and erected a shield. But before long, the white shield was shattered by Sin Iran's sword light. She lunged straight toward Kim Junsu. Sin Iran snorted, "Now it ends, master of the Black Tiger Sword." But her body was pierced by a tree branch. Crystaltane radiated light, nullifying Sin Iran's invincible effect. Kim Junsu smiled triumphantly, "It is over." Only Sin Iran frowned as the light from the branch dazzled her eyes. "What is this?" As Sin Iran looked down, Kim Junsu drew his sword. Crystaltane nullified invincibility, which was why he had pretended to lose. A second later, his blade severed her arm in her shock. Without giving her time to react, Kim Junsu activated flames. Fire from his hand engulfed her, and everything before his eyes. Sin Iran screamed in agony. His plan had succeeded. Her sword arm was still raised. He was only level 6. With hatred in her eyes, Sin Iran hurled herself at him even if it meant death. Kim Junsu moved like lightning and severed her remaining arm. Before the stunned Seo Gujin and Soren, he said, "Can you feel it now?" Standing proudly, Kim Junsu's sword sliced Sin Iran's body apart. This was a regional level battle. Pieces of her body fell one by one, her head dropping right before him. He glanced at Sin Iran and sneered, "You brought this upon yourself." Knowing there was no other way, she smiled and said, "Finish it." At the same time, the final boss of Chapter 1 fell beneath the sharp blade. Erin coldly spoke her last words, "I will not hesitate anymore." Cold sound rang out, fresh blood splattered. The assassin had been defeated. Amid the ruins, a voice exclaimed in amazement, "I did not expect Master to defeat such an expert." Kim Junsu's group cheered in unison. "What an incredible achievement, too amazing, you will be recorded in history." Seeing everyone rejoice, he felt relieved that no one was hurt. Suddenly from afar, a small figure quietly emerged. After everything, Seo Gujin felt guilty and apologized. "I almost ruined your plan." Knowing he was flustered, Kim Junsu encouraged him, "We have taken her down, hold your head high." A hand picked up the sword beneath the rubble, Masamon, the demon sword of the assassin queen. Gripping the sword tightly in his hand, he silently evaluated it. Its attack power was extremely impressive. Not only that, the blade could strike targets with precision and inflict a curse upon the opponent. Even Soren standing beside him marveled, "This sword is truly magnificent, worthy of the assassin queen." Unexpectedly, Kim Junsu handed the sword to Soren and said, "You should keep it." As she stared in shock and was about to ask, he explained, "I am better suited to a straight sword than a curved one." Encouraged by Kim Junsu that the sword suited her perfectly, Soren blushed shyly as she accepted the new weapon and softly replied, "Yes, thank you very much." Even so, Kim Junsu was no less excited. Heavenly Killing Star combined with the demon sword would certainly create a perfect synergy. After everything was settled, Kim Junsu stepped before the cold steel gate and said, "Now let us see what the queen has been guarding inside." His eyes gleamed with barely concealed anticipation. Then he spoke decisively, "Let us go." Carrying expectations of a grand reward, Kim Junsu pushed open the heavy door that shone brilliantly. Immediately, a chamber overflowing with glittering gold and jewels appeared before them, causing everyone to cry out in excitement. Holly and Janet instantly rushed into the dazzling pile of gold, exclaiming in delight at the sheer abundance. Soren beside them was also astonished by the immense treasure, while Iron Fist crossed his arms and speculated that this was likely loot from previous acts of terror. From behind, Priest Kim asked how Kim Junsu planned to deal with all this gold and silver. While rummaging through the jewels, he replied that he would use them to compensate for damages after the terror attack and rebuild infrastructure. As if finding what he sought, Kim Junsu joyfully raised the gun in his hand and said, "Of course, except for this item." He could not hide his excitement, smiling brightly. At last he had completed his Dasan gun collection. Sometime later, beneath the blazing sunlight at a construction site, Seo Gujin bowed deeply and pleaded earnestly, "Please accept me as your official disciple." The sudden act surprised Kim Junsu and he asked for clarification. Seo Gujin sincerely expressed that he had once been very confident, believing himself a genius. With eyes full of shame, he continued, "But in reality I could accomplish nothing. I could not even swing my sword once." Hearing that, Kim Junsu recalled Seo Gujin's earlier sorrowful expression and understood the reason. He also remembered the battle with Sin Iran, where Seo Gujin realized that leveling up could not solve every problem. Seo Gujin raised his head with firm resolve, admitting that although the teachers in the association were excellent, they still lacked a crucial element. Soren, Janet, and Kali stood nearby, watching attentively. Seo Gujin declared resolutely, "I also want to become a true warrior." Before that determination, Kim Junsu smiled faintly, recognizing in him a survival instinct as resilient as wild grass, and thought that if he wished to learn then. Without hesitation, Kim Junsu nodded in agreement, "Very well, I will accept you as my disciple." Seo Gujin lifted his head in astonishment and asked joyfully, "Truly?" However, Kim Junsu reminded him not to give up halfway. The two girls beside them rejoiced for him, while Seo Gujin blushed and bowed his head in thanks. "I will never give up, thank you teacher." Suddenly, a heavy slap landed on his back from behind along with a greeting, "Welcome rookie." Soren smiled warmly, raised her hand in greeting, and said she looked forward to training with him. Seo Gujin held his back and protested, "What do you mean rookie?" Teased, he angrily retorted that he met Kim Junsu first, so Soren was the one who came later. Soren refused to yield and smirked, saying it should be counted by order of joining, then turned to ask the others, "Is that right, Junior?" Janet and Kali, standing beside them, could only sigh helplessly. The two whispered that the bomb inside Soren had exploded again, but the words still reached Soren's ears, making her blush in response. Under the blazing sun, Soren angrily ran toward the two girls and told them not to tease their senior anymore. As Janet turned her head to look back, Soren's voice rang out from behind, "Stop right there." Unexpectedly, Janet bumped into a stranger. A cold voice called her name, making her turn pale. Janet. A man in a white cloak bearing a sinister emblem approached, saying he had gone through great trouble to find her. He immediately grabbed Janet's hand and pulled her away, ordering her to follow him, causing her to struggle in fear. Suddenly, another hand tightly gripped that man's wrist. Recognizing him, Kim Junsu coldly demanded, "What are you doing here?" The white-cloaked man shook him off and declared that he had come to reclaim his property. Kim Junsu sneered in response, "Property? You mean Janet?" Produced a contract and asserted that Janet belonged to them, demanding that Kim Junsu read it carefully. At that moment, Kim Junsu realized who they were. The image of that tragic day surfaced. These very people had caused the death of Janet's parents and sold her to traffickers. Standing before Kim Junsu, they laughed arrogantly, bearing the emblem of the Ilyang Magic Tower mages. Realizing the situation, Kim Junsu understood that Janet's personal mission had begun. He shielded her behind him and declared that Janet was his disciple. They could not take her away. However, they stubbornly pointed at the contract. At that moment, Kim Junsu drew his sword. With a decisive slash, the paper was torn in two before their stunned eyes, utterly ridiculous. Watching the two halves fall, Kim Junsu pointed his sword at them and declared that Janet's right to live did not rest on that meaningless paper. If they wished, he would bring Janet there, but Janet, still frightened, turned to look at him. Kim Junsu's cold gaze was a clear warning. He would be going with her. In Kim Junsu's thoughts, this mission would allow Janet to fully inherit the Sword of Nephilim. Beneath the sunlight, the towering Ilyang Magic Tower stood before them. A loud explosion erupted from the laboratory gate, shaking the entire area. Seeing the massive experimental tanks, Seo Gujin covered his mouth in shock and asked what this place was. Kim Junsu led and explained that it was a magical biotechnology research facility. In his mind, this place clearly exposed the terrifying ambition of humans, while Janet remained silent as she witnessed everything. Suddenly a voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Janet placed her hand on her chest and trembled, asking whether she was strong enough to stop the cruel biological experiments across the world. Even Soren anxiously called her name, Janet. Kim Junsu encouraged her that this could only happen once she obtained the Sword of Nephilim. Upon hearing that, Janet immediately proposed setting out at once. However, Kim Junsu sternly reminded her that she must first complete one task, avenging her parents. Those words left Janet stunned. With eyes filled with hatred, Janet decided not to hesitate any longer and said, "Let us go, teacher." Papers were scattered everywhere along with cries of pain. A mage of the Ilyang Magic Tower trembled and begged Janet for mercy, mentioning her parents. Those words only made Janet coldly question the Ilyang Tower master. He still dared to mention her parents. Each of Janet's words made him turn pale. She declared she did not wish to speak further and would end everything. Without allowing him another word, Janet personally punished the man who had caused her family's tragedy. The traces of battle lingered on the ground as he collapsed. A heavy sound echoed. Janet trembled after confronting her past. The sword in her hand also fell to the ground. Unable to restrain her emotions, Janet burst into tears. Soren immediately ran to her side. Soren embraced her in comfort and praise. Kim Junsu also approached and encouraged her that she had done very well. Stepping over the scattered documents, Kim Junsu realized that Janet's mission did not end with revenge. Holding a dusty red file, he contemplated the magical biological experiments that were secretly spreading throughout Chaotic Soul. He quickly scanned the documents and discovered the most successful test subject. Upon seeing the image of a black-winged creature, Kim Junsu recognized it as Nephilim, a hybrid of human and angel, and they needed to eliminate him. Seeing the real name at the bottom of the image, he smiled confidently. To accomplish that, they must identify his true identity, Annex A. As Janet gradually calmed down, Kim Junsu spoke, "Let us go down to the basement." Along the way, he explained that to obtain the Sword of Nephilim, they had to confront the creature itself. Before them stood a gigantic creature imprisoned within a containment tank. Everyone was astonished to realize this was the researched Nephilim. Kim Junsu immediately drew his sword and warned everyone to step back because they were not his match. Seo Gujin anxiously asked whether he intended to fight alone. Kim Junsu understood the level of danger in facing this creature. This was a boss that required at least 4 level 7 individuals to handle, yet Nephilim lacked intelligence and could not employ tactics like humans. Without further hesitation, Kim Junsu decided to stick to the original plan, believing that the chance of victory was still in his hands. Standing before Nephilim, he commanded sternly, "Stand up." Immediately after, he called that man's name, and Anak seemed to recognize the familiar voice as his crimson eyes snapped open. A violent shockwave erupted, causing the surrounding ground to collapse. The Nephilim container could not withstand the immense power and shattered into pieces. A howl echoed like it rose from hell. That man raised his sword high and unleashed his full power. Under that pressure, Kim Junsu struggled to erect a shield to defend himself, as the sound waves could induce panic and reduce an opponent's stats. Even so, he had already prepared a strategy, though one crucial step remained. When the aerial strike skill activated, Kim Junsu leaped high, deftly evading Nephilim's attack. He even smiled confidently, thinking to himself that everything was too predictable. Without hesitation, he activated his equipment trait and unleashed his ultimate technique. In the blink of an eye, Kim Junsu dashed behind his opponent and launched a fierce counterattack. Not stopping there, he seized the moment to spin and continue his assault. Kim Junsu hurled Thor's hammer straight through Nephilim's right leg. The critical blow made Nephilim roar in agony. Even so, that man planted his sword into the ground to steady himself, startling Kim Junsu, who was mid-air. He immediately slid back to maintain a safe distance and smiled mockingly. "Is that all?" When he saw Nephilim's right leg gradually recovering, Kim Junsu was astonished, as if the wound had never existed. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward again, determined to keep attacking until it took effect, as every movement of that man was within his control. In his mind, he had already calculated that the giant blood coating his blade would take effect. A barrage of sharp sword strikes rained down, leaving Nephilim no time to react. The giant blood inflicted sustained damage as it accumulated during combat. Thinking of this, Kim Junsu could not help but laugh with excitement. After the flurry of attacks, he soared upward and watched Nephilim collapse, believing his damage would continue to increase. That man's eyes burned with fury as he roared unwillingly. Despite holding the advantage, Kim Junsu reminded himself to stay wary of Nephilim's sword. A surge of dark aura erupted as that man rose to counterattack. Noticing this, Kim Junsu immediately retreated to evade. Facing the relentless waves of dark aura, he struggled to parry with his sword. Even so, one strike grazed his face, causing Kim Junsu to frown in pain. The sight made Seo Gujin turn pale, while Soren calmly reminded him that this was not the time to panic. When they were about to rush in to assist, Kim Junsu raised his hand from afar to signal them to stop. "Wait." Standing confidently before Nephilim with his sharp blade, Kim Junsu declared, "Now begins the second round." He activated his aura skill, radiant light enveloping his body like a true protagonist, determined not to miss the finishing blow. Observing the streams of dark aura, Kim Junsu leaped high to analyze the dark element damage. He noticed a white flower blooming on that man's wing and realized it was the exposed weakness. Without hesitation, Kim Junsu dove down and thrust straight into Nephilim's weak point. The strike hit the vital spot, causing dark aura to gush violently from that man's body. Kim Junsu had to grip his sword tightly to withstand the backlash, realizing this was the final counterattack phase. When he saw cracks spreading across Nephilim's body and sword energy leaking out, he knew everything was proceeding according to plan. Seizing the moment, Kim Junsu tightened his grip on the sword and coldly declared, "Return to hell." He delivered the finishing blow, completely cutting down Anak. In his final moment, he weakly uttered, "I have." Then his massive body collapsed, revealing Kim Junsu small yet steadfast. Those standing outside, who witnessed the entire battle, were stunned. Nephilim's sword fell to the ground, cracks appearing as dark aura and manala energy seeped out. Without hesitation, Kim Junsu brought his hammer down hard upon the fractured spot. Light gradually spread across the blade, seeping through every crack. Immediately after, another sword was revealed, SSR Black Shadow Sword. Holding the new sword, Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction for finally obtaining this treasure. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind in praise, "A splendid battle." Seo Gujin and the others approached, expressing their admiration. While Soren anxiously asked about his condition, Kim Junsu then called Janet over. He handed the sword to Janet and suggested she try wielding it, leaving her flustered yet agreeing. Watching Janet hold the sword, Kim Junsu understood that only someone who had undergone experiments like her could fully unlock its potential. At once, a surge of dark power gathered and enveloped Janet, marking the necessary step to complete the quest. Janet trembled as she felt the power surround her, unable to hide her confusion. Kim Junsu calmly reassured her, telling her to simply follow the guidance of the sword. During that, Janet took a deep breath and softly murmured to the sword in her hand. Her eyes gradually turned a deep black, as though seized by some force. Guided by the dark aura, Janet raised the sword forward and said, "I obey." This action made Soren and Seo Gujin move as if to stop her. Before they could act, Janet drove the sword into her own body, causing everyone to cry out her name in horror. Soren panicked and turned to Kim Junsu, yet he calmly raised his hand, signaling them to wait. Kim Junsu stated composedly that the ritual had begun, and immediately spirals of mana encircled Janet. The system then displayed a notification of the awakening of innate aura. A violent surge of power erupted, spinning around Janet as the black shadow sword resonated with her innate aura. Soren and Seo Gujin were astonished by the sight, while Kim Junsu folded his arms and smiled in satisfaction. The mana storm reached its peak, marking the birth of one of the finest swords in Axel Soul. Shortly after, all the explosive energy gradually subsided. A stream of black mana struck the ground heavily, dust and smoke swirling everywhere. When everything settled, Janet calmly held the sword as immense power radiated outward. The black shadow sword had fully awakened. The scene shifted to a skyscraper, where astonished murmurs echoed. The interior space was spacious, modern, and filled with light. Seo Gujin, Soren, and Kali excitedly looked around, remarking on the fully upgraded facilities and state-of-the-art training area, making Kim Junsu fold his arms with satisfaction as he watched them. Kim Junsu noticed Janet shyly approaching from behind and softly calling, "Master." Janet awkwardly asked about inheriting Nephilim swordsmanship, and Kim Junsu smiled as he explained that the sword only responded to someone possessing innate aura like her. Janet asked in surprise whether only she could use it and what she should do next. Kim Junsu confidently replied that it was not difficult. He would also learn aura so he could pass it on. Janet happily asked how he would learn it. Kim Junsu pointed toward Seo Gujin and said he would begin with acquired aura, specifically Seo Gujin Divine Sword Unity. With confidence after careful observation, Kim Junsu believed that as long as his body followed through he could succeed, leaving Seo Gujin and Janet in awe. Finally he smiled and stepped forward, signaling, "Let us begin." The scene shifted to another location, where dense gunfire continuously poured in like rain. He and the little girl kept firing toward Kim Junsu, while he agilely danced his sword through the air to block every bullet. Janet fired while anxiously calling out, "Teacher." She wondered how long they had to hold on, but Kim Junsu persistently deflected the bullets and firmly replied that it was almost complete, telling them to continue. Seo Gujin could not help feeling uneasy, fearing that this situation might cost him his life. Though bullets continuously pierced his body and blood splattered everywhere, Kim Junsu gritted his teeth, endured, and kept moving to block the attacks. A bullet grazed his leg, tearing his clothes to shreds, blood staining patches of fabric red. Even so, he did not retreat. He resolutely kept swinging his sword to block the relentless bullets despite the deathly aura gradually eroding his body. Kim Junsu's gaze turned icy, staring straight ahead with unwavering will as he continued following the predetermined guidance. Immediately after, he spun and swung his sword fiercely backward, instantly splitting the barrage of bullets in two. Witnessing that scene, Seo Gujin and Janet could only gape in astonishment at Kim Junsu. A new surge of aura began to envelop his entire body. The system immediately displayed a notification that the trait sword and body as one had been activated. At the same time, his body erupted with a powerful energy that spread outward. Kim Junsu raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled confidently, and declared that it was not over yet. Looking at the system panel, he quietly rejoiced as the final piece was completed, officially possessing the supreme trait of the warrior class in both name and reality. He and the little girl exclaimed in shock, "That is." Immediately after, mysterious black streaks appeared along Kim Junsu's blade, while it was also enveloped in a brilliant blue energy. Two excitedly shouted, "Sword aura," while Kim Junsu tightened his grip on the hilt with a confident smile. The system continued to announce that he had obtained the high-tier trait, Master of the Sword. A standard-breaking 6th-tier swordsman officially emerged. Kim Junsu smiled proudly. The scene returned to the building. Kim Junsu seriously told Janet that before entering the formal lesson, the other three should stand at a distance and observe. After that, he slowly asked Janet, "Do you understand what aura is?" The little girl lowered her head to think before answering. Janet replied firmly that it was the light of the soul. Kim Junsu rested his hand and asked again, "The light of the soul," and she confidently affirmed it, emphasizing that it differed from sword energy, which was merely crystallized mana. Janet clearly explained that aura used mana as the body and the soul as the spirit, creating another self of one's own, meaning a form of incarnation. Kim Junsu stroked his chin thoughtfully and compared it, saying that an incarnation was like an avatar. Janet happily spread her arms to confirm and added that among high-level superhumans, only the warrior class could use aura. Hearing that, Kim Junsu inwardly praised her, feeling that the little girl had thought very maturely. Next, he raised another question. If merely shaping energy into a form was enough to call it an aura sword, Janet hesitated and replied, yes, that is correct. She turned around, lowered her head to look at her hand, and suddenly realized that her teacher's words made perfect sense. Kim Junsu crossed his arms and smiled at Janet. He gently explained that aura was not only an accumulation of power, but was also regarded as the path toward a transcendent realm. Kim Junsu gave the example of when he faced Nephilim alone, when power surpassed the limits of sight and completely took form through a profound transformation of physical essence. Janet quickly understood, so when aura reaches that level, the soul is elevated as well. Now I understand why Nephilim cultivate aura to strengthen their soul. She immediately realized that their purpose was to elevate their realm and move closer to divine status. Janet clapped happily, concluding that the Nephilim, the hybrid descendants of angels, had instinctively learned to wield aura from birth, as naturally as breathing. Hearing that, Kim Junsu paused slightly and thought to himself, as natural as breathing. He began to contemplate the other skills within the system, continuously analyzing the differences between them. He realized that those skills functioned like active abilities, while this one seemed to be passive. Janet calmly requested that he pick up the sword and close his eyes. Then she gently placed the sword into Kim Junsu's hand. She slowly explained that this time it was not about using the aura sword in the usual way, but about feeling it like a breath. Kim Junsu immediately closed his eyes and focused on regulating his breathing. Janet gently guided him, telling him to go slowly and keep his body completely relaxed. Streams of energy began to swirl around his body. Kim Junsu felt as if he were floating in midair and realized that the core of power was breath itself. After that, he calmly opened his eyes and observed the surrounding space. Before him appeared an endless staircase leading toward a brilliant light, making him believe even more that it was the space embodying the Nephilim desire to become gods. He reached out his hand as if to confirm that understanding their desire was the crucial key. Kim Junsu lifted his head to observe. The stars stretched like a flowing current and the steps extended into the vast cosmos. Color black symbolized the light of the soul, and immediately streams of magic power surged into his body, all of them truths that could hardly be expressed in words. Kim Junsu closed his eyes to feel that flow of magic power, warmth and joy spreading throughout his body. His body was pushed far away, yet at that very moment he fully sensed the power. Kim Junsu's fingers gradually loosened. However, he immediately tightened his grip on the sword again. Kim Junsu decisively raised the sword high, a powerful surge of magic power erupting along the blade in a moment of exaltation. Janet covered her face with her hand, slightly dropping to her knees before that intense energy and smiling in satisfaction. Finally, it had succeeded. The system announced that he had acquired the Nephilim sword trait. Kim Junsu rejoiced at the result, and Janet happily congratulated him. After it was completed, the other three quickly approached. Kali excitedly asked whether he had succeeded. Kim Junsu sheathed his sword and thanked Janet. He gently added that she had worked hard. Janet shyly scratched her head and replied that he had accomplished everything himself. Suddenly, Choi Siak rushed in with labored breathing, delivering urgent news that startled everyone. Kim Junsu calmly asked what had happened. He announced that Chairwoman Sung of the Jumo group was in critical condition, causing Kim Junsu to be horrified that a level 7 superhuman had fallen into such a state. Choi Siak said she had been poisoned and even Elijah could not cure her. The situation had grown more severe. Hearing that, Kim Junsu was stunned, a suspicion flashing through his mind that this poison could only be blood poison. He frowned in thought because in the game this poison had appeared only once. On the other side, Sung Hee-jeon was trembling as she lay on the hospital bed. Blood streaks surfaced across her neck and arms, her pained expression and rapid breathing like signs of an impending zombie catastrophe. Hyung-ju exerted all his strength to save her, and loudly ordered an external cardiac arrest procedure to prepare for CPR. Female secretary behind him trembled and cried out in panic that if the chairwoman suffered any mishap, all of them would be in danger. The medical staff did not stop working, gritting his teeth in frustration because just moments ago she had been completely healthy. At that moment, Kim Junsu opened the door and asked everyone to stop. Hyung-ju was astonished to see him. Kim Junsu seriously asserted that this illness was not simple. After observing her condition, he concluded that this was not something ordinary medicine could treat. Immediately afterward, Sung Hee-jeon was given a bright red potion to drink. After drinking it, the blood streaks on her body gradually disappeared, and her breathing became more stable. A while later, she made a weak sound. The female secretary immediately ran over and asked whether the chairwoman had awakened. She slowly called out the names of the female secretary and Kim Junsu. After a moment of hesitation, she asked whether she owed him again. Kim Junsu smiled modestly and replied that this was merely repaying her previous help. The female secretary carefully helped her sit up. Sung Hee-jeon wondered what had caused her sudden collapse. The secretary apologized for failing to protect her well. He believed there was a possibility that she had been poisoned from the outside, making Sung Hee-jeon ask again about when it had happened. Kim Junsu gently asked whether she had come into contact with any animals recently. She thought for a moment and recalled. The female secretary quickly recounted that before collapsing, she had stroked a stray cat in the rain. She touched the cat. She had not known that her hand had been stained with a green substance. Kim Junsu calmly confirmed it. He explained that the cat was actually a shape-shifting sorcerer, hired to assassinate Chairwoman Sung. He asked in shock whether he had already learned the truth and captured the culprit. Kim Junsu smiled confidently and affirmed that everything had been resolved. In his heart, he quietly rejoiced at having grasped their scheme early, recalling the incident that had taken place on a full moon night in a silent forest. At that time, he pointed a gun at the wounded sorcerer and coldly demanded that he reveal the truth. The sorcerer clenched his teeth, unable to believe that he had been captured. Kim Junsu loudly questioned whether the Black Panther cult was behind the assassination, but the sorcerer pretended not to understand. He leaned close to that man's face and provoked him, forcing him to repeat the insults to stir a reaction. The sorcerer angrily roared and turned his face away. From that, Kim Junsu understood that there was no need to ask further. He pointed the gun at his head and threatened him, demanding the blood core if he wanted to keep his life, causing him to panic and deny possessing it. Kim Junsu pressed closer and declared that without something of value to exchange, there was no reason to spare him, forcing him to beg for negotiation. He took out a crystal necklace shimmering with orange light and begged for forgiveness. Kim Junsu immediately recognized it as a precious dragon necklace. He took the treasure with interest, secretly pleased, while the sorcerer hurriedly asked to leave and promised never to return to Korea. Kim Junsu gently granted permission, causing him to immediately flee from that place. However, right after he left, Kim Junsu suddenly acted to ensure he would no longer have the ability to cause harm if he continued to live. Returning to the present, Kim Junsu smiled and said he had obtained the antidote from the shape-shifting sorcerer, while Sung Hee-jeon asked in a low voice about the one behind the plot. He firmly pointed out that the saintess and the subordinates of the Black Panther cult, with the force of the Godfather behind them, were the masterminds. Recalling the past, Aaron had once brandished a sword in rebellion when this cult used a terrorist alliance in the first episode. That action had frightened the president and his wife, thereby paralyzing government operations. This time, their target was to assassinate the chairpersons of major conglomerates. Sung Hee-jeon worried because she did not understand why she had been targeted. Kim Junsu silently analyzed that it might be related to her recent funding to oppose the terrorist alliance, but he could not reveal the truth about the Godfather due to lack of evidence. After considering, he looked at her and slowly said that he had not yet determined the exact cause. However, Kim Junsu calmly announced that he had found the hideout of the Black Panther cult, causing Sung Hee-jeon's gaze to turn sharp. He immediately stood up and formally entrusted him with the mission of tracking down those who had attempted to murder her. Punish them appropriately so they will no longer have the chance to cause further harm. The scene shifted to the bridge where vintage cars bustled back and forth over the river shimmering under the brilliant sunlight, the Han River. Kim Junsu rested his hands on the railing, lowered his head to carefully observe the surroundings. Sung Hee-jeon leisurely approached to report, "Warrior, everything has been prepared as you requested." She looked at the crowd standing on the bridge taking photos and spoke with concern. "Is it truly necessary to go this far? We only need to gather evidence." Hearing that, he immediately turned back and replied, "There are still other options, however. To prevent the zombie catastrophe in episode 2, to keep the capital's soul from falling into chaos. This is the only choice," Kim Junsu slowly explained. "An example must be made to serve as a warning." Targeting the Black Panther cult and the mastermind behind MANHWA, Sung Hee-jeon asked in shock, "The mastermind behind MANHWA? He looked down at the river and confidently replied, "You will witness it with your own eyes, then please begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Junsu cast the Grand Water Evaporation spell, launching a powerful surge of energy into the riverbed. The water surface immediately split apart at the spot where the energy struck. The riverbed revealed the ground beneath. The entrance hiding their money under the Han River finally appeared. Immediately afterward, everyone looked up at the sky in astonishment. The city suddenly hovered in midair, the water parted in two, making Kim Junsu excitedly shout, "The operation begins." Cannons prepared in advance immediately moved into position. He ordered the Acha shells to be fired, preparing for bombardment. Kim Junsu observed the equipment traits displayed on the system. He began to count down, 3, 2, 1, brimming with excitement as he grasped the control wheel of the cannon and fired. "Crush them under my command." Instantly countless shells plunged into the river, flames erupted and dyed the water red. The system continued to announce, "Command has acquired a trait, order has acquired a trait, leadership has acquired a trait." Immediately afterward, a barrier appeared beneath the river. The system detected a defensive shield around the target. Kim Junsu immediately ordered a halt to the bombardment, excitement filling his heart. "Finally, you reveal yourself." A giant with a muscular body appeared in imposing majesty, raising his sword high. He stood upon an ancient circle emitting dense ominous energy. Surrounded by dark mages controlling him with sinister sorcery, he thought to himself, even black blood soldiers and diviner mages. The system continued to report that there were also priests. "Master, how do you intend to handle this?" Kim Junsu replied eagerly, just in time for some exercise. Looking at the equipment traits on the system, he confidently declared, "I will handle this personally." After saying that, Kim Junsu gripped his sword and leaped straight down from the bridge with spirited excitement. Immediately, he swung his sword fiercely at the barrier. Energy along the blade erupted violently and struck the target. The barrier shattered under that terrifying power. The giant revealed himself. Kim Junsu immediately shouted, "Hija." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward with a heavy slash, but the giant blocked the attack. Sung Hee-jan anxiously flew down from above to support him. "That is too hasty, superhuman. I will join the battle as well." However, before she could assist, a giant gorilla suddenly lunged at her in attack. Sung Hee-jan quickly realized the unfavorable situation, unease rising within her. "Black magic. This is a power I can hardly resist." Waves of monsters charged at her, forcing her to exert all her strength to hold them off. Suddenly, John turned to the side with a look of surprise. Kim Junsu rushed in like the wind, swinging his sword to eliminate the monsters. She exclaimed in astonishment, "That is." With just a glance, Sung Hee-jan recognized it as the Aura Blade. After the battle ended, she gently approached and asked, "Have you become a sword saint upon reaching level 6? I intended to help you but was saved instead." Kim Junsu replied, "I have cleaned up, now let us proceed inside." With that, the two advanced toward the massive gate, the enemy's secret base. The two stared tensely at the gate before stepping into the restricted area. The gate slowly opened, both certain that the evidence of the mastermind behind the Black Panther cult lay within. Inside the restricted zone, towering buildings stood close together with an eerie presence that sent chills down the spine. Sung Hee-jan walked while observing the surroundings. The place was completely deserted. Kim Junsu explained that their real base was in Brazil. As they moved, he outlined their mission. "We must find the one behind the sabotage in Korea." Sung Hee-jan asked skeptically, "You mean the controller you mentioned?" The two approached a massive wall covered in strange black flames. Kim Junsu stood with his hands on his hips and said that the evidence seemed to lie behind this wall. Sung Hee-jan covered her mouth in shock at the sight of the entire wall engulfed in black fire. Kim Junsu calmly said that he would handle it. He slowly stepped closer and pressed his hand against a brick in the wall. The black flames were suddenly drawn into a single point, and at the same time the wall gradually opened. Sung Hee-jan widened her eyes, astonished and curious at the sight. When everything settled, enormous iron cabinets reaching the ceiling appeared before them. It was unbelievable that such a space existed within the seal. They opened a drawer and were stunned by the treasure inside: gemstones, magic stones, and diamonds, all valuable items. Perhaps this was the reward for the assassination mission of Chairman Seoang. They were truly generous. While searching separately, Kim Junsu suddenly picked up a stack of documents and called out that it seemed they had found evidence about the culprit. Looking at the abstract, tangled symbols, both were confused. The document was written in encrypted language. Sung Hee-jan put on her glasses and examined it carefully, saying they needed more time to decode it and would have to consult an expert. Kim Junsu inwardly remarked that they had concealed their tracks too well. She proposed handing it over to their security team. saying they would decode it as quickly as possible. Kim Junsu accepted, feeling a trace of regret yet satisfied to have Jumo Group as an ally. Returning to the massive office building, she once again expressed her gratitude for his assistance. Kim Junsu sat in his chair with a bewildered and puzzled expression at the title Sword Saint. He pointed at himself and asked Sword Saint. Sung Hee-jeon pushed her phone toward him and calmly said that news about him was spreading rapidly. On the trending search board appeared an eye-catching headline: "The Black Tiger Swordsman is now called the Sword Saint." People had begun using that title for him. Kim Junsu looked at the praising comments and could not help but blush, thinking those headlines were exaggerated. Sung Hee-jeon gently pushed a bag toward him and said it was her gift. Kim Junsu was surprised to see that it was a golf bag. She explained that since he often used one, she had chosen a more premium model. He accepted it and humbly replied that she did not need to do that. Thinking of the gold and jewels he had received earlier, Kim Junsu smiled warmly and said he had already received too much. Sung Hee-jeon generously responded that the gift was only natural because he had saved her life. Inwardly, he could not help but remark that the chairwoman of Jumo Group was truly generous and on a completely different level. I-do looked at him happily tallying the gifts and said that once they decoded the documents from the Black Leopard Association and the Mew Association, they would contact him. Kim Junsu was holding gold and cash and looked up when asked where he would go next. Sword Saint. He locked the bag and replied calmly that he would do what the chairwoman of Jumo Group was also doing. The momentum of reaching level 7, deep in his soul, he felt compelled to grow stronger to prevent the disaster in Chapter 2. The scene shifted to the Divine Realm in Thessaly, Greece, where an ancient structure floated in midair. 2 armored soldiers stood guard at the gate, and in front of them a noisy crowd pressed together. Looking at the chaotic scene, Kim Junsu muttered not to push and to line up. Indeed, it was as crowded as expected. The only path to Olympus was through the Temple of Gaia, and entry was not easy. The scene shifted to the arena where the Olympian gods once faced annihilation. The final battle had taken place there. The image of the goddess appearing in his mind strengthened his resolve. He had come here for a god, Gaia, ancestor of gods and giants, who had summoned him. Kim Junsu pushed through the jostling crowd. To enter, he had to complete a mission. With a confident bearing, he walked straight to the main gate and told himself that when meeting a deity he must become a soul and receive the privilege of immortality. The crowd stepped aside in curiosity about his emblem, wondering if he was a holy knight. Someone asked in surprise whether he should have arrived on a flying divine steed. Kim Junsu thought that a divine horse looked too gentle and did not suit his style. At least a dragon would be impressive enough. Kim Junsu approached the main gate, drawing the attention of the 2 guards. One guard greeted him warmly, saying it was an honor to meet Holy Knight Kim Warrior and that they were his guides. Kim Junsu asked in surprise if they knew him. The other guard replied that no one did not know Stigma's guardian. He politely said they would escort him and invited him forward. The surrounding crowd admired and whispered that he was Stigma's guardian and that they had seen him in Germany. How fortunate. Under the clear blue sky around the castle, words of admiration continued to echo. They had not expected him to appear here. The scene shifted as Kim Junsu followed a guard inside. He swept his gaze across every small corner, astonishment rising within him at the sheer luxury and grandeur, a feeling entirely different from Thor's great palace that had once left him overwhelmed. Looking at the gleaming emblem pinned to his chest, he could not hide his pride, thinking he was fully enjoying the privileges of an honorary paladin of the Gai Order. As he approached the fountain, Kim Junsu noticed someone already waiting and heard a greeting. "We have been waiting for you, Paladin." A woman in a white robe, calm in demeanor, went straight to the point and handed him the paper containing the assigned mission. Without another word, Kim Junsu stepped forward to look and told himself this was a mandatory task to be granted an audience with a god. Holding the mission parchment, he silently prayed that this trial would be simple. At that moment, the woman in white spoke, "The one who has ascended the heavenly path. Go to the Georgia Valley beneath the gold mines and seize the golden fleece from Hong Long." Receiving the mission, Kim Junsu could not help sighing inwardly, blaming himself for drawing such a troublesome challenge. On the high cliff, he hid behind a large rock, quietly observing the golden dragon shimmering as it slept. He muttered softly, "Hong Long, among the dragon race, this is the most notoriously hot-tempered species." Kim Junsu crept forward step by careful step, but unfortunately stepped on a dry branch that made a sound. The faint noise instantly awakened Hong Long, who opened his majestic eyes wide and stared toward the source of the sound. It roared, releasing a terrifying pressure that forced everything around, including Kim Junsu, to retreat. He clenched the necklace on his chest, his eyes resolute. Without the slightest hesitation, Kim Junsu stepped forward and called out loudly, "Hey, let us talk for a moment, my Lord Dragon." Hong Long froze in astonishment. "You can speak." He smiled in satisfaction, thanks to the dragon necklace that allowed him to use the dragon tongue, fortunate that he had brought it along. The dragon asked suspiciously, "Strange creature, what do you wish to say?" Kim Junsu steadied himself, recalling how he had once defeated Hong Long in the game and believing he could do it again. Looking at the golden fleece beneath the dragon's body, he thought that a direct attack might damage it, so he needed to remain calm. Kim Junsu spoke, "I have come to offer advice." Hearing this, Hong Long immediately flew into a rage, scoffing, "A lowly creature like you dares." Quickly cut him off, displayed his power panel and suggested, "Calm down, at least we can talk." Hong Long was stunned by that power. With impatience, it urged, "If you dare then speak." Kim Junsu sat down leisurely as if negotiating between friends, advising that staying here forever would make it difficult to become the lord of the dragon race. After hearing this, Hong Long showed clear astonishment, unable to believe what it had just heard. Kim Junsu continued manipulating its mind, pointing out that for 2,000 years it had achieved nothing, and if this continued its hope would gradually fade. Its pride wounded, Hong Long roared in fury, "Lowly creature, what do you know?" Sensing the opportunity, Kim Junsu painted an enticing vision. "I can help you become a dragon god. In return, grant me the golden fleece." Hong Long ground its teeth and growled, "Your words are already insolent, yet you dare covet my treasure." It sprang to its feet, immense pressure spreading. "Do you think I would give you a chance?" Kim Junsu feigned indifference and used the taunt skill. "If you do not wish to, then forget it." Those words caused Hong Long's fury to erupt, its eyes blazing with rage. The sky darkened as an angry voice echoed, "Take this as your final words." It unleashed a fierce stream of flames straight at Kim Junsu. He nimbly dodged and launched a counterattack, thinking how easy it was to provoke this dragon's temper. Seizing the chance, Kim Junsu swiftly snatched some of the fleece and ran, making Hong Long cry out in horror, "My fleece." It roared and chased after him violently, determined not to let him escape. A heaven-shaking explosion suddenly erupted. Hong Long panted heavily, looking down in shock, "This lowly creature." Kim Junsu gathered momentum, steadied himself and retreated backward. Seeing him draped in the golden fleece, Hong Long was enraged beyond measure. "You dare take my treasure." He laughed provocatively, "So what, you cannot destroy it, can you?" Kim Junsu calculated inwardly that the golden fleece possessed the power of immortality and regeneration, enough to help him defeat Hong Long, then continued provoking that if it wished to destroy it he would not resist. He recalled the words of the Western Thunder God, "Make use of this gift to deal with that dragon." Earlier, he had been granted a divine hammer to aid him in battle. Channeling divine power, Kim Junsu leaped onto Hong Long's head and declared his mission to eliminate. On the verge of defeat, Hong Long desperately begged for mercy, but Kim Junsu firmly refused. A bolt of lightning imbued with divine power struck decisively, accompanied by Kim Junsu's cold words about the value of dragon materials. Gravely wounded, Hong Long crashed to the ground and could no longer resist. Kim Junsu appeared pleased, saying things could have been simpler, yet inwardly he only thought of the level-up reward and the level 7 divine potion. His eyes gleamed with intense ambition, determined to gather all the spoil. The scene shifted to the White Nguyen Nga castle, where radiant golden light filled the entire space. The goddess Gaia appeared above in her magnificent form, looking down and asking, "Has a distinguished guest come to visit me?" Kim Junsu bowed respectfully, "It is an honor to meet you. I am the warrior Kim." The goddess calmly replied that she had observed him for a long time and was ready to answer any questions, filling him with gratitude. Recalling what he had experienced, Kim Junsu said that the Western Thunder God had told him he was summoned by an entity that was not a god. Facing the goddess, he asked whether she knew who had summoned him, and Gaia answered that if it had occurred in the human realm or hell she would know, but this time she did not. During this, Kim Junsu grew even more doubtful, and Gaia proposed that it might be related to hidden dimensions or spatial rifts. Those words made him recall the image of a woman with a calculating expression. He wondered whether it was the Holy Maiden of the Duk Tra Church. However, Gaia explained that the possibility was very low because summoning a soul from another world would severely damage the summoner's soul. She added that the summoner had likely dissipated, which made Kim Junsu ponder since the Holy Maiden's soul seemed stable. Realizing she could not help further, the goddess suggested that he state his wish. Kim Junsu hesitated for a moment before speaking. With resolute eyes, he asked the goddess to grant him a suitable level 7 blueprint. Without hesitation, Gaia extended her hand and gave him a glowing scroll, agreeing to grant his wish. Before Kim Junsu's eyes was a radiant scroll, leaving him inwardly astonished at the level 7 blueprint. Joy surged within him as he realized there seemed to be another reward awaiting him. The goddess handed over 2 more scrolls, a level 7 and a level 8 blueprint, along with the necessary skills and items, making Kim Junsu extremely excited. Clutching them tightly, he believed that with this power defeating the level 8 Holy Maiden was no longer impossible, while also remembering the requirement of aberrant cores for advancement. To reach level 7, he needed the mana core of an otherworldly demon. As for level 8, it required the mana core of a half-demon from another world. Kim Junsu could not help thinking about level 9, wondering if it would require a god's mana core, and feeling pressured by the amount of materials needed. Sensing his worry, the goddess Gaia gently reassured him not to concern himself with the distant future, for his fate was approaching a crucial turning point. Kim Junsu listened attentively to every word of the goddess. Clenching the 2 scrolls, he told himself he must become stronger to confront the Chapter 3 final boss, the level 8 Holy Maiden. He bowed in gratitude to the magnificent and benevolent goddess Gaia, and she reminded him that the second wave was drawing near. Kim Junsu asked in surprise about the second wave, and Gaia explained that he had to withstand it to change his fate, otherwise he would pay the price. His shadow gradually stretched across the ground as the warning echoed, "If you fail, you will be devoured." On the way back, Kim Junsu kept pondering the goddess's words, realizing that the second wave was the impending zombie catastrophe. He brooded in worry, wondering whether destroying the Black Panther Church's event core would be enough to stop them. Kim Junsu's car landed smoothly, bringing the recent journey to a close. In his mind, he kept brooding over the living blade. He could not believe it. Now it was likely already being forged. Kim Junsu carefully closed the car door, his thoughts racing. Defeating it alone was nearly impossible, but when they saw him return, everyone ran out excitedly to greet him. "Teacher, you are back." Kim Junsu looked at Kali, calculations forming instantly in his mind. The only way left was to resolve it through Kali's personal mission. Gujin asked, "Did you meet the necessary god?" He replied cheerfully, "Yes. How is the golden dragon tree I gave you?" Everyone eagerly reported, "We have dismantled it. Everything is preserved carefully," which satisfied him greatly. Kim Junsu called Gujin, and he answered, "Yes, teacher." He wondered, "While I was away, what did you do to skip Bloodnear? It looks a bit different." Gujin smiled and replied, "I improved it a little." He continued, "This kind of thing is my specialty." Kim Junsu glanced at the golden dragon head behind him and broke into a cold sweat. "Great, but why leave the dragon head here?" The closer he looked, the more unusual Gujin seemed. Soren praised, "Our youngest is truly talented." Gujin complained, "I told you not to call me the youngest," Janet added. "It looks much better now," Kali exclaimed. "Now it looks like a mobile hotel." Seeing their achievements, Kim Junsu praised their hard work, feeling satisfied inside. His students were growing so fast. He looked at Soren. She had grown much stronger. Soren blushed and covered her mouth as she giggled. "I knew teacher would notice." Janet raised her hand. "Teacher, what about me?" Kim Junsu nodded. "Janet will reach level 6 soon." As for Kali, he examined her equipment traits and silently marveled. At first she only had 4 traits, now she had gained charm. Kim Junsu patted Kali on the head, her face flushed red. She was about to reach level 5, and he felt relieved inside. Fortunately, Kali was ready for the mission. Gujin asked, "Where are we going now?" He answered quickly, "West to the Grand Canyon." Gujin and Kali were slightly surprised. "The Grand Canyon? Do not tell me it is the giant rift." He looked at the girl and gently explained the plan. "Kali, today you will reach level 5. When we arrive at the Great Rift, the Colorado tree will be placed inside you." Kim Junsu asked further, "You must meet your grandmother so your emotions may fluctuate. Can you do it?" Kali hesitated slightly. She recalled her past. Ever since she became his student, she had prepared herself mentally. Kali clenched her fists and said confidently, "I can do it. Please trust me." Kali's personal mission, defeat her grandmother who had become an otherworldly being and obtain Colorado, was the only way to free the bloodline of the goddess. Kim Junsu calculated that once that was done, obtaining the level 7 divine medicine would also be easier. He patted her shoulder, "Then let us begin training, Kali." Kim Junsu pointed forward with blazing determination. "Before we go to America, you must go through hell training." Everyone behind responded in perfect coordination, "Yes, teacher." The scene shifted down to a towering cliff. In the distance lay the Grand Canyon, a colossal rift. Kim Junsu used his 6th sense to analyze the path ahead. Looking at the decayed giant skeleton, this was a branch of the Black Panther Church. Soren complained, "That pile of bones is truly unsettling." Kim Junsu reminded them, "From now on everyone must follow Kali, remember the gathering point." Kali answered first, "Yes, the spiral serpent tower, but where are you going?" Kim Junsu pointed ahead, "I will lure out the living blade inside." Janet panicked. "What, is that not very dangerous?" Soren comforted her. "Janet, we must accept it now. Teacher does not gamble with his life." Kali added, "Teacher also has the heavenly demon body." Smiled, "You talk too much, now I am at ease." Something flashed through Kali's mind, making her frown. She clutched her head and cried out, "My head." Soren rushed over in panic. "Kali, what is wrong?" Everyone gathered around in worry. Kim Junsu remained with his arms crossed. Finally, there is a reaction. Kali sat down trembling, hearing a strange sound. It was not the zombie dragon but another master, a spirit being. At the Black Panther subaltar, a giant rift appeared. In the monitoring room, they simultaneously let out a sigh. Time does not pass. They discussed bluntly, how much longer until it is finished? Truly stubborn, probably about 20 years. The supervisor said, "We are about to see the end. Inject enough mana into the dragon corpse and it will become our servant." His eyes gleamed with excitement. "Our sect will rise." A noise rang out, causing the supervisor to turn his head. "What was that sound? Did you hear it just now?" At that moment the person beside him collapsed. While the supervisor was still stunned, the system reported the situation. Equipment traits: overwhelm, martial arts, immense strength, stealth. Kim Junsu immediately attacked the remaining person. "You lot, how can you survive guarding like this? Neglecting your duty, you know. I think you are quite fine targets." Looked at the screen and thought, "I cannot handle so many alone. They are all level 5 superhuman." A thought flashed through his mind. Kim Junsu presented a card. "The best way is to notify, confirm identity, Lord Edmund." Seeing the opportunity, he immediately pressed the all button. An alarm echoed throughout the center. Emergency situation detected. Iron doors closed one after another, activating the defense system. According to Kim Junsu's plan, everyone was trapped inside. Meanwhile, the others focused their magic crafting on the golden dragon. Suddenly, an invisible gravity appeared around them. It threw them into panic. "What is that sound? What are the guards doing? High priest over there." Seeing him above, they panicked. "An intruder, how did he get in?" Numerous attacks shot straight toward Kim Junsu. "Kill him immediately." He made his move. "Very well. Let us see what my new weapon can do." Kim Junsu recalled when he rummaged through the cabinet. After a while, he was surprised to discover an interesting item. Looking at the two guns, his eyes lit up. "This is..." Back to reality, Kim Junsu skillfully used the weapon. "Take this, Invincible gun." Bullets fired continuously outward. Everyone in the room kept getting hit. They could not react in time. Frustrated, open the barrier. Why are the bullets firing non-stop? One person cast a mana shield to block the bullets. "Do not let him escape." The person beside him froze at those words. "What but?" Suddenly a voice echoed, "Who will guard the living blade dragon seal?" As soon as the sound ended, the scene descended into chaos. Realizing they could not handle it, they shouted, "Run." The golden dragon roared, causing everything around to tremble. Nearby was affected. The system notified equipment traits: magic resistance, defense, barrier, mana shield, mana armor, mana barrier. Kim Junsu aimed his weapon at the golden dragon, admitting it truly was a boss, not simple at all. A powerful bullet shot out. "Take this." It directly targeted its body. Golden dragon felt pain. Its roar grew increasingly ferocious. Hong Long seemed to lose control, unleashing a massive torrent of flames that engulfed the entire space. A sudden shift in the situation left him stunned. Though that creature had yet to reach its complete form, its power had already far exceeded imagination. At the same time, a chime from the system echoed, activating traits, airstrike, acceleration, and rapid advance. Kim Junsu immediately dashed in the opposite direction. The red chainstone was already very close, only a short distance remained. Suddenly, he heard Soren's voice signal her presence, causing Kim Junsu to smile in satisfaction. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly moved toward his group. The moment he landed, Kim Junsu asked Kali if this was the correct location. The girl replied that she could hear whispers indicating they were nearly there. No sooner had Kali finished speaking than Hong Long lunged forward at a terrifying speed. He immediately deployed his shield and wondered if he had arrived too late, while Kali glanced toward the sun and softly denied it. After observing carefully, Kali confidently affirmed that they had succeeded. At that moment, the voice of the astral being rang out with authority, questioning the one who dared to oppress the descendant of the Holy Star Sovereign. This creature instantly appeared, hovering in midair. It continued to provoke, mocking that the rotting heap of flesh no longer seemed to know fear. Those words violently agitated Hong Long. The two forces quickly charged at each other, creating a tense confrontation. Witnessing this scene, Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction. concluding that their clash would benefit the group, something Soren also agreed with. Even so, he remained cautious, believing that the Child of the Stars would certainly not be an easy opponent. Suddenly, Kim Junsu hurled a hammer toward them, declaring that his plan had officially begun. The weapon grazed the astral being's body, enraging it as it roared at the provocation of mere insects. Before the astral being could comprehend what was happening, Hong Long had already rushed in with a sudden attack. Thanks to the surprise strike, Hong Long quickly gained the upper hand and subdued his opponent. Kim Junsu curled his lips slightly, realizing that what seemed like assistance to Hong Long was in truth meant to serve the goal of rescuing someone. The astral being's eyes brimmed with fury, as it declared that all would become sacrifices for the Holy Star Sovereign. Just as Kim Junsu had anticipated, it immediately summoned the tentacled monstrosity and ordered an attack. Seeing the opponent approach, Kim Junsu prepared to face it, realizing that the key figure had finally appeared. The tentacled monstrosity with its grotesque form slowly advanced, and that was Kali's grandmother. Through their blood connection, Kali instantly recognized her and choked out the word, grandmother. At the same time, Kim Junsu lunged forward to attack, opening the most crucial scene. Everything seemed to be unfolding exactly as he had calculated beforehand. Kim Junsu executed a sword technique as graceful as a dance, beautiful yet laced with killing intent. After observing, he assessed that the move Blood God dance, though powerful and complex, was still far inferior to the Fire Star sword art. Immediately, the system displayed a notification, activating the equipment trait of the Fire Star sword art and ownership of the sword. A sudden resounding noise caused Kim Junsu to glance toward its sword. Witnessing the sight before him, he realized everything was as predicted. The Child of the Stars was gaining the upper hand. Hong Long was now struggling to withstand the astral being, yet he seemed unable to turn the tide. The astral being immediately ordered the tentacled monstrosity to end the battle. Kim Junsu realized the opportunity had come when the opponent commanded the execution of Hong Long, and the monstrosity prepared to act. He revealed a calculating smile, disclosing that the earlier confrontation had only been to wear down Hong Long's strength. Kim Junsu began climbing step by step onto the astral being's body. Gripping the hammer tightly, he issued a warning that the opponent was overstepping his bounds. Suddenly, countless tentacles appeared behind him, forcing him to submit to the Holy Star Sovereign. Hearing those contemptuous words, Kim Junsu could only force a stiff smile, realizing the danger of the situation. Tentacles swiftly surrounded the entire space around him, gathered momentum, and leapt high into the air to break free from the encirclement. As soon as he came to a stop, the scene before him left Kim Junsu stunned. Surprised that the opponent still retained fighting strength, Kim Junsu remained confident, as he had prepared in advance as a blessed holy knight. Suddenly, the sky erupted with violent peals of thunder. Seizing the moment, he channeled energy into the hammer, invoking Gaia's protection. Kim Junsu poured all his strength into smashing the hammer down upon the ground. Immediately after, fierce bolts of lightning carrying Thor's power coiled around the astral being's body. Seeing this, he murmured softly that everything was likely settled. Kim Junsu immediately shifted his gaze toward Hong Long to complete the plan. Without hesitation, he drew the sword at his waist. Kim Junsu unleashed the decisive strike, bringing the battle to its conclusion. He climbed onto the astral being's head, leaving it utterly shocked. With resolute determination, he executed a fatal sword strike. The blade pierced through Hong Long's body in an instant. At the same time, a sharp beam of light sliced across the astral being's body. Tentacled monstrosity was also affected by the attack, and that was Kyo Genji, Kali's grandmother. When everything settled, everyone quickly moved closer to her. Observing her condition, Kim Junsu believed that holy water could prolong her life for a short time. Suddenly, the tentacled monstrosity's body began to undergo drastic changes. Kim Junsu realized she was gradually returning to her original form, at an age nearly equivalent to an alien being. After the fierce battle, the surrounding scene became devastating. Looking around, Kim Junsu smiled in satisfaction, as the campaign had succeeded perfectly. His gaze turned to the woman once controlled by the Child of the Stars, now regaining her sanity, yet something still remained unfinished. Noticing that she was sinking into pain, he understood that her life was nearing its end. Kali, the girl bearing the same name as the goddess, hurried forward. She ran over breathlessly and choked out, "Grandmother." Seeing her grandmother before her, Kali was moved to be recognized, and she was also astonished to see her granddaughter had grown up. She gently replied that Kali was the final descendant, so she could never forget, though the alien creature always invaded her mind whenever she thought of her granddaughter. With kind eyes, she explained that both of them were descendants of the goddess, and giving Kalarachi to Kali was the only way to save her life. Hearing those words, Kali could no longer hold back and burst into sobs. After that, she suddenly asked about Amit and was quickly told by Kali that her father was still safe. She expressed how much she missed her son, and Kali earnestly invited her to Seoul to reunite with the family. During this, she smiled gently and thanked her granddaughter. Looking at her hand gradually fading away, she sadly admitted that her time was running out, leaving Kali stunned. She turned to Kim Junsu, her benefactor, and asked permission to make a request. He immediately agreed. He sincerely asked him to cremate her and scatter her ashes over the drifting island of Hunmang, promising that once her wish was fulfilled, he would receive a worthy gift. She added that she would pass Kalarachi to Kali, but the girl painfully gripped her hand and could not accept that truth. Not long after, the tentacled monster drew out a treasured sword and said, "Kali, take this, otherwise my soul will wander forever in this dreadful world." The girl stared intently at the weapon floating in midair, and quickly realized it was SSR Kalarachi. Kali unconsciously reached out to grasp the hilt and murmured, "This is." At that very moment, the sword completely fused with the girl. The tentacled monster smiled kindly. "At last I can rest in peace." Kali could not hold back her tears and cried out loudly, "Grandmother." The girl hurriedly pleaded, "No, please do not leave." He gently supported her and said she had worked hard, now the ritual would begin. Kali's desperate cries rang out without end, "Grandmother." The tentacled monster gently reminded her, "Do not be sad anymore, Kali." He continued, "The heart of our family will always be bound together." Amid the chaotic sea with towering columns of water, they discovered a place connected to the goddess Kali. It was an ideal place to increase mana, but it also concealed the risk of transforming into a monster if one were bewitched by the whispers of a strange entity. Holding the urn of ashes, the girl softly said she could hear her grandmother's voice. He replied that it was likely the voice of the goddess Kali. The girl asked in surprise, "A goddess?" Kali heard the explanation that both she and her grandmother were maidens serving the goddess Kali, and now that she was also under the goddess's protection, she could hear her voice. A trace of sadness flickered in the girl's eyes. She felt that voice gently comforting her. As Kali scattered the ashes, she prayed, "Goddess, please take care of my grandmother." Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, leaving him astonished at the terrifying pressure. The girl seemed to understand, and said that the goddess wanted him to place his hand on the magic circle. During this, he briefly thought that perhaps the goddess Kali had descended. Carrying his doubts, he reached out and touched the magic circle. Instantly, a surge of power enveloped him, along with a notification sound from the system. "You have obtained a superpower trait." He was astonished, and thought he had not expected to gain this ability so easily. Seeing his surprise, the girl smiled and said it was a gift from the goddess. He sank into thought that obtaining this trait proved. Kali suddenly swung her sword forward and asked whether he could keep up with her speed. He simultaneously speculated that he might possess Kalarachi. The girl immediately charged into the air to attack. Kali moved as fast as lightning, and the system immediately displayed the traits. Kalarachi Goddess Bloodline Blood Rain Sword. He activated a series of traits such as acceleration, lightning, blink, telepathy, superpower, mana spring, then gave chase. He smiled in satisfaction as the traits erupted with power, especially in a place where mana surged so intensely. Before long, he had already closed the distance to Kali, proving he could keep up with her. Seeing this, Kali smiled in satisfaction and offered praise. The girl swiftly slashed her sword toward him and declared she would show no mercy to the sword's master. He thought of combining the master swordsman trait with dance to create sword dance, then decided to test it. Mid-air, the two began a fierce clash. Neither yielded, making the battle incredibly real and tense. He had to admit that this astonishing speed was the goddess's power. In a brief instant, Kali unleashed a flurry of consecutive techniques. He memorized all 108 sword forms of the girl in his mind. His demon eye and intuition analyzed every movement of Kali. From that, he formed a sword dance in his own distinctive style. His style was completely different from Kalarachi's Blood Shadow, because he had refined and renewed it with his personal imprint, surpassing even the original mold. Looking at his sword, he felt delighted at finally perfecting it, and the system simultaneously announced the equipment trait. Kalarachi Flame Star Swordsmanship Sword of Nephilim. The three top swordsmanship traits of soul gathered together. Kim Junsu tightened his grip on the sword and determined that his next task was to build a development path suitable for them. His thoughts drifted far away, whether heavenly demon or holy maiden. Kim Junsu curled his lips slightly. Even that pope high above would be swept away by him. While he was lost in thought, a voice beside him suddenly pulled him back to reality. "Teacher, you are truly too much." Turning around, Kim Junsu saw Kali breathing heavily and could not help but be startled. Quickly explained that it was only a misunderstanding. Earlier, that was not truly Kali and he himself had nearly been in danger. Everyone had witnessed the girl moving as if she had become someone else. Suddenly, Soren pointed her dagger at Kim Junsu and coldly said she did not want to hear any excuses. Her face darkened. What they truly wanted was to spar with teacher. Janet activated traits such as Innate Talent, Mana Spring, Diamond Body, Shield Expert, Provoke, and Sword of Nephilim. Kali also prepared her traits including Kalarachi, Goddess Bloodline, Blood Rain Sword, Shadow Step, Time Control, and Soul Division. Soren finally equipped Flame Star Swordsmanship, Real Combat, Airstrike, Giant Strength, Diamond Body, and Immortality, smiling provocatively at teacher's new power. During that, Kim Junsu immediately accepted the challenge. Very well. He also activated his traits including Flame Star Swordsmanship, Sword of Nephilim, Kalarachi, Sword Master, Mana Spring, and Diamond Body. Then he proudly declared, "All of you come at once." Only minutes later, thousands of lightning bolts poured down upon the battlefield like rain. The battle quickly became completely one-sided in favor of Kim Junsu. Soren, though exhausted, still tried to ask, "Teacher, are you all right?" Kim Junsu panted but still replied that he was completely fine. Kali bluntly pointed out that blood was flowing from teacher's mouth. She suspiciously asked whether teacher had used all three sword styles simultaneously. Kim Junsu admitted that it consumed more mana than expected. Hearing that, the girl complained that teacher truly showed no mercy. Janet also groaned about the pain. Soren was dissatisfied and said teacher should hold back more, but Kim Junsu ignored it and told them to drink recovery potions and continue training, because the monsters in the Great Sea were not too difficult for their level. After that, Kim Junsu instructed that he still had matters to resolve, so he would leave first, and everyone needed to train until strong enough before returning. He seriously emphasized that a major upheaval was about to occur in Seoul, leaving everyone puzzled. Kim Junsu explained that this event was as serious as the previous terrorist incident and sufficient to paralyze all of Seoul. Upon hearing this, all four of them were utterly shocked. Once everything was settled, not long after Kim Junsu arrived at the necessary location. As soon as he opened the sacred decree, he immediately received a congratulatory notification from the system. The system announced that he had reached level 7, while in Chaotic Soul even level 5 was enough to receive priority. Countless thoughts intertwined in Kim Junsu's mind about the meaning of level 7, the threshold of superhuman power. This was the supreme realm where an individual could be regarded as a mobile catastrophe, equal to the power of a modern aircraft carrier. He silently calculated that he was strong enough to handle Chapter 2, but still not fully prepared for the trials ahead. At that moment, his phone rang. He realized he needed stronger allies, and the Tower Master was the suitable choice. Kim Junsu quickly answered and greeted him. The Tower Master cheerfully said he called to boast about an achievement. Kim Junsu guessed something and asked whether the person on the other end had completed the research. He recalled the conversation about the difference between warrior and mage. The Tower Master excitedly proposed a 2-year wager to compare whose supreme flame was stronger. He happily reminded him of the promise about the supreme flame of the Sun Tower. Unable to contain his excitement, Kim Junsu immediately ran to meet the Tower Master. The Tower Master laughed loudly, not expecting the goal the Magic Tower had long cherished to be achieved so quickly. He forced a smile, congratulated him on completing it, and silently thought that a bet was still a bet. Losing here meant it was over. Kim Junsu recalled and said, "That sounds interesting, so what shall we wager?" The Tower Master immediately replied that if he won, he would grant him anything he desired. He smiled and added, "But if I am the victor, you must join the security team of the Magic Tower." Just imagining that prospect made Kim Junsu feel helpless, as if he would be bound under the yoke of capitalism for life. The Tower Master raised an eyebrow and said that once he saw it with his own eyes, he would surely admit defeat, so why not concede right now? Kim Junsu reminded the Tower Master, "Please do not forget that our bet is to compare whose flame is stronger." He was stunned and asked, "What do you mean, you also?" Kim Junsu replied, "That is right." He thought to himself that everything had been fully prepared, then spoke up, "Sorry, but now let us simply compare the results." The two quickly moved to the place where the supreme flame of the Sun Tower was kept. Meanwhile, the people around them whispered, "Can an ordinary warrior really complete the supreme flame? It must be some trivial magic." It is hard to understand why the Tower Master cares about him. Myung Seok had a different thought. He is the one who opened a new perspective for the Magic Tower magical techniques. He has no need to lie because he is truly different. At the same time, the Tower Master saw the flame on Kim Junsu fingertip and asked, "Is that your supreme flame?" Kim Junsu explained that not exactly, I accidentally created a slightly different result. He hummed softly. Indeed, this tiny flame hardly looks like something supreme. That is right, because this is a supreme flame created in his own, entirely unique way. Before coming here, Kim Junsu had painstakingly combined 6 rare ingredients that he had struggled to gather. Among them was the black flame he received when he advanced to level 2. Sun flame obtained after assisting Mage Kin. Fire he acquired while guiding the method to eliminate Sigma. Dragon King Pool flame gained after defeating the Golden Dragon. Celestial flame bestowed by the goddess Gaia. And the Chaos flame obtained in the battle with the Stream of Vitality. The equipment attributes included Black Flame, Sun Flame, Fire, Celestial Flame, Chaos Flame and Dragon King Pool Flame. From that, Kim Junsu created a masterpiece, a flame capable of burning away all the black fire rituals of the holy city. He said that, as I recall, your supreme flame even surpasses the solar cannon. You pursue destructive power along with casting speed suitable for real combat. Correct. The Tower Master confirmed that was correct. Kim Junsu continued, but my supreme flame is different. I have minimized the initial power as well as the mana consumption to the lowest level. He frowned and asked, so what? He explained that the power of the flame would increase correspondingly as I continue to pour more mana into it during use. Kim Junsu smiled confidently and said that this tiny flame could completely rival your supreme flame. Tower Master found it hard to believe and said, then let us see. He began to gather energy to activate it and said, watch carefully, this is. Immediately after, the Tower Master swiftly asserted the might of the supreme flame belonging to the Sun Tower. He curled his lips slightly and said that for a superhuman like you, this might be beyond your endurance. It would be better to give up. Suddenly the Tower Master gaze froze when he witnessed the scene unfolding before him. He swept his eyes around and realized that everything was engulfed in flames. The Tower Master exclaimed in shock, impossible. Can a single small flame really create such a scene? Realizing the situation had exceeded expectations, he immediately ordered it to stop. Seeing the flame pierce deep inside, the Tower Master voice became urgent, you can stop now. The moment Kim Junsu stopped, the heat spreading around had not yet completely dissipated. The system displayed the attributes of the Sun Tower Supreme Flame, including Destruction Power 290, Attack Range 78, Mana Consumption 20, Casting Time 11, Difficulty 33, Total 441. At the same time, the attributes of his Supreme Flame also appeared with Destruction Power 300, Range 100, Mana Consumption 100, Casting Time 100, Difficulty 200, Total Score 800. Kim Junsu raised an eyebrow at the Tower Master, as if to say that the strike had hit its mark. Then he declared that this was his supreme flame. Those around him were astonished upon hearing it. 800 points, impossible. The Tower Master exclaimed in astonishment that it was hard to believe. How did you create such a marvelous flame? Hearing that, Kim Junsu merely thought that in truth it was just copying. He calmly said, if you wish, I can share the method. That way the Sun Tower Supreme Flame will become even more perfect. The Tower Master replied excitedly, truly, thank you very much, Superhuman Kim, you are indeed a good person. Kim Junsu immediately set a condition, but first, since I have one, you must fulfill my request. He instantly withdrew his admiration and said, very well, tell me what you want. Kim Junsu smiled faintly and said, my request is. He thought that he needed allies to stand against the Pope, then proposed forming a blood alliance with the Sun Tower. Not long after, the sky began to pour down raindrops. Kim Junsu returned in high spirits. Good, everything is finished. He silently calculated that now there were 2 allies fighting alongside him against the Pope. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Thinking of this, Kim Junsu suddenly halted because everything seemed to be going too smoothly. At that moment, a notification sound rang out. You have received a file from Chairman Sung Hee-jon of Kumo Corporation. Do you wish to open it? Kim Junsu widened his eyes in surprise. Chairman Sung Hee-jon. He immediately pressed to open it. Could it be that she had discovered the one behind the Black Panther Society? A series of folders quickly appeared before his eye. The line Confidential Black Panther Society appeared above, making Kim Junsu confused. A confidential file. Countless questions arose in his mind. What exactly is happening? Immediately after, another line of incomprehensible content appeared, sent to Commander Zizong. The sky suddenly flashed with lightning, as if foretelling an ominous event about to occur. Kim Junsu wondered why the name of the Eastern general appeared in this document. He thought, Jaijong, could it be that the Eastern Army is funding the Black Panther Society black magic research? Kim Junsu fell into silence. Perhaps it was not entirely because of that general. He silently speculated that he was not the type to stoop so low, so who else was behind it? A moment later, Jaijong's voice rang out, "Who is it?" He shouted angrily, "Who dares to bring such humiliation upon my family?" Kim Junsu explained, "General, I am merely an outsider and do not wish to interfere in the army internal affairs, but the Eastern Army now is no different from a potential terrorist organization." Jinju and Hyung-ju stood beside him witnessing everything and remained silent. Hyung-ju did not dare to speak at this moment either. Jaijong asked among the division commanders, "Did anyone know about this beforehand?" After a while no one answered. He angrily shouted, "Why are you all silent?" Jaijong continued to interrogate, "Or is one of you the one behind it?" One person hurriedly defended himself that it was impossible. "We absolutely would not do such things." Hyung-ju suddenly spoke up, "Father." He bowed his head and admitted his fault. In truth, the Eastern Army has been involved in similar incidents many times. Hearing that, Jaijong was stunned. "What?" Hyung-ju explained that to turn our bodies into the optimal constitution for the Black Tiger sword art, we yearned for magic. Jaijong frowned and asked, "And you believed that was the right thing to do?" Hyung-ju affirmed, "No, it was a shameful act. Now looking back I realize it was all meaningless vanity." Kim Junsu silently assessed that at least in this family there was still one clear-headed person. Hyung-ju continued, "Father, as the eldest son, all of this is my fault. Please punish me accordingly. And as the commander of the 1st Division, I have one request." He said, "Please eradicate completely the illegal acts and black magic spreading within our legion." Jinju and Hyung-ju exclaimed in shock, "Brother." Jaijong rubbed his forehead and replied, "Fine, of course it must be so." He said, "Superhuman Kim, no, now I should call you swordsman." Kim Junsu replied, "Yes, General." Jaijong continued, "I want to conduct the highest level comprehensive inspection across the entire Eastern Army." He asked, "Will you take primary responsibility for this comprehensive investigation?" Kim Junsu paused then thought to himself why he had to get involved in someone else's family affairs. Jinju stood up to protest, "Father, you cannot do that, the honor of our legion will be affected." Zizong interrupted, "If you still know the meaning of honor, then you should have acted better before things became as bad as they are today." He solemnly declared to the young swordsman, "Look, I have many children, but I cannot entrust this responsibility to anyone else. So today I officially appoint you as honorary chief inspector with the honorary rank of Major General. Jaijong has placed his full trust in you. What do you think? Do you accept our request?" Kim Junsu hesitated. "Wait, this is also an opportunity to forge alliances." Thinking that, he smiled and accepted, "If you trust me with this position, I will do my utmost, sir." A few days later, at the office of the Chief Inspector General in Nogon, Kim Junsu asked about the progress of the investigation into the underground magic tower in Nogon. Choi Seok replied, "Your prediction was completely accurate. They have been illegally detaining monsters and demonic beasts." Kim Junsu realized, no wonder the Eastern Army research budget was leaking. He continued, "What about the southern side?" Taik Quian answered, "They are also running an illegal arena for mutated monsters." Kim Junsu nodded, just as expected, all the pieces were gradually falling into place. He added, "They have set up an illegal monster arena. Forcing humans and monsters to fight for entertainment is truly insane and dangerous." He suddenly wondered, "How did you know about this?" Kim Junsu explained, "Warrior-type supers use black magic to increase their power. I understand what is happening." His gaze darkened as he recalled the events that had unfolded in the game. He knew exactly what would come next. Kim Junsu reminisced. Over the past few nights, he had stayed awake reviewing all the classified documents and the Eastern Army budget. He examined the equipment traits, demon body, intuition, night vision, focus, then made precise predictions. Thanks to those superior traits, he narrowed the search down to only a few crucial clues. Kim Junsu busied himself verifying the information and uncovered all the illegal evidence related to the budget. He began to analyze. Now all that remains is to find the one behind it. Kim Junsu thought the researchers had already agreed to all of this. He saw the research file on the impact of arena combat on leveling up, and could not help being astonished at those involved. Suddenly, a strange object appeared in midair. It exploded in the night. The smoke and dust dispersed, revealing familiar figures. Jinju asked whether he was dead yet. "We must return before father notices." Hyung-ju replied, "Understood, sister." Two of them suddenly realized something was wrong. She looked at the person sitting before her. Her whole body froze without understanding why. Kim Junsu curled his lips slightly. Why would you think I would die from a mere mana bomb? Hearing that, Jinju shouted, "You insolent brats, I knew it. You must have been terrified when the secret base of the Break Zago Legion was destroyed." She immediately gave the order, "Commander of the 3rd Division, attack and finish it quickly." He replied, "Understood." The more Jinju thought about it, the angrier she became, someone who should have remained silent. Two charged forward at the same time. "Let me show you that there is always a higher mountain," he remembered. There is always a higher mountain. Kim Junsu withstood their attacks at the same time. They had leaped straight into the tiger den. He observed and assessed, as expected. The fierce attacks from the two tigers felt completely different. Kim Junsu analyzed. Two masters of the white tiger sword technique were aiming directly at his vital points. He fully sensed the opponent's strength, especially Jinju, extremely sinister and ruthless. Everything around them grew increasingly chaotic. Kim Junsu continued to face the two of them. When she thrust her sword toward him, he blocked it in time. A massive explosion erupted simultaneously. Jinju realized the opponent's scheme and quickly ordered, "Chase him." Hyung-ju replied, "Understood." The two did not hesitate to use the Tiger Guardian break technique. Kim Junsu stopped observing the two white tigers. He began to gather power into his sword. Then he released an enormous surge of power. "Do you think that is enough?" He remained steadfast. "It is merely an appearance. He is only level 7. The sound of metal clashing rang out repeatedly. Everything turned into a treacherous sea of blades. Jinju witnessed the scene. Kim Junsu smiled faintly. "Only level 7, yes, but..." He used the equipment traits Nephilim Sword, Kalaraki, Flame Star Sword Technique, Sword Master, Spirit Law, Thor Cultivation Art. Then he sneered, "I am not an ordinary level 7 super. I am a golden warrior." Kim Junsu charged forward. "Dare to destroy evidence and you will pay the price." Everything here was almost in complete chaos. Explosions resounded one after another. The sword is the pure crystallization of power. Hyung-ju was overwhelmed by the power and immediately retreated. That was the transcendent super soul, breaking all personal limits. The shockwaves traveled along the blade. Normally, that recoil would have forced the swordsman to falter. But the Flame Star Sword technique was entirely different. Equipment traits: Flame Star Sword Technique, Black Tiger Sword Technique, exploiting explosions and recoil to increase speed. Hyung-ju furiously charged forward, his movements more instinctive than ever, as if seeing through the future. A powerful strike, the sword slashed tore through the battlefield. Though severely injured, Jinju still fought on. I will kill you." Kim Junsu laughed scornfully. "Have you abandoned the honor you once cherished?" She advanced like a wild beast. "You arrogant fool." Jinju unleashed her power. "I will show you the power gained through black magic." He flashed with the thought of the wounds from fighting monsters. He silently confirmed the culprit was already clear. No further evidence was needed. As the thought ended, she rushed forward. "This is my Black Tiger Sword Technique." The power of both sides collided. Jinju suddenly felt an ominous premonition. She would soon realize. She could not understand how you executed the Black Tiger Sword Technique so perfectly. Kim Junsu sneered. "Is it not already obvious?" He countered with the sword technique. "Because I am." Kim Junsu declared himself the true master of the Black Tiger Sword. The system sound rang out. Equipment traits: White Tiger Sword Technique, Ferocious Tiger Fang, Thunder Strike, Heaven Cleaving Slash, Shadow Roar, Radiant Leaf Sword. Not long after, he returned to Jaijong. He praised, "You did well. The discipline of the Eastern Legion has been restored." Kim Junsu asked, "What about those lawbreakers?" John concluded, "I have punished them, but..." He turned and asked how you wish to handle it. He answered honestly, "They are your people, so I am cautious, but..." Kim Junsu looked at Jaijong firmly. "I believe they must be severely punished according to military law. At the same time, because they ambushed me last night and attempted to destroy evidence. He sighed, "I wish I had a child like you. I cannot even control my own children. Life is short. It feels as if it has all been wasted." Kim Junsu quickly encouraged him. "It is not like that, Commander." He added, "Without you, South Korea would have vanished in World War II. The country was protected through resistance, not by winning alongside the Allies." Kim Junsu thought the Eastern Legion commander also made great contributions in the Korean War. He bowed solemnly. "Please do not forget." He reminded him, "We are living under your legacy." Zizong could not hide his smile upon hearing that. He bluntly pointed out his intention, asking whether he was waiting to be rewarded, leaving Kim Junsu to offer an awkward smile to hide his embarrassment. Jaijong asked him to close his eyes and stand still, making Kim Junsu unable to suppress his curiosity about the gift he was about to receive. After a moment of silence, he declared that what he would grant was all of his power, along with the Eastern Legion. Hearing this, Kim Junsu was stunned as he realized something momentous, softly exclaiming in astonishment. Upon accepting it, he immediately sensed and confirmed that this was the most powerful trait of Axel's soul. That letter contained the entire life and will of the heroic Legion commander. Kim Junsu felt a fierce and violent Arabic Jim, Arabic Krat, Arabic Farsi, Ye, Arabic Khalif, Arabic Noon of mana being transmitted directly into his body. Jai Zhang coughed lightly, indicating the transfer was complete, causing Kim Junsu to stare at him in shock and call him commander. He anxiously asked why he had sacrificed so much for him, receiving the reply that he had always intended to pass this power to someone worthy. Jai Zhang explained that only upon reaching level 8 could Kim Junsu fully awaken this power, moving him to express his deep gratitude. He set forth a single condition: Kim Junsu must become a star, the title reserved for the strongest on Earth. Jai Zhang further emphasized that attaining level 9 would be worthy proof of his sacrifice. Not long after, Kim Junsu returned to the familiar world. Recalling what had just happened, he could not help but feel uneasy as he realized that the mana transfer had hastened the commander's death. He wondered anxiously whether he could reach level 9 within a single year. A call from Chairman Sung Hee-jan came through, informing him that the matter of the Eastern Legion had been resolved and asking if he had seen the news. Breaking news reported a zombie outbreak in multiple areas of Brazil, injuring hundreds while the government rushed to respond. Kim Junsu was surprised, wondering why this had happened when he believed he had ended that scheme before. He speculated that after the failure in Seoul, the Black Leopard cult had continued their plan in Brazil, even though Tu Long had been eliminated. Sung Hee-jan stated that the location obtained from clues matched the area of the outbreak, prompting Kim Junsu to immediately ask for the exact place. She quickly replied that it was the city of Sao Paulo, a name that stirred many memories within him. Kim Junsu decided to fly there at once to investigate and clarify everything. Sao Paulo was where the lost divinity of Black Leopard was kept, and also the domain of the benevolent god Paka. On the way there, he thought that the cult's objective was to seize Paka's divine throne. Kim Junsu silently affirmed this through the sign of the Ghost Legion's revival. Before long, he had set foot in Brazil. Kim Junsu stood before the Grand Cathedral of Sao Paulo with a solemn expression. He realized that the zombie outbreak in Seoul before had been meant to create a large number of corpses for a ritual. He feared that if the Mama Aquila cult did not intervene in time, Paka's divinity would be stolen and Black Leopard could be revived. Kim Junsu quickly entered the Grand Cathedral and respectfully greeted the Grand Patriarch. The Grand Patriarch cheerfully responded, expressing his honor at meeting the Sword Master again and mentioning his previous visit to the Great Abyss Rift. Kim Junsu smiled in confirmation and said he should have visited the Mama Aquila cult earlier, those who were fighting on the front lines. He bowed in apology for arriving late due to being occupied, but the Grand Patriarch waved it off, saying they were all doing what was right as children of the moon. He explained that whenever the Great Abyss Rift threatened to overflow, the cult would send a benevolent god to guard it, similar to the Guardian Alliance protecting the Great Labyrinth Ahin. The Grand Patriarch asked the reason for the sudden visit, and Kim Junsu politely said he had urgent business concerning the Black Leopard cult. Hearing this, he was not overly surprised, as the threat from that cult toward the god Paka had long existed. Kim Junsu went straight to the point, speculating that the current zombie outbreak was intended to bring forth the Ghost King here. Grand Patriarch appeared doubtful, believing such a thing could not occur in a city protected by a god, so Kim Junsu presented evidence to prove it. He explained that this evidence would help him better understand the imminent danger, though he still remained cautious toward the words of an outsider. Kim Junsu politely asked him to reconsider, silently lamenting the effort of persuading a nation not his own. He understood that from their perspective, trust was not easy, especially when the god Paka had yet to mature and had not sensed the threat. In the end, the Grand Patriarch declined to participate, unwilling to disturb their deity, and wished Kim Junsu a safe journey. Politely refused, Kim Junsu left the Grand Cathedral. He helplessly ran his hands through his hair, muttering that everything seemed to have reached a dead end. The next day, dawn gradually broke. Kim Junsu wandered in despair, realizing that without the support of the Mama Aquila cult, finding the Ghost King was nearly impossible. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded behind him, signaling the arrival of someone unexpected. The young woman slowly approached, reminding him this was their third meeting and calling him savior, making Kim Junsu realize she was the mastermind behind every scheme. Kim Junsu stepped forward to greet her, sarcastically remarking on her trouble to come to Brazil, and she calmly admitted it. The young woman lowered her voice, saying it was all thanks to him, while Kim Junsu realized she had reached level 8 and understood he could not defeat her. He analyzed that level 8 was a realm beyond human limits, making victory impossible, while the young woman curiously asked if there was anything he wished to know. Kim Junsu coldly refused to converse, deciding to find the answers himself rather than listen to her. As he prepared to leave, the young woman suddenly called out and asked to pose a question. The moment he turned back, Kim Junsu saw her face close to his in sudden proximity. The sight left him stunned as she whispered and called him savior. With a threatening gaze, the young woman asked whether he had come from another world. She revealed that she had once believed the savior was like her and had thus performed a special ritual. Kim Junsu was skeptical of her words, not understanding which ritual she meant. The young woman calmly asserted that she was the one who had summoned him, and the ritual that seemed to fail had succeeded beyond expectation. Kim Junsu immediately refuted her, recalling the god's words that the summoner must pay with their life. He remembered the goddess Gaia's words, realizing that summoning a soul from another world would severely damage the summoner's soul, even causing it to dissipate. The young woman pointed at him and posed her first question: what had she sacrificed to perform that ritual? Kim Junsu thought that perhaps she had traded something extremely precious to complete it. With lingering doubt, he asked whether she had used her own future as the sacrifice. The young woman gave a cold laugh, confirming she had sacrificed her entire future, even her soul. Kim Junsu was astonished, calling her insane, for that meant losing even the chance of reincarnation, yet she calmly accepted it. The young woman explained that when this world perished, reincarnation would be meaningless, so she chose to use her existence for a greater purpose. With an enchanting smile, she asked Kim Junsu to stop wandering and offer both body and soul to the father. Kim Junsu angrily asked why she had to be so mad when the father could not be perfectly revived, yet she calmly admitted it. He continued that the plan must change with circumstances, and a small world only needed a corresponding god, leading Kim Junsu to speculate about a mystic god. The young woman happily confirmed that his speculation was correct. She said the father would descend in the form of a benevolent god and reincarnate through many generations to protect the world. According to her, all the foretold disasters would then completely vanish. The young woman's extreme thoughts gradually became clear. Her face twisted as she declared that if the father seized the fate of someone from another world, he would rule the entire world. She spread her arms, inviting Kim Junsu to join her and offer both body and soul to save the world. The young woman raised her hand to touch his face, praising the sanctity and greatness of the savior. As her hand neared his temple, Kim Junsu firmly brushed it aside. He laughed scornfully, mocking the idea of saving the world by sacrificing himself, especially when this was a world where he had no family or friends at all. He had found the people he wanted to protect. Of course, Kim Junsu was willing to stake his life to protect them. He immediately raised his hand and said, "Enough, be quiet, I am not foolish. There is no reason for me to sacrifice myself alone." The saintess let out a cold laugh. "How disappointing. You only wish to preserve your own life." Kim Junsu replied, "So what?" She said, "To me, a world collapsing or a world turned into a human farm under the rule of a transcendent entity, both are disasters." The saintess sighed, "What a pity. If you still retained your original memories, perhaps we would understand each other better." Kim Junsu frowned upon hearing that. "Original memories, what do you mean?" She did not answer and vanished. He shouted, "See you again, wait." Before leaving, the saintess added, "May the complete blessing of the Pope be bestowed upon the Savior." Kim Junsu angrily wondered what she had said before disappearing. Suddenly, the central warning alarm rang out. From inside the Grand Cathedral came an urgent order: all units assemble to protect Lord Paka. He hurriedly grabbed a guard and asked what was happening. The man frowned. "Are you a civilian? Evacuate immediately." The soldier explained that zombie troops were flooding the town. Kim Junsu silently confirmed that the Ghost King had finally appeared. He rushed into battle as well. At this moment the Ghost King had not yet reached level 9, which meant, after only a few steps, Kim Junsu came face to face with him. The Ghost King said softly, "So it is a human, the one the Black Panther mentioned." He sneered, "Perfect. If I reshape your body and devour your soul, my power will be fully restored." He responded with dissatisfaction, "Is that so? Do I look that easy?" The Ghost King spoke disdainfully, "Be gone, I will not return your soul." Kim Junsu charged forward using an aerial strike, channeling immense strength. He swung straight at Kim Junsu, pathetic. Analyzed that the Ghost King was both a warrior, a mage, and a priest. Kim Junsu guessed that even without fully restoring his power, he was around level 7-5. Thinking so, he activated 3 traits at once: immense strength, diamond body, invincibility. Kim Junsu thought that even the core trio could not match his physical power should he use the tiger strength. Kim Junsu recalled when Jai Zhang granted the strength trait, about to receive everything from him and the Eastern Army. He dismissed the thought using something unfinished was too dangerous. He had to fight properly. He began activating equipment traits: Holy Power, Holy Light, Aura, Healing Hand, Miracle Spell, Aura Ring. Among the survival traits were Gaia Healing Hand, Kali Miracle Spell, and the Aura Ring. Kim Junsu thought that this was the strongest close combat move, dominating death with divine power. Without hesitation, he immediately used the Paladin Investiture trait. Kim Junsu attacked relentlessly, forcing the Ghost King to exclaim, "Impressive." He counterattacked at once. Ghost King defended while saying, "Truly impressive." He showed little reaction and persisted. He burst into laughter. "All of this is meaningless to me." The weakening effect activated. Holy Power, Holy Light, Aura, Healing Hand, Miracle Spell were removed. Kim Junsu thought that this was the unique trait of the Ghost King, Inverted Paradise. The thought flashed by, and he reminded himself that it was fine. Kim Junsu observed that if he used this move, it meant he had endured sufficient holy damage. He muttered, "Good, the preparation phase is complete. Now for the next trait." Kim Junsu used equipment traits: Immense Strength, Spirit of Magic, Combat Mastery, Paladin Investiture, Lightning Strike, Resonance. The Ghost King sensed something wrong. "Omnipotent One." He roared, "You are worthy to be my prey." The Ghost King invoked support: "Lend me your breath." His voice echoed everywhere: "Black Panther, heed my command." Kim Junsu activated traits: Magic Resistance, Invincibility, Diamond Body, Immortality, Paladin Investiture, Massacre. He thought that large-scale grand magic required sacrificing the zombie army to activate, painful, but necessary to defeat the Ghost King. He glanced around anxiously. If the zombies were not dealt with now, he would fully resurrect. There had been far too many resurrections already. Kim Junsu followed the purple glow of the night, phase 1 complete, finish before Inverted Paradise cooldown ends. He focused on counterattacking, activating traits from Near-Death Frenzy and Wrath. Kim Junsu used a triple stack combo: equipment traits, Fire Star Sword Art, Halera Sword, Nephilim Sword, 1 against 10,000, Frenzy, Wrath. He did not fear and attacked head-on. Seeing Kim Junsu prowess, the Ghost King praised him as interesting. He laughed coldly. "Let us see how long you endure," he replied confidently. "You have no chance." The Ghost King surrounded Kim Junsu. Once caught, there is no escape. He broke through the encirclement, leaving him astonished, using mana to handle the Ghost Hand skill. The Ghost King felt something strange. He asked, "How do you understand me?" Kim Junsu replied that killing him around 100 times in the game made him familiar. He tightened his grip on his weapon. "Good, now then." Kim Junsu advanced with the Thunder Hammer and unleashed damage. Kim Junsu unleashed a chain royal strike, pouring his strength into the Ghost King, sending him flying far away. The strike left a long, deep scar upon the ground. He looked at his hand and thought that he endured better than expected. The side effect of Berserk Eyes emerged, frenzied mana tearing at blood vessels and nerves, just a little more. Ghost King was not subdued, gathering spiritual power within the inverted cage, saying, "Impressive, but the price is heavy." From his chest, power erupted violently. He roared that he had to accept partial loss. Seeing this, he smiled and thought, "Here it is, entering the final phase." From the Ghost King body, a swirling vortex formed around him. Kim Junsu assessed that his power was enough to paralyze an ordinary person for a moment. Within the inverted cage, his heart throbbed. Kim Junsu muttered that this meant he had exposed his weakness. A series of equipment traits appeared as he sprinted: Magic Resistance, Invincibility, Diamond Body, Immortality, Paladin Investiture, Aerial Strike. He evaluated himself. Amid the aftermath of Frenzy State and the Ghost King weakening effect, even with supportive traits, his body was nearing its limit. Gripping his sword tightly, Kim Junsu resolved to end this quickly. Ghost King shouted, "Foolish, enduring is useless." With that, he released a sharp surge of spiritual force throughout the space, resisting him while thinking of Inverted Paradise. Blood filled Kim Junsu's mouth. He clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly that if the traits vanished now, the pain would. Under overwhelming pressure, Kim Junsu maintained his balance to endure. Witnessing this, the Ghost King praised, "Impressive. You are the most capable one I have met, but your heroics end here." Finishing his words, he raised his sword, generating a powerful oppressive force, and shouted, "Die." After a long while, the space filled with dust and smoke, sinking into silence. Kim Junsu stepped out with imposing presence in a wool cloak and said, "The careless one loses." The Ghost King cried out, "Golden Fleece." Without another word, he unleashed a slash that sent the Shadow King staggering backward. Koikai reminded him that the effect of that man was immortality. Kim Junsu activated a series of equipment traits such as Flame Star Sword Technique, Halada Sword, Nephilim Sword, Sword Master, Spirit Sword Art, and the bestowed title of Holy Knight. Strike drove the Shadow King's sword deep into the ground, seizing the moment. He shot into the air preparing a finishing blow, and coldly declared that everything had ended. Immediately after, Kim Junsu thrust a fatal strike straight into the center of the opponent's chest. The heart of the Shadow King was easily pierced by the energy blade. Unwilling to accept it, he struggled in despair, and roared that he could not end like this. Shadow King clawed hand suddenly pierced into Kim Junsu's abdomen, leaving him no time to react. That man lifted Kim Junsu high, and declared that at the very least he would drag him down into destruction. Kim Junsu coughed up a mouthful of blood, blaming himself for his mistake as he felt his body gradually disintegrating and unable to endure any longer. In that life and death moment, his eyes were heavy with despair. The sensation of the world drifting away made him think he was about to end. Suddenly, a brilliant light flared up in the dark night. In his haze, he told himself he could not stop yet. The system immediately announced the activation of the narrow escape trait. This trait nullified the fatal strike and restored a large amount of HP to him. The next day, Kim Junsu faintly awoke on a hospital bed. Seeing him open his eyes, someone immediately asked if he had finally awakened. Looking outside, Kim Junsu wondered where he was and was told this was a hospital in Apollo commune managed by the Magwilla Church. He turned his gaze toward the Grand Patriarch and realized that was why the Archbishop had appeared. The man said everyone had been worried when he fell into a coma and had thought the savior hero of Sao Paulo would never return. Kim Junsu forced a smile and said the praise was too much, silently hoping they would stop calling him a savior. Grand Patriarch explained that they had brought the broken holy sword and the priests had treated him, then asked about his condition. Kim Junsu replied that he was fine and inquired about his equipment. The man said everything had been safely stored in the secure vault along with the Shadow King equipment. Hearing that, Kim Junsu felt inwardly pleased at gaining valuable spoil. The Grand Patriarch bowed to apologize for his earlier discourtesy in ignoring the warning. Kim Junsu waved it off saying the enemy had appeared earlier than expected. He added that even with preparation it would have been difficult to handle. The Grand Patriarch handed him a small box as a sincere token of gratitude. Opening the box and seeing 2 bottles of elixir, Kim Junsu exclaimed in surprise, though he felt the reward was modest compared to his merit. Then the Grand Patriarch handed over another item and said they had found the origin of the zombies based on his report. When Kim Junsu took the item in confusion, the man explained it was data obtained after destroying the Black Panther Society base in Sao Paulo and hoped it would be useful. Speaking of the Black Panther Society, Kim Junsu deduced that this data certainly contained evidence related to the Bishop Society. He clenched the item in his hand, tears of joy welling up as he thought the days of suffering had finally ended. Grand Patriarch asked whether after recovery Kim Junsu could accompany them to the Grand Holy Temple because someone wished to meet him. Not long after, he arrived and the other introduced himself as Paca, the living god of Brazil. Kim Junsu respectfully bowed and introduced himself as Golden Warrior, a level 7 super, and expressed regret for causing concern. Paca gently replied that everything was fine now because Vita had been saved. During that, Kim Junsu exclaimed in surprise that he had nearly died. Paca solemnly recounted that his fate had been to be kidnapped, tortured, and executed by the Black Panther Society. Kim Junsu hesitantly asked further, inwardly wondering how he could foresee the future at such a young age. With a sorrowful gaze, Paca said that although his divinity had weakened, he could still vaguely see the future, but that fate had changed. He stepped closer to Kim Junsu and emphasized that the moment he pierced the Shadow King chest had been the turning point. Paca and the soldiers bowed in gratitude, affirming that Kim Junsu, the Holy Knight and Holy Sword of the East, had not only saved Sao Paulo but also saved him. Hearing that, Kim Junsu felt awkward and did not know how to respond. He could not believe he had saved a god and thought this might be the butterfly effect between the game and reality. Paca solemnly expressed great expectations for Kim Junsu, for in this world there exist individuals with the power to alter even divine fate. He extended his hand toward him and said such people are called heaven breakers, those who shatter destiny. Paca smiled and whispered that Kim Junsu, who came from another world, was one of those special individuals. Words left Kim Junsu stunned for a moment. Regaining composure, he placed his hand on his chest to thank for the recognition. Paca continued that from now on the Mama Kila Society would stand by him and proposed that he become commander of the church army as a holy knight. Hearing this immense proposal, Kim Junsu was inwardly astonished by the trust they placed in him. He smiled and replied that with great power must come equal responsibility, silently vowing to act carefully so as not to betray that trust. When Kim Junsu said he had a request, Paka gladly agreed to listen. With a serious expression, he requested to take the blood of Paka, the volcano god, along with his brother Aihakiso, the wind god, in order to reach level 8. Faced with the straightforward request, Paka immediately agreed and was willing to help. The scene shifted to a vast area. Upon seeing the aircraft, Kim Junsu excitedly realized it was a supersonic jet. Unable to hide his delight, he asked in surprise if this was also a gift for him. The Grand Patriarch calmly said it was his personal gift and that the Mamakila Society hoped he would accept it happily. Kim Junsu pressed his face against the glossy glass of the aircraft and thought that even civilian planes were extremely expensive, let alone this modern fighter jet. Without hesitation, he immediately piloted the jet into takeoff and marveled at the magnificent scenery outside. Kim Junsu's eyes sparkled with joy as he felt his dream of flying had finally come true. Looking at the control buttons, he eagerly wondered whether he could test the full firepower of the aircraft. The system asked to confirm maximum speed setting. Kim Junsu immediately ordered takeoff without hesitation. The supersonic jet swiftly streaked across the deep blue sky. When the speedometer displayed an enormous number, Kim Junsu exclaimed in amazement that 5,000 km per hour was truly extraordinary. Sitting in the cockpit, he remarked with satisfaction that this speed surpassed all other vehicles and asked the system about the destination, deciding to head toward the North Pole. The map displayed the route clearly along with a notification of completed positioning. Kim Junsu told himself he had gathered enough evidence and necessary allies. His eyes shone with determination as he said this was the final preparation before confronting the Saintess. The image of the giant bird in the otherworld made Kim Junsu even more eager, as it was time to hunt those creatures. Flying over the icy region, he hummed that even a snowstorm could not hinder his path. Relaxing in his seat, Kim Junsu remarked that the flight was wonderful, but there was still much to prepare to reach level 8. Recalling past battles, he affirmed that Chapter 2 had completely ended. However, the image of the Saintess' sinister smile strengthened his resolve that one final chapter remained to be settled. Imagining the upcoming battle, Kim Junsu concluded that the confrontation with the Bishop Society would soon take place. His sharp gaze showed determination as he told himself that even with many allies, he still needed to grow stronger to ensure victory. Kim Junsu recalled that reaching level 7, thanks to the energy core of the Child of the Stars, had been rather easy. He once complained that compared to level 9, level 8 was truly difficult, demanding exceptional effort and luck. Nevertheless, Kim Junsu was confident because he was a veteran player who had carefully calculated every step. After a long journey, he finally arrived at the mysterious castle, the starting point of a new plan. As soon as he stepped through the gate, Kim Junsu was stopped. A cold girl, the leader of the Celeria Guard squad, appeared and greeted the warrior from afar. He asked what had brought him here. Recognizing Celeria, the winter spirit and future SSR Winter Queen, Kim Junsu silently assessed the situation. He replied that he had come to hunt and needed assistance. Celeria asked if there was prey he could not handle alone. Thinking of the giant bird, Celeria worriedly mentioned the ruler of the North Pole, the monster emperor of the frozen lands. She angrily explained that their entire dragon legion had once been frozen by the brutal power of that creature. Celeria warned that this was not an ordinary hunting target, and Kim Junsu calmly replied that he understood because in the game it was a formidable level 9 boss. Thinking of the Arctic Emperor's gaze, he told himself that its power had only reached level 8 for now. Kim Junsu spoke, "That is right, I want to cooperate with you." The statement made Celeria widen her eyes in shock. His eyes flashed with determination. If there were allies, the chances would increase. Then he said, "I will free the Dragon Legion." Recalling the otherworldly battlefield, Kim Junsu silently confirmed this was an offer impossible to refuse. The image of Celeria's older brother surfaced, and he concluded that the commander of the Dragon Legion was her brother who had been captured by the Emperor. Celeria asked doubtfully, "Can you really do it? The Emperor is there." Kim Junsu recalled that in the game they were only freed when the demon dragon arrived. As he replied, he took an item from his pocket, but that was a monster with an enormous appetite. Kim Junsu knew how to make them awaken early. He pulled out a syringe and said in a low voice, "I will use it as bait to anesthetize the Emperor, even if only briefly. I will inject the anesthetic into this." The item left her bewildered as she asked how he obtained it. Remembering the past, Junsuk had once been hunted in Greece. That time he had slain a dragon in a tight battle. The others, including a golden dragon and a slaughter dragon, were killed at the Great Trench. Cyleria said in a low voice, "The light of life and death along with darkness, this should be enough." He proposed, "Yes, I will join the masters in annihilating the Arctic Emperor." She showed concern. "The entire Dragon Legion has been captured alive by the Emperor. It will not be easy even for you." Comparing dragons and the Arctic Emperor, Kim Junsu concluded that basically the Arctic Emperor is the natural enemy of dragonkind. The Emperor's power is formidable, he analyzed carefully. Especially the polar wind in critical moments is a strong skill that can freeze and heal wounds. Kim Junsu thought to himself that this was an opportunity, like fighting the Shadow King. He reassured Cyleria not to worry when the polar wind rises. Looking at the frozen landscape, he said that next would be the moment the Arctic King's weakness is exposed. The Arctic Emperor was now basking atop an iceberg. Observing, he wondered if the Arctic King was asleep. Cyleria replied no, it was sunbathing on the ice. If they approached it would notice. Kim Junsu felt slightly envious, thinking that sunbathing so comfortably was nice. He then donned an invisibility cloak and said that he was going. He slowly approached, calculating that he would combine the invisibility cloak with the theft trait. Kim Junsu set the head down and thought while taking it out that the mana had been blocked so it would not notice. Suddenly the dragon head nearby made a loud sound. The noise startled him and he opened his eyes. The Arctic Emperor suddenly jolted awake. Seeing it glance around, Kim Junsu used the Feign Death skill and inwardly exclaimed in shock. He assessed that the Feign Death trait could soothe its anger, truly worthy of an otherworldly monster. It opened its mouth and snapped up the food unexpectedly. Kim Junsu muttered that it should have been suspicious of food appearing suddenly. Watching it eat heartily, he thought that perhaps after decades it was finally tasting dragon meat again. Immediately afterward, a wave of dark aura spread through the space. The Arctic King fell freely, and Kim Junsu secretly rejoiced. If it could be killed so easily, that would be ideal. He called Cyleria. "It is fine now, come up quickly." When she stepped forward, he said to step back as he would awaken them. He used advanced demonic fire, magical flames blazing in his palm. Heat began to melt the ice. Cyleria's brother sat up holding his head in confusion, and she ran to call him. Upon seeing Cyleria, he cried out her name. His hand gently reached out. The two embraced after a long separation. Standing behind and observing, Kim Junsu thought that the commander of the Dragon Legion had finally awakened. Looking at the dragons, he devised a plan to use them against the Arctic Emperor. Climbing onto a dragon's back, Cyleria's brother said that he had heard from Cyleria and thanked him, Sword Saint. Kim Junsu urged him to leave it for later as the Arctic Emperor was about to awaken. He replied to wait because the other dragons had not yet awakened. Looking at the frozen dragons, he was surprised and asked if it was not finished yet. The Dragon King, Crimson King, was still there. He inwardly exclaimed that there was a fire dragon even in the Arctic. Cyleria said the ice was harder than usual. Her brother added that it seemed to be the Emperor's unique freezing poison, asking the Sword Saint if he had a way. Kim Junsu smiled calculatingly, determined to awaken it at all costs. If possible, he could tame an ownerless dragon. Approaching the ice sealing the dragon, he glanced at it and thought he would have a personal mount, saying he would only awaken its power. He then unleashed a massive flame to shatter the ice, and said the rest would be up to it. Cyleria said no as the ice remained intact. Kim Junsu broke the ice while assessing that it contained powerful mana. He shouted to wake up. The dragon's eye snapped open and it said human. He used dragon language. How could a warrior use dragon language? The dragon was puzzled. Without sufficient rank, dragons would not use dragon language. Truly a strange human. A tremor knocked Cyleria and her brother to the ground. Seeing the Arctic Emperor flying in the air, everyone shouted that it had awakened. Cyleria commanded the Dragon Legion to prepare and block the Arctic Emperor's ice spears. Arrows immediately shot toward the Arctic Emperor. Kim Junsu stood before the Crimson King and said there was no time and that he would speak directly. The battle with the Arctic Emperor in the sky grew intense. Meanwhile, he calmly requested the fire dragon. "We are hunting the one who froze you. Do you wish to join?" It roared that it owed him a life human. The Crimson King unleashed flames that melted everything. The deal was sealed. The scene left the Arctic Emperor astonished. Crimson King gathered spiritual power in its mouth and declared it would melt everything. The flames roared like a swirling tornado. Observing this, Kim Junsu felt satisfied. The transcendent power was as expected. Some might wonder why such powerful dragons were defeated by the Arctic King. Because the Crimson King had a problem. He looked toward the source of the sound as the ice shattered. Crimson King groaned with shards of ice embedded. Kim Junsu sighed that the old dragon was suffering. Arctic Emperor let out a furious roar. Sileria's brother cried out anxiously, "Sword Saint, act quickly." He threw food toward the fire dragon, assessing that persuasion came first, and shouted to catch it. Bit into the meat and exclaimed that it was delicious. Kim Junsu asked if it liked it that much. The Crimson King wagged its tail, saying it loved meat and wanted more. He replied that it could, but in exchange. As Kim Junsu stated his request, above them the Arctic Emperor prepared to target him. Plunged straight down, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the Emperor was shocked to realize that no one remained around him. Only a deep crater split across the ground. From atop Red King hovering in midair, Kim Junsu arrogantly called out, "Bird head." Staring into the killing intent-filled eyes of the Arctic Emperor, he loudly declared that the time for revenge had come. Kim Junsu began activating a series of skills, while receiving the Knight trait to support him in battle. He enthusiastically commanded all Dragon Knights to launch a simultaneous attack. Immediately, the Dragon Knights unleashed their most powerful techniques at once. The Emperor deftly evaded the relentless barrage of attacks closing in. When all the techniques converged, he instantly created a massive ice shield to withstand them. A soldier cried out in terror that the enemy was far too powerful. At that moment, Kim Junsu directed Red King to fly straight toward the Emperor. Red King suddenly trembled and faltered, stammering that the opponent was too terrifying. Kim Junsu reassured it and promised plenty of meat as a reward. Encouraged by the promise, Red King fiercely spewed a colossal pillar of fire toward the Arctic Emperor and excitedly shouted, "Meat." Kim Junsu praised the excellent blaze, but at that instant sharp ice shards swiftly shot toward them. Realizing the danger, he thought of lightning power and the grand ice spear magic. When Red King tried to turn and evade, Kim Junsu assured it that he would break them apart. The ice shards grazed past and left him slightly wounded. He wondered whether with his current stats he could block the entire assault. Kim Junsu immediately activated the fortified trait, forming a protective barrier around both of them. A sturdy shield quickly took shape, making him breathe a sigh of relief and remark that everything was fine. Next, Kim Junsu used additional traits to envelop the Dragon Knights in layered barriers, creating the strongest defensive system of Seoul alongside chaotic Sky City. He issued the attack order. The Dragon Legion surged forward in unison, unleashing countless skills aimed straight at the Arctic Emperor. Struck repeatedly, that creature roared in agony, nearly exhausted to the brink. Unwilling to accept defeat, the Emperor began gathering an enormous source of spiritual power. Witnessing the scene, the soldiers cried out in panic that it was white spirit ice, fearing they would be sealed in ice. But Sileria's older brother reassured them that this battle was entirely different from before. He loudly urged everyone to believe, while Kim Junsu faced the Emperor's terrifying pressure, silently calculating that if he could withstand the ultimate technique white spirit ice, there would still be a chance of victory. Kim Junsu quickly analyzed the situation based on the earth attribute granted by the goddess. Combined with his current equipment, he decided to create the most solid defense possible, while wondering about the strange light that was beginning to appear. Without hesitation, Kim Junsu immediately applied the earth attribute to the Dragon Knights, covering them in a protective aura. Seeing this, Sileria exclaimed in astonishment that the Arctic Emperor could no longer freeze them. All the Dragon Knights charged straight toward the Arctic Emperor at once. Faced with that scene, Sileria's older brother thought with satisfaction that everything was on the right track and likened it to the moment to deliver the finishing blow to the enemy. Rotating his wrist, Jun Sudachi assessed that he could use the Dragon Knight attribute to tap into the will of the Red Dragon. He extended his hand forward, softly murmuring about using the Red Dragon's willpower through this attribute. He slowly closed his eyes to focus all his spirit. When he opened his eyes, fierce flames erupted around Kim Junsu, and he shouted the technique Transcendent Flame. The powerful blaze surged toward the Emperor like a shockwave. Kim Junsu felt power flooding through his body and declared that he would burn the opponent to ashes. The flames struck the Emperor's abdomen, causing it to roar in pain. Within a block of ice, a spherical entity gradually emerged. Kim Junsu realized it was the core of the Arctic Emperor's power. Gathering all his strength, he launched an energy missile that shot forward at extreme speed. A thunderous explosion rang out as the missile collided directly with the Arctic Emperor. After the explosion, shards of ice shattered and fell, the sky became clear, and Sileria joyfully cried out that the enemy had been defeated. She looked up at the sky, unable to hide her astonishment as she confirmed that they had truly slain the ruler of the Arctic. Dragon Knights cheered in delight, declaring that they had regained their freedom. High above, Kim Junsu rode the Red King, waving with a smile as everyone hailed him as a true hero. After the battle, the castle returned to a peaceful atmosphere. Illyria was moved as she expressed her deep gratitude and did not know how to repay the swordsman's merit. He replied cheerfully that he had come here for his own purpose as well, silently thinking of the monster's mana core. Afterward, Kim Junsu opened the system to check the rewards he had received. Looking at the new attribute, he murmured about the Arctic King's unique ability, White Ice. Kim Junsu turned to leave and said that his mission was complete, but Illyria hurriedly called him back. She suggested that the knights did not want him to leave so quickly and asked whether he had any special wish. He proposed borrowing their strength for an upcoming battle, making Illyria curiously ask further. Mentioning his sworn enemy, Kim Junsu expressed his hope to receive everyone's support and promised that he would be deeply grateful. Illyria immediately agreed, affirming that they were willing to help. Suddenly the Red King's voice rang out, calling him human. Hearing it, Kim Junsu turned to ask about the Red King's condition after waking up. The Red King then began complaining childishly. He kept demanding meat, giving Kim Junsu the idea of turning it into his mouth. He set a condition that if the Red King went with him, he would provide meat to its heart's content, causing it to ask again in surprise. Excited by the offer, the Red King happily agreed because of its passion for meat. Kim Junsu asked whether he could take the red dragon away. Illyria's older brother explained that dragons were free creatures. If the red dragon chose to follow, they could only give their blessing. Hearing that, the Red King became even more delighted, smiling until its eyes narrowed. Kim Junsu took out a large piece of meat from his bag and warmly called it his companion. While feeding the Red King, he gently stroked its head and invited it to set off together. Watching the two leave, Illyria softly said that he had truly taken the red dragon away. She wondered whether he had used food to lure it, but her brother affirmed that even if not fully awake, the Red King was still the king of dragons. He believed that the Red King had recognized Kim Junsu's potential and strength. While the Red King kept demanding meat, Illyria's older brother remarked that Kim Junsu could become the true leader of the Dragon Legion. The scene shifted to nighttime in southern Egypt, where someone suddenly shouted in astonishment. Upon seeing the Red King in the sky, people panicked and called it a monster. Kim Junsu looked down, murmuring that everyone must be terrified and wondering where he should hide this gigantic creature. The system suddenly issued a warning about a mana fog approaching and recommended turning back because the area nullified magical sensors. He smiled and said that the long-awaited moment had finally arrived. The next scene took place at Lake Nasser. Beneath the lake's surface, deformed fish watched their surroundings with wary eyes. This place was considered the domain of the river goddess and chaotic spirit. As he went deeper, the system continuously signaled a red alert. The warning stated that the mana fog was drawing near, and that this area nullified all magical sensors. Kim Junsu calmly contemplated the strange phenomenon of the mana fog. Flying through the frigid mist, he realized that his mana could not be used here. Observing the map, he asked about the range of the mist, and the system replied that it covered up to about 10,000 km, prompting him to compare its size to Gyeonggi province and remark that the scale was enormous. When the system asked what to do next, Kim Junsu decided not to risk fighting and would instead prepare in an area still under government control. After that, he ordered a move to Adwan City Hall, and the system quickly responded. The system confirmed it would request approval from the control center and proceed with landing. The aircraft began its approach through the dense fog. Kim Junsu remarked that this climate change was the consequence of the river goddess's intervention. Not long after, Kim Junsu set foot in Adwan City Hall of Egypt. As soon as he entered the main hall, he was greeted with a formal introduction as the Guardian of Souls and the Sword Saint of Asia. Kim Junsu responded awkwardly, feeling embarrassed as he realized his reputation had spread widely. Seeing the eye emblem, he recognized this as the headquarters of the Osiris Guild and was surprised by the warm reception despite the short notice. A man stepped forward to greet him, addressing him as Sword Saint. That man was the mayor of Adwan and also a member of the Osiris Guild. He warmly welcomed him to Egypt's fortress. Kim Junsu politely thanked them for the thoughtful reception, while the mayor humbly said it was merely basic etiquette and invited him to have some water. However, Kim Junsu frankly stated that he was busy and wanted to get straight to the point. The mayor agreed and remarked that he must certainly have a special reason for coming here. The mayor said he had already somewhat guessed the purpose of this visit. He affirmed that Kim Junsu had come to hunt the fish monsters, making him let out a relieved breath. The mayor recounted that after the Osiris Guild completed the Adwan Dam, the native creatures, the merfolk, began clashing with humans to protect their territory. He laughed and said that eliminating them would bring great benefits because their bodily fluids were precious ingredients for divine medicine, though Kim Junsu silently realized his intentions were far too obvious. The mayor grew increasingly excited at the mention that the Sword Saint, who had once defeated the Red King, would help eliminate this threat, while Kim Junsu understood that they wanted him to end the war even though his goal was only to gather material. The image of the level 8 river goddess appeared in his mind, making him wonder how he could deal with such power, yet he decided to temporarily follow their plan. After a moment of thought, Kim Junsu scratched his head and hesitantly agreed to deal with the fish, on the condition that they provide him with something necessary. The question was whether he could gather a large quantity of divine medicine. The mayor cheerfully replied that it was entirely possible, and that their guild was willing to provide all the necessary medicine free of charge. After that, he handed Kim Junsu a lamp and politely asked him to accept it. Observing the item, he wondered if it was part of the water element, and the mayor confirmed that within the lamp's light. Mayor Met explained that it could neutralize the entire bone mist when connected to Lake Natzi. Holding the lamp in his hand, Kim Junsu stepped out toward the artificial lake formed by the Adwan Dam and murmured that the target must be nearby. Gazing toward the dense forest in the distance, the mayor's words echoed in his mind that due to the river goddess's wrath, the Egyptian government and the Osiris Guild had declared this a dangerous zone, only occasionally sending holy knights to purge river creatures. After searching with the lamp for a while, Kim Junsu spotted schools of fish surfacing and exclaimed excitedly that he had finally found them. One fish immediately growled fiercely upon sensing his presence. He waved his hand to reassure them, stating that he meant no harm, because in truth they were not a threat to humans and were only protecting their territory. Kim Junsu imagined conversing with them as they shouted for him to leave, while Long Tham remarked that verbal communication was currently impossible. Immediately afterward, Kim Junsu summoned flames into his palm and said that with this it would be different. Watching the fish still growling aggressively, he muttered that they were yelling at him to leave but to wait a little longer. He skillfully shaped the flame into the word hello and waved in a friendly manner, asking if they could read. Fish looked at one another in confusion, making Kim Junsu realize that the different mouth structure of merfolk made this an interesting start for communication. Unexpectedly, the word hi appeared on the water's surface formed by them. Kim Junsu exclaimed in astonishment when he saw their reply. The fish laughed delightedly, and Kim Junsu guessed it was likely the first time they had met such a friendly human. The system notified him that he had obtained the fish language trait, leaving Kim Junsu satisfied because he could now converse directly with the merfolk. A merfolk with an unusual physique surfaced and asked whether they made humans feel afraid. Seeing its appearance, Kim Junsu froze momentarily, unsure how to react. Then he mischievously remarked that it was only a little ugly, causing the merfolk to laugh and call him interesting before asking why he had come. Kim Junsu calmly replied that his purpose was to obtain a drop of the goddess's blood. Hearing that, a merfolk asked again in surprise to confirm what he had said. Without waiting for explanation, it immediately grabbed a weapon and rushed at him, angrily shouting that he was just another evil human. Facing the spear pointed downward, Kim Junsu understood that their vigilance came from holy knights often harming their kin, but this time was different. With swift reflexes, he immediately dodged to the side. At the same time, his arm shot forward. Kim Junsu quickly restrained the opponent's spear. Holding the weapon firmly, he calmly asked them to listen, leaving the merfolk astonished at this human's extraordinary strength. As tension still lingered, Kim Junsu explained that he had not come empty-handed, but would help the goddess regain her sanity. The merfolk glanced at the massive wall and recounted that a century had passed since that concrete structure was erected through Osiris's betrayal, questioning how a human could succeed when all others had failed. Kim Junsu hesitated and admitted that his wording sounded somewhat awkward. He humorously flexed his firm arm and said he intended to awaken the goddess in a direct manner. Hearing that, the merfolk angrily grabbed his collar, but Kim Junsu quickly explained that the goddess was originally the spirit of the river who attained divinity through human worship. He continued analyzing that the goddess's essence was that of a spirit, and enraged spirits usually only. Under the merfolk's bewildered gaze, Kim Junsu completed the thought that they could only regain clarity when confronted with the boundary of life and death. After finishing his explanation, he asked whether they understood his plan. The merfolk solemnly agreed to trust him, and Kim Junsu simply smiled in relief and said that was enough. Suddenly, the merfolk sprayed a jet of water straight at his face without warning. Immediately afterward, it dove into the river, leaving Kim Junsu drenched and stunned as he complained that it could have at least warned him. Wiping his face, he muttered that although he had anticipated it, the situation was worse than imagined, however. Looking at his palm and feeling energy spreading through his body, Kim Junsu realized he had adapted to merfolk physiology. Thanks to this ability, he could breathe freely underwater and engage in close combat without hindrance. When the air raid trait took effect, Kim Junsu was surprised to find it remained effective even underwater. After swimming for a while, the merfolk returned and announced that they had arrived human. Before a solemn structure, it introduced it as the goddess's temple. Kim Junsu thanked it for the guidance and prepared to act, but the merfolk required him to make a promise first. In a low voice, it asked him to pledge that he would save the goddess. Kim Junsu promptly agreed, affirming that it would become reality if they cooperated. Saying that, he took out a vial of divine medicine and stated that he possessed many recovery potions. Seeing the liquid blend into the water, the merfolk realized in shock that it was divine medicine created from their own kind. After thinking it over, it believed that with this the goddess could awaken, and Kim Junsu confirmed that the initial verification was complete. Having said that, he conjured a stream of flames and declared the start of action. Combining his equipment, Kim Junsu charged straight into the goddess's temple. The inscriptions carved on the steel suddenly shone brilliantly. Within the temple, violent columns of swirling water burst forth. Kim Junsu spoke as the river goddess's ethereal figure appeared, bearing the raging soul of water. The goddess's face radiated anger, yet remained hollow and lifeless. She formed a vortex of water around her body. Controlling the water, the goddess submerged Kim Junsu and threatened that he would not escape. Caught off guard by the attack, Kim Junsu lost balance and fell backward. At that moment, a red blur flashed past at incredible speed. It was the Crimson King, swiftly lifting Kim Junsu onto its back. Kim Junsu raised his thumb in praise of the Crimson Dragon's perfect timing, and it happily asked whether it had done well. As the Crimson King soared upward, Kim Junsu praised it and promised a hearty meat feast after completing the mission. The river goddess grew furious, commanding numerous water vortices to attack violently. The Crimson King skillfully evaded the assaults with agility. The goddess remained calm while controlling the water and murmured about Phase 1 and a vortex shield. The twisting water vortices chased Kim Junsu like serpents, and he noted they lacked the ability to pursue targets endlessly like guided missiles. Suddenly, a stream of water shot directly at the Crimson King. Due to a lapse in vigilance, it was struck square in the chest and suffered widespread damage. The Crimson King cried out in pain, and Kim Junsu reminded it to focus because many more attacks were coming. Observing the ferocious vortices rushing toward them, Kim Junsu realized that if he could not completely evade them. After calculating, he activated flames around his body, creating a fierce blaze intending to evaporate all the water. Placing his hand on the Crimson King, he activated the Dragon Knight trait, merging his power with the Crimson Dragon's energy. The Crimson King's body immediately turned radiant gold like blazing fire. Intense flames erupted around them, pushing the firepower to its maximum. Thanks to Kim Junsu's skill, the surging waves gradually dissipated. He assessed that he had passed the opening of Phase 1. At that moment, the river goddess began to show clear confusion. Make full use of the special attributes of the equipment. Kim Junsu pulled out a bazooka and aimed straight at the target ahead. As he prepared to seize the opportunity, he said, "Now it is my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Junsu fired a missile that shot forward at maximum speed. Thunderous explosion rang out, shattering all the surrounding earth and stone. Looking at the result, Kim Junsu asked the Red King, "What do you think this is called a rain of bullets?" He explained that when attributes are attached to a weapon, the echo of the mountains will release energy entities bearing those same attributes. At this moment, the river goddess was gradually being frozen. Kim Junsu calculated that he would use the explosion of the Arctic Emperor to freeze her into a perfect crystal block. He placed his hand on a system item. Then Kim Junsu continued to summon a small flame at his fingertip. A burst rang out, and the flame immediately shot straight toward her. However, the river goddess was completely unaffected, causing him to exclaim, "Was that only meant to scare her?" Observing more closely, Kim Junsu muttered that he had aimed straight at her heart. At that moment, she glided around the current like a phantom, and he realized the second phase of the battle had begun. Faced with this situation, Kim Junsu reassessed. Confronting a level 8 entity like the river goddess was already extremely difficult, let alone resisting the summoned spirits at the same time. It was truly insane. However, from the depths of the river, shadows suddenly shot upward. It was the merfolk army, weapons in hand, aimed directly at the river goddess. Seeing this, he was satisfied to know he had like-minded allies fighting beside him. They simultaneously placed their hands over their chest. Then they pulled out glowing mana cores, ready to sacrifice themselves. A brilliant light erupted from those mana cores. Merfolk crushed them all at once. The river goddess was immediately stunned and could not hold herself steady. Kim Junsu analyzed that when they destroyed their mana cores, which were their hearts, the effect would spread to her. Her body gradually disintegrated in pain, causing the water spirits to weaken as well. Now she could no longer create illusions, marking the crucial moment of the battle. The river goddess frowned, her eyes filled with fury. Suddenly, a powerful column of swirling water lifted her body high into the air. Red King quickly arched his body to evade. Kim Junsu shouted loudly, "Crimson Dragon, move aside." Hearing the command, it swiftly shifted to the side to dodge the attack. Looking at her, Kim Junsu concluded that the goddess was struggling in desperation, and her core of power would soon be exposed. The scene became chaotic, with torrents of water surging violently. Trolling the Red King to charge forward, he shouted, "Let us end everything, Crimson Dragon." Observing the situation, Kim Junsu realized his body was too small to pierce through that column of water. He tightened his grip on the sword, the key to breaking the current deadlock. Amid the chaotic space, Kim Junsu murmured as he activated his trait. He decided to use 2 swordsman traits as the foundation. Then he added 2 mana traits to enhance his power. Once completed, he and the Crimson Dragon seemed to merge as one with the sword. While moving, Kim Junsu calculated his final step. After merging the traits, he raised the blazing sword. The final piece had been completed. Kim Junsu swung his sword, unleashing a fierce surge of firepower. The blade tore apart the water storm before him. The mana core gradually appeared with cracks spreading across it. Amid the surging water like a tsunami, the merfolk called out in unison, "Goddess, it is time for you to return to the lake." After an intense clash, the sky finally returned to peace. The merfolk said emotionally, "Humanity, thank you for saving our goddess." Suddenly their eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had witnessed a miracle. Before them stood the river goddess in her beautiful form. The merfolk cried out, "Goddess," and she asked blankly, "Where is this place?" The merfolk joyfully exclaimed, "Goddess, you have awakened." Meanwhile, Kim Junsu hurried to her side. He respectfully knelt down and asked, "River goddess, have you regained your sanity?" With a weary and confused expression, she whispered softly, "Sword Saint, humanity." Kim Junsu bowed respectfully, "It is an honor to meet you. I am Kim, a human warrior." When she looked at him, the goddess sensed 2 sources of power, earth and lightning, making Kim Junsu think to himself that she still recognized divinity despite having once fallen. He gently continued to ask, "What about your memories? Do you remember what happened?" She frowned and replied, "I remember." Goddess murmured the name Osiris and then roared in anger, causing the river to surge because the betrayal had ruined her domain. With blazing red eyes, she declared she would overthrow Osiris, destroy the dam, and reclaim her territory. Facing her fury, Kim Junsu calmly asked whether she was certain she would win. She lowered her gaze to him and angrily asked, "Do you dare doubt me?" He answered seriously, "Not exactly, it is just that." Noticing the gem within her body had cracked, he said worriedly, "Your mana core is damaged. I am very concerned about your heart." The merfolk lined up and listened silently, understanding that because of pride, they could not allow their entire race to be destroyed. His concern made the goddess soften. Kim Junsu urged her to heal first. She hesitated, but, thinking of the dam blocking the flow, her voice turned sharp. "The river has been obstructed for too long. I cannot restore my strength if this continues." Remembering the sight of the fallen merfolk, she said painfully that in the war against humanity, she had been unable to protect her people. The goddess' face grew gloomy, her voice sorrowful. "Do you want me to simply stand by and watch?" Kim Junsu looked straight at her and said, "Therefore I have a proposal." The river goddess asked suspiciously, "A proposal?" He quickly explained, "There is still another river equal to the Min River. Why do we not carry out a great migration there?" She pondered, "A good idea, but moving such a large number of my people will not be easy." Realizing her concern, Kim Junsu smiled if possible. In the blue sky, a gigantic airship suddenly appeared. He smiled brightly and pointed, "Will you permit me?" She happily raised her head to look at the ship and replied, "With this treasure, the plan is entirely feasible." Goddess turned and asked, "Very well, humanity, what do you want from me?" Kim Junsu replied, "I need a drop of your blood as material for advancement." The massive ship hovered above the blue water, and he solemnly added, "Along with your promise to remain aboard the ship to assist me for a time." Hearing that, the goddess looked down at him and asked, "It seems you require my help." Without hesitation, the goddess quickly agreed, "Very well, I accept." Kim Junsu beamed, "Wonderful then. Looking at the power of the goddess and the merfolk army, he realized his alliance had been completed with the addition of water spirits. Gigantic golden vessel shimmered on the water for a moment before slowly lifting off. Soon after, it soared into the sky, crossing many lands. Sitting in the cockpit, Kim Junsu remarked with interest, perhaps because it is originally a ship, when it enters the water it moves much faster. The vessel continued to cross many hills, thanks to the current power controlled by the goddess. When the airship linked with the water spirits, the mana reserves inside immediately transformed, creating a river in the sky. Watching the airship speed across the sky with the goddess power, Kim Junsu thought to himself that he would arrive soon. On the other side, the tree god still kept her eyes closed, enjoying the surroundings at the location, holding the final material to reach level 8. Suddenly, beneath the tents, everyone shouted in panic, "Move away, hurry up." A white-haired girl approached the village chief, anxiously asking what was happening, fearfully glancing around as she sensed the danger with the tower-headed serpent. The village chief could not suppress her fear, announcing that a powerful entity was advancing from the west. The girl whispered nervously about that entity. He cursed the turtle in despair. The radio crackled with a sound signaling that a god was about to arrive. The village chief told the girl that she had already informed them. The girl was stunned. A god. Worry filled the girl's eyes. She rubbed her hands gently and whispered that after the war, deities were forbidden from appearing in the mortal world, so why now? He broke out in sweat, screaming in fear, not knowing what to do. He had to prepare immediately to protect his godmother. The girl remembered something and suggested calling the sword saint for help, making him pause before exclaiming that it was a good idea. Village chief immediately called Kim Junsu. The other end picked up at once. He quickly answered the phone, greeting them before Kim Junsu could respond. An urgent voice rang out, calling the sword saint to come to their rescue. The village chief burst into tears when the voice on the other end reported that a god was approaching the village. Kim Junsu panicked, unable to believe it. He stood on the airship as the goddess slowly advanced. The voice on the other end nervously asked Kim Junsu about the situation, whether they were under attack. He realized something with helpless clarity. The airship flew over the forest. Kim Junsu felt awkward, saying they had mistaken him for a god. He forced a smile and apologized. The village chief was astonished, feeling a strange sense of belonging. Kim Junsu hung up the phone, thinking about the long journey to reach level 8. Beneath the forest, he and the white-haired girl were ready to welcome the airship at the final location. The tree god remained calm. The village chief greeted him and realized he had grown much stronger within a year. He looked up and assured Kim Junsu that the sword saint would not harm them. He smiled confidently and drank his godmother's blood. He pointed toward the airship, explaining that spirits had been brought to help his godmother. Voice echoed, asking about the help. Kim Junsu confirmed that it was true. The tree god asked Han about the final fragment. Kim Junsu was not surprised and realized it would make the negotiation easier. He faced the tree god, hands behind his back, cautiously asking whether she wished to become the world tree. The village chief and everyone else were stunned. He was shocked, his voice trembling as he mentioned the world tree of the north. Others added that it had been refined during Ragnarok. The village chief grew anxious, warning Kim Junsu that she would need to live thousands more years to become a true world tree. Suddenly a voice called out, "Child." White-haired girl spoke from afar, saying they should try to trust him this time. She firmly emphasized that he was the sword saint. Everyone listened in confusion. Village chief asked the tree god what they should do. She replied that they should hear Kim Junsu out and let him present his idea. Kim Junsu raised 3 fingers, explaining that a tree required 3 elements to grow. He pointed out the 3 elements: light, water, and nutrients. Kim Junsu said that even as a god, the nature of a tree did not change. She understood his meaning. He smiled confidently, saying that today he would prove the 3 elements for his godmother. Soren pulled the cart and turned around, asking the master where it should be placed. He instructed everyone to place it to the left. They agreed. Everyone prepared fertilizer from the flesh and blood of 2 powerful dragons. They dug the soil tirelessly, using fragments of the Arctic Emperor as lubricant. The village chief and the girl were confused. He laughed and said the nutrients were done. Now it was time for water. Kim Junsu called upon the river goddess. She flew up and sprayed water around the tree god, ready to assist with water. River goddess's necklace glowed, the water element strengthened by angelic tears. He rode the Red King into the sky, assessing that the light was just right, neither too strong nor too weak. Status panel appeared. He directed his power toward the tree god, filled with sincere conviction. When it was finished, her entire body shone brilliantly. The light spread across the forest like a gentle melody. Tree God was reborn, radiating golden brilliance as the world tree manifested. The tree god smiled gratefully, saying he had worked hard, sword saint, the debt of gratitude was repaid. Kim Junsu humbly replied that he had received even more help. He laughed, acknowledging that he was an interesting person. The image of a great green tree appeared in his mind. She was Jigre Sasao, mother of all world trees and divine trees. Junsu recalled a detail from a minor storyline. She wished to grant a worthy reward. He shyly declined, yet thought that nothing came for free. A drop fell from the golden leaf of the tree god, delivering the final fragment. The moment it touched down, Kim Junsu was filled with vitality, smiling proudly as he prepared to ascend to level 8. Light enveloped his body, a surge of exhilaration rising within him. The tree god radiated power into him. Kim Junsu spread his arms to receive it, the release spreading across the world. A small beam of light fell and changed color. He opened his hand to catch it. It transformed into black feathers scattering everywhere. Kim Junsu examined it again. Confused by the failure compared to the design of the goddess Gaia, she said it was because he was the sword saint. Not yet ready, he asked in surprise about all the items collected to reach level 8. She explained that he had stepped into the ranks of the divine. That was a transcendent realm. He listened and realized he had to define his own divinity beyond the limits of superhuman, asking in astonishment how it was possible. Branches spiraled around his tiny image. Body and soul were prepared. A streak of light formed a triangle surrounding the earth. She asked where he thought the path from human to God was stuck. Kim Junsu stood small upon one of the 3 glowing spheres, thinking about divine level. An image of him pressing his phone appeared, exactly as in the game setting. Fragments of memory flooded back. A character could reach level 9. Level 8 determined divine rank. The other fragments combined, level 9 becoming a constellation, meaning a god. As a lord, the title attached to that deity. Information about Soren and her appeared with separate status panel, the title determined by traits symbolizing one's life. Kim Junsu also received similar traits. Power surrounded him, as notification panels appeared everywhere. Traits resembled direction or fate. Level 4, warrior, steadfast muscle. Recovery, mental vitality, tiger king magic. Kim Junsu was puzzled, stroking his chin as he saw the golden warrior's traits shifting into something difficult to define. He then looked at the tree god and asked what was missing, whether there was still no divine rank. She smiled and confirmed that he had only acted to survive. Tree god cast light downward, saying that if the body and soul were not firm, everything would be an illusion. He asked about the cure. The tree god slowly explained. Kim Junsu pondered in confusion about identity and ego. He had never considered such matters before. He gently spoke to reassure Kim Junsu not to be too disappointed. "O sword saint." Hearing that, he slightly bowed his head, placed a hand over his chest, and silently felt as the true answer lay within himself. Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke appeared and spiraled deep into Kim Junsu's chest, causing he to clutch it tightly as he realized this was the source of power bestowed by the general. Trait card quietly appeared before his eyes, making Kim Junsu widen his eyes in shock as he stared at it. All at once, a violent shockwave erupted, sweeping away and destroying everything around. His soul suddenly entered another person's body. Kim Junsu stood stunned, wondering where he was when a familiar voice rang out, cutting off his thoughts. "Brother, I was wrong." As he turned around, Kim Junsu saw that person sitting on the ground clutching his wound and urging, "Brother, run alone, quickly." The enemy troops had closed in from the front. The man immediately drew his sword to face them and shouted that he could not abandon Zudongji, while he realized he was witnessing the entire past of General Gujizm. The enemies stood not far away, pointing their swords at the two and ordering them to surrender, otherwise they would show no mercy, making Kim Junsu gradually understand why the general awakened the heroic trait. The wounded man kept begging him to leave, but the man firmly raised his sword, ready to sacrifice himself for his comrade. That alone said everything. The image of a trait card gradually appeared beside the man standing proudly. He excitedly turned back, declaring that he was not a hero but merely a proud man. Whether living or dying, they would face it together, revealing a heart full of loyalty. That thought pulled Kim Junsu back to reality. He jolted and clutched his chest, gasping as if just awakened from a long dream. His body nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Kim Junsu clearly felt the general's intense emotion and wondered what will and purpose he should seek in this path. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, a light flashing within his pupils as if he had grasped the meaning of that memory. Realizing something, Kim Junsu smiled faintly and whispered that the reason he had always been here was to become stronger. Outside, the river goddess calmly sat on a branch of the divine tree, quietly observing the beginning of the journey and the path that had brought him this far. Kim Junsu stood upright. Around him, trait cards gradually appeared and enveloped his body. Different images appeared one after another, forming noble traits like layers of solid fortress walls taking shape. Another trait card continued to rise, radiating a powerful aura. Holding his sword in hand, Kim Junsu let the source of power surround him, merging the high-level traits to create a supreme tier. The sword continuously emitted streaks of lightning, and as he swung it fiercely forward, the image of a castle was constructed brick by brick. Next, a towering spire appeared, symbolizing the power being formed. Standing at the foot of the tower, Kim Junsu looked up in admiration, realizing this was the path that would make him stronger. The tower radiated terrifying pressure. At its peak, a dazzling light appeared like an affirmation of his identity. Suddenly, Kim Junsu's body erupted with power. He clenched his fist and shot upward, becoming the Diamond Warrior, the trait collector. Before the divine tree, a brilliant beam of light spread, illuminating the entire surrounding area. The river goddess remained composed as she watched and gently congratulated. "Congratulations, Sword Saint." Kim Junsu slowly opened his eyes, his entire body overflowing with immense power, officially stepping into the realm of a pseudo-transcendent. That night, inside a large building, cheers erupted in excitement as everyone announced that he had reached level 8. Those around could not hide their joy, continuously offering congratulations and praising him as a born genius. Choi Siak quickly approached with 2 bottles of wine, solemnly congratulating Kim Junsu on becoming a transcendent and joining the ranks of the world's top 100 strongest. Mage Kim added that within the nation he had entered the top 7, while Priest Kim excitedly called him Sword Celestial instead of Sword Saint. Kim Junsu subtly signaled for silence and suggested holding a private celebration. Choi Siak happily agreed at once. However, the atmosphere quickly turned anxious as everyone thought about the possibility that the Bishop Council might discover the matter and prepare to act. Kim Junsu softly sighed as he remembered that he had publicly revealed his connection with the Bishop cult before everyone. He recalled the moment Paka presented the evidence collected from the Mamakilla Association. A report from Sung Hee-jan further reinforced the suspicion that the one behind the disasters in chapters 1 and 2 was the saintess of the Bishop cult. Standing high above watching everyone train, Kim Junsu thought that before long they too would discover he had reached level 8. In his mind, he had already devised a plan to help the team members increase their strength, including Biksorin and Selguzin, who were both at level 7. Janet Lever and Kali Lever were at level 6, along with Priest Kim at the same tier. Kim Mei had also reached level 6. A massive shockwave erupted, symbolizing that their 6 traits had reached completion and were ready to be merged. The images of the allies Kim Junsu had recruited appeared one after another, making him feel more assured about his forces. With a carefully prepared plan, he believed he could win the upcoming battle against the Saintess. 1 month later, at the magnificent castle of the Bishop cult's Grand Cathedral, amid the silent night. In the sky, bursts of fireworks exploded one after another, creating a lively and mystical scene. The Saintess sat upon her throne with a bored expression, but upon hearing of the appearance of a transcendent regarded as a savior, she merely coldly mocked the world. Her eyes became calculating as she muttered that although he had reached God tier through countless reincarnations, he still chose rebirth instead of ascending to divinity. A magic circle was established. The mage conducted the summoning ritual according to the prophecy of the Bishop Church. The Saintess's face lit up with excitement upon learning that Kim Junsu had reached level 8, seeing it as the perfect condition for the Bishop's descent after a long and endless wait. Below, the soldiers stood neatly in formation, ready to await orders from the Saintess. She quickly drew her weapon with resolute momentum. Standing proudly before the army, the Saintess ordered the plan to begin. Her face grew dark, yet her eyes gleamed with anticipation as she mentioned the sacrificial plan. On the other side, Kim Junsu stomped his foot down and immediately dashed forward at high speed. The television host sternly announced urgent news that the entire Bishop cult had vanished. The broadcast spread everywhere, reporting that all members worldwide, including those at the Grand Cathedral, had disappeared without a trace. The moment he heard the news, Kim Junsu immediately opened the door and ran outside, realizing that Chapter 3 of the disaster had officially begun. While moving, he was suddenly blocked by a crowd, forcing him to focus and stay alert. These people seemed to be controlled, advancing while continuously chanting, "Savior." They all rushed to attack Kim Junsu, begging him to end the era of suffering and free Earth from hell. Faced with the situation, he turned pale but still tried to evade the attacks from the fanatical crowd. Fortunately, the authorities quickly restrained them with binding measures, ordering everyone to stand still. The police force immediately arrived to protect Kim Junsu, warning that they would use force if there were any acts of resistance. Recognizing an ally, Kim Junsu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing a call from afar. Sword Saint. The president of South Korea hurried over to ask about his condition, surprising Kim Junsu with the concern from the commander-in-chief of the military. He recalled that since the terrorist attack in Seoul, the president had always closely monitored and kept track of every development related to him. Kim Junsu greeted him seriously and asked why the president had appeared. He sincerely replied that he had come to protect him because of the bishop cult's unusual actions recently. The president expressed suspicion that the cult was seeking to have a deity possess Kim Junsu's body while proclaiming him as the savior. Kim Junsu agreed and explained that before doing so, they needed to accumulate an enormous amount of mana. When the president questioned how it would be done, Kim Junsu calmly suggested that they might use the ancient method once applied by the cult. That method was extremely cruel and dangerous. It was human sacrifice. The president was still not free of doubt, but Kim Junsu seriously hypothesized what if the number reached 1 million. This left him stunned, and Kim Junsu continued to emphasize that if the entire population of a super metropolis were sacrificed, how terrifying the amount of mana obtained would be. In the emergency meeting, a report stated that the Juxi area in Gyeonggi had been covered by a massive barrier, and all requests for reinforcement were rejected. Ji-John slammed the table in fury, asserting that their scheme was far too obvious and went far beyond religious goals as in the past. Han Zhang calmly reasoned that their objective was to sacrifice the citizens of Wangyu to complete the ritual, an utterly horrifying plan. Sung Hee-John presented the evidence gathered during the investigation into the connection between the Black Panther Association and the Bishop Church. From the classified data, she concluded that the cult was plotting to sacrifice the entire population of Guangzhou to create a divine king. Dai Du gritted his teeth in fury as everything became clear, confirming that this was the plan to resurrect the bishop. Next, Kim Junsu stood up and presented his plan. Mr. President, I propose that the time has come to issue a general mobilization order. The president fell into a tense silence, quietly weighing his thoughts. In the end, he wished to hear the collective opinion, a general mobilization order, before deciding. I hope to receive everyone's perspective. Jai Zhang did not hesitate to express, I agree, we must eliminate them as soon as possible. Yan Jiang also concurred, I fully support it. With such clear evidence there is no reason to delay. The Tower Master was eager to join the war and our Sun Tower also votes in favor. Sung Hee-John affirmed that his faction would stand side by side. The entire Kumo security force and my personal guard will join the battle. When all opinions had been voiced, the president made his decision. I understand if everyone agrees. He solemnly called out to Kim Junsu, Sword Saint. The president entrusted him with full command. The objective of the campaign is the complete subjugation of the Father Church. Will you accept leadership over all forces? This decision greatly pleased Jai Zhang. Yan Jiang and the Tower Master also voiced no objection. Under those trusting gazes, he accepted and the system immediately updated. You have received the commander trait, along with its accompanying effects. The larger and stronger the forces under your command, the greater your power increases. Kim Junsu smiled confidently. There is no reason for me to refuse this mission. Everything proceeded smoothly, and the battle officially began. All forces were clearly assigned. The Eastern and Western legions led the ground war. Jai Zhang commanded and ordered the opening fire. A massive explosion resounded, but Yan Jiang remarked that it seemed to cause no damage. Then came the rallying cry to attack. The entire army advanced. Soldiers from everywhere joined forces, including the Holy Knights of the Mammaculia Order. All shared one objective, to eliminate the evil church. Everyone poured their strength into the assault, and the Gaia Church fought alongside us. Kim Junsu mobilized support from all sides. The Northern Legion took charge of the aerial battlefield. Another unit advanced by sea as planned, while the Monster Village and the Sun Tower moved toward the airship. Kim Junsu exuded the aura of a leader, the one commanding all is me, Warrior Kim, and he resolved to use every trait to fight alongside his comrades. Suddenly, a colossal warship appeared in the sky. His allies pointed in alarm. Warrior, look over there. Kim Junsu turned calmly. At last they revealed themselves. He had foreseen everything. A powerful light emerged as the key element of the battle. A more formidable airship joined the battlefield, carrying 8 mid-level bosses on its deck. Kim Junsu quickly identified the target, that is the Saintess airship. We must destroy it first. He immediately requested the Tower Master to act. Tower Master, can you launch a preemptive strike on that target? The old man stepped forward without fear. How interesting. The Tower Master assumed a radiant stance and aimed at the airship. This is the moment for a mage to display his power. With a shout, he unleashed a direct attack. Vanish. Cracks formed on the airship shield and the Tower Master grew excited. The strongest magic absolute flame is indeed formidable. Thank you. Kim Junsu expressed his gratitude and continued commanding. We will handle the rest, Mage Kim, Priest Kim. Two responded at once. Understood. The Supreme Flame Cannon is ready to fire. Kim Junsu gave the order to attack. Projectile streaked forward like a colossal dragon, aimed straight at the enemy airship. He contacted the river goddess. The left shield of the airship has been broken. Please bring the Skidratnia vessel close to the port side. The goddess immediately replied, understood. Waters surged upward, lifting the ship and creating a favorable attack opportunity. The moment has come. Increase magical output to maximum. Choi Siok swiftly operated the control panel according to the command. The ship shot across the water like a sharp spear. Thich Quyen reported that the Supreme Flame Cannon was fully charged and ready to fire upon command. Seeing the perfect timing, Kim Junsu ordered the assault. There's no time to hesitate. Fire again. After the collision, countless fragments scattered in all directions. The enemy fell into chaos. What is happening? At this rate the airship will fall. At that moment a voice rang out to reassure them. Do not panic. Everyone turned leader. Leader loudly bolstered morale. We serve the greatest God Father. There is nothing to fear. He raised both hands and chanted, O Father, grant your grace and strength to your servants. But immediately afterward, Kim Junsu team launched a direct assault. He had to shield his eyes from the sudden upheaval. What is this? Kim Junsu voice echoed, causing him to start, landing successful. The followers murmured when they saw Kim Junsu. The savior has appeared. He observed the enemy and softly whispered that, although he had predicted it, he immediately went berserk and charged forward. Seize him for father. Kim Junsu felt a flicker of concern at the overwhelming numbers. They are too many. That moment Red King appeared and shielded him. Leader was bewildered when facing its sharp fangs. What is this? In no time the enemy panicked. The leader has been swallowed. He remained stubborn. Do not fear. The enemy is only one. With Father blessing we can win. Immediately a proud voice rang out. Who says he stands alone? Soaring group appeared in support. Master A, I hope you are not planning to enjoy this alone. Kim Junsu looked at his students and smiled confidently. The opening move was Seo Gujin masterful dual sword display. With exceptional skill, he swiftly defeated two enemies. Seo Gujin exhaled lightly, glanced aside and continued fighting. Kali fought while maintaining a relaxed demeanor. Will you surrender now? At least I will spare your life. Yet the enemy stubbornly resisted. Hearing that she created thousands of afterimages to finish the battle. If so, then do not blame me. Suddenly a sharp sword strike appeared and felled the opponent in an instant. Kali exclaimed in annoyance at having her target taken. Soren, do not. Soren could only apologize. Sorry, I got too excited. In a moment of distraction, an enemy suddenly attacked from behind. Kali, behind you. Fortunately, Janet used a shield in time to block the blow for her. He sternly reminded Kali to always remember. With a single slash, Janet repelled all enemies. Never lose vigilance within enemy territory. Commander stood stunned before the overwhelming power. Impossible. He could not believe the scene before him. How could thousands be wiped out so quickly? Before he could react, Red King swallowed him whole. He trembled as he begged for his fate. No, your grace, it is still not too late for you to share that power with us. It was already too late when a cold bullet pierced through his head. Jun Sui solemnly announced over the radio that the aerial battle had officially come to an end. Meanwhile, on other fronts, the fighting was still raging fiercely. The enemy kept retreating before the sharp sword strikes of Zizan. Witnessing that scene, Yan Jiang did not hold back her praise. Old man, your sword is still so light and graceful. He only laughed heartily. It is just a small matter. Zizang began speaking with her about his feelings from the colonial era until now. This is the first time I have had to face such a vast number of enemies. Ayan Zhang raised her head and firmly declared that this time there was nothing to worry about either. She looked at her faction's aircraft approaching and felt even more certain that victory was already in their hands. A series of thunderous explosions simultaneously destroyed the enemy tank. Zhang turned his head back and could not help clicking his tongue. Oh my. He praised the Kim Junsu group for completing their mission with ease. Your appearance was truly magnificent. He smiled mischievously and raised his hand to report. Commander of the operation to suppress the Bishop Council, Warrior Kim has returned safely. The city ahead was still covered by a solid protective barrier. Soren could not hide her astonishment when she witnessed Yan Zhang take action with her own eyes. I never thought I would have the chance to see Captain Chi's spell at such close range. Seo Gujin agreed. With this kind of power, piercing that barrier should be extremely easy. Meanwhile, Kim Junsu quietly stood to the side observing her. Clearly understood the core nature of the technique Yan Jiang was using. The fusion of martial arts and sorcery was the ultimate secret art of the Western general. In terms of immediate destructive force, it even surpassed the Black Tiger sword art of the Eastern general. Even though he was fully aware of that, Kim Junsu still could not suppress a sense of doubt. This was one of the most powerful penetration skills in Frenzied Soul yet. As soon as Yan Jiang finished her move, Seo Gujin hurriedly exclaimed in delight, "Wonderful, the barrier must have been broken." However, a shocked voice rang out, "What?" and Kim Junsu immediately confirmed his suspicion, "Just as I thought." Everyone was stunned when the protective layer remained intact without a single scratch. Even after taking such a heavy blow, this made him feel an ominous premonition rising within him. Seo Gujin could not believe the sight before her eyes. That attack had absolutely no effect. Jai Jom rubbed his shoulder wanting to try. "If it does not work, then let me see." Kim Junsu quickly stepped forward to stop him. "That will not do, General, because if even the Western general cannot break this barrier, then it can only mean one thing." Yan Jiang spoke to confirm. "He is right, that is the supreme martial art, 9th level heavenly demon art." Soren could not contain her shock. The heavenly demon art. Zizong gritted his teeth in anger. "I sensed that thing was extremely powerful." Someone cautiously asked, "But Lady Qi, has the heavenly demon art always been like this?" Yan Jiang hesitated in reply, "Not exactly, but..." He frowned and offered the most plausible hypothesis. If the heart of the heavenly demon were used, it might be possible. Before she could finish speaking, the Tower Master interrupted. "Are you implying that the heavenly demon is dead? That is absolutely impossible, let alone anything about his heart." At that moment, Sung Hee-jan suddenly appeared. "Lady Tran, this is entirely possible." In her hand was an important document just decrypted about the Grand Resurrection Ceremony plan, which mentioned the second disciple of the heavenly demon, the one called the Demon King. The Tower Master could not help but be shaken. The Demon King? Could a disciple really lay hands on his own master? How could anyone do such a thing? Jai Zhang also lost his composure and questioned repeatedly. "But the heavenly demon should be the strongest among them. This is truly hard to believe." Yan Jiang also agreed with the two of them. "That is right, even the Demon King could not do that." At this moment, Kim Junsu proposed a hypothesis. What if the Bishop Council was supporting the Demon King from behind? Even with limited information, he still made a decision. This is not entirely impossible. It is even the clearest explanation in the current situation. Everyone gradually regained their composure and asked Kim Junsu for his opinion. "So what do you want us to do?" He did not hesitate to answer. "First, we need to confirm the truth." Kim Junsu took the initiative to assume this plan. "I will carry it out personally." Without the slightest hesitation, he headed straight into the enemy's lair to check on the condition of the heavenly demon at Tian Shan. Junsu rode on the back of the red dragon and quickly set off to investigate. In his mind, he kept thinking about that barrier. The heavenly demon art is a flawless, invincible technique in both offense and defense, and the only way to break it is to counter it with a similar power. Earlier, Jai Jom confirmed once more, "So you are going to Mount Tian Shan?" Kim Junsu replied firmly, "Yes, I need to check the situation, if the heavenly demon has truly passed away." He also raised a doubt. The only one capable of piercing that barrier could only be the Divine King, the first true disciple of the heavenly demon. Upon arrival, Junsu tossed a piece of meat to the Red King in thanks. "Thanks for waiting for me." It happily accepted it. "The meat is delicious." Seeing that the Red King was still full of energy after the 4,000-kilometer journey, he could not help but marvel that this was truly his high-tier mount. Kim Junsu looked at the tower before him and decided, "Heavenly Demon Church, very well, let us begin." He stepped inside with the utmost vigilance. The eyes of the two dragons shone brightly at their master's greeting. "Welcome to the Heavenly Demon Church, Eastern Sword Saint." Great Elder, who was suspicious, spoke first. "Why did you come here without prior notice?" Kim Junsu calmly replied, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Warrior Kim. This trip is nothing too serious." Then he asked a question that left them confused. "I have come to pay respects to the heavenly demon who is in seclusion, to confirm whether he is still alive or has passed away." That man avoided the answer. I think you understand that is impossible, but Kim Junsu immediately refuted. A barrier created by the heavenly demon art has just been discovered in Gwangjo, Gyeonggi Province, South Korea. With a cold voice he concluded, is that not clear evidence that the life and death of the heavenly demon is extremely uncertain? Those words angered the great elder. What nonsense are you talking about? That man loudly defended, the heavenly demon is in seclusion. No one is allowed to enter or leave. However, Kim Junsu calmly replied, that is not so. He countered, are not the disciples still allowed access? The great elder frowned and his expression darkened. Are you implying that the divine king or the demon king harmed the heavenly demon? Great elder could not accept this accusation and shouted angrily, this is blasphemy. The disciples immediately surrounded Kim Junsu. Do you think we will let you leave after those words? That man ordered an attack. Teach this insolent man a lesson. In the midst of the encirclement, he still sighed calmly, heavens, I am very busy. Great elder coldly commanded, take him down. The crowd wore arrogant smiles and rushed forward at once, understood. Kim Junsu moved swiftly, skillfully evading their obstruction. They were astonished at how quickly he vanished. When did he disappear? By the time they realized it, it was too late. Kim Junsu had already closed in on the great elder. That man panicked while the disciples shouted helplessly, no, he is approaching the great elder. In the blink of an eye, Kim Junsu had subdued him to the floor. If you do not let me enter, I will have to do this. Great elder was extremely shocked when he sensed something unusual. That man was bewildered when he saw the object in Kim Junsu's hand. How do you possess the heavenly demon seal? He smiled confidently and replied, I have the right to enter that place. And Kim Junsu calmly said amid everyone's apprehension, the third gate of the heavenly demon. He did not waver in the slightest as he challenged it, I want to test myself against it. The great elder monitored Kim Junsu's every action through the surveillance screen and let out a contemplative sigh. That man watched intently and said in frustration, the Blood King even handed the heavenly demon token to that man. The great elder frowned anxiously. This place is the supreme training hall of the demonic sect created by the first-generation heavenly demon. It is guarded by puppets made from 10,000-year-cold iron, possessing martial arts at the super first-rate level. Even the Sword Saint would find it difficult to pass this place. When he saw Kim Junsu about to be attacked, that man muttered to himself, there is nothing worth watching. The great elder turned to leave and instructed, I will go in first, you handle the rest yourselves, but his subordinate turned pale and hurriedly called out, please wait, great elder. He turned back with a cold expression and was stunned, he has already passed. Unable to believe his eyes, he slowly analyzed. First stage Asura gate with Marcius sword duel technique. Venus warrior, master of the sword, close combat, demon man, one strike certain kill, great void assault. All of them were dealt with cleanly in just a few short seconds. Next was the second stage, Heavenly Tribulation Gate. The great elder shouted in shock. He has no protective aura, yet he can withstand that demonic flame power. That man observed carefully, while establishing the demonic circuits and responding in real time, this is certainly. Immediately, the great elder delivered the final verdict. Celestial demon body, equipment traits, magic resistance, dark resistance, diamond body, fortress, limit, tenacity. Kim Junsu laughed in excitement and satisfaction. It was as easy as flipping a hand. He had cleared the second stage as well. Now only the final gate remained. The third trial was the High Intelligence Gate. Whoever passed all three would inherit the celestial demon divine art. This legend clearly had its reason. He tensely calculated how to deal with the enemy, searching for a way to overcome the final stage. At that moment, the celestial demon fiercely charged straight forward like a madman. Kim Junsu observed his every movement to imitate the celestial demon divine art. Ordinary traits were not enough. He revealed his determination and rushed up, but if there were. In the midst of battling the celestial demon, Kim Junsu quickly came up with an idea. If he copied all the traits of the world, he might succeed. Two swords clashed, creating intense friction. Just by imitating, the space had already begun to distort. Immediately, both of them forcefully knocked their swords aside. The celestial demon attacked swiftly to seize the advantage, forcing Kim Junsu to struggle in defense. The level 9 divine art was truly formidable. He fought while seeking an advantage. He needed to expand his world, equip traits, demon eye, sixth sense, magic brain, rest, training. Kim Junsu resisted fiercely, but it was still not enough. The celestial demon showed no sign of fatigue. He had to stay sharp if he wanted to learn the celestial demon divine art and gain the power to shatter the Gwangju barrier. He charged forward with a cold expression. Kim Junsu quickly kept close to the celestial demon. His eyes glowed with blazing red determination, constantly reminding himself to aim for the pinnacle. He locked onto the celestial demon and unleashed a powerful strike that sent him flying upward. A thick black smoke appeared along with his words, even as he used the celestial demon martial art. Kim Junsu smiled brightly as he sheathed his sword. He could not lose to mere impostors. He had already passed 3 stages. The door opposite trembled violently, startling him. Kim Junsu was confused and did not understand what was happening, what was wrong with everyone. The great elder clung to the ground in fear and shouted, the celestial demon had just spoken. Right after that, he and his subordinates kowtowed. The 3 great celestial demons request eternal rule. He stood frozen in confusion. What? Everyone seemed to lose their minds and continuously chanted, the celestial demon descends, 10,000 demons submit. Outside, a half-massive circle appeared. Great Elder followed and said, please do not be so modest, I will assist you. 3 great celestial demon, but Kim Junsu kept refusing. I only imitated it. The man was astonished. The Great Elder asked sincerely, does that mean you did not inherit the celestial demon divine art? He glared straight ahead angrily. Yes, I said it earlier, I also want to learn the celestial demon divine art. Seeing Kim Junsu observing, he immediately said this is. The Great Elder introduced the 2 statues before them. The one holding the sword was the founder of the celestial demon divine cult. The one in front was the current celestial demon. He smiled lightly and interrupted. I know, especially the current celestial demon. Kim Junsu proudly understood clearly. After that, he rubbed his head and thought about the celestial demon divine sword. In the game, the weapon existed as data. The man excitedly said, this is the place you mentioned. Kim Junsu stared in shock at the large nameplate. Here one of the 3 who opened the celestial demon cave was imprisoned. The door slowly opened along with a voice in his heart. Recently, because of a duel with the Divine Lord, he was imprisoned. Tranvi laughed and asked, who is this? It has been a long time, Black Lake Sword Master. Kim Junsu was surprised. Blood King. Adjusted his demeanor. It has been a long time, he observed carefully. He had reached level 8. Kim Junsu spoke frankly. Even though his demonic power was sealed, his gaze was still the same as before. He proudly declared, now the East calls me Sword Celestial. I am no longer the Black Lake Sword Master that the Blood King knew. Tranvi nodded with a smile. I did not expect you to surpass me. How lazy of me. Why have you come to find me? Without beating around the bush, Kim Junsu went straight to the point. A city in Korea has been sealed by a massive barrier. The next sentence startled him. The barrier was created by the celestial demon divine art. Tranvi asked, celestial demon divine art, what do you mean? Kim Junsu explained, yes, I believe my former cult used the heart of the celestial demon. Immediately, he angrily stood up and shouted, could it be that Master has ascended? At present, aside from that speculation, it truly. Tranvi urgently demanded, Great Elder, I must enter the celestial demon cave where Master is. But the Great Elder disagreed. That violates the rules. After that, he reluctantly complied, but regarding the authority of the celestial demon divine cult, I will grant you some time to stroll. Before leaving, the Great Elder carefully instructed that he must return within 30 minutes. Sam Hoi-dong, eager and impatient, immediately agreed, fine, the sky will not fall. Tranvi firmly confirmed and leaped away. I will definitely return. The people below looked on in fear. The Blood King has escaped prison, report to the Divine Lord. He shot upward swiftly, reminding that they were about to reach the celestial demon, follow Sada. Kim Junsu was overwhelmed by Tranvi's speed. Without using demonic power or internal force, he was terrifyingly fast. He thought distantly how strong the Divine Lord and Demon Empress must be to overwhelm the Blood King. Suddenly an attack struck from behind. Tranvi was hit and cried out in pain. A voice rang out, Junior Brother said you would be imprisoned for 3 years to cultivate. Divine Lord appeared and questioned this reckless action. SSR Divine Lord, the first disciple of the celestial demon. Tranvi looked up, thinking of the celestial demon eldest disciple, the inheritor of the celestial demon divine art. Divine Lord, you chased so quickly. He stammered, Senior Brother, Master has ascended, leaving behind his body and demonic power. That man coldly ordered him to confirm the situation. Stop talking nonsense, return. The Divine Lord emphasized that if he caused trouble again, he would cut off his limbs as before. Kim Junsu responded from behind, how ruthless, truly someone from the demonic cult. That man looked down on him and asked, are you Sword Celestial? He answered frankly, I am Kim Warrior. The Divine Lord stated frankly, I have heard your reputation often, but this is where Master cultivates. Chaos will not be tolerated. Contrary to the seriousness, Kim Junsu replied, yes, the demonic cult takes the strong as the law. He smiled lightly and drew his weapon. Why not settle this with martial arts? That man grew furious and challenged, foolish. I came here as a senior, I will grant you 3 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, the two rushed at each other. I will not hold back. Kim Junsu was stunned to realize the celestial demon steel wall. The divine lord sharply provoked, but it is useless, I will make you regret it. He was not afraid and replied, what are you talking about? Kim Junsu blocked swiftly, compared to the circular barrier in Guangzhou. Then he slashed strongly, this is merely child play. Divine Lord was injured in the face and went mad, issuing a warning. Kim Junsu seized the opportunity, aimed at the opponent who gave you 3 seconds. He smiled evenly, this is the master of the sword, its power stacked white. Kim Junsu pointed his sword at the evil Divine Lord. Even at a disadvantage, that man remained sinister. I was impolite, perhaps too confident. The Divine Lord spoke slowly, fiercely leaping up. This time it truly begins. That man shouted and struck down powerfully, celestial demon heaven breaking palm. Could not be seen, only the Divine Lord and shattered earth remained. Kim Junsu carefully observed Axel Soul's strongest strike, if so then I will as well. That man jerked in shock and shouted no, created a sturdy barrier and charged forward. Kim Junsu calculated the trajectory and used the powerful defensive strike Axel Soul to confront him. Numerous streams of purple light appeared from nowhere. Ranvai clutched his injured arm, his face pale. He and then Quan cried out in horror at the same time. What is that? Both were stunned to realize it was the heavenly demon divine art. He smiled smugly, I merely copied it. Kim Junsu anxiously observed the ruined surroundings. If he had not blocked that direct strike in time, he would have been crushed. Then Quan seemed to go mad, grinding his teeth in fury. You dare to use the heavenly demon divine art. He immediately charged forward in rage, unable to accept this truth. Then Quan unleashed a knee strike as fierce as thunder straight at Kim Junsu. He paled as the attack came too suddenly. Kim Junsu clenched his fists, quickly regaining his composure. He tried to spring out of the attack range and forced himself up in pain. Immediately after, Kim Junsu analyzed that overcoming the heavenly demon divine art was truly not simple. Then Quan continued to rush in to attack, but his skill was still inferior in mastery. Kim Junsu stepped back to calculate, if so he had only one choice left, switch attribute, Marcia Sword Art second stage. The opponent was startled when he realized that he had completely changed his movements. Kim Junsu cautiously counterattacked, adapting flexibly and blocking the black light mass of the heavenly demon divine art. At this moment he looked as if he were fighting in multiple bodies, creating rapid successive clashes. Kim Junsu continuously launched attacks toward the opponent. Each strike became nourishment that allowed his world attribute to develop further. Then Quan roared wildly, good, let me show you what sword heaven truly is. Cold Blade attacked frantically. The true heavenly demon divine art was displayed. Cosmic power surpassed even starlight. The attribute was immortalized. Kim Junsu recognized the brilliant golden radiance. The cosmic sword had merged into my blade. The dazzling sword light shot straight toward Then Quan. He exclaimed in shock, such radiant light is the first time I have witnessed. Not long after, Then Quan knelt and bowed to admit defeat. I have lost. Sword Heaven signaled him to rise. You have worked hard. I have learned much. Kim Junsu gently helped Then Quan to his feet and thought to himself that through this battle, he had understood many things more clearly. He realized that even though Then Quan used the heavenly demon divine art, he still could not break the black barrier in Guangzhou. Kim Junsu carefully evaluated. If ranking power, it would roughly be like this. He spoke up to ask, so now can we open the way into the heavenly demon cave? Then Quan replied briefly, yes. Kim Junsu eagerly stepped before the colossal tower. Let us go, enter the deepest place of the demonic cult, the heavenly demon cave. Suddenly a voice echoed, welcome to the heavenly demon cave. Then Quan stepped inside and said, Master, please forgive me. Then Quan suddenly turned pale. Master froze in shock upon seeing that the heavenly demon had fallen. Master Tranvi knelt helplessly. What is this? What exactly happened? Then Quan also knelt. Heavenly demon, you said you would ascend. He cried out in anguish, I promised I would wait for you in the immortal realm. Who exactly caused this? Kim Junsu calmly observed and realized the answer lay right beneath the floor. He confidently analyzed that this pattern was evidence left by his father's former cult. Hearing that, Tranvi shouted angrily, what, those heretical demon gods? Then Quan still doubted, but it is strange, they cannot enter or leave this place. Kim Junsu pointed out another possibility. Is there not still one person who has the right to enter and leave here? He suddenly thought of it. You mean senior sister demon empress? Tran Vi furiously cursed that vile woman must be captured at once. Then Quan also agreed, yes, daring to destroy Master's body and insult the holy cult. This crime cannot be forgiven. His face turned cold as he ordered the entire demonic cult to gather at Tian Shan. We will go to Brazil, where the demon empress is hiding. Kim Junsu was stunned. The demon empress is in Brazil, could it be? He suddenly recalled the warning, my fate is destined to die. The Black Panther cult will hunt those you know. The Holy Maiden is still targeting the incarnation of the god Pukasa. Hoka solemnly knelt, preparing to become a sacrifice for the birth of the god king. Night fell over the great city, lights shining brilliantly everywhere. A voice sounded, connect me to the director immediately. Choi Siak asked eagerly, yes Sword Heaven, what do you need? Kim Junsu ordered, I want to buy as many artifacts as possible. He replied at once, just state the quantity, I will prepare them. He replied tensely, around several hundred items, I will send the list. Choi Siak quickly acknowledged, I will check immediately. Kim Junsu pondered deeply. The world attribute was in fact a type of achievement. He calculated that to upgrade this attribute, he needed to collect all public attributes of Axel's soul, and requested it be done as quickly as possible. Suddenly someone reported urgently that the situation at the Great Temple of Sao Paulo was not good. Pakazu collapsed weakly amid the rising smoke. The great clan leader anxiously asked if you are all right. He replied in disappointment that this awakening of the divine incarnation seemed to have failed. Why did this happen? Kim Junsu appeared and asserted that he had been poisoned. Paka exclaimed in shock, Sword Heaven. The great clan leader asked anxiously, poisoned, what do you mean? Kim Junsu stepped closer and proposed, let me examine him. After examining, he realized that the body of the divine incarnation was extremely special. Even the slightest gap could be sensed. Paused, as expected, the poison of the heavenly demon divine art had taken root. Kim Junsu judged the situation to be dangerous. Although recently poisoned, it had already penetrated deeply. This was a type of divine power carrying both light and darkness, containing evil and purity at the same time. He slowly withdrew his hand. This is not an ordinary poison. Kim Junsu explained that it was both martial art and carried a curse attribute. The great clan leader was astonished. A curse? Who exactly did this? Tensely scanned the surroundings. We must capture the one who cast the curse. If he sabotaged the ritual, then he must be hiding nearby. Kim Junsu's gaze turned forward. It is time to end this meaningless charade. Immediately identified the demon empress. The person in military attire shifted slightly. Everyone was shocked. The demon empress. That person's hat fell heavily to the ground. A voice echoed, the name given to me by the god of the old world was long discarded. That person's true identity gradually came to light. That person mysteriously declared, my name is, equipped with heavenly demon divine art attribute, 9 yin severed meridians, profound ice demonic art, master of authority, one strike certain kill, shapeshift displacement. Sung Hee Jan appeared with an excited smile, the queen of darkness.